In his previous life, Su Han was a top soldier who crossed over into the body of a new recruit in a parallel world. At the start, the wife of the company commander called him Third Grandpa. And this new recruit's identity turned out to be the highest-ranking elder of the Su family. But he was only 18 years old. The company commander was actually his granddaughter-in-law. When this identity was revealed, the entire company was stunned. Su Han smiled and said, "From now on, we'll each call each other as we please. I'll call you Commander, and you can call me Grandpa." The company commander. All the soldiers in the company couldn't help but laugh. Su Han, who had been in the army for 6 months, was the worst soldier in the company. However, during an afternoon shooting review by the military district commander, he achieved outstanding results. He earned a spot in the national competition. 3 months later, Su Han went into battle with the military district special forces, crushing all the military elite. He became famous throughout the army. As a result, he received a first-class merit in his military career. And he was still just a recruit with less than a year of service. 3 months later, he received another second-class merit and a first-class merit, causing a nationwide sensation. He returned home with 2 first-class merit plaques, 1 second-class merit plaque, and 2 third-class merit plaques, escorted by fighter jets and thousands of people. The whole internet went live, and the public was ecstatic. Moreover, in that year, Su Han was honored as one of the top 10 influential people in China. Chapter 1. What? The company commander is the granddaughter-in-law of new recruit Su Han. Third Grandpa. What are you doing here? So you are serving in this unit. What a coincidence. Su Han looked bewildered at the beautiful woman in front of him calling him Third Grandpa. Third Grandpa? Didn't I cross over into the body of a new recruit? How did I become a grandpa? Su Han instinctively turned to look at the reflection in a window of the barracks, and indeed, it was a young man around 18 or 19 years old. He quickly searched the memories of the original body. He had crossed over just an hour ago. In his previous life, he was also a soldier, and a top special forces soldier at that. This person, also named Su Han, was now a new recruit in the 7th Company of the 356th Regiment. Before he could even process this, a woman suddenly appeared and pulled him. And she called him Third Grandpa? What's going on? After searching through the memories, Su Han suddenly understood. He really was this woman's third grandpa. In the Su family, he held a very high rank and was currently the highest-ranking member of the Su clan, yet he was also the youngest. This woman in front of him was named Su Lingxue, the eldest granddaughter of his eldest brother. Chapter 2. Family rules in the military camp. In the family quarters, Su Lingxue pulled Su Han to sit on the sofa and affectionately peeled an apple for him. Zhou Haitao stood aside, his military uniform crisp, yet he looked like a child who had done something wrong, at a loss. Third Grandpa, try this, I brought honey oranges from home. Su Lingxue handed a golden orange to Su Han, then turned to glare at Zhou Haitao. What are you standing there for? Get Third Grandpa some tea. Zhou Haitao's lips twitched as he turned to get a teacup. Su Han caught a glimpse of the veins bulging on his hand gripping the cup and secretly laughed, deliberately raising his voice. Lingxue, Haitao is quite impressive in the company. Why is he so restrained today? He dares not be disrespectful. Su Lingxue huffed. In the army, he is the company commander, but at home, he must follow the family rules. Zhou Haitao walked over with the teacup, forcing a smile. Third Grandpa, please have some tea. Su Han took the teacup and leisurely blew on the floating leaves. Haitao, your tea-making skills need some practice. The water temperature is too high, you've scalded the tea leaves. Zhou Haitao's forehead twitched. Yes, I'll pay attention next time. Third Grandpa, don't be too harsh on him. Su Lingxue peeled another orange. Haitao grew up in the city and his family doesn't have so many formalities. Chapter 3, Military District Commander Inspection. Su Han was selected. The urgent whistle broke the afternoon tranquility. All personnel assemble. The soldiers of the 7th Company rushed out of the dormitory like arrows from a bow, their footsteps merging into a deafening roar in the corridor. Su Han quickly followed at the back of the line, his military uniform crisp and his belt fastened tightly. On the playground, the squads quickly formed ranks. Zhou Haitao stood at the front of the line, his gaze sweeping over each soldier like an eagle. When he saw Su Han, the corner of his eye twitched slightly. Stand at attention. Bang! Over 100 soldiers in the company stood at attention simultaneously, their voices perfectly synchronized. Each squad, report. 1. 2, 3. When it was Su-han's turn, he took a deep breath, his chest resonating, his voice like thunder. 7. This voice was like a bolt from the blue, causing the ears of several new recruits nearby to buzz. Several squad leaders in the front row turned around in unison, their faces filled with astonishment. Was this still the Su-han who had weakly called out the slogans before? Zhou Haitao frowned, his gaze lingering on Su-han for 2 extra seconds. What's wrong with this kid today? Briefing, Zhou Haitao walked to the center of the line with his hands behind his back, at ease. Swish. The entire company uniformly extended their left foot. According to notification from the regiment, the deputy commander of the military district will inspect our training this afternoon.
Chapter 4, Participating in the Army-wide Competition. Cold sweat slid down the commander's forehead, as he quickly walked to Su-han's side and lowered his voice. Are you really up for this? This is not the time to show off. Su-han smiled slightly. Don't worry, Commander, I promise not to embarrass our regiment. After staring into his eyes for 2 seconds, the commander gritted his teeth. All right. If you perform well, I will apply for a third-class merit for you. Yes? Thank you. Commander. In the army, achieving good results in front of such high-ranking leaders makes one fully qualified for a third-class merit. In his previous life, when Su-han was in basic training, a leader from headquarters came down for an inspection and casually praised a certain recruit for performing well in a specific subject. The next day, that recruit received a commendation from the regiment and was prioritized for promotion. A leader's affirmation is not only a recognition of the soldier's strength, but also an acknowledgement of your regiment and division. As a division commander or regiment commander, one naturally must show appreciation. Not far away, Zhu Haitao grabbed the squad leader Liu Yong, his voice trembling. Lao Liu, when did this kid practice sniping? How come I didn't know at all? Liu Yong looked equally confused. Squad leader, I've been with him day and night. And I've never seen him touch a sniper rifle. The last time the company organized a sniper selection, he didn't even sign up. Chapter 5, Awarded Third-Class Merit. Crazy self-destructive training. At the shooting range, Zhao Zhongwo encouraged Su-han a few more times before leading the division commander and his group away. Commander Wang Taijun watched the leader's convoy leave and suddenly turned around, his smile instantly brightening. All troops assemble. The soldiers from the 3 companies quickly lined up. And everyone's gaze unconsciously shifted to Su-han. Let us talk. Wang Taijun said with his hands behind his back, his voice booming. Today, our 3rd battalion has produced a sharpshooter. A sniper genius praised by the military district leaders. Wang Taijun's voice echoed across the playground. Comrade Su-han's performance not only brought glory to the 7th Company, but also earned honor for our entire regiment. He walked in front of Su-han and patted his shoulder hard. I have decided to award Comrade Su-han a third-class merit. Boom! The scene erupted in an uproar. Third-class merit. Getting third-class merit in the first year of service. My God! What incredible luck! The soldiers discussed excitedly. Their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Su-han. In the army, third-class merit is not something that can be easily obtained. Ordinary soldiers serve for 2 years. And being recognized as an excellent soldier is already impressive. Chapter 6, Su-han's Transformation. In the medical room. The army doctor sighed in relief after a careful examination. It's nothing, just physical exhaustion. A night's rest will do. Zhu Haitao's heart finally settled. Thank you, Doctor. Once the doctor left, he turned to look at the unconscious Su-han on the sickbed, his expression complicated. Squad leader Liu Yong seemed hesitant to speak. Zhu Haitao waved his hand. Starting tomorrow, the gym will be open to him all day. Tell the cooking team to give him 2 extra eggs and a box of milk every day. Yes? Zhu Haitao glanced at Su-han again, softly saying, what a madman. Yet there was a rare hint of respect in his tone. Late at night, Su-han was awakened by a wave of intense pain. Every muscle in his body protested. And even the slightest movement caused cold sweat to pour out. But he smiled. During the night's training, he had broken through his physical limits 3 times. Once he recovered, his physical condition would improve significantly. Those who have trained in long-distance running understand. Opportunities sometimes only require one chance. When you break through your physical limits and psychological barriers, when you run again, you will feel as if your body's strength can continuously grow. Suhan closed his eyes again, and silently practiced the family's ancestral breathing technique. Chapter 7, Challenging 20 People Alone. And he won. At the edge of the training ground, Suhan was doing frog jumps with a 40-kilogram weighted backpack. Sweat dripped from his chin, creating small pits in the dust. 998. 999, 1000. Completing the last jump, Suhan let out a long breath, and was about to take a short break, when suddenly a commotion erupted from a distance. The trash from the 7th Company, come and challenge us. Screw you, 8th Company. Who is afraid of whom? Suhan frowned. The voices sounded like Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu. He shook off the sweat from his head and quickly walked towards the sound. Turning around the barracks, he saw Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu surrounded by 5 soldiers from the 8th Company. Wang Hao's mouth was already bleeding, and Zhao Xiaohu's uniform had been torn open. What is going on? Suhan asked in a deep voice. Han Ji. Wang Hao's eyes lit up when he saw Suhan. These bastards from the 8th Company said we from the 7th Company only got the last mobile banner because of connections. Bullshit. One soldier from the 8th Company pointed at Wang Hao, cursing. Apart from that lucky sharpshooter, what else can your 7th Company do? Suhan's gaze instantly turned cold. In the army, you can insult a soldier, but you cannot insult the honor of a company. Chapter 8, What kind of monster is this kid? In the family dormitory, Zhu Haitao poured a cup of tea for Suhan, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Third Grandpa. The regiment is leaving for the sea training ground the day after tomorrow for a month-long sea training. Your training plan is quite special. The commander asked me to check if you want to go." Suhan thought for a moment before nodding. "I will go. There are subjects I need to train at the sea training ground." Zhu Haitao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "All right. I'll arrange for you to be on the list." At this moment, Suling Xue came out of the kitchen with a plate of freshly cooked dishes. A gentle smile on her face. "Third Grandpa, Haitao, it's time to eat." She put down the plate, wiped her hands, and looked at Suhan. Her tone a bit reluctant. "Third Grandpa, I plan to go home tomorrow." Suhan was taken aback. "So soon?" Suling Xue nodded. "According to army regulations, family visits cannot exceed 1 month, and I have already stayed for more than 20 days. Plus, you guys are going to sea training. So it wouldn't be good for me to stay here alone." She paused, a blush appearing on her face as she quietly said, "Also, Haitao and I have set a wedding date, during the National Day holiday in 2.5 months." Suhan's eyes lit up. "That's great news. I will definitely come back to celebrate." Chapter 9, Is this guy possessed by Tarzan? The next morning, the sea shimmered with glistening waves. The soldiers of the 7th Company had just assembled when they were stunned by the sight before them. A military speedboat was quietly docked on the shore, and 2 soldiers stood on the boat, looking serious. "Squad leader, what is this?" Liu Yong looked at Zhu Haitao in confusion. Zhu Haitao's mouth twitched, specially approved by the commander, assigned to be Suhan's bodyguards. Just as he finished speaking, Suhan, fully armed, walked over. His equipment today is heavier than usual. In addition to the standard combat gear, he has an extra 20 kilograms of weight. "Suhan, you're really pushing it," Zhu Haitao exclaimed, his eyes wide. Suhan grinned, "Just testing my limits." Zhu Haitao and Liu Yong exchanged glances as he walked to the beach, stretching his muscles. Then looked at the soldiers on the speedboat. "Sorry for the trouble, just ignore me unless I raise my hand." The 2 soldiers nodded in agreement. "Start." With Zhu Haitao's command, Suhan surged forward like a dragon into the sea, instantly covering more than 10 meters. The speedboat quickly followed, maintaining a safe distance. My God! Wang Hao exclaimed, Brother Han's speed is even faster than yesterday. Chapter 10, Confrontation with the Marine Corps. Crushing the Marine Corps. In the early morning at the training ground. When the fog had not yet lifted, the soldiers of the 7th Company were awakened by a sharp whistle. All companies assemble. Zhu Haitao stood in the clearing in front of the barracks, his expression serious. The soldiers quickly formed ranks, fully awake. We've just received a notification from the regiment headquarters. Zhu Haitao's voice was particularly clear in the morning mist. In 3 days, our regiment will conduct an island-seizing exercise against the Marine Corps Black Shark and White Shark squads. A gasp of shock rippled through the ranks. One veteran in the 3rd squad suddenly looked pale. It's them again. Suhan noticed the unusual reactions of the veteran squad leaders and whispered, What's going on? A veteran leaned over, his voice trembling, You're a new recruit. So you don't know. Those Marine guys are like devils. We faced them last year during training. Wang Hao added, We had 600 against their 400. And the result? We were completely annihilated. Squad leader Liu Yong's face turned ashen. Those guys are like fish in water on the island terrain. We didn't even see their shadows before we were killed. Chapter 11, The Marine Corps is digging in. The sunset stained the jungle blood red. And Suhan crouched among the branches of a banyan tree like a cheetah poised to pounce. His camouflage uniform was smeared with mud and leaves. And his face was painted with black and green war paint, making him almost blend in with the treetops. Crack! 30 meters away, a dry twig snapped underfoot. Suhan's pupils constricted slightly, and his right index finger gently rested on the trigger. 5 Marines advanced in a fan shape, their guns scanning every suspicious shadow. They wore the latest digital camouflage, and their night vision goggles were already activated despite the light not having fully faded. Stay alert, the squad leader whispered. That guy is nearby. A cold smile crept across Suhan's lips. He had deliberately left traces 10 minutes earlier to lure this squad into his ambush zone. As the last team member passed beneath the tree, Suhan dropped down silently like a ghost. Thud! A precise chop struck the neck nerve of the soldier at the rear, and the man collapsed without a sound. Suhan caught the sliding rifle and simultaneously kicked up a handful of dirt and sand towards the face of the second soldier. Chapter 12, Crushing the Navy Special Forces. Breaking the Army record. As the Marine Corps drew closer, the soldiers of the 7th Company instinctively stood up straight. The opposing side, all in digital ocean camouflage, had tactical vests loaded with gear, moving in perfect unison, exuding the unique killing aura of an elite unit. The 2 officers at the front were particularly striking. One had skin as dark as iron, and eyes as sharp as an eagle. He was Lin Hu, the captain of the Black Shark squad. A veteran gasped in a low voice, Why is he personally here? Zhu Haitao quickly walked to the front of the ranks. His expression serious, at attention. The soldiers of the 7th Company stood straight, and both sides confronted each other on the beach. Lin Hu's gaze swept over the 7th Company and finally landed on Suhan. You're the ghost. Before Suhan could respond, Lin Hu stepped forward. I missed the confrontation yesterday due to some business. I heard a tough guy from the army challenged our 2 squads. So I came to see for myself. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. In the distance, the Marine Corps commander, Long Zan, and the regiment commander, Wang Taijun, were walking side by side, chatting and laughing, but sparks flew between their exchanged glances. Old Wang, your soldier is really impressive, Long Zan said, patting Wang Qijuan's shoulder. Can we borrow him for a few days? Chapter 13, Set Off. Going to the Falcon Special Forces to participate in the Army Grand Competition. The sea breeze swept fine sand across the beach, and the scene was silent. Lin Hu stared intently at Suhan, his expression shifting from shock to battle intent. Good. Very good. I concede the first match. He ripped off his tactical vest, revealing a muscular upper body. For the second match, it's hand-to-hand combat. The soldiers of the 7th Company erupted in excitement. Brother Han. Go get him. Show them what real hard qigong is. Wang Hao excitedly waved his fists. Brother Han's iron shirt can't even be broken by a wooden stick. What does this marine's small frame count for? Lin Hu frowned slightly at the mention of iron shirt. Hard qigong. Su Han smiled without answering. Slowly walking to the center of the clearing and adopting a standard fighting stance. Long Zan leaned toward Wang Taijun, lowering his voice. Old Wang. Does your soldier really know hard qigong? Wang Taijun proudly raised his chin. What? Are you scared? Nonsense. Long Zan snorted coldly. Lin Hu trained in combat for 8 years in the Dragon Shark Special Forces, and was 4th in the Army's fighting competition. Am I scared? It's just hard qigong. We Marines have people who can do that too. It's just a bit more resistant to blows. Wang Taijun laughed heartily. Then let us see whether your soldier is stronger or mine can take a hit. Chapter 14. Su Han is mocked and looked down upon. Arriving at the competition site. The military jeep bumped along the rugged mountain road, the dust kicked up trailing behind like a long yellow dragon. Drive steadily. Monkey. The deputy captain of the Falcon team said to the driver, there are people in the back. After saying this, he winked at him. The driver, Xiao Zhong, an experienced veteran driver of the Falcon Special Forces, smirked. Captain Zhu, this mountain road is like this. I can't help it. Saying this, he suddenly jerked the steering wheel. And the jeep made a sharp turn, the tires screeching against the ground. Su Han in the back seat swayed slightly with inertia, but remained as steady as a mountain. Not bad at holding on, the lean warrior, Monkey, glanced back and exchanged a knowing look with Xiao Zhong. Understanding, Xiao Zhong pressed the gas pedal. And the jeep suddenly sped down the mountain road like a wild horse. Skidding, tail spinning, and drifting, various high-difficulty maneuvers were performed in succession. Monkey secretly observed Su Han's reaction. To his disappointment, the new recruit remained unfazed, even leisurely enjoying the scenery outside. What the hell, Monkey muttered quietly, is this kid's stomach made of iron? Chapter 15. What? You want to participate in 8 subjects? Are you crazy? Inside the dormitory of the Falcon Special Forces. The 7 men had just finished tidying up when a steady sound of footsteps came from outside. Stand up. Jumo let out a low shout. And everyone immediately stood up straight. The door was pushed open, and a burly middle-aged officer with a stern face strode in. It was Wang Yuanchao, the commander of the Falcon Special Forces. At ease. Wang Yuanchao scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Su Han for 2 seconds, and his brow slightly furrowed. Good morning, Commander. The Eagle team greeted in unison. Wang Yuanchao nodded. Tomorrow we will start adaptive training, and I came to see how well you are prepared. He walked to the tactical board, pointing at the subject list. Our goal for this competition is to keep the 8th place and strive for the 7th. A soldier named Monkey answered quickly. Wang Yuanchao's face darkened. Nonsense. We must at least make it to the top 6. Top 6. Da Zhong muttered softly. Last year we were second to last. So we must improve this year. Wang Yuanchao glared at him, then sighed. I know the difficulty is great. But this is the expectation of the military district leaders. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted back to Su Han. His tone carrying a hint of helplessness, although we have a special situation in our team. Chapter 16. Su Han's first battle. Shocking the audience. At 5 in the morning. The playground of the Purgatory base was already bustling with people. The commanders of various participating units were conducting their final mobilizations. On the Falcon Special Forces side, Wang Yuanchao stood with his hands behind his back in front of the Eagle team, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally resting on Su Han. Su Han, do you know what subjects we will participate in today? Su Han stood at attention and replied, Report, Commander, in the morning we have the triathlon. And after that we will immediately transition to close combat. In the afternoon, we have a 20-kilometer armed extreme cross-country. Wang Yuanchao frowned slightly. All three subjects are high intensity. Are you sure you can handle it? Before Su Han could answer, Monkey interjected sarcastically. Don't worry, Commander, he said he can do it. Wang Yuanchao shot Monkey a glare. Then softened his tone when he turned to Su Han. The subjects today are very physically demanding. If you really can't hold on, just give up. I won't blame you. Thank you for your concern, Commander. Su Han smiled slightly. I will do my best. Wang Yuanchao nodded. Gave a few more instructions to the other members of the Eagle team, and then announced the dismissal. The triathlon venue was set up at the comprehensive training ground on the east side of the base. By the time Su Han arrived, more than a dozen commandos were already warming up. Chapter 17. Su Han breaks military records one after another. The starting point of the armed swimming was set at the coast, and the judging team was already on high alert. After Su Han dashed past the finish line of the 400-meter obstacle course, he did not pause for a moment and directly charged toward the sea. What is he doing? In the observation room, Chen Shui widened his eyes. He's going in without adjusting his breathing. Long Zan smirked, because he doesn't need to. At the coast, Su Han quickly checked his equipment, confirming that the waterproof bag for his rifle was sealed properly, and then, splash. A beautiful dive into the water. The splash was nearly perfect. Freestyle. Wang Yuanchao suddenly stood up. Has he lost his mind? Armed swimming is different from regular swimming, under a weight of 20 kilograms. Freestyle consumes more than 3 times the energy of breaststroke. Normal commandos would choose the more energy-efficient breaststroke, or occasionally use side stroke. But Su Han chose the most physically demanding freestyle. Moreover, his movements were breathtakingly standard. His arms alternated in the water like windmills, his legs kicked with precise rhythm. And each breath was perfectly timed, his body slicing through the waves like a barracuda. The stroke frequency. The voice of the Marine Corps commander trembled. At least 60 times per minute. Faster than our swimming instructor. Chapter 18, The Falcon Team. Damn. Are we blind? The fighting arena was crowded with people. With 6 venues holding competitions simultaneously. Su Han stood quietly at the edge of Venue 3, doing warm-up exercises. Excited discussions from other commandos reached his ears. Have you heard? The triathlon record was broken by someone named Su Han. Not just broken, it was utterly crushed. He was 10 minutes faster than the previous record. Wow! So impressive. Which unit is he from? It seems to be the Falcon unit, but I heard he's not a special forces soldier, just an ordinary private. Look, it's that guy. The dozen or so spectators at Venue 3 instinctively turned to look at Su Han. However, Su Han ignored their eager gazes and continued to stretch his wrists. Wait. Are you sure it's him? Is he also participating in the fighting? Didn't he just finish the triathlon this morning? Even if he did well, he must have exhausted some energy, right? Does he still have the strength to fight? What a joke. His physical condition is already impressive. Otherwise, how could he have outperformed all the major Marine Corps and won first place in the triathlon? And he broke the record by 10 minutes. Chapter 19, Defeating the strongest soldier in the army, absolutely crushing. Su Han won. And he defeated Tai Shou with one move. How is that possible? Captain, do you think the judges might have made a mistake? Monkey leaned over, his voice trembling. Jumo shot him a glance. What do you think? Everyone, so. Are you saying it's possible that the person who broke the military record by 10 minutes in the triathlon this morning is Su Han? Monkey suddenly said. As soon as he spoke, Jumo and the others were momentarily stunned, then quickly shook their heads. Impossible. How could an ordinary private have such strength? Monkey replied, but he, as an ordinary private, just defeated Tai Shou, right? This statement left Jumo and the others momentarily silent. So, it seems, it might not be impossible after all. At this moment, the participants from each unit were lining up for the draw. At the assembly point, the 12 qualified contestants had all arrived. Suhan stood at the end of the line, feeling the probing gazes around him, especially from the Divine Sword Assault team. Several team members were pointing and whispering about him. Silence! The referee announced loudly, "Now we will begin drawing lots to determine the opponents for the next round." Chapter 20, First Again. Breaking 4 military records in one day. Just as the Falcon team was immersed in shock, the referee's whistle sounded. Next up, Falcon Da Zhong versus the Wild Wolf Assault team's Black Wolf. Da Zhong's face changed, suddenly remembering he still had a match. Go for it. Suhan patted his shoulder. Remember, your opponent has an old injury on his left leg. Da Zhong was taken aback. How do you know? Suhan said nothing, just gently pushed him. After the match started, Da Zhong kept Suhan's advice in mind and focused on attacking Black Wolf's left side. Sure enough, after 3 moves, Black Wolf's movements noticeably slowed down, and he was ultimately taken down by Da Zhong with a sweeping kick. Falcon Da Zhong wins. I won. Da Zhong excitedly rushed off the stage, hugging Suhan tightly. Bro, that was amazing. How did you know he was injured? Suhan replied, I have keen eyesight. In the observation room, Wang Yuanchao watched Suhan's figure on the screen, finally unable to hold back. No way. I need to hurry up and settle this. Wang Yuanchao suddenly stood up, ignoring the others, and rushed out of the observation room. This old fox. Chen Shui slapped his thigh. Quickly follow him. Don't let him get ahead. Several team leaders rushed out, fearing there would be a moment too late. Chapter 21, The King of Snipers, Suhan. The night enveloped the Hell Base, and searchlights cast a pale beam over the sniper training ground. The Battle Eagle team walked towards the shooting range, their boots crunching on the gravel path. Suhan, how is your sniping skill? Jumo finally couldn't help but ask, his eyes darting towards the 88-style sniper rifle slung on Suhan's back. The monkey chimed in eagerly, it must be great. He broke 3 records today. Not necessarily. Da Zhong shook his head. Sniping and physical fitness are 2 different things. It requires patience and talent. Suhan gently stroked the barrel, the corner of his mouth lifting. It's just okay, I can hit the target. Here we go again. The monkey lamented. When you said it was just okay this morning, I should have known something was going to happen. Da Zhong scratched his head, a puzzled look on his honest face. But disassembling and reassembling the rifle for shooting is real skill, you can't rely solely on talent. Shut up. Jumo and the monkey shouted in unison, startling Da Zhong. Footsteps approached outside the dormitory, Lin who leaned against the doorframe, holding 2 bottles of energy drinks. I heard someone broke another record. Suhan took the drinks, the corner of his mouth lifting. What? Is the Marine Corps here to spy on military intelligence? Come on. Lin who waved his hand, I'm here to tell you that for tomorrow's rifle event, the Divine Sword has sent gunsmith Zhong Chao. Chapter 22, Entering the Arena. Suhan is at a disadvantage. At 5 a.m., on the helipad of the Hell Base, 84 Special Forces soldiers stood in neat rows. In the morning mist, the rotors of 12 armed helicopters slowly turned, emitting a deep humming sound. Suhan stood in the lineup, his gaze scanning the unfamiliar faces around him. According to the rules, all competitors were mixed and assigned, with 7 people in each area from different units. He instinctively touched the smart positioning watch on his wrist. This was their only equipment. The drawing begins. The main referee's voice pierced through the morning fog. Remember, no communication. After drawing, immediately board the aircraft. The team began to move forward in an orderly manner. Suhan noticed Jumo's worried gaze not far away. He subtly nodded in response. At the drawing box. Suhan reached in and pulled out a metal tag, Area 11. Falcon Suhan, Area 11. The referee recorded it and pointed to the right, helicopter number 3. Suhan strode towards the designated helicopter, and behind him came suppressed murmurs. It's Suhan. Which area did he draw? I don't know. But I hope we're not in the same area. God help me, please don't let me encounter that monster. Inside helicopter number 3. 5 Special Forces soldiers were already seated. Chapter 23, Suhan Strikes. A tactical evasion that shocks the audience. On the big screen of the observation center, the image of Area 11 was enlarged to full screen. It's over. Wang Yuanchao suddenly stood up. Suhan was unarmed facing the fully armed Zhao Wuji. Wolf team leader chuckled. Old Wang, it seems your Falcon S Dark Horse is going to be eliminated right from the start. Zhao Wuji is the ace shooter of the Divine Sword, Snow Leopard team leader side. At such close range, Suhan doesn't even have a chance to dodge. Wang Yuanchao snorted. It's just that Zhao Wuji is a bit closer to the airdrop, it's just luck. If Suhan had a gun, 10 Zhao Wujis wouldn't be his match. Divine Sword team leader Liu Bo, luck is also part of strength. Zhao Wuji, take him down. Wang Yuanchao stared at the screen, his palms sweating. He knew these old foxes were right. In a contest, the equipment gap often determines life and death. On the electronics end table, the red dot representing Suhan was quickly closing in on Zhao Wuji, 800 meters, 700 meters, 600 meters. Is he running towards Zhao Wuji? The Marine Corps Long Zhan suddenly frowned. This isn't logical. He must be panicking. Liu Bo laughed heartily. Probably trying to take a chance seeing the direction of the airdrop. Chapter 25, Dual Line Combat. Rifle sniping shocks the audience. As Zhao Wuji's handgun was halfway drawn, Suhan's pupils suddenly constricted. Bang! The instant the gunshot exploded, Suhan's body reacted, his right shoulder sank. And he rolled to the left as if pulled by an invisible rope. The bullet whizzed past his camouflage uniform, exploding a bit of wood on the tree behind him. How is this possible? Zhao Wuji's eyes widened, his finger instinctively pulling the trigger multiple times. Bang! 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 3 bullets formed a pattern, blocking all of Suhan's escape routes. But what shocked Zhao Wuji even more was that Suhan's body seemed to predict the trajectory of the bullets. The first bullet was avoided by him leaning back, the second bullet whizzed past the dust he kicked up while rolling. The third bullet was thrown behind him with a peculiar serpentine movement. Damn it! Zhao Wuji cursed as he retreated, aiming his handgun again. But this time, Suhan didn't give him the chance to shoot. Whoosh! A green figure pounced like a leopard. Zhao Wuji felt a sharp pain in his wrist. His handgun flew out of his hand. He looked up in terror, meeting Suhan's eerily calm eyes. You? Zhao Wuji's harsh words had yet to escape his lips when Suhan's right leg lashed out like a whip. Chapter 26, Shocking the Audience. No one dares to fight the King of Soldiers. This is impossible. Snow Leopard team leader Zhong gaped, 400 meters away, with a rifle. While in motion, one shot hit Long Zhan, his voice trembling with shock. What the hell kind of godly marksmanship is this? Who was it that said Suhan lacked practical experience? Is this what you call lacking? Wang Yuanchao fixed his gaze on the screen, suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. 2 against 1 and still got counter-killed. Can't you play? White smoke slowly rose from Zhao Wuji's tactical vest, his face pale with anger, staring intensely at Suhan. His eyes filled with unwillingness and shock. Suhan did not rush to leave. Instead, he crouched down and swiftly removed Zhao Wuji's equipment, a Type 95 rifle, a Type 92 pistol, 2 spare magazines, 2 smoke grenades, 1 stun grenade, and a military dagger. How did you do it? Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, his voice low. Suhan looked up, the corner of his mouth slightly rising, instinct. Bullshit. Zhao Wuji shouted, no one can dodge 10 bullets just by instinct. Let alone a sniper's cold shot. Su Han did not explain, merely stuffing the last magazine into the pocket of his tactical vest. Standing up and looking down at him, is this how people from the Divine Sword team handle defeat? Chapter 27, What the hell is this reverse gunplay? Crack! Long Leopard snapped a dry branch, crouching in the bushes. His camouflage uniform was soaked with dew, and his breathing was steady like the surface of a frozen lake. As the captain of the Divine Sword team, he was unaware that Zhao Wuji had already been eliminated. Due to the lack of contact, their communication devices couldn't find each other's channels, and some of the airdropped equipment lacked communication gear. Therefore, at this moment, everyone was a lone wolf. He slowly raised his head, scanning the mist-covered mountains and forests. A gunshot echoed faintly in the distance, and Chen Feng's pupils slightly contracted. About 800 meters to the northeast. He murmured to himself, could it be Su Han? On the Wild Wolf Assault Team's side. The one-eyed man lay on the damp moss, his cheek pressed against the cold gun barrel. 10 minutes ago, he heard intense gunfire from the river valley. But the jungle blocked his line of sight. At least 3 people were engaged in combat. He licked his cracked lips, Su Han should be there. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately chose to crawl in the opposite direction. As the ace sniper of Wild Wolf, he knew better than anyone that looking for Su Han now would be tantamount to seeking death. Chapter 28, Su Han is under siege. Rustle. The sound of dry leaves being crushed by combat boots came from the southeast, and Su Han's ears slightly trembled. He maintained his sniping position without moving. His camouflaged eyes locked onto the shadows in the bushes like a hawk. The curve of his lips held a dangerous aura that seemed almost tangible, 3 o'clock direction. 150 meters away, with a pace interval of 0.7 seconds, the butcher of Wild Wolf. Almost simultaneously, a sound lighter than a fish's tail flick came from the northwest stream. Su Han's Adam's apple moved imperceptibly. That was the sound of a wetsuit breaking the water surface, carrying the unique rhythm of the Navy. At least 2 water ghosts. Suddenly, the technician enlarged the 11th District's 3D map into a holographic projection. Report. 5 contestants are forming an encirclement around Su Han. On the big screen, 5 red dots moved like cheetahs, compressing towards Su Han's blue dot from the southeast, southwest, northwest, and due north. The Wild Wolf captain slammed the table, the steel surface humming, good. 5 against 1. I want to see what tricks this rookie can pull. Wang Yuanchao's knuckles turned white against the armrest, 5 teams joining forces to attack a private. Do you think the special operations regulations are toilet paper? Is it possible for 5 opposing forces to unite on the battlefield? Chapter 29, This kid is turning the entire military competition into a personal show. As Su Han picked up the butcher's smoke grenade, Iron Hand had already contacted the remaining members, deploying tactics behind the rocks to the northeast. He saw 2 heat sources moving in opposite directions through the thermal imaging device and immediately ordered, Sand Scorpion, lock onto the right heat source. Night Owl, move around to the back. Does this Iron Hand actually have a thermal imaging individual device? In the observation room, all the team leaders were taken aback. Wang Yuanchao was so angry he started stomping his feet, shouting at the chief judge, "Why don't you airdrop a nuclear bomb? Just bomb it directly." The chief judge could only smile awkwardly. As the thick smoke rose, Sand Scorpion's 88 sniper bullet penetrated the smoke, but only hit the combat cap Su Han propped up with branches. The real killing move was already shadowing him. Iron Hand heard the sound of bullets loading behind him, 3 rounds firing in a triangular pattern blocking his escape route. Just as he barely dodged the bullets, his ankle was suddenly caught by a sweeping leg, slamming him hard to the ground. As dirt filled his throat, a cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Su Han's voice came through his microphone, calm as if reporting a target, "You're dead." Divine Sword Iron Hand eliminated, Wang Yuanchao's fist slammed against the armrest. Not out of anger, but in disbelief. Chapter 30, Map Refresh, Fierce Battle in the Combat Zone. The midnight forest was enveloped in thick darkness. Even the moonlight swallowed by heavy clouds. Su Han leaned against the trunk of an ancient pine, his breathing so light it was almost inaudible. His tactical watch showed 57 minutes remaining until the map refresh. In the observation room, the electronics and table displayed numbers representing the remaining personnel of each team. Constantly fluctuating: Falcon, 4 people Divine Sword, 5 people Snow Leopard, 3 people Wild Wolf, 4 people Desert Wolf, 4 people Dragon Shark, 3 people. Current scoreboard. The chief judge signaled the technician to switch the screen. Falcon Special Forces, 11 points, Su Han Individual 9 points, Divine Sword Special Forces, 9 points, Long Leopard Individual 6 points, Snow Leopard Special Forces, 5 points, Wild Wolf Assault Team, 4 points. The 12 team leaders stared at the real-time updated scoreboard, the air thick with tension. Ha ha ha. Wang Yuanchao slammed the table, causing the teacups to jump. Did you see that? Our Falcon had a private score 9 points. More than your entire Snow Leopard and Wild Wolf combined. The Snow Leopard captain's face turned pale. Don't celebrate too early. This is just the first day. The competition is about endurance. Chapter 31, Falcon's Revenge. Su Han sweeps through the Navy elite alone. Damn it, broke. Water Ghost kicked Jumo's corpse, finding only 2 grenades and a communicator in the tactical vest, not even a spare magazine. Orca squatted beside Monkey. Searching with the same result. Is this all the gear the Falcon has? No wonder they are so easy to deal with. On the high ground. Observer Seagull suddenly lowered his voice. Someone's coming. Southeast direction, about 800 meters. Orca immediately signaled. Handle the bodies, prepare for an ambush. The 3 quickly dragged Jumo and Monkey's bodies behind the bushes, covering them with dry leaves. According to the rules, eliminated contestants must remain in a fallen state. Unable to move or speak. Quickly, through Seagull's night vision goggles, a shadow flitted through the forest like a ghost. Wait, that arm badge. His voice suddenly trembled. It's Su Han from Falcon. What? Orca's face instantly turned pale. That monster. In the observation room. The big screen suddenly switched to real-time footage at the junction of District 11 and District 8. It's Su Han. The technician exclaimed, he's moving towards the Marine Corps ambush circle. Chapter 32, Master of Traps. Su Han's Death Zone. In the bushes, Jumo watched as Su Han skillfully scavenged the gear from the fallen Marine Corps soldiers. Unable to help but grin. Are you trying to strip them bare? Su Han removed the last magazine from the killer whale tactical vest. The monkey struggled to prop himself up, looking at Su Han with 3 rifles slung over his back, resembling a mobile army. Damn. Are you going to open an arms store? It's loot, Su Han chuckled, stuffing a stun grenade into the monkey's pocket as a keepsake. The Water Ghost, lying on the ground, rolled his eyes. Hey, we are still dead here. Can you show some respect for the corpses? Su Han crouched down and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Once the match is over, I'll return the gear to your cooking class. In the observation room, Southeast Marine Corps Brigade Commander Long Zhan slapped his forehead. Speechless, now they are going to strip him of his underwear too. Wang Yuanchao crossed his legs smugly. See? Our Falcons are so professional even when cleaning the battlefield. Get lost. Damn it. Even if Su Han takes a dump now, you'd think his squatting position is professional. The Southeast Marine Corps Brigade Commander scolded. Chapter 33, The alertness of the top soldier at the entrance of the valley. Dry leaves trembled gently in the breeze. Su Han's eyes were glued to the sniper scope. The crosshairs locked onto 2 moving figures 500 meters away. His index finger lightly rested on the trigger guard, breathing as steady as a hibernating snake. Is that the Southern Marine Corps? Su Han squinted, recognizing the insignia on the other S arm. It was that kid Lin Hu. In the observation room. A technician suddenly shouted, Lin Hu and his team from the Southern Marine Corps are approaching Suhan's trap area. Long Zhan jumped up, spilling coffee all over the table. Oh no. How did that kid Lin Hu walk right into the gun's mouth? Wang Yuanchao grinned, Commander Long. It seems your Navy boys are about to score points for us Falcons. Long Zhan stared intently at the big screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Other brigade commanders gathered around the screen, some whistling in Schadenfreude. Now there's a good show to watch. Isn't Lin Hu usually quite clever? Why is he being so reckless today? The Snow Leopard Brigade commander mused. The Wild Wolf Brigade commander interjected sarcastically, probably thinks he's on good terms with Suhan and that he'll go easy on him, right? Chapter 34, The Final Circle begins. The finals start. The electronic scoreboard on the big screen in the observation center flickered, the glaring red light reflecting on the faces of the 12 brigade commanders, each showing different expressions. Falcon Special Brigade, 18 points, Suhan Personal 12 points, Divine Sword Special Brigade, 11 points, Snow Leopard Special Forces, 7 points, Wild Wolf Assault Team, 6 points, Desert Wolf, 5 points, Dragon Shark, 4 points, Tahaha. As long as Suhan holds steady, takes out 2 or 3 more people, and then enters the top 3, the points will be more than enough. Wang Yuanchao laughed. The Divine Sword Brigade commander Liu Bo's face turned ashen, his fingers tapping a rapid rhythm on the table. What are Dragon Leopard and the others doing? Why haven't they encountered Suhan yet? In the individual competition, the gap between Divine Sword and Falcon was 8 points. It's now down to 7 points. There are a total of 15 points. The first place in the confrontation match is worth 20 points, second place 10 points, and third place 5 points. Right now, the Divine Sword still has 4 members left. Even if Suhan doesn't score any more points, Divine Sword must at least secure first place. Or have 2 members take second and third to safely secure the overall first place. But the current situation is that with Suhan's strength, it's impossible for him not to score points. He might even score more. Chapter 35, The Death Trap. 1 against 4 elites from Divine Sword. In the northeast corner of the final circle, at the top of the cliff, Dragon Leopard knelt on one knee in the shadow of the rock, his right hand, gloved in tactical gear, lightly brushed over the fallen leaves on the ground, as precise as a pianist tuning keys. He pinched a handful of soil, twisted it between his fingers, observing the change in humidity. The humidity gradient indicated a southeast wind, at a speed of level 3. He whispered into his earpiece, Zhulong, adjust the angle of your B3 tripwire by 15 degrees. Received. At the edge of the swamp, Zhulong was using medical tweezers to wrap a 0.2 mm piano wire around a reed stalk. Sweat beaded on his forehead beneath his mosquito net mask, but he didn't dare to lift his hand to wipe it away. Any extra vibration could ruin this precision death artwork. Beneath his feet, 12 modified 72 type jump mines were transformed into a cascading trigger system. The shockwave from the first jump mine would peel back the camouflage layer, exposing 5 directional mines arranged in a fan shape below. These traps were coated with algae extracted from the swamp, blending perfectly with the surrounding environment in infrared imaging. On the west side of the lake, Wuhai was adjusting his mirror kill array. He had disassembled 3 sniper scopes and installed the lens groups in specific locations among the reeds. Chapter 36, The Lake Bottom Dragon. Life and death in 25 minutes. In the reeds, Suhan's fingertips gently pushed aside a patch of duckweed. The underwater visibility was murky, but clear enough to see the meticulously arranged fluorescent fishing lines. They covered the entire shallow water area like a spider web, and any touch would trigger a chain reaction. Optical traps combined with harmonic triggers made Suhan smile coldly. He took out 3 captured stun grenades from his tactical vest. He wrapped military tape around the grenade bodies, creating a simple delay device. Splash! The 3 nearly simultaneous splashes were perfectly masked by the waves on the lake's surface. The stun grenades slowly sank towards the sensor array set by Wuhai. the tape losing its stickiness at a calculable speed upon contact with water. On the cliff, Dragon Leopard's pupils suddenly constricted. Long. The reeds at your 9 o'clock direction are moving. He shouted into the earpiece, it's not the wind. Someone's underwater. Long quickly turned his gun. But it was already too late. Boom. 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 3 muffled sounds emanated from underwater, as the carefully placed fluorescent agent-sealed bags exploded simultaneously. Vivid green fluorescent dye rapidly spread across the lake surface, turning the entire water area into a bizarre bright color. Even more deadly, the shockwave activated the acoustic sensors, triggering the preset stun grenades. Chapter 37, The Final Showdown. Suhan vs. Dragon Leopard. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, it reached 19 minutes. At this point, not only the brigade commanders in the observation room, but also Dragon Leopard and Wuhai on site couldn't help but worry for Suhan's safety. Suhan was their opponent, but ultimately, he was also a soldier, one of their comrades. Moreover, as special forces, especially the top soldiers from various units, they understood what it meant for a master like Suhan to enter the special forces. If he were to have an accident in this confrontation match, how much of a loss would that be? Captain, it's been 19.5 minutes. This guy won't run into trouble, will he? At this time, not even that group of Marines could pull it off. Wu Hai said solemnly to Dragon Leopard. Dragon Leopard stared intently at the lake surface, his inner struggle evident. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Wang Yuanchao could no longer hold back, referee. Hurry and stop the match. At this moment, Long Zhan also furrowed his brows. His intuition told him that Suhan wouldn't get into trouble. But what if? Just as the referee team was about to press the termination key, poof, poof, poof. At the moment when 3 smoke bombs exploded on the water surface, the entire lake was enveloped in a thick white smoke screen. Chapter 38, Gun God Duel. A life and death moment of 0.01 seconds. As the smoke on the lake dissipated, the eliminated contestants gradually emerged from their hiding spots, gathering in the safe zone below the cliff. Roger, who had been surrounded by 6 people, but ended up taking them all down, slumped to the ground, shaking his head with a bitter smile. These 2 monsters. The snow leopard's ice blade rubbed against the shoulder hit by Suhan, and he gazed intently at the cliff. Who do you think will win? Long Leopard. The king of desert wolves answered without hesitation, considering practical combat. I don't think he will lose. Nonsense. The hawk's monkey limped over. Are our 8 first-place finishers in the individual events just for show? As everyone debated. Lin Hu suddenly pointed at the cliff. They are about to start. At the top of the cliff, 2 figures stood 30 meters apart, facing each other. Long Leopard checked the last magazine and looked up at Suhan. 7 rounds, type 92. Suhan also indicated with his magazine, same here. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, and the mountain wind wailed through the rock crevices. How do we compete? Long Leopard flexed his wrist. Suhan's gaze was calm. 30 meters, no movement allowed. We'll compete in drawing the gun, chambering, and shooting to see who is faster. A flash of brilliance crossed Long Leopard's eyes. Just the way I like it. Chapter 39, Forming a Women's Special Forces Team. Back at the base, Suhan took a clean hot shower, comfortably lay on the bed, and took out his phone from beside the pillow. Upon opening it, he found several missed calls. It's from my son-in-law. Suhan called back, and upon connecting, he teased, grandson, missing your grandpa. On the other end of the line, Zhu Haitao's anxious voice came through, Grandpa, you finally answered. If you don't call back soon, my marriage with your granddaughter is going to fall through. My marriage with Ling Zhu is the day after tomorrow, and gifts need to be delivered tomorrow. How's it going on your side? Have you finished competing? How are the results? Can you apply for leave? Su-han could tell that Zhu Haitao was indeed very anxious. But he couldn't help but tease, "Sorry, son-in-law. The results aren't great, so I guess the leave request is going to fall through." "What? How could this happen? What should we do?" Zhu Haitao was almost in tears from anxiety. Su-han couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Zhu Haitao also caught on to Su-han's teasing. Unable to stop himself from cursing playfully, "You little rascal, you tricked me." "Su-han, hey, hey, hey. Watch your words. So disrespectful to your elders. Do you believe I'll call back and tell the Su family that I don't agree with the marriage?" Chapter 40, Shock. An 18-year-old first-class merit winner to attend his granddaughter's wedding. Zhao Jiongwo's words left the members of the Hawk team in shock. A women's special forces team. Can female soldiers be special forces? Su-han, however, remained calm. There were indeed women's special forces teams in the special forces of his previous life. And he was also the chief instructor. Although female special forces soldiers had a significant disadvantage in physical fitness compared to male soldiers, as Zhao Jiongwo said, in special tasks. Female special forces soldiers had many advantages over their male counterparts. Yes. Su-han guaranteed the completion of the task. Good. Zhao Jiongwo said with satisfaction, "Then you will be the chief instructor for the selection of the women's special forces team." As he spoke, Zhao Jiongwo pointed to Jumo and others, "Your Falcon's Eagle team will assist Su-han." Yes. Jumo and the others stood at attention and answered loudly. "Commander." Su-han suddenly spoke, "Given my performance in this competition, can I make a small request?" Zhao Jiongwo smiled, "Go ahead, as long as I can do it." Su-han, I would like to request a few days of family leave to return home for my granddaughter's wedding. Zhao Jiongwo waved his hand and laughed. "I thought it was something big. Turns out it's just for your granddaughter's wedding." Chapter 41, Going Home. While everyone was laughing, Su-han's phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, son-in-law. Jumo, with keen eyesight, immediately shouted, "Wow! The son-in-law is calling." Everyone fell silent and stared at Su-han's phone in unison. Su-han braced himself and answered the call, "Hello." On the other end, Zhu Haitao's anxious voice came through, "Grandpa. There's a problem with the wedding preparations. Ling Zhu's uncle insists on following the old customs and says you must be present to send the gifts before the ceremony can proceed. When can you arrive?" The tent was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and Zhu Haitao's voice was clear to everyone. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold back their laughter. And soon the entire tent erupted in laughter. Long Leopard was doubled over, holding his stomach. "Ha ha ha, truly calling you grandpa." Jumo and the others laughed so hard they were almost falling over. Su-han's face darkened. "I'll be back before dark. Let's leave it at that." He quickly hung up the phone. Zhao Jiongwo, who had unknowingly stood outside the tent, was laughing so hard he was wiping tears. "Su-han. Your family status is quite something." Su-han. An hour later, the Falcon Special Forces helicopter landed at the base and took Su-han and the Falcon Eagle team away. Chapter 42, The Shock of Generational Hierarchy in the Ancestral Hall. Su-han patted her head. "How rude. They are not from our clan, they are your brother's comrades. So call him brother." Su-nuan wrinkled her nose, but still smiled sweetly at Jumo and the others. "Hello, brothers. You too." Jumo and the others responded awkwardly. At this moment, people from the village came to welcome them. They all shouted in unison, "Welcome, third uncle, third elder, back to the house." The sound echoed in the valley. "Welcome, third grandpa, third uncle, back to the house." Following that, the young people in their 20s from Su Lingshue's generation also slightly bowed to Su-han and shouted in unison, "Welcome, third great-grandpa back to the house." The few children from the fourth generation, aged from a few years to their teens, not direct relatives, also respectfully called out. The Falcon team members behind Su-han were dumbfounded. Any of these elderly people could be Su-han's grandparent. Yet, they were calling Su-han uncle, or elder. Moreover, those behind, who were around the same age as Su-han or younger, were all extremely respectful. They couldn't understand. It was one thing for the older generation to have strong clan awareness. Chapter 43, What? Squad leader Ju really kneeling? According to the customs of the Su family, the ritual before the wedding is extremely important, and must be presided over by an elder of the clan. Only after confirming that the bride price is correct can the wedding date be officially set. As the currently highest-ranking elder of the Su family, Su-han naturally had to preside over this ceremony. However, third uncle, it's time to verify the bride price, Su-boan reminded softly. Su-han was taken aback, realizing this, and quickly walked to the table where the bride price was placed. The table was filled with various gifts, including gold and silver jewelry, cash gifts, tea leaves, cigarettes, and alcohol. According to traditional customs, each item had to be personally inspected by the elders. Su-han gritted his teeth, picked up a box of tea leaves, pretended to examine it, and then nodded, saying, not bad. Su-boan's mouth twitched as he quietly said, "Third uncle, you need to open it and take a look." Su-han awkwardly opened the tea box and found that it indeed contained high-quality Longjing tea, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Next was the cash gift. Su-han counted it and confirmed it was correct before looking at the jewelry box. However, when he opened the jewelry box, he found it was completely empty. Su-han was taken aback and looked up at Ju Zhengguo. Ju Zhengguo was also stunned and quickly looked at Ju Haitao, asking, "What's going on?" Chapter 44, Clan Martial Arts Trial, The Shock of First-Class Merit. When Su-han followed Su Nuan to the ancestral hall, the atmosphere inside was even more solemn than before. Several clan elders sat upright in armchairs, their expressions serious. Su-boan sat in the center, while a few other elders stood beside him, hands clasped behind their backs, their gazes fixed on Su-han. Su-han took a deep breath and stepped inside. "Hello, uncles," he respectfully greeted. Although he was the highest-ranking elder in the Su family, he still maintained basic etiquette in front of these elders who had raised him since childhood. It was a bit like Ju Haitao's way of addressing him. "You call yours. I call mine. Your title for me as an elder cannot change in front of clan rules. But since I am much younger than you, I cannot lose the respect of a junior either." Therefore, after searching through the memories of the original owner of this body, Su-han knew how to address these clan elders. Of course, aside from those much older than him, he would also call those a decade older as elder brother or elder sister. Only those with a few years difference, or a similar age, would he address by name. Just like at home, after many years, you would call your older brothers and sisters as bro or sis. Chapter 45, Clan Learning Heritage, Special Training Before the Wedding. The ancestral hall suddenly erupted with excitement. Several clan elders rushed over, excitedly surrounding him. "Third uncle, your reaction speed is faster than your father's peak years." Su-boan patted Su-han's shoulder. The elders examined Su-han closely. "Your skills, at least 6 hours of practice every day for 2 years to reach this level." Su-han wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and smiled. "In the army, aside from regular training, I practice combat for an additional 2 hours every day." Su-wu curiously asked, "Third grandpa, with your skills, there must be no one in the army who can compete with you, right? There are always people better than you." Su-han humbly replied, "But I did indeed secure first place in the combat event at the group army competition. First-class merit is well deserved." Su-boan looked at a plaque in the ancestral hall and sighed, "Grandpa, your youngest child has finally grown up." Suddenly, Su-boan remembered something and turned to Su-wu, saying, "Did you see that? This is the real Su family martial arts. Your flashy moves are nothing in front of third grandpa." Su-wu nodded repeatedly and said to Su-han, "Third grandpa, when you have time, you must teach my brother your skills." "Of course," Su-han said with a smile. "But my training methods are quite tough. so you need to be mentally prepared. Chapter 46. The martial arts talent of the Su family's little girl. When they returned to the old Su family house, it was already late at night. Pushing open the door, Jumo, Monkey, Big Bear, and Lynx were sitting around the table playing cards. Hearing the noise, they all looked up. "Oh, our third grandpa is back." Monkey teased with a wink. "How was it? Did you learn how to be an elder all night?" Suhan rubbed his sore shoulders and smiled wryly. "It's even more tiring than training in the army." Big Bear curiously leaned over. "Does your Su family have so many rules? I saw those elders treating you with such respect. Why do you still need to learn these?" "Rank is rank, but after all, I'm still young." Suhan sat on the edge of the bed, took a sip from a cup on the table. "I have too many segments to host at tomorrow's wedding. I can't make any mistakes." Jumo pondered. "No wonder you are so calm in the army. It turns out you grew up in such a big family." Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A little girl with horn braids, about 6 or 7 years old, rushed in like the wind and threw herself into Suhan's arms. "Great-grandpa." The group was instantly frozen. The little girl looked up, her delicate face full of excitement. "Great-grandpa, you finally came back. The little one missed you so much." Chapter 47. A Beautiful Bride, Young Elder. At 4:15 a.m. Su family old house. "Third grandpa, it's time to get up." Suhan was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. And the outside was still pitch dark. He rubbed his eyes and noticed that the little one had already gotten up and left without him realizing. "I'm coming," Suhan responded, turning over to get out of bed. The phone on the bedside table showed that it was now 4:17 a.m. Jumo and the others were still sound asleep, snoring in unison. Suhan quietly dressed, opened the door, and found Sunyuan standing outside with a copper basin, steam rising from the hot water inside. "Brother, hurry and wash up. Uncle and the others are waiting in the ancestral hall," Sunyuan said in a low voice. Suhan took the copper basin. The chilly morning breeze instantly woke him up. In the distance, the sound of drums and music could be faintly heard. The entire Su family village was already lit up. So early? Suhan was a bit surprised. Sunyuan smiled. "The bride's makeup must be finished before sunrise. It's a rule." Uncle said, "You are the main officiant, so you need to bathe and change clothes first and learn the final process." Suhan quickly finished washing up and followed Sunyuan toward the ancestral hall. Along the way, he saw that the Su family village was decorated with lights and ribbons. Red silk stretched from the village entrance all the way to the ancestral hall, resembling a flowing river of red. Chapter 48. Distinguished guests arrive. The groom comes to pick up the bride. At 8:00 a.m., in front of the Su family ancestral hall, Suhan sat upright in an armchair, with Su Bowen and several clan elders standing beside him. The red carpet was laid out in the courtyard, and both sides were filled with congratulatory gifts from guests, ranging from antique calligraphy and paintings to gold and silver jade items, a dazzling array. "Third uncle, next we will meet several important guests," Su Bowen said quietly. "Vice Mayor Zhong from the city, and several business owners, all business partners of our clan." Suhan nodded slightly, straightening the front of his long robe. Although this outfit made him feel uncomfortable, as the main officiant, he had to maintain his dignity. "Please welcome Vice Mayor Zhong and his party," the MC at the entrance announced loudly. A group of people walked in slowly, led by a middle-aged man in a suit in his 50s, followed by several well-dressed entrepreneurs. "Is this the third grandpa of the Su family?" Vice Mayor Zhong was visibly taken aback upon seeing Suhan, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Su Bowen stepped forward and respectfully introduced, "Mayor Zhong, this is our Su family's current highest-ranking elder, third uncle Suhan." "Third uncle, this is Vice Mayor Zhong." Vice Mayor Zhong quickly adjusted his expression and cupped his hands in greeting. "I've long heard of the name of Su family's third grandpa. Today, upon meeting, you truly are young and accomplished." Chapter 49. Suhan bestows blessings on the newlyweds. The ancestral hall is filled with the fragrance of sandalwood and the glow of red candles. Suhan stands in the center of the hall, facing the ancestral tablets of the Su family, his expression solemn. Behind him, Ju Haitao and Su Lingxue stand side by side, both dressed in traditional attire. Ju Haitao wears a bright red wedding robe, while Su Lingxue dons a phoenix crown and a bridal gown. The auspicious time has arrived, and the newlyweds pay their respects to their ancestors. Su Bowen announces loudly. The hall falls silent, all guests holding their breath and watching this moment. Suhan follows the etiquette learned last night, takes 3 incense sticks from the offering table, lights them at the candle flame, bows 3 times respectfully to the ancestral tablets, and then places the incense in the incense burner. The ancestors of the Su family above. Today Su family's daughter Lingxue is leaving her home to marry Ju Haitao as his wife. May the ancestors bless the newlyweds with a harmonious marriage for 100 years and early birth of noble children. His voice is clear and powerful, resonating in the hall. Although young, his composed demeanor commands respect from all present. Suhan turns around, takes 2 incense sticks from a servant, and hands them to Ju Haitao and Su Lingxue. The newlyweds offer incense. Ju Haitao's hand trembles slightly as he receives the incense. He takes a deep breath and, together with Su Lingxue, approaches the offering table, bowing respectfully 3 times. Just as they are about to place the incense, Suhan suddenly speaks. Chapter 50. The ancient clan ritual shocks the guests according to the ancestral regulations of the Su family. The newlyweds must complete the farewell ceremony in the ancestral hall before leaving the home. This step is extremely rare in ordinary weddings, and many guests start whispering to each other. The bride's family also pays respects. Isn't that against the rules? A fashionably dressed young female guest murmurs softly. An older woman beside her quickly tugs at her sleeve. Sure. The Su family is a prestigious clan with a history of hundreds of years. Their customs are naturally different. Moreover, every place and region has its own wedding customs. We may not understand, but we must respect them. This is not only respect for their customs, but also for the cultural heritage left by our ancestors. Suhan's ears perk up slightly, catching all these discussions. He discreetly straightens his clothing, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. A few members of the Falcon squad stand in the corner, with Monkey tiptoeing and looking around. Stopped by Jumo, who holds his shoulder. The auspicious time has arrived, the newlyweds pay their respects. An elder announces loudly, the voice echoing in the ancestral hall. The entire venue instantly falls silent. All eyes are focused on the center of the hall, Ju Haitao in his bright red wedding robe, adorned with a large red flower on his chest, Su Lingxue in her phoenix crown and bridal gown, her delicate makeup faintly visible under her red veil. Chapter 51. Family Dividend. I have over 10 million. After the brief interlude, the atmosphere at the banquet grows even more lively. Many guests actively come to toast Suhan, their attitudes more respectful than before. Third uncle, Suwu approaches with a glass in hand, whispering, "You were so impressive just now. That girl is Lingshue's classmate. Her family has some money and loves to show off, but today she finally met her match." Suhan shakes his head. Young people don't know better. There's no need to hold grudges. An hour later, after the newlyweds finish toasting, amidst the applause of all the guests, and the sound of firecrackers stretching for 99 meters, Ju Haitao finally fulfills his wish of taking Su Lingxue to the wedding car. The banquet continues until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As guests gradually leave their seats, several members of the Falcon squad gather around Suhan. "Suhan, you really take the role of an elder, I admire you." Monkey gives a thumbs up. "Your aura is even stronger than our captain." Big Bear pats his belly. "This meal was really worth it. 100 times better than the army cafeteria." Jumo checks the time. "Suhan, our vacation is only 2 days. We need to report back to the unit. We have training early tomorrow." Suhan nods. "I'll see you off." At the village entrance, the Falcon squad boards the military vehicle. Jumo leans out of the window. Su-han, don't forget about next week's Special Forces selection. Deputy Commander Zhao thinks highly of you. Chapter 52, the newlyweds return home. Su-han's authority the next morning, as dawn breaks. The Su family's old house is already bustling. Su-han wakes up early, changes into a dark blue long gown, and stands in the yard stretching. He didn't sleep well last night, filled with complex wedding processes and etiquette in his dreams. Great-grandpa. A crisp voice comes from behind. The little girl has 2 small braids and is wearing a red chapao, looking just like a doll from a New Year painting. Su-han bends down to pick her up. You're up so early. The little girl hugs his neck, whispering mysteriously, Great-grandpa, Big Aunt is coming back today. Mom said I have to behave and not cause trouble. Su-han chuckles. Does Mom know about you putting salt in someone's teacup yesterday? The little girl immediately covers her mouth, her big eyes rolling. Great-grandpa, don't tell. Just then, Su-nuan walks out of the kitchen. Holding a plate of freshly steamed glutinous rice cakes. Brother, eat something to fill your stomach first. Uncle said the newlyweds will arrive around 9, so we need to prepare. Su-han takes the cake, takes a bite, and smiles contentedly. Home-cooked food is the best. The little girl immediately reaches out. I want some too. Chapter 53, Farewell. Sending my sister to school. The second move, use softness to overcome hardness. Su-han concludes, your strength is great, but you rely too much on brute force. The Su family boxing emphasizes using leverage against strength, 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. The onlooking Su family members applaud enthusiastically. The little girl jumps up and down, shouting, Great-grandpa is the best. Zhu Haitao, genuinely impressed, clasps his fists. Third uncle, I've learned a lot. Su-han pats his shoulder. You have a good foundation. Practice more, and this set of boxing techniques will give you an edge in close combat. When you return to the platoon, if I'm still in the 7th Company, I'll continue to guide you. Zhu Haitao is taken aback. Are you leaving the 7th Company? Su-han nods slightly. The commander has assigned me a task. After the vacation ends, I need to leave the 7th Company for a while. As for whether I'll return to the 7th Company or when, I don't know yet. Zhu Haitao feels a wave of disappointment. But he also understands. With Su-han's strength, he should have been reassigned during the military district inspection. Staying in the regular troops is too much of a waste of talent. Now, with his achievements in the military competition, the military district commander would never let him remain an ordinary soldier. When he goes back, promotion is a certainty. Chapter 54, Farewell. Let us go check out the martial arts school run by Su Wu. At 6 in the morning, as dawn breaks, the kitchen of the Su family's old house is already lit up. Su-han ties on an apron and stands at the stove, skillfully flipping the spatula. The aroma of fried eggs filling the kitchen. Brother, why are you up so early? Su-nuan walks into the kitchen, rubbing her eyes, surprised to see Su-han busy. Su-han turns around and smiles. I'm making you a decent breakfast. The food at the school cafeteria can't compare to home. Su-nuan's nose tingles as she quickly lowers her head to hide her reddened eyes. Ever since her brother joined the army, he has changed so much. Becoming so gentle and considerate. Go wash up, it'll be ready soon. Su-han serves the golden fried eggs onto a plate. I also made your favorite century egg and lean meat porridge. 20 minutes later, the siblings sat at a small stone table in the yard eating breakfast. The morning light filtered through the branches of an old locust tree, casting mottled shadows on the table. Brother, the eggs you fried are even better than Auntie's. Su-nuan said, sipping her porridge with sparkling eyes. Su-han placed the last fried egg into her bowl. Eat more, you're at the age of growing. But Su-nuan hesitated, looking at the egg in her bowl. But you haven't eaten many yourself. Chapter 55, Encountering a Little One at the Martial Arts School. Great-grandfather arrives in the bustling commercial district of downtown New City. Suhan parked his car in the parking lot of a modern shopping mall and looked up at the prominent sign of the Su Martial Arts School on the building's exterior. His lips curling slightly. Big Brother's martial arts school is in such a place, it seems business is good. Taking the elevator to the 8th floor. As soon as the doors opened, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted over. The entire floor was opened up, decorated in an antique style of traditional martial arts schools. With a carved redwood door at the entrance, and a plaque hanging that read Friendship Through Martial Arts. "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?" A young girl in training attire at the front desk politely asked. Suhan shook his head. "No, I'm just here to have a look." The girl smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir, our martial arts school operates on a membership system, and this year's new member slots are already full. If you're interested, you can leave your contact information. And we will notify you to participate in the recruitment selection early next year." Suhan raised an eyebrow. "So strict?" "Yes," the girl explained. "To ensure the quality of teaching, the owner has set a limit of only 100 new members each year." The slots were snapped up in less than an hour on the opening day earlier this year. Chapter 56. Suhan shows his skills. Everyone is shocked. The martial arts school fell silent in an instant. All the students' eyes focused on Suhan. This young man, who looked to be only 18 or 19, was actually from the generation of the school owner, Su Wu. A burly student couldn't help but speak up. "Owner, you're not joking, right? He looks younger than me." Su Wu's expression darkened. "Li Qiong, don't be rude. In our Su family, seniority is not related to age. Although grandfather is young, in terms of martial arts achievement, even I am ashamed to compare." This statement left the students even more astonished. Su Wu was a provincial champion in Sonda, and was well known in the martial arts and fighting circles of Yu Province, yet he held such respect for this grandfather. The little one tugged at Suhan's sleeve, proudly tilting his little face up. "My great-grandfather is amazing. He can take on more than 20 people." Some couldn't help but laugh. "Little one, fighting isn't about numbers." Suhan, however, was not bothered and smiled as he ruffled the little one's hair. He scanned the room and noticed many students looking at him with skepticism and disdain. It was no wonder, his youthful appearance indeed lacked persuasive power. "Grandfather, why don't you show everyone a thing or two?" Su Wu asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 57. Bringing the little one into the army. Su Wu clapped his hands and called out to the students, "All right, everyone continue training. Coach Li, take them to review the moves we just taught." After saying this, he respectfully gestured to Suhan. "Grandfather, this way please." Suhan followed Su Wu through the training hall, and arrived at an elegantly decorated traditional office. Upon entering, a faint scent of sandalwood greeted them. The office was spacious and bright, one wall adorned with various medals and certificates from martial arts competitions, while the other featured photos of Su Wu with various notable figures. The most eye-catching was a calligraphy piece hanging in the center, with the words "The Way of Martial Arts is Simple" inscribed, and the signature belonged to a late martial arts master. "Grandfather, please have a seat." Su Wu personally brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Suhan. "This is this year's Peking Ming Longjing tea, please have a taste." Suhan took the teacup, looked around, and his gaze fell on the calligraphy piece. "Big brother, your martial arts school is doing quite well." Su Wu smiled sheepishly. "Thanks to our ancestors. It's barely making ends meet." Making ends meet. Suhan raised an eyebrow. "With an annual membership fee of 180,000 and 100 members each year, that's 18 million. Plus previous years, you're starting from several hundred million. Is that really just making ends meet?" Chapter 58. 100 million ransom. At the top-floor conference room of Chen Building in downtown Yu City, Su Wu's black Volkswagen came to a sudden stop in front of the building, the tires screeching against the pavement. Suhan unbuckled his seatbelt and looked up at the more than 40-story glass curtain wall building, the sunlight reflecting glaringly off the glass. Grandfather, we've arrived. Suwoo's voice was a bit tense, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the steering wheel. Suhan nodded. Noticing the fine beads of sweat on Suwoo's forehead, big brother, don't be too nervous. Let us assess the situation first. The two quickly entered the building. And as soon as the front desk lady saw Suwoo, she immediately approached. Mr. Su, Chairman Chen is waiting for you in the top floor conference room. The private elevator is ready. In the elevator, Suwoo kept tapping his thigh with his fingers, the metallic walls reflecting his tense expression. Suhan reached out and pressed down on his shoulder. Take a deep breath. Panicking 1T solved the problem. Grandfather, you don't understand, Suwoo's voice was hoarse. The Chen Group is one of our largest clients. If anything happens to Miss Chen this time, the company's reputation will be ruined. He closed his eyes in pain. And the one injured is old Zhao, my brother, who has been with me for 8 years. Chapter 59, Damn it. Who is it? Suwoo paused. Family. Officer Liu nodded thoughtfully. What this gentleman said makes sense. The kidnappers knowing about the bodyguards means they might have been monitoring Miss Chen all along. Or there could be an insider. Suhan picked up where he left off, scanning the conference room for anyone suspicious. Chen Jiyuan's expression changed. Are you saying there is someone colluding with the kidnappers in my company? This possibility cannot be ruled out, Officer Liu said seriously. From now on, all senior management of the Chen Group will need to undergo an investigation. At the same time, we will arrange undercover protection for you in case the kidnappers change their target. Suwoo stepped forward. Chairman Chen, this matter is our responsibility at Su Security. I request to participate in the rescue operation to redeem myself. Chen Jiyuan sneered. Are you going to send your people to their deaths again? Chairman Chen. Suhan calmly interjected, I suggest splitting into 2 groups. The police will investigate according to standard procedures, while we act secretly. The kidnappers explicitly stated not to call the police. If they discover a large-scale police operation, they might act out of desperation. Officer Liu frowned. Sir. Solving the case is the police's responsibility. Your security company should not take action on your own to avoid interfering with the investigation. Chapter 60, Suhan takes action. The billiards hall was filled with swirling smoke, the smell of cheap cigarettes and alcohol mingling together. A dozen pool tables were surrounded by people. The sounds of shouting and cues striking balls echoing. Suhan walked straight to the bar and ordered a bottle of mineral water. The bartender was a bald, muscular man with a nasty scar above his right eye. A new face, huh? The bartender squinted and sized up Suhan. What is a student doing here? Looking for someone, Suhan pulled out his phone, brought up a photo sent by old Zhong. Do you know this guy? The bartender glanced at it. His expression changing slightly. I don't know him. Hurry up and finish your drink and leave. This isn't a place for you. Suhan noticed the bartender's flickering gaze and knew he was lying. He calmly put away his phone and scanned the room. By a pool table in the corner, he spotted the man from the target photo, hugging a heavily made-up woman, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, directing his underlings to play. Suhan walked over and tapped the man's shoulder. Hey, brother, can we chat for a moment? The man turned around, revealing a face full of flab. Who the hell are you? I have something to ask, Suhan replied calmly. About the set of Ma brand tires that were changed a few days ago. Chapter 61, Skynet Tracking. Brother Dao missing in the command center of the Guangdong City Public Security Bureau. A huge electronic screen displayed surveillance footage from various corners of the city. Officer Liu stood in front of the screen, his brows furrowed. Any news? Have you found Brother Dao's whereabouts? The technician shook his head. Team Liu. We've reviewed all the surveillance in the city, but since he appeared in the billiard hall 3 days ago, Brother Dao has vanished without a trace. Another officer added, his phone signal last appeared in the East Industrial Zone, and then it went offline. We checked all the warehouses and abandoned factories in that area, but found no suspicious individuals. Officer Liu slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. Every minute Miss Chen is kidnapped increases the danger. He turned to Su-han and Su Wu standing nearby. Do you have any leads? Su-han shook his head. He Yong only mentioned this. Brother Dao is very cautious and never reveals his whereabouts. We can only wait for the next instructions from the kidnappers. Officer Liu sighed. Is Chairman Chen ready with the ransom? 100 million in cash is being urgently gathered. Su Wu glanced at his watch. It should be ready by noon tomorrow. Chapter 62, Found the Kidnapper's Lair. As night fell, the cargo ship's engine rumbled deep as it slowly left the dock. The damp sea breeze carrying the smell of diesel hit him in the face. And the deck was piled with messy fishing nets and rusty oil barrels. Su-han curled up in the shadow of the ship's railing, his soaked combat suit clinging to him. He held his breath, listening to the rough laughter and chatter of Brother Dao and his group inside the cabin. Damn! This deal is finally happening, a hoarse voice said, taking a swig of beer, the bottle crashing heavily on the wooden table. Brother Dao, how much can we split this time? What is the rush? Brother Dao's voice was impatient. The money hasn't been counted, the boss hasn't said a word. Who the hell dares to move? I say we just do that, girl. Another voice interjected ominously, keeping her will only lead to trouble. Shut your mouth. Brother Dao slammed the table, the metallic lighter clicking sharply. What position does Chen Jiyuan hold in the business world? If we touch his daughter, we'll all end up as shark bait. The cabin fell momentarily silent, only the sound of peanuts being chewed could be heard. Su-han's fingertips moved slightly, pressing his body tighter. The waves crashed against the ship, splashing water that blurred the porthole. Through the dirty glass, he saw Brother Dao sharpening an apple with a dagger, the cold light reflecting off the scar on his left cheek. Chapter 63, Su-han takes action. One man annihilates the kidnappers. Without waiting for a response, Su-han had already cut off the communication. He moved like a nimble cat, edging along the rooftop to the second-floor window. Through the grimy glass, he saw a scene that froze his blood. Brother Dao was slowly approaching a young girl huddled in the corner. The girl was in her early 20s. Her long hair disheveled, her delicate face streaked with tears, and her expensive dress was in tatters. Don't come any closer, please. Miss Chen's voice trembled, almost inaudible, as she desperately shrank back, until her back pressed against the cold wall. Brother Dao grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. Little beauty, you must be going crazy these days. Let Big Brother take good care of you. He yanked off his belt, the metal buckle clattering sharply on the floor. Su-han's pupils suddenly contracted. Time was running out. He quickly checked his gear, a knife he had taken from the kidnappers, 2 handguns loaded with bullets, and 3 smoke bombs. It wasn't the ideal setup, but it was enough. Inside, Brother Dao was already lunging at the trembling Miss Chen, his rough hands tearing at her flimsy clothing. The girl let out a desperate scream, only to be slapped into dizziness. Chapter 64, Shocking display of the soldier's strength. Moonlight spilled onto the dirt path of the fishing village, as Su-han dragged the unconscious kidnapper with one hand and pulled along the wailing man in a tang suit with the other, slowly making his way to the 3-story building. The man's knee had been shattered by a bullet, and blood trailed behind him in long streaks on the sand. His face was pale, cold sweat soaking his tang suit, and he kept moaning, "Please let me go, I can give you money." Su-han's expression remained unchanged as he tightened his grip. "Shut up." They were dragged into the first-floor hall, an overwhelming smell of blood hitting them. On the ground lay a dozen corpses, each shot in the forehead or heart, dead on impact. Blood splattered the walls, and bullet holes and traces of explosions were everywhere. Seeing this scene, the man in the tang suit finally broke down. "Devil, you are a devil." Su-han ignored him and headed straight for the second floor. In the second-floor room, Miss Chen was still curled up under the bed, trembling all over. When she heard footsteps approaching, she covered her mouth in terror, tears streaming silently down her face. "Miss Chen, it's me, Suhan squatted down and said softly. Miss Chen looked up. Through her tear-filled eyes, seeing his blood-streaked yet resolute face. Chapter 65. The military steps in Chen Jiyuan's eyes lit up. I have a few old friends in the military district. If you need help, no need, Suhan interrupted. I rely on my strength in the army, not connections. Chen Jiyuan was taken aback, but quickly showed respect. I was being presumptuous. Mr. Su. A soldier like you is indeed a pillar of the country. After saying that, Chen Jiyuan turned to Su Wu beside him. Su Guanzhu. We can continue to fulfill the contract. I actually know everything about this kidnapping, you can't blame yourselves. The kidnappers were too professional and armed. And if it weren't for Mr. Suhan, my daughter would probably, Su Wu quickly interjected, Chairman Chen, we indeed have a responsibility in this matter. Suhan said, Chairman Chen, let us first take Miss Chen away from here and get her checked at the hospital. There will be plenty of time to discuss cooperation later. Yes, yes. Chen Jiyuan led Miss Chen away. Officer Liu approached Suhan. Mr. Su. Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Suhan shook his head slightly. No need, I'll just go home, take a shower, and change clothes. Officer Liu nodded. We will handle everything here afterward. Chapter 66. Departure. Taking the little one back to the army. Great-grandpa. Seeing him come out. The little one immediately jumped off the bed, running over with a small box. Mom asked me to put medicine on you. The box contained various children's band-aids with cartoon designs on them. Suhan couldn't help but smile, squatting down to let her put one on him. Thank you. Little one, great-grandpa feels much better. Little one seriously put a band-aid on each wound, and finally puffed up her cheeks and blew. The pain is gone. Lin Yun came in with hot milk and snacks. Grandpa San, have something to eat. Xianwan, it's time to sleep, you have school tomorrow. Little one pouted. I don't want to go to school. I want to go to the army with great-grandpa. Great-grandpa has something to do tomorrow. Suhan patted her little head and said, Great-grandpa will come to pick you up the day after tomorrow, okay? Little one tilted her head and thought for a moment, then stretched out her pinky. Let's make a pinky promise. Pinky promise. After coaxing little one to sleep, Suhan returned to the living room and found Su Wu on the balcony making a phone call. Yes, all membership courses are paused for a week. Not because of the kidnapping case, just say it's equipment maintenance. Seeing Suhan approaching, Su Wu hurriedly hung up the phone. Grandpa San, why aren't you resting yet? Chapter 67. The Soldier King returns with the little ancestor. Chapter 67. The Soldier King returns with the little ancestor. At the gate of the 356th Regiment of the Guangdong Military Region, under the blazing sun, Sentinel Wang had just straightened his back next to the guard booth, with sweat dripping down from the brim of his hat. Suddenly, a taxi slowly drove up and stopped in front of the checkpoint. Suhan was carrying a large bag filled with wedding candies and cigarettes that Zhu Haitao asked him to bring back for the soldiers of the 7th Company. Then, holding little one's small hand, he slowly walked towards the regiment's base gate. Hello, comrade, please show your identification. Sentinel Wang saluted formally and asked seriously. But when he saw the person in front of him, his pupils suddenly contracted. He was too familiar with this face. Comrade Suhan. Wang's voice suddenly rose. Suhan smiled slightly and handed over his soldier's ID. Thank you for your hard work, veteran. Wang hurriedly waved his hand. What identification do you need? Your face is the most authoritative pass for our 356th Regiment. At this moment, he noticed that there was a 6 or 7-year-old girl standing next to Suhan, with 2 pigtails, blinking her big eyes curiously examining him. Great-grandpa, why does this uncle call you the Soldier King? What is the Soldier King? The little girl asked in a baby voice. Chapter 68. Little one performs military boxing. Suhan, why did you bring this child into the army? Liu Yong asked Suhan in a low voice. According to regulations, as a private, you are not allowed to bring family members into the army. Suhan smiled. Privates can't bring family, but officers should be able to, right? Everyone. Suhan smiled. Do you all have so little confidence in me? Am I really not going to get promoted this time? Everyone suddenly understood. Liu Yong slapped his forehead. How could I forget this? Before you participated in the military competition, the regiment commander was going to promote you. Now, with such good results from the competition, it's naturally certain that you'll be promoted. If you can be promoted directly, then letting family members stay for a while is naturally not a problem. However, Liu Yong looked at little one and said, she's so small. Who will take care of her? Our company has a pretty tight training schedule recently. Suhan said, squad leader, you don't have to worry about this. She won't be staying in our regiment. Not staying in our regiment. Then where will she stay? Everyone was stunned. Liu Yong looked at Suhan. A bad premonition surged in his heart. So, Suhan, are you being transferred? Chapter 69. My great-granddaughter is staying in the army for a few days dinner time at the 7th Company cafeteria. Little one sat next to Suhan, curiously looking around at the uniform green military uniforms. Great-grandpa, the food in the army smells so good. The little girl excitedly looked at the colorful and fragrant dishes on the table. If it smells good, eat more. Suhan calmly added a piece of braised pork to her plate. Report. Wang Hao suddenly stood up with a mischievous smile. Squad leader, I propose that Comrade Suhan tell everyone about the family history. The generational hierarchy is so amazing. Yes, yes. Zhao Xiaohu immediately echoed. We all want to know how the company commander called out Grandpa San at the wedding. The cafeteria burst into laughter. Liu Yong glared at them but couldn't help but smile. All right, you can't even stop your mouths while eating. Little one suddenly raised her small hand. I know. Daddy said that when Uncle met great-grandpa for the first time, his face turned green. Phut ha ha ha. The entire cafeteria burst into laughter. Suhan sighed. This little ancestor really loves to stir up trouble. Just then, the cafeteria door was pushed open. Everyone stand up. The duty officer shouted loudly. The soldiers quickly stood up. And they saw Regiment Commander Wang Taijun striding in, followed by several staff officers. Chapter 70, Exceptional Promotion to Captain. Departing for the Falcon Special Forces Base. Fourth update. The morning sun shone through the window of the regiment commander's office, and Wang Taijun stood with his hands behind his back, frowning. Report. Suhan's loud voice came from outside. Come in. Wang Taijun turned around, his gaze piercing as he stared at Suhan entering. Suhan stood straight and saluted with a standard military salute. Commander, you were looking for me. Wang Taijun pointed to the chair opposite. Sit. After Suhan sat down, Wang Taijun took a document from the drawer and gently pushed it in front of Suhan. First, take a look at this. Suhan looked down, and the document cover prominently displayed the title, Order for the Exceptional Promotion of Comrade Suhan. Commander, this Wang Taijun waved his hand. Wait until you finish reading. Suhan opened the document, and the first page made his pupils shrink. After research by the Military Regions Party Committee, it was decided to exceptionally promote Private Suhan to the rank of captain and appoint him as an instructor in the Special Operations Research Department. Captain. Suhan suddenly looked up. Commander, isn't this against the rules? Isn't the usual promotion from second lieutenant? Wang Qijuan's mouth curled slightly. What's wrong? Do you think the rank is too high? No, then don't waste time. Wang Taijun tapped the table. 1 first-class merit, 2 third-class merits. Plus the results from the military competition. It's rare but not unprecedented to go from private directly to captain. Chapter 71. Arriving at Falcon Base. Wang Yuanxiao, I'll be the nanny for little one. The jeep drove into the mountainous area, with dense jungles on both sides of the winding mountain road. Little one leaned against the car window, her big eyes curiously observing the scenery outside. Great-grandpa, this place is so remote, there's not even a convenience store. Suhan smiled and ruffled her little head. This is a military-restricted area, of course there are no shops. The car turned a corner, and ahead opened up to a wide area, towering barbed wire walls, armed sentinels, and the prominent military-restricted area warning signs all highlighted the special nature of this place. Wow! Little one excitedly pointed to the distance. Great-grandpa, look. A big plane. There were several armed helicopters and transport planes neatly lined up on the helipad, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. The car slowly stopped in front of the base gate. The sentinel approached to check identification. And when he saw Suhan's officer ID, he immediately saluted. Good day, Commander. Suhan returned the greeting. But his gaze passed over the sentinel and looked inside the gate where Jumo and all members of the Eagle team were lined up, waiting. As soon as the car door opened, the little one rushed out like a small cannonball. Uncle Ju. Uncle Big Bear. Uncle Monkey. Uncle Lynx. Chapter 72, Suhan, actually. I am a traveler. After the initial screening, there were still over 100 people left. Jumo handed Suhan a list, and the selection assessment would start tomorrow. Great-grandpa. The little one suddenly pointed at the climbing tower in the distance and asked, what is that tall building? That's for training climbing. Suhan squatted down. Do you want to go see? Yes. Suhan picked up the little one and said to Jumo, let's go, take her to experience it. In front of the climbing tower, the little one looked up at the 10-story high building, her mouth forming an O shape. Are you scared? Suhan asked. The little one shook her head, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Great-grandpa, can I climb? Today, let's watch the uncles climb first. Suhan placed her in a safe area. And when she grows a bit more, Great-grandpa will teach you personally. Jumo stretched his limbs and walked to the front of the tower. Watch me. He climbed the wall with the agility of a monkey, using both hands and feet, and reached the top in less than a minute, earning cheers from the little one. Big Bear was not to be outdone. Although he was large, his movements were not slow at all, and he followed closely behind to complete the climb. Amazing! The little one clapped her hands and turned to look at Suhan expectantly. Great-grandpa should try too. Chapter 73, Is there a girl from the Su family participating in the selection? That would be quite a coincidence, right? As night deepened, the selection command room at the Falcon base was still brightly lit. Suhan sat at the table, a blank training plan spread out before him, his fingers gently tapping the table. Outside the window, the occasional sound of patrolling soldiers' footsteps could be heard, and the searchlights on the training ground swept across, casting mottled shadows on the wall. Female soldier special forces, Suhan muttered to himself. Various training modes of women's special forces from different countries flashed through his mind. He picked up a pen and quickly wrote a few lines on the paper, then crossed them out, wrote again, and crossed them out again. The sound of the pen scratching against the paper was particularly clear in the quiet room. Knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Come in. Suhan replied without looking up. The door opened, and Jumo walked in with 2 cups of hot tea, still not resting. He placed 1 cup in front of Suhan. The captain asked me to see if you needed any help. Suhan took the cup, took a small sip, and thanked him. Jumo's gaze casually swept across the training plan on the table, and his pupils suddenly contracted. This, he pointed at the densely packed training items on the paper, his voice trembling a little. This is what you plan to arrange for the female soldiers. Chapter 74, Female soldiers assemble. Familiar faces. In the morning, at the training ground of the Falcon base, Suhan stood on a high platform. Behind him were the 4 members of the Eagle team, all dressed in combat uniforms and looking serious. In the distance, a military jeep slowly drove in and stopped not far away. The car door opened, and the little one bounced down, followed by a young Special Forces soldier. Great-grandpa. The little one waved her small hand and shouted excitedly. Suhan nodded at her and then looked at the Special Forces soldier. take her to the shooting range. And pay attention to safety. Yes, sir. The Special Forces soldier saluted and then squatted down to the little one, saying, "Little one, shall I take you to shoot?" "Okay." The little one cheered and then shouted to Suhan, "Great-grandpa, good luck. Choose the strongest sister." Jumo watched the little one leave. Unable to help but laugh, this little girl is even more excited than us. Big Bear glanced at the watch. The female soldiers should be arriving soon. On the mountain road 5 kilometers away from the base, 3 military trucks were bumpily making their way. Inside the truck, 150 female soldiers sat neatly. All elites selected from various group armies of the Guangdong Province military region. Chapter 75. This is not a selection, it's simply a kindergarten activity. On the training ground, the air seemed to solidify. Jumo gaped, looking at Suhan in disbelief. Gentlemanly demeanor. Big Bear and Monkey exchanged glances. Both seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. What's wrong with this guy? The female soldiers looked puzzled. This seemingly younger than them chief instructor was actually scolding that fierce-looking instructor. Suhan ignored Jumo's reaction, turned to face the female soldiers, and wore a smile that was as warm as spring. "Ladies, I sincerely apologize. My subordinate is too rude and frightened you." His voice was gentle and polite, a stark contrast to Jumo's earlier roar. "We at the Falcon emphasize civilized leadership and scientific training." Suhan continued with a smile, "Especially for the female comrades, we must pay more attention to methods and approaches." The female soldiers exchanged glances, their tense bodies unconsciously relaxing. "This chief instructor is actually quite nice," a round-faced female soldier murmured in the ranks. "Yes. Much gentler than our company commander," another female soldier echoed. However, Su Qingcheng frowned slightly. As a member of the Su family, she keenly sensed something was off. The more amiable the Su family was when training their juniors, the more brutal the subsequent training would be. Chapter 76. Is it really my great-granddaughter who has come? Suhan's voice echoed across the training ground, his face bearing a harmless smile, but his eyes subtly scanned each female soldier's face. The female soldier ranks erupted in noise. Report. A female soldier with a high ponytail stepped forward, her chest heaving violently. "Chief instructor, are you insulting us?" Suhan feigned surprise with wide eyes. "Comrade. How am I insulting you? You said we can't endure the hardships of special forces." The female soldier's voice carried suppressed anger. "You haven't even tried. How can you conclude that we can't do it?" "Exactly." A chorus of agreement erupted from the ranks. "We are not here for a vacation." The female soldiers straightened their backs, flames of defiance burning in their eyes. Suhan's seemingly caring yet condescending words were like a spark falling into a haystack, instantly igniting their fighting spirit. Report. A tall female soldier stepped out of the line, her voice strong and powerful. "Chief instructor, we don't need special treatment. What male soldiers can do, we can do too." Suhan feigned surprise, quickly waving his hands. "Oh, this comrade, that's not what I meant." Chapter 77. I'm so angry. This instructor is too annoying. On the mountain road, the line of female soldiers had stretched into a long train. At the front, Zhong Meng still maintained an impressive speed, the 50-kilogram load seemingly having no effect on her. Her military uniform was already soaked with sweat, but her gaze remained steadfast. "Sisters, push harder," she shouted back. "Don't let those male soldiers look down on us." In the middle of the line, Lin Yu's legs began to tremble. The backpack straps dug painfully into her shoulders, and her breathing grew increasingly rapid, her vision blurring. She couldn't fall down. She gritted her teeth, her nails digging deep into her palms, using the pain to stay awake. Li Zu's situation was worse. She had long since put away her glasses, and everything before her was a blur. The weight of her backpack made her hunch over, each step felt like she was exhausting all her strength. Her heavy breathing sounded like a worn-out bellows. Suhan sat in the off-road vehicle, leisurely following behind the team, holding a loudspeaker. "Comrades! It's not too late to give up now." His voice echoed through the mountains. "Not everyone can be a Special Forces soldier, you all have done great." This encouragement acted like a shot of adrenaline, and the female soldier's pace quickened slightly. Chapter 78. This chief instructor is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Suhan deliberately slowed down to match Su Qingqing's pace, speaking casually, as if in conversation. "You seem to have a steady stride. Have you practiced martial arts before?" Su Qingqing's breath noticeably hitched, but she quickly adjusted. "Report, instructor, just some family martial arts." "Oh?" A glimmer of amusement flashed in Suhan's eyes. "Which school or sect?" "I might know them." "A minor sect from the south, not worth mentioning." Su Qingqing gritted her teeth, sweat dripping down her chin. Suhan smiled lightly and didn't press further. At the 15-kilometer mark, the female soldier's formation had already fragmented. Lin Yu's legs moved mechanically forward. Her vision so blurry that she could only see a small patch of ground beneath her feet. Her shoulders had long been rubbed raw, sticking to the backpack straps. And every step was excruciatingly painful. "I can't fall down, I can't," she kept murmuring to herself, her voice hoarse. Not far ahead, Li Zhu finally couldn't hold on any longer, and collapsed onto the muddy mountain path. Medical personnel rushed forward, but she struggled to get up. "I can still do it." The medical staff held her down. "Your heart rate has exceeded safe levels. Continuing could be life-threatening." Chapter 79. Little One and Su Qingqing cross paths on the training ground. The female soldiers, who had completed the 20-kilometer weighted cross-country, were slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat soaked their combat uniforms, and each face was filled with exhaustion and reluctance. Suhan walked slowly in front of them with his hands behind his back, a harmless smile on his face. "Not bad, a little better than I expected." "Report." A female soldier with a ponytail suddenly stood up, her legs still shaking but her eyes sharp. "Chief Instructor, I have a question." Suhan responded gently. "Go ahead." "I think today's training standards are unreasonable." The female soldier's voice was loud, filled with suppressed anger. 50 kilograms for 20 kilometers is far beyond normal training standards. "I think you are deliberately making things difficult for us female soldiers." Her words resonated with the other female soldiers, and many nodded in agreement. "Exactly. This isn't selection. It's clearly torture. Male soldiers don't train like this, do they? The chief instructor is targeting us female soldiers." Suhan's smile didn't fade. He turned to Jumo. "Instructor Ju, go to my office and bring the documents from the third drawer on the left." Chapter 80. 18-year-old Suhan gains a 21-year-old great-granddaughter. Outside the dormitory, Little One excitedly pointed at the female soldier's dormitory. "Uncle, are those sisters the Special Forces my great-grandfather is training?" The Special Forces soldier nodded with a smile. "Yes, they are amazing. Can I go take a look?" Little One blinked her big eyes, full of anticipation. The Special Forces soldier hesitated. "They just finished training, they might be tired." "Just for a little while." Little One tugged at his sleeve, acting cute. The Special Forces soldier helplessly nodded. "All right, but you can't disturb their rest." Little One cheered and bounced toward the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, Su Qingqing suddenly stood up, ignoring the pain in her shoulder. "Qingzi, what's wrong?" Lin Yu asked in confusion. Su Qingqing didn't answer. She rushed to the door, just as Little One pushed the door open and bumped into her. "Sister Qingzi." Little One's eyes widened in surprise. The entire dormitory fell silent, all the female soldiers staring in astonishment at the scene. Su Qingqing crouched down and hugged Little One tightly, her voice trembling. "It's really you. How did you get here?" "I came with great-grandfather." Little One happily wrapped her arms around Su Qingqing's neck. "Sister Qingzi, are you also here to be a Special Forces soldier?" Chapter 81. The clash of generations and ranks inside the female soldiers' dormitory. The atmosphere was as lively as boiling water. "Qingzi, tell us." Lin Yu grabbed Su Qingqing's arm, her eyes shining. How many people are there in your Sioux family? How can there be an 18-year-old great-grandfather? Other female soldiers gathered around, asking eagerly, yeah, that's incredible. How do you usually address the chief instructor? Do you have to call him great-grandfather in the army? Su Ching-cheng was overwhelmed by the questions, smiling wryly as she explained, our Sioux family is a large clan with a genealogy spanning hundreds of years. Great-grandfather, The chief instructor's line is the direct lineage with the highest rank. She counted on her fingers, my grandfather and the chief instructor are cousins. Although there's no blood relation, even if there was, it would be hundreds of years ago. But still, in our clan, we must address each other by lineage. So my dad calls him third grandpa, and naturally, I have to call him great-grandfather. And in the army. Lizu pushed up her glasses, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. You're his soldier now, you can't still call him great-grandfather, right? Su Ching-cheng's face instantly fell, that's the most awkward part. Clan rules dictate that unless in a formal work setting, we must address him by rank at other times. Chapter 82, Grandparent-Grandchild Conversation. The female soldier's gossip heart in the female soldier's dormitory. Hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor. Then, the door swung open. Su Ching-cheng, come out. After saying that, Jumo turned and walked outside, waiting at the door. Su Ching-cheng, sitting on the edge of her bed rubbing her sore legs, abruptly looked up, her movements freezing. Huh? Her voice was a bit tight. Chingzi. Linyu whispered excitedly, it must be the chief instructor looking for you. Lizu pushed her glasses. Her eyes gleaming with gossip, definitely. Little one already mentioned your relationship, he can't possibly not react. Su Ching-cheng swallowed hard, her heart racing. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and walked to the door. Report. Jumo stood outside, his gaze lingering on her face for a second. The corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Comrade Su Ching-cheng, the chief instructor is looking for you, come with me. The dormitory instantly erupted. Wow. It's really the chief instructor. Chingzi, you're done for. The female soldiers were in an uproar, some even whistling. Su Ching-cheng's ears turned red. Wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She forced herself to remain calm and turned to glare at them, stop messing around. Chapter 83, Gas Baptism, the nightmare of female soldiers in the female soldiers' dormitory. Su Ching-cheng had just applied some ointment to the wound on her shoulder. And the cool sensation helped to relax her tense nerves a little. How's the medicine, Chingzi? Linyu leaned over curiously and asked. Su Ching-cheng nodded, much better. It doesn't hurt as much. TSK, having your great-grandfather looking out for you makes a difference. Lizu adjusted her glasses and teased. The other female soldiers joined in, exactly. We don't have such treatment. Chingzi, can you help us get some medicine too? You can just use it, I'm not stopping you. With that, Su Ching-cheng handed the medicine to them. But just then, suddenly, bang. 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 Several round objects were thrown in through the windows and door cracks, bouncing on the ground before starting to emit thick white smoke. What is that? Smoke bombs. Before the female soldiers could react, a pungent smell began to spread. Cough, cough, cough. My eyes. It's tear gas. In an instant, chaos erupted in the dormitory. The female soldiers covered their mouths and noses, tears and mucus flowing uncontrollably. And violent coughing filled the air. Open the door. Cough, cough, let us get out. Linyu struggled towards the door. Chapter 84, The Thorny Path. The blood and tears of female soldiers inside the dormitory. The female soldiers were frantically organizing their gear, the air still thick with the acrid smell of gas. Cough, cough. Why won't this smell go away? Linyu coughed while splashing water on her face, her eyes red and swollen like peaches. Lizu covered her mouth and nose with a wet towel, her voice muffled. Tear gas can cling to clothing and skin. It takes at least 2 to 3 days to dissipate completely. 2 to 3 days. Zhong Meng tore off her training uniform, sniffed it, and immediately gagged. Great. My clothes are ruined. Su Qingcheng silently distributed the ointment to the comrades around her, whispering, apply it around your eyes, it can alleviate the burning sensation. Qingzi. Your great-grandfather is too ruthless. A female soldier took the ointment, tears in her eyes. This isn't training, it's simply murder. Su Qingcheng forced a smile and shook her head. This is just the first day. What do you mean? Lin Yu keenly caught the implication in her words. Is there something worse coming? Su Qingcheng nodded, lowering her voice. According to the Su family's training methods, the first day is usually the mildest. The female soldiers exchanged glances, all shivering in unison. Chapter 85, Special Care, the warm moment between grandparent and grandchild in the thorns. The female soldier's pace slowed down. Report, I'm dropping out. A female soldier covered in blood finally couldn't hold on any longer, trembling as she raised her hand. Her training uniform had been torn into strips by the thorns, exposing numerous small wounds on her skin. Su Han signaled Jumo to take her out, smiling, wise choice. Not everyone can be a special forces soldier. You were very brave. The female soldier was helped out of the thorns, tears streaming down her face, unsure if it was from pain or unwillingness. Is there anyone else who wants to drop out? Su Han shouted at the thorns. We haven't even climbed halfway yet. A few suppressed sobs came from the thorns, but no one raised their hand again. Very good. Su Han nodded in satisfaction, suddenly raising his voice. Su Qingcheng. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Su Qingcheng shivered, gritting her teeth to quicken her pace. The thorns left new cuts on her face, but she remained silent. Su Han narrowed his eyes and whispered a few words to the monkey beside him. The monkey nodded and took a few sharp stones into the thorns. Ah! Su Qingcheng suddenly cried out in pain, feeling her palm press against an exceptionally sharp stone, blood pouring out instantly. Chapter 86, Is this meant to kill? In the mud pit, the female soldiers' screams echoed. High-concentration alcohol was poured onto their wounded skin, like thousands of burning steel needles stabbing at once. The intense burning sensation caused several female soldiers to collapse into the muddy water. Ah, my eyes! Help! It hurts too much. I can't take it anymore. Lin Yu clung tightly to the edge of the mud pit, her knuckles turning white, her face contorted in pain. The alcohol flowed down her short hair, seeping into the dense scratches on her neck from the thorns, and she threw her head back, letting out a howl that didn't sound human. At that moment, Li Zhu was curled up in the mud, trying to alleviate the pain. On her arm, the wounds from the broken stones were exposed, the alcohol irritating the pink flesh beneath. All personnel, prepare for push-ups. Jumo's furious roar exploded through the loudspeaker. Anyone who lies down again, get out. The monkey and Big Bear held high-pressure water guns, coldly adjusting the nozzles to spray alcohol more precisely on the female soldier's most severe wounds. Now, listen up. Jumo stepped on the edge of the mud pit. Everyone get down, on command, complete 100 standard push-ups. Chapter 87, Are you going to embarrass your great-grandfather and the Su family? When Su Han counted to the 20th push-up, 5 female soldiers were already missing from the mud pit. The remaining ones had also exhausted a lot of strength, every movement seeming to take all their energy. Li Zhu's arms shook like a sieve, her glasses long gone, her severe myopia making everything in front of her a blur. But she still mechanically followed the commands, even though her posture had become completely deformed. Li Zhu. Jumo suddenly shouted, Why is your butt raised so high? Are you a target for the enemy? With that, he stepped on Li Zhu's back, forcing her body down to the lowest position. Ah! Li Zhu cried out in pain, her face nearly buried in the muddy water. The monkey immediately redirected the water gun, spraying high-pressure alcohol directly onto her back. Li Zhu's whole body spasmed, but she still didn't call for a dropout. Su Han continued counting, his gaze sweeping over each female soldier. His eyes lingered on Lin Yu for a second. This female soldier was in better condition than the others. Although she was also struggling in pain, her movements maintained basic standards. Lin Yu, Su-Han suddenly called out, "Are you an athlete?" "Report." Lin Yu gasped for breath. "I was on the university track team." Chapter 88. Are we eating cockroaches for dinner? Half an hour later, Su-Han's voice was like the pronouncement of death. Finally ending this brutal counting game. In the mud pit, the female soldiers were like marionettes with their strings cut, all collapsing in the muddy water. They gasped for air, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Su-Han stood on the shore with his hands behind his back, a satisfied smile on his face. "Not bad. You lasted longer than I expected." The female soldiers didn't even have the strength to glare at him, lying helplessly in the muddy water, letting the alcohol continue to irritate their wounds. Now, Su-Han snapped his fingers. "All personnel, line up." The female soldiers, "What?" "Can't understand the command." Su-Han raised an eyebrow. "Do you need me to wake you up again?" As he spoke, he pretended to reach for a water gun. The female soldiers immediately struggled to get up, as if they had been electrocuted. Every movement was accompanied by excruciating pain, but no one dared to disobey the order. 3 minutes later, a wobbly formation of soldiers barely took shape. The female soldiers were covered in mud, their training uniforms tattered, and their exposed skin was riddled with scars. Su-Han walked back and forth in front of the line, with his hands behind his back. "Do you know why I made you do so many push-ups?" Chapter 89. The children of the Su family deserve special care. The female soldiers screamed in succession, with some even sitting down and crawling backward on hands and feet. "Ua!" Lin Yu covered her mouth and retched, her face as pale as paper. Since childhood, she had been most afraid of cockroaches. And now seeing 2 large boxes full of wriggling bugs made her stomach churn. "This isn't real." Li Zu trembled as she pushed her non-existent glasses. She had lost her glasses during training in the thorn bushes, and her severe myopia allowed her to only see blurred black dots in the box, which only heightened her fear. Su-Han casually grabbed a handful of cockroaches, letting them crawl between his fingers. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" He walked up to a trembling female soldier and held out the cockroach. "Want to try? The protein content is 6 times that of beef." "No." The female soldier screamed and backed away, nearly knocking over her comrade behind her. Su-Han smiled, lightly toying with the cockroaches in the glass box, allowing them to crawl on his fingers. "Comrades, quiet." His voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the chaotic scene. The female soldiers looked at him in terror, as if they were staring at a terrifying demon. "I know what you're thinking." Su-Han casually grabbed a few cockroaches and played with them in his palm. "Do you think I'm deliberately tormenting you? Do you think this is not something a human should eat?" Chapter 90. Chief Instructor, you can't play like this. Su Qingcheng wanted to cry, but still gritted her teeth, and under everyone's gaze, forced herself to put those big cockroaches into her mouth one by one. With each one she ate, her face turned a shade paler, and by the 5th one, her whole body was trembling. "Very good," Su-Han nodded in satisfaction. "It seems everyone is quite brave." "Report." A female soldier suddenly raised her hand, her face pale. I withdraw." "Me too." "I also withdraw." Instantly, 7 or 8 female soldiers stood up. They simply could not endure this training and would rather give up than eat another cockroach. Su-Han's expression remained unchanged. "All right. Instructor Ju, take them to register." After the withdrawers left, he looked at the remaining female soldiers. "Anyone else want to withdraw? Now is the best opportunity." No one responded. On the training ground, the female soldiers forced themselves to swallow live cockroaches, the crunching sound mingling with the sounds of retching, creating a scene that was hard to bear. "Ua!" Lin Yu covered her mouth, tears and snot covering her face. She had just swallowed her 8th cockroach, her stomach churning, nearly bringing it back up. "Don't throw up." Suhan shouted sternly, if you throw up, you'll have to eat 10 more. Chapter 91. I bet they are definitely cursing your ancestors. At the dining table. The members of the Eagle Squad were enjoying a feast, occasionally exclaiming in exaggerated praise. This braised pork is fatty but not greasy, it's amazing. The monkey picked up a large piece of meat and waved it in front of the female soldiers. The steamed fish is also tender. Da Zhong was picking at the fish head, slurping the fish eyes, tsk, it smells so good. The female soldiers were swallowing disgusting earthworms, while watching the instructors enjoy the food, their mental defenses nearly collapsing. Want to eat? Suhan picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs and walked in front of the female soldiers. Just withdraw, and you can eat immediately. The sweet aroma of the ribs mixed with the earthy taste of the earthworms, creating a bizarre contrast. I withdraw. Finally. A few more female soldiers could not hold on any longer and cried as they raised their hands in surrender. Suhan nodded, wise choice. Instructor Ju. Take them to register. Then, enjoy a good meal. After the withdrawers left, he looked at the remaining female soldiers. Anyone else want to withdraw? This is the last chance. In the line, Su Qingcheng suddenly raised her hand. Report. Speak. I want to ask. Su Qingcheng held back her disgust. Did the male soldiers of the Falcon Squad really eat this too? Chapter 92. The female soldiers have stirred up a hornet's nest. 5 minutes later, on the training ground. The female soldiers stood in a line, barely managing to keep their stance, their eyes red and swollen, with tear stains on their faces. Suhan walked back and forth in front of the line with his hands behind his back. Comrades, tonight's training subject is night navigation cross-country. He pointed to the dark mountain forest in the distance. Do you see that forest? Your task is to find 10 hidden flags within 2 hours. If you don't complete it, you will have to spend the night in there. The female soldiers looked at the pitch-black forest and involuntarily shivered. Each person gets a map and a compass, Suhan continued, no lighting devices are allowed, and you must rely on your night vision and sense of direction. Lin Yu muttered softly, how can we find anything in this darkness? By the way, Suhan seemed to suddenly remember something. We have also released some little cuties in that forest. The female soldiers. Just some poisonous snakes, spiders, and such. Suhan smiled warmly, don't worry. We have antidotes prepared. Even if you get bitten, you'll just be disabled at most, won't die, ha. The female soldiers' faces instantly turned pale. Now, collect your gear. And get ready to set off. Chapter 93. The flag is in the snake's nest. Run! Su Qingcheng shouted as she jumped down from a tree, rolling on the ground to absorb the impact, and pulled Lin Yu to run. The female soldiers screamed and scattered, the hornets chasing closely behind. I've been stung. Li Zhu screamed while covering her neck. Don't stop. Jump into the water. Su Qingcheng pulled them toward a nearby stream. A few of them jumped into the water with a splash, holding their breath and submerging. The hornets hovered above the water for a while before finally leaving reluctantly. Phew! The female soldiers surfaced, gasping for air. Li Zhu touched her swollen neck, tears in her eyes. Am I going to die? Su Qingcheng checked, it's okay, just swollen. Apply some medicine when we get back. That flag. Lin Yu looked longingly toward the direction of the pine trees. Let's find the others first. Su Qingcheng decisively decided, we'll think of a way later. On the other side, Zhong Meng was leading a few female soldiers through the dense forest. The map indicated that there should be a flag nearby, but she furrowed her brow studying the map, unable to find any reference points. Rustle. Suddenly, a noise came from the grass nearby, and the female soldiers immediately became alert. Chapter 94. Spending the night in a swamp, damn it. There are crocodiles. Zhong Meng was taken aback. What? Flashlight, Suhan said. Zhong Meng's expression changed, and she instinctively took a step back. I don't have one. Is that so? Suhan smiled faintly. Should I have instructed you search your tactical vest? Zhongming gritted her teeth and reluctantly took out the small flashlight she had illegally brought from her pocket and handed it over. Suhan took the flashlight, weighed it in her hand, and scanned the other female soldiers. Who else has brought something they shouldn't? The female soldiers exchanged glances, and no one dared to speak. Report. Although I made a small mistake, we still completed the mission. Lin Yu shouted. Completed the mission. Suhan sneered. Do you really think you can scream, shout, and even use a flashlight freely while operating behind enemy lines? He walked in front of the female soldiers, his voice low. Do you know? On a real battlefield, your actions tonight could get you killed 10 times over. Your screams in the woods can be heard from hundreds of meters away. The light from your flashlight is as obvious as a target in the dark. You even dared to gather and discuss tactics while being chased by the enemy. Chapter 95. Are these women really that fierce? The shadow drew closer, cutting through the murky water with a V-shaped ripple. Lin Yu felt her heart almost leap out of her chest. She could clearly hear the heavy breathing of the creature and the rustling of its scales against the water plants. Don't move. Su Qingqing's voice was as faint as a mosquito's. Crocodiles are not sensitive to stationary objects. The female soldiers held their breath, frozen like statues in the muddy water. The crocodile slowly swam beside Li Zhu, its cold scales brushing against her submerged arm. Li Zhu bit her lip tightly, tears sliding down silently. Suddenly, with a splash, another disturbance came from the other side of the water. A second crocodile poked its head out from the reeds, its yellow vertical pupils glinting coldly in the moonlight. This one was larger, estimated to be over 3 meters long. Oh my God, Zhongming's Adam's apple rolled, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Even more terrifying. A third crocodile was also encircling from behind, completely cutting off the female soldier's escape routes. The first crocodile seemed to sense something, suddenly stopping its movement. Its nose nearly touching Lin Yu's face. The hot, fishy breath sprayed on her face, causing her stomach to convulse, almost making her vomit. Chapter 96. The snake is coming. The female soldiers stood soaked in the muddy water, their faces still smeared with blood and mud from the struggle with the crocodiles. Hearing Suhan's words, their expressions shifted from shock to anger. Report, Chief Instructor. Lin Yu couldn't help but shout, we can't just lie here waiting for the crocodiles to eat us, can we? Exactly. Zhongming wiped the blood from her face. Are we supposed to sacrifice ourselves for the infiltration mission? Suhan did not answer immediately, but slowly walked over to the largest crocodile's corpse, kicking its gaping blood-soaked mouth with his military boot. In a real battlefield. His voice was eerily calm, sometimes even more brutal than being eaten by a crocodile. He turned to the female soldiers. His gaze sharp as a knife. The purpose of infiltration is to complete the mission. When faced with life-threatening danger, jumping up like that. Did you ever think it would alert the enemy? The female soldiers fell silent. What happens once you're discovered? Suhan's voice suddenly rose. Not only will you fail the mission, but your teammates hiding in other areas will also be exposed by the enemy. At that point, not only will everyone sacrifice, but the mission will also be a failure. This is the brutality of war. The swamp was dead silent, only the sound of the night wind rustling through the reeds. Chapter 97. Little One Brings Candy. Su Qingqing's eyes narrowed, and suddenly she softly whistled a bird-like sound. The water snakes were immediately attracted by the sound and turned toward the source. The snake on Li Zhu's back also lifted its head and swam away, flicking its tongue. The girls breathed a sigh of relief as they saw the water snakes leave. As the first light of dawn appeared, the mist in the swamp gradually dissipated, and the humid air was filled with the stench of decayed leaves and mud. The female soldiers still maintained their hiding positions, but everyone was on the verge of collapse. Their faces pale as paper, lips tinged with blue and purple from cold and blood loss, eye sockets sunken, and pupils trembling slightly from prolonged mental strain. Lin Yu felt her limbs had lost all sensation, as if they no longer belonged to her, only a sharp pain shooting through her back. It's getting bright. Li Zu's voice was so weak it was almost inaudible. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, her eyelids heavy as if filled with lead. Footsteps approached in the distance. And Su-han, leading the Eagle team, walked over, his military boots crunching on the wet, soft mud. Time's up. Stand up. The female soldiers tried to get up, only to find their bodies had stiffened and were unresponsive, their muscles feeling like blocks of frozen iron, causing tearing pain with the slightest movement. Chapter 98, Sweet Trap. After the little one left, a rare sense of relaxation enveloped the dormitory. The female soldiers carefully shared the 10 or so candies, as if they were the most precious gifts in the world. 1.5 each. That way everyone can have a taste. Lin Yu broke a candy in half and handed one piece to Li Zu beside her. Li Zu took the half candy, gently placed it in her mouth, and the sweetness instantly melted on her tongue, making her squint her eyes in delight. So sweet. I almost forgot what candy tastes like. Sure, keep it down. Zhongming perked up her ears to listen to the sounds outside. What if the chief instructor hears us? He'll cause trouble for us again. Su Qingcheng leaned against the bed, savoring the candy's sweetness slowly. Do you think we can really rest for half a day this time? They probably won't use gas grenades again, right? A female soldier said uncertainly, her eyes darting toward the door, fearing a gas grenade would roll in at any moment. Lin Yu suddenly lowered her voice. I have a strange feeling. When has the chief instructor ever been this kind? He must be planning something big again. The female soldiers exchanged glances, and the sweetness of the candy suddenly turned a bit bitter. Who cares? Zhongming threw her head back and swallowed the candy whole. Enjoy the moment. Even if it's a trap, I've made up my mind to eat this candy. Chapter 99, Is a real mission coming? What are we waiting for? Su-han suddenly raised his voice, prepare for heavy load. The female soldiers immediately rushed to the equipment area, frantically stuffing sandbags into their tactical vests. Su-han watched their backs, revealing a meaningful smile. What bad idea are you cooking up? Jumo asked softly. Su-han chuckled lightly. Guess how many of them remember to check their equipment? Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, a female soldier exclaimed, my water bottle is leaking. My strap is about to break. Su-han shook his head, jotting down a few numbers in his notebook, not checking equipment carefully, 2 points deducted for each person. The female soldiers were on the verge of tears, the training hadn't even started, and points were already being deducted. Move out. With Su-han's command, 27 female soldiers charged out. Under the blazing sun, the female soldiers struggled to move forward with 35 kilograms of gear on the obstacle course. Number 5. I can't take it anymore. Number 12, Lin Yu panted, her camouflage uniform soaked with sweat. Su Qingcheng looked back and slowed down, hang in there. Think of those 10 points. On the 18th, Zhongming caught up from behind and grabbed Lin Yu's backpack strap. I'll drag you for a bit. Don't fall behind. Chapter 100, Scared. It's not too late to jump off the plane now. Now, you have 30 seconds to think. Su-han raised his hand to check the time. Those who want to withdraw, take a step forward. The air seemed to solidify. The female soldiers exchanged glances, some gritted their teeth, others clenched their fists. But no one moved. Good. Su-han nodded, go get dressed. The oppressive silence on the helicopter. Inside the cabin, the roar of the propeller was deafening. And the female soldiers were squeezed together, tactical vests stuffed with live ammunition magazines, guns resting heavily on their knees. Li Zu, number 7. Had her fingers trembling slightly as she stared at the rifle in her hands and quietly asked the nearby Lin Yu, number 12, have you ever fired live rounds before? Lin Yu shook her head, her voice dry, only at the shooting range, never at people. What are you afraid of? Zhongmeng, number 18, lowered his voice, forcing calmness. We are just on alert, we don't actually have to engage in combat. But what if? Number 7's voice almost cracked. What if they shoot at us? Then we shoot back. Number 5, Su Ching, suddenly spoke up, her eyes cold and hard, otherwise, we'll be the ones who die. Silence fell again in the cabin. Chapter 101, I killed someone. I really killed someone. Everyone hide. Suhan's voice exploded in the female soldiers' headsets, more serious than ever. Since Suhan became the chief instructor, they had never heard such a tone from her. Remember the order, no shooting without my permission. 15 female soldiers huddled behind the bushes, fingers tightly gripping the trigger guards. The explosions in the distance made their bodies tremble involuntarily. Li Zhu, number 7, couldn't control her teeth from chattering. Su Ching crouched in a low area, looking through night vision goggles at the flames shooting up in the dense forest. Her heart raced so fast it felt like it would burst from her chest. Sweat dripping down her temples, leaving a streak on the night vision lens. The voices of Lin Yu, number 12, came weakly through the headset. Will they come over here? Su Ching hadn't had time to respond when Suhan's warning suddenly came through the headset. Target moving in your direction, expected contact within 3 minutes. Maintain absolute silence. The female soldiers instantly tensed up. Zhongmeng, number 18, quietly pulled back the gun bolt, but was stopped by Su Ching, who silently shook her head. Chapter 102, Are we qualified special forces? Suhan walked up to her, pressing down on her trembling shoulder. You did well, number 5. You saved my life. Su Ching looked up, her shock gradually replaced by a complex determination. She took a deep breath, bent down to pick up the rifle, reporting to the chief instructor. I'm fine. Suhan scanned all the female soldiers. This is why I wanted you to stay alert. On the battlefield, life and death can change in an instant. Remember today's lesson. He turned and walked towards the communicator. Instructor Ju, have the border defense armed police come over. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, but the smell of blood in the woods was thick and unmistakable. Suhan stood by the corpse of the scar-faced man. Military boots stepping into the dark red pool of blood, making a slight sticky sound. He bent down to pull out the dagger embedded in the corpse's wrist. Blood droplets falling along the blade. Look here. He pointed the tip of the knife at the bruise on the scar-faced man's Adam's apple, explaining that a chop to the Adam's apple could instantly damage the trachea and carotid artery, killing in one strike. The female soldiers stiffened in a circle. Li Zhu, number 7, turned her head away as soon as her gaze met the corpse's grotesque face, covering her mouth and retching. Lin Yu, number 12, tightly pinched her thigh, forcing herself to focus on Suhan's indicated position. Chapter 103, Write a Will. The anti-prisoner training begins. The helicopter landed on the base's helipad. The female soldiers stumbled down the stairs, some nearly collapsing, not from exhaustion, but because their legs were too weak to stand. All gather. Suhan's voice was not loud, but it made everyone instinctively straighten their backs. These once-spirited female soldiers had pale faces, deep-set eyes, looking like a group of walking corpses. Everyone, go back to the dorm and write a summary report. There are 3 parts. First, battlefield observations. Second, personal performance. Third, Suhan paused, write a will. The female soldiers abruptly looked up, shock filling their eyes. A will? Li Zhu, number 7, asked with a quavering voice, are we going to die? Suhan's expression showed no change. From the moment you stepped into the special forces, you were already half dead. He turned and walked towards the command center. Submitted to my office before dinner. Dismissed. The female soldiers' dormitory was terrifyingly quiet. Of the 27 beds, only 15 were still being used. The empty beds silently telling the story of the brutal eliminations over the past month. Each female soldier sat at her small desk. Blank sheets of paper in front of them, but few moved to write. Chapter 104, The Fate of Female Soldiers if Captured. Report. Lin Yu, number 12, spoke with a slight tremble, unconsciously gripping her shirt tightly. What is anti-prisoner training? Suhan's footsteps paused. He did not turn around, only coldly said, "Follow me." The female soldiers exchanged glances, but quickly fell into line behind him. They crossed the training ground and arrived at a low building they had never entered before, no windows. Heavy iron doors like a bank vault, with 2 fully armed sentries standing guard at the entrance. "Salute." The sentries stood at attention upon seeing Suhan. Suhan returned the salute, entered the password, and the iron door slowly opened, a chilly damp air rushing out, mixed with an indescribable old odor like rust, sweat, and a faint smell of blood. "Go in," Suhan commanded briefly. The female soldiers entered one by one, discovering a small screening room inside. Directly in front was a large projection screen, and the walls on either side were covered with shocking black and white photos. Some showed tortured prisoners beyond recognition. Others were close-ups of torture devices, and some depicted interrogation scenes, with prisoners' hollow eyes and blood trickling from their mouths. "Sit." Suhan pointed to the seats. Chapter 105, Welcome to the Second Level of Hell. The lights in the screening room were painfully bright, illuminating the bloodless faces of the female soldiers. Suhan stood before the projection screen with his hands behind his back. The bloodstains on his boots had dried to a dark brown. His gaze sliced through every young face. What they had just seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. His voice was cold and deep, in a real battlefield. "The enemy will peel away your dignity, your will, layer by layer, just like peeling an onion, and only then will it be your life." Li Zhu, number 7. Dug her fingers into her thigh, tears silently streaming down. Lin Yu, number 12, stared at her combat boots, breathing rapidly as if she had just run 10 kilometers. Women have unique advantages on the battlefield, but they are also the greatest weaknesses. Suhan walked up to Li Zhu, leaning down to stare at her trembling eyelashes. "The enemy will first break your legs, so you can't escape, then they will break your fingers, so you can't resist, and finally, enough." On the 18th, Zhong Meng suddenly stood up, his eyes red. "Chief Instructor, we didn't come here to listen to this." Suhan straightened up, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Then what are you here for? Playing house?" He turned and walked towards Su Qingcheng, his voice suddenly raised. "Number 5. If you were captured and the enemy threatened your grandfather, or even your entire family's lives to make you reveal information, what would you do?" Chapter 106, Dark 72 hours. When the black cloth was roughly torn off, Su Qingcheng's pupils suddenly contracted. In front of her was a less than 10 square meter sealed space, the walls covered with sound-absorbing sponge material, and a rusty iron bucket in the corner. The only light source came from a glaring red lamp above, dyeing the entire room blood red. "Welcome to the little black room." The monkey, wearing a black mask, spoke in an eerily processed voice. "For the next 72 hours, you will experience what true loneliness is." Su Qingcheng's wrists were locked behind her with special plastic handcuffs, and her ankles were also secured to the chair. She could hear dull banging sounds from the next room, possibly Zhong Meng struggling. "The rules are simple." The monkey slowly paced around her. "In each room, there is only one person. No sense of time, no contact with the outside world, only endless darkness." He suddenly leaned close to Su Qingcheng's ear, his warm breath making her shiver. "Your own heartbeat." The door slammed shut, and the red light suddenly went out. Absolute darkness surged in like a tide. Su Qingcheng couldn't even see the tip of her nose. The timer began. The monkey's voice came from the speaker on the wall, followed by a deathly silence. Chapter 107, Hang them all up. Hit. At 5 in the morning. 7 wooden stakes had been set up on the training ground. Suhan stood in the shadows with his hands behind his back, while members of the Eagle team were tying ropes to the stakes. The monkey tested the knot's firmness and grinned. "This rope has been soaked in salt water, the more you struggle, the tighter it gets." Jumo frowned as he looked at the sky. "The UV index is very high today. Should we postpone to the afternoon? Would the enemy choose a cloudy day to act?" Suhan retorted, his gaze sweeping over the 7 female soldiers brought out. They had just endured 72 hours of torment in the little black room, and after being released, they had only received a minimal amount of energy compensation. With less than half a day of rest, bloodshot eyes marked every one of them, and their steps were unsteady. Attention! The female soldiers reflexively stood up straight. But number 7, Li Zhu, was clearly still trembling, and number 12, Lin Yu, had bloodstains left from scratching the walls under her nails. Su Han walked up to them. His voice terrifyingly calm. Congratulations on making it through the first phase. Today, we will have some activities in the sunlight. He gestured. And the Eagle team members immediately stepped forward to blindfold the female soldiers with black cloth. Remember the rules. Su Han's voice was particularly clear in the morning breeze. Once hung up, no matter what happens, you must not make a sound. For every sound made, an additional hour will be added to your punishment. Chapter 108, Pa. I don't care. The ice-cold can of cola was pressed against Su Qingqing's burning cheek, and cold water droplets slid down her chin. Her throat was as dry as if it were on fire, and her tongue unconsciously licked her cracked lips. Su Qingqing's vision blurred for a moment. She could see the condensation on the cola and hear the faint popping of the carbonation. Her body instinctively leaned forward, but at the last moment. She suddenly gritted her teeth and turned her face away. Number 5, Military Unit Number, People's Liberation Army of China. Her voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. No further comment. Su Han raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He turned and walked towards number 7, Li Zhu. Shaking the cola can in front of her. Number 7, you look like you're about to collapse. Su Han's voice suddenly softened. Just one word. And you can have an ice-cold drink, and go to the medical room to rest. Li Zhu's legs were already red from the steam burns. And her lips were cracked and bleeding. Her gaze momentarily lost focus, but after seeing Su Qingqing's shaking head, she struggled to close her eyes. No, no. Her weak voice was almost drowned out by the sound of steam. Interesting. Su Han sneered, suddenly raising his voice. It seems you still don't understand your current situation. Chapter 109, the little one cried, Great-grandpa is a bad guy. Just as Lin Yu was about to say her name, Zhong Ming suddenly erupted, using all his strength to slam against the iron bars. Lin Yu. Don't be fooled. Lin Yu's hand quickly withdrew, a flash of clarity crossing her eyes. Su Han, instead of getting angry, smiled. He slowly pulled a syringe from his pocket. Antibiotics. Your wound is infected. If not treated soon, you may lose a limb. Lin Yu's gaze wavered again. Don't listen to him. Su Qingqing shouted sharply. He's playing psychological warfare. Su Han raised an eyebrow and turned to Su Qingqing. You seem very clear-headed. Do you know what symptoms a person experiences when they are extremely hungry? Without waiting for response, he continued, first dizziness, fatigue, then hallucinations, delirium. And finally, his gaze swept across every female soldier. You will start to gnaw on anything you can bite, including your own fingers. The basement fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of the female soldier's rapid breathing could be heard. Su Han slowly put away the syringe, his eyes like a venomous snake sweeping over each iron cage. The female soldiers' gazes were no longer as steadfast as at the beginning. Hunger, pain, and fatigue were gradually eroding their will. Chapter 110, Extreme Interrogation. The iron door of the basement opened again, and blinding white light shone in, causing the female soldiers to instinctively close their eyes. Jumo stood at the door, his brow furrowed as he scanned the disheveled female soldiers in the cages. Number 7. Li Zhu was curled up in a ball. Number 12, Lin Yu, was burning with fever. Number 18, Zhong Meng, was still holding on, but his eyes were already unfocused. Meanwhile, number 5, Su Qingqing, had a scab on her forehead wound, but her gaze was clearer than anyone else's. Chief Instructor. Jumo walked over to Suhan's side and lowered his voice. Their condition has reached its limit. If we continue, there may be problems. Suhan kept his hands behind his back, his expression cold. Limit? Not even close. Jumo frowned. But they haven't eaten for over 48 hours. And number 12's leg injury may worsen if not treated soon. Suhan did not reply, only slightly tilted his head to look at Jumo. You are a Special Forces soldier. Let me ask you, if they were really in a prisoner of war camp, would the enemy give them any time to rest? Jumo was momentarily speechless, recalling the captured soldiers he had seen at the border, tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, some even starved to death. While the enemy wouldn't even spare them a drop of water. Chapter 111, Isn't it just taking drugs? I've seen plenty in nightclubs at 5 in the morning. The medical room was silent. Su Qingcheng suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils slightly contracting in the dim light. Her body still bore the soreness from the electric shock. But her mind was unusually clear. She turned her head to look out the window. It was still dark, and the training base was shrouded in a layer of mist. Awake? A deep voice came from the doorway. Su Qingcheng turned her head and saw Jumo leaning against the door frame, holding a cup of steaming strong tea. He had faint dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept all night. Instructor Ju, Su Qingcheng struggled to sit up, her voice hoarse. Where is everyone? They are all sleeping. Jumo walked in and placed the teacup on the bedside table. Drinking it can alleviate nerve pain. Su Qingcheng took the cup. The scorching touch made her fingertips slightly redden. She lowered her head and took a sip. The bitter liquid slid down her throat, leaving a strange aftertaste. What is this? She frowned and asked. A special medicinal tea, with a bit of a calming ingredient. Jumo pulled a chair and sat down, looking at her with a complex expression. The chief instructor asked me to keep an eye on you to ensure no one suffers serious nerve damage. Su Qingcheng was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up. How are you planning to torture us today? With our current state, you should be close to breaking point as well, right? Chapter 112, This female soldier's willpower is too strong. Unit number. Suhan continued to press. People's Liberation Army of China. Su Qingcheng struggled to squeeze out a few words. Not enough. Suhan suddenly leaned forward, grabbing her hair. I want your real name. How did your father die? What did he say before he died? This sentence was like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Su Qingcheng's heart. Her pupils constricted violently, the boundary between the illusion and reality completely collapsed. She saw her father lying in a pool of blood, the enemy pointing a gun at his head. And she stood not far away, holding a gun. But couldn't pull the trigger no matter what. Shoot! Her father yelled at her, kill me. Don't let them capture me alive. No, I can't, Su Qingcheng murmured unconsciously. Tears blurring her vision. Suhan's voice whispered like a devil, your father was a coward, he could have escaped but insisted on being a hero. He deserved to die. Right? Shut up. Su Qingcheng suddenly erupted with a heart-wrenching roar, her muscles tensing to the limit, and the restraints creaked under her strength. Her eyes were bloodshot. Glaring fiercely at Suhan, my father is a hero. He saved his comrades. Chapter 113, No more hitting Sister Qingcheng. In the cold interrogation room. Su Qingcheng was firmly secured to a specially designed metal chair. Her wrists and ankles were bound tightly, leaving deep purple bruises. And the bright overhead light shone directly into her pupils, forcing her to squint. Fifth interrogation, recording begins. Suhan's voice came from the shadows. He walked slowly into the light, playing with a glinting syringe in his hand. Behind him, a technician was adjusting a precision EEG monitor, with the screen displaying the chaotic neural activity of Su Qingcheng. Name? Suhan's voice suddenly became unusually gentle, completely different from his usual sternness. Su Qingcheng's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She had answered this simple question 4 times already, but the tone and rhythm of each inquiry were meticulously designed, like a dull knife slowly cutting into her nerves. People's Liberation Army of China. Her voice was as dry as sandpaper. Incorrect. Suhan suddenly leaned in, the needle of the syringe swaying before her eyes. I want your real name. What was the name of the little girl kneeling in the ancestral hall, reciting the family tree rules? This sudden question hit her like a heavy punch to the chest. Chapter 114, Sister Ching Cheng. I picked flowers for you. This question stunned Su Ching Cheng. Did she hate him? In the illusion, she indeed hated him for digging up her deepest pain and torturing her repeatedly. But now, she didn't hate him. She finally answered. Her voice soft but firm, I know this is necessary training. Suhan set down the medical record book, his gaze complicated, your father was a hero. This sentence was like a key, suddenly unlocking the floodgates of Su Chingcheng's tears. She bit her lip, but couldn't he stop the tears from rolling down? He protected his comrades at the last moment, and destroyed important intelligence. Suhan's voice rarely carried a hint of warmth. His last words to you were indeed I'd rather die than surrender. Su Chingcheng's shoulders began to shake violently, all her grievances, pain, and strength breaking free at that moment. She cried out like a child, as if releasing all the repression of the past years. Suhan silently stood by the bed, offering no comfort and making no attempt to stop her. Only when her cries gradually subsided did he hand her a clean handkerchief. Wipe your face. His tone returned to its usual severity. Tomorrow we start rehabilitation training. Your muscle condition is too poor. Su Chingcheng took the handkerchief and suddenly noticed a row of clear bite marks on the back of Suhan's right hand, evidently the work of the little one. Chapter 115, Taking the Little One Home. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the medical room's curtains, casting a golden line on the floor. Su Chingcheng slowly opened her eyes. The wound on her wrist had scabbed over, but the soreness in her muscles still lingered. She turned her head to look outside. Some people were already running in the training field, and the synchronized footsteps sounded like drumbeats. A sharp whistle suddenly pierced the morning tranquility. All personnel assemble. Suhan's voice echoed like thunder down the corridor. The door of the medical room was pushed open violently, the sound of combat boots marching growing louder. 5 minutes to gather at the training field. Jumo stood at the door, scanning the 7 beds. Anyone who can move, get up. Zhongmeng from bed 18 was the first to spring up, too hastily and pulling at her wound, causing her to wince in pain. But she still forced herself to start putting on her training uniform. Are you crazy? Li Zhu from bed 7 muttered softly, her fingers trembling as she fastened the buttons. We just crawled back from the gates of hell yesterday. Su Chingcheng had already put on her clothes neatly and turned to Li Zhu, hurry up, if we are late. We might get punished again. Li Zhu bit her lip and said nothing further. Chapter 116, The Little One's Farewell. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains of the dormitory, and Su Chingcheng had already packed her belongings. She gently touched the number tag on her training uniform, her fingertips lingering on the number 5 for a moment. Sister Chingcheng. A clear child's voice suddenly came from outside the door, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Before Su Chingcheng could turn around, a small figure burst in like a cannonball and dove into her embrace. Little one. Su Chingcheng was surprised and squatted down to look at the little girl with 2 braids wearing a pink dress. What are you doing here? The little one looked up. Her round, bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Great-grandpa said he would take me home. I'm here to say goodbye to my sisters. As she spoke, she pulled out a handful of colorful candies from her pocket and proudly held them up to Su Chingcheng. Here. I stole these from great-grandpa. Su Chingcheng couldn't help but smile. When she took the candies, she noticed the little one was still wearing a grass-woven bracelet that she had made for her during last week's training break. You're still wearing this? Su Chingcheng gently touched the slightly yellowed bracelet. Chapter 117, Little One, do you want to take Black Panther home? Jumo took a few steps closer, thoughtfully watching the intimate interaction between Little One and Black Panther. Black Panther raised its head warily to glance at him, but relaxed again under Little One's reassurance. Uncle Ju. Little One sweetly called out, Black Panther is so good, it even helps me find things. Jumo crouched down and tentatively reached out his hand. Black Panther hesitated for a moment, but allowed Jumo to pat its head under Little One's encouragement. It's really rare, Jumo sighed, Black Panther is about to retire. And we are worried about how to arrange for it. He looked at Little One and suddenly his eyes lit up, Little One. Do you want to take Black Panther home? Little One's eyes widened in surprise, and her mouth formed an O shape. Really, can I? Black Panther is already 8 years old, which is retirement age, Jumo explained, his tone softening. We have been considering whether to let it stay at the base to retire, or give it to a retired comrade. But now it seems. He glanced meaningfully at Black Panther clinging to Little One. It seems like it has already chosen its owner. Little One immediately turned around and looked at Suhan with hopeful eyes. Great-grandpa. Can we take Little Black home? Please. Chapter 118, Going Home. What? Let me attend my sister's parent-teacher meeting. Suhan checked the time. It was time to set off. The members of the Eagle team helped load Black Panther's belongings into the car. Monkey hung a special dog tag around Black Panther's neck, engraved with retired merit dog and the unit number. This is specially made for our Eagle team, Monkey said, rubbing Black Panther's head. From now on, you are our external member. Black Panther puffed out its chest, as if it understood Monkey's words. Jumo did a final check of the paperwork and said to Suhan, Chief Instructor, Black Panther's file and medical card are in the medical box. The base veterinarian's phone number is also written on it, and can be contacted 24/7. Suhan nodded, thank you for your hard work. Little One could hardly wait and pulled Black Panther toward the car. Little Black, we are going home. I will introduce you to my good friends. Black Panther obediently followed Little One, but before getting into the car, it suddenly stopped, turned to face the training ground, held its head high, and let out a loud bark, woof. In the distance, a chorus of barking echoed, as if sending off this veteran. Only then did Black Panther jump into the car, quietly lying at Little One's feet. The vehicle slowly drove out of the base gate, and Little One leaned against the car window, excitedly pointing out the scenery to Black Panther. Chapter 119, Wearing Military Uniform to Attend the Parent-Teacher Meeting. No way, no way. Suhan waved his hands repeatedly. Previously, he felt awkward enough officiating Su Ling Shue's wedding there. Now, they wanted him to attend this so-called parent meeting. Come on. Where would there be an 18-year-old parent? If he went, the teacher would scold him too. No matter how old you are, everyone fears teachers, right? Third grandpa, please agree. Su Wu said, holding a bowl of soup, a big smile on his face as he approached. In previous years, it was either me or Little One's mom who went. There were several times that Aunt didn't even tell us about the parent meeting. If it weren't for her homeroom teacher calling me this time, I wouldn't have known. Over time, the classmates in the class also learned that Xiao Yuan didn't have parents. Both openly and secretly, they mocked her as an orphan. Suhan raised an eyebrow, is that so? Su Wu nodded slightly, Aunt didn't tell me about it. It was when Little One's mom went to pick up Aunt from school that she accidentally heard Little Nguyen's desk mate mention it. Aunt is strong and never tells us about these grievances. But she is still a child, how could she not feel upset? Chapter 120, Suhan arrives. Such a young major. The next morning, Suhan stood in front of the mirror, meticulously adjusting his military uniform. The deep green uniform was neat and fitted, the major insignia on his shoulder gleaming, and the medals on his chest were arranged neatly, showcasing his honors as a soldier. Black Panther sat beside him, tilting its head to look at its owner, seemingly awed by the outfit. How do I look, old Black? Suhan asked, turning his head. Black Panther barked once, wagging its tail, as if expressing approval. Suhan smiled slightly and reached out to ruffle its head. Stay home today and keep little one company. Don't let her cause trouble. Black Panther barked again, as if it understood the command. When he stepped out of the room, little one was already dressed neatly, sitting on the sofa swinging her little legs. The moment she saw Suhan, her eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. Great-grandpa. So handsome. She bounced over, circling around Suhan, her little hands cautiously touching his insignia. Wow. Golden stars. Suhan ruffled her hair. Be good at home, don't cause trouble for Dad. Little one nodded vigorously. I will wait with little black for you to come back. Chapter 121. Suhan takes the stage to speak. The classroom was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Su Xianwan sat dazed in her seat, her eyes wide and mouth slightly open, the pen in her hand falling to the floor with a thud. Brother? She murmured, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Wang Ying stood on the podium, almost dropping the attendance sheet in her hands. She stared wide-eyed at the tall soldier at the door, momentarily forgetting to speak. She had visited Su Xianwan's home for a home visit before, but that was last year. At that time, Suhan had not yet gone to the army. Her impression of him was that of a carefree child. Later, she did hear Su Xianwan mention that Suhan had gone to the army. But she never expected that just a little over a year later, that spoiled child in her eyes would already be a major. How could this be possible? Wow! So handsome. Is that Su Xianwan's brother? Oh my God, he's a major. The classroom instantly erupted, girls covering their mouths in quiet exclamations, while the boys looked shocked. Li Hao's face turned pale, and he stiffly turned his head, unable to believe it as he looked at Suhan. Suhan walked into the classroom with steady steps, the sound of his military boots echoing on the floor. Chapter 122. Suhan reveals his identity. Suhan stood on the podium, his military posture straight as a pine tree, his gaze sweeping over the classroom like a torch. The major insignia on his shoulder shone brightly under the lights, and the medals on his chest silently told of his experiences. Hello, teachers, parents, and students. Suhan's voice was deep and powerful, carrying the unique resonance of a soldier. I am Su Xianwan's brother, Suhan. The classroom fell silent, everyone holding their breath, intently watching this young officer. I was very inspired by what several parents shared about their educational experiences just now. Suhan's gaze lingered on Li Guoqiang for a moment, especially regarding the viewpoint of winning at the starting line. Li Guoqiang unconsciously straightened his back, a proud expression on his face. But what I want to say is... Suhan changed the subject. Life is not a sprint, but a marathon. The advantage at the starting line does not necessarily determine the final outcome. Li Guoqiang's smile froze on his face. My parents and Xianwan's parents passed away when we were very young. Suhan's voice was calm, but it made the atmosphere in the entire classroom tense. She had never enjoyed the so-called privilege of winning at the starting line. Su Xianwan sat in her seat, her eyes slightly red, but she stubbornly held her head high. Chapter 123. Suhan's dominant warning. Suhan took a business card from her military uniform pocket and handed it to Li Guoqiang. This is the business card of my cousin Su Wu. He is the actual controller of the Su-style Longting security group. Since you know the Su family, you must know him too, right? Li Guoqiang took the business card, his hands trembling slightly. The gold-embossed name, Su Wu, shone under the light. Below it were the titles of chairman of the Su-style Longting security group and master of the Su martial arts school. This is impossible. Li Guoqiang's voice trembled. Su Wu is at least in his 30s. How could he be your cousin? Suhan put away the business card and said calmly, Our Su family is a martial arts family. The lineage is quite complex. Su Wu is indeed over 20 years older than me, but in terms of family lineage, he is indeed my cousin. What? You have a partnership with the Su family and didn't know this? The classroom was in an uproar. Oh my God. The boss of Longting Group is his family. No wonder Su Xianwan is so well informed. I heard that the Su family is a martial arts family that produced martial arts champions in ancient times. This is too low-key. Li Guoqiang's face changed colors, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 124, Encountering the Middle School Homeroom Teacher. What? Writer 3,000 word reflection. Su Xianwan wore an unmistakable look of pride on her face, but her tone remained humble. My brother is usually very busy. I was also surprised he could come today. Li Hao stood in the corner, staring at them with a grim expression, but he didn't dare approach. After the parent-teacher meeting, his father received a phone call and was pacing back and forth in the hallway, looking extremely flustered. Meanwhile, Su Han followed Wang Ying to the office next door. In the hallway, Su Xianwan tiptoed and curiously peered through the office's glass window. She saw Wang Ying speaking seriously, while her brother occasionally nodded, his brow furrowed. Xianwan. A clear voice came from behind. Su Xianwan turned around to see her good friend Lin Xiaoyu waving at her. Your brother is so handsome. Just now, Li Hao's dad received a phone call, and his face turned green. Really? Su Xianwan's eyes lit up. Of course. I heard that their company's partnership with the Su family was cancelled. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her voice, saying that Li Hao was hiding in the bathroom crying just now. Su Xianwan smiled, feeling a warm current surge in her heart. In the office, Wang Ying closed Su Xianwan's file and sighed. Mr. Su, Xianwan is a very special child. Chapter 125, Class Reunion. No. At the school gate, Su Wu was leaning against the car, waiting. When he saw Su Han and Su Xianwan come out, he raised his hand to greet them, but a fat figure suddenly rushed over from the side, nearly colliding with Su Xianwan. Major Su, please wait. Li Guoqiang, drenched in sweat and pale, pulled his son Li Hao and directly knelt in front of Su Han with a thud. This kneel shocked the surrounding parents and students who were picking up their children, and they all stopped to watch. Dad? Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his father. But Li Guoqiang didn't care, tightly gripping his son's arm, forcing him to kneel as well. Tremblingly saying, Major Su, I was blind and offended you. Please, have mercy and spare us a way out. Su Xianwan was startled by this sudden scene, and instinctively moved behind Su Han. Su Han frowned slightly and said coldly, Li Guoqiang, what are you doing? Li Guoqiang pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice choked with tears. Major Su, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have talked nonsense at the parent-teacher meeting, and I shouldn't have let my son bully Su's classmate at school. Please forgive us. Chapter 126, The son-in-law is back from the honeymoon. A boy wearing glasses walked to the front with his head down. Su Xianwan, I'm sorry, we were wrong. The chorus of apologies rang out at the school gate, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Su Xianwan looked at the classmates who had bullied her, now each bowing their heads to admit their mistakes, but she didn't feel the satisfaction she had imagined. She turned to Su Han, brother, let us go. Su Han nodded and said to everyone, it's a good thing to recognize one's mistakes and correct them. I hope you all remember today's words in the future. Su Wu had already opened the car door, and as the siblings were about to get in, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Su Han, wait for me. Su Xianwan turned around and burst into laughter. It was Lin Xiaoyu, her best friend, running over, panting. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Su Xianwan asked in surprise. Lin Xiaoyu ran up, resting her hands on her knees to catch her breath. Then looked up with bright eyes. I heard Li Hao and the others apologize to you, so I came to check it out. She turned to Su Han and suddenly bowed. Hello, Su Han. I'm Xianwan's good friend, Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 127, Fire? In the hot pot restaurant, the waiter led them to a semi-enclosed private room. This is our pet-friendly area, the waiter smiled and said, your dog can move freely here. As soon as Black Panther entered the private room, it displayed the professionalism of a military dog, It quickly inspected the entire space, checking every corner. Then chose a position where it could see both the door and the window to lie down, maintaining a high level of alertness. "Wow, it looks like it's standing guard," Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed. The little one proudly nodded, "That's right. My little black is a warrior." Su Xianwan cautiously approached Black Panther. Holding a piece of pet snack provided by the waiter, "Little Black, want to try this?" Black Panther watched her warily, sniffing but not immediately accepting it. "Don't worry," Suhan said softly, "military dogs are professionally trained, and 1T easily accept food from strangers." Su Xianwan felt a bit disappointed but nodded in understanding. The little one took the snack. "I'll feed it. Little Black, this is from Great Aunt, she's a good person." Only then did Black Panther carefully take the snack from the little one's hand, but its eyes never left Su Xianwan. Chapter 128, Firestorm in the Hot Pot Restaurant. Thick smoke rolled out from the kitchen like a giant beast. The pungent smell of gas mixed with the odor of burning filled the entire space. Flames could already be seen flickering from the second-floor window, eagerly licking at the wooden decorations, making crackling explosive sounds. The owner and employees of the hot pot restaurant had already fled to safety, while several waiters stood at a distance with pale faces, utterly helpless. "You heartless people! All you know is to run!" a middle-aged woman shouted angrily at the owner. The owner wiped the sweat from his forehead and stammered, We are also human. We are afraid of dying too. The fire is so big, what if I ran up to notify and couldn't come down?" "Nonsense!" A burly man grabbed the owner's collar. "Did you not know there was a gas leak in the kitchen? Did you not do a safety check at all?" "We did. Of course we did." The chef interjected, "We checked the pipes just last week. Who knew something would happen today? Stop shifting the blame." A wave of angry curses erupted from the crowd. "If anything happens to the people inside, none of you will escape." Hearing this, the owner's face turned white. And he could only pray in his heart for the fire department to arrive quickly, hoping there wouldn't be any casualties. Chapter 129, Fire Scene Search and Rescue. The Black Panther dashed out of the back door, confirming the safety of 3 individuals before turning back and rushing into the fire scene again. Thick smoke had completely engulfed the second floor, and flames were spreading continuously from the kitchen. The wooden floor crackled as it burned, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of char. The Black Panther lowered its body and quickly advanced along the wall, its keen sense of smell still able to detect human scents amid the smoke. Woof! It suddenly stopped. Its ears perked up, turning towards a private room on the right. The door was half open, and faint coughing sounds came from inside. Without hesitation, the Black Panther rushed in and saw a middle-aged man slumped on the floor, his face pale and close to unconsciousness. The Black Panther immediately bit his sleeve and pulled him forcefully toward the exit. "Help me!" The man weakly struggled to crawl, but the Black Panther did not let go. With the Black Panther's assistance, the man managed to crawl into the hallway. Just then, a burning wooden board fell from the ceiling, and the Black Panther lunged forward, knocking the board aside, but was splashed by sparks on its back. It let out a low growl of pain, but still held tightly onto the man's clothing, continuing to drag him toward the safety passage. Chapter 130, It's over. We can't get out. Brother. We can't go in anymore. Su Xianwan rushed forward, gripping Su Han's arm tightly. Tears finally rolled down her cheeks. The fire is too big. Look, the second floor is about to collapse. Her small hand turned white from the force, her gaze fixed on the blood-soaked wound on Su Han's back, her voice trembling with a sob. You've already saved so many people. Going in again is certain death. Su Wu stepped forward, blocking Su Han, his face serious as iron. Third uncle, Xianwan is right. The fire truck sound is already very close, just wait a few more minutes. He listened intently, and the sound of police sirens in the distance was indeed becoming clearer. But mixed with the noise of rush-hour traffic, it was evidently delayed, obviously stuck in traffic. Su Han's brows furrowed tightly. his gaze sweeping over the burning hot pot restaurant's third-floor window, where shadows could be faintly seen moving through the thick smoke. The woman had mentioned that there were still people unconscious in the innermost private room. Every second of delay increased their danger. "We can't wait." He pried Su Xianwan's hand off, his voice low but undeniably firm. "The people inside probably won't last until the firefighters arrive." But Su Xianwan still wanted to argue, only to be held back by Su Han's grip on her shoulder. Chapter 131, Desperate Survival on the third floor of the hot pot restaurant. Thick smoke billowed like ink. With almost zero visibility, Su Han dragged 4 unconscious young people into the only private restroom that had not yet been consumed by the flames. The small space was crowded with people. Cough, cough. Su Han coughed violently, the wound on his back burning painfully in the heat. He tore off the last wet cloth, covering his mouth and nose, squinting his eyes which were reddened from the smoke as he scanned the surroundings. The restroom's window was sealed off by a heavy security grate, and the glass had already cracked from the intense heat. Su Han grabbed a fire extinguisher from the corner, extinguished a small flame nearby, and then raised the extinguisher to smash against the window. Bang! The glass shattered, but the security grate remained unmoved. The extinguisher hit the iron railing, producing a piercing metallic clanging sound. "Damn it!" Su Han cursed, throwing down the now deformed extinguisher. He turned to check on the 4 unconscious individuals. Their breathing was weak, but relatively steady, except for one boy who had been scalded, his arms blisters already beginning to burst. The sound of a fire truck's siren could be heard outside, but it sounded like it was still some distance away. Su Han knew they couldn't wait that long. "Wake up! Can you hear me?" Su Han slapped the face of the only girl who still had some awareness. Chapter 132, He can't hold on any longer. Su Xianwan's heart rose to her throat again, as she watched her brother help an unconscious young man to the edge of the partition, securely tying him to the partition with cloth strips, then carefully letting go so that the person hung like a pendulum, slowly swinging towards the second-floor window. He's using inertia. Su Wu's voice trembled slightly. "The second-floor window is not completely sealed by fire. He wants to let the trapped person swing to the second floor." But just then, an accident occurred. With a crisp sound, one end of the metal partition suddenly slipped from the window frame. The young man hanging in midair instantly lost his balance and fell straight down to the ground. "No!" Su Xianwan screamed, almost fainting from the shock. In a split second, a shadow leaped from the third-floor window like lightning, firmly grabbing the young man's collar in midair. It was Su Han. He actually jumped down after him. Everyone in the square was stunned, not daring to breathe. Su Han adjusted his position in the air, forcefully pushing off the wall with his feet to slow his descent, while simultaneously shoving the person in his arms towards the second-floor window. Bang! The young man's body crashed against the guardrail of the second-floor window, making a muffled thud, but he successfully got stuck in the gap of the railing. Chapter 133, Firefighters arrive. When Su Han appeared at the window holding the last girl, his condition was already at its worst, his lips cracked and pale, his eyes dazed, and his steps unsteady, relying solely on willpower to support himself. He can't take it anymore. Su Xianwan's tears streamed down her face as she wanted to rush over, but was tightly held back by Su Wu. Su Han secured the girl to the partition, his hands shaking so much that he could barely hold onto the cloth strips. Just then, Captain Zhao Feng of the fire brigade broke through the crowd with 20 fully armed firefighters, their orange rescue uniforms particularly striking against the flames. "The firefighters are here. Great. There's hope. Firefighters, hurry and save them. There are still people trapped inside. Brother, hang in there. Establish a water gun position immediately. Team A suppress the fire on the second floor, Team B break through the third-floor window." Zhao Feng's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, instantly drowning out the noise of the crowd. His gaze locked onto the swaying figure at the third-floor window. Su Han was using the last of his strength to secure the last unconscious person to the metal partition. "Quick! Is the ladder truck in place? Zhao Feng turned and shouted in anger. Report to the captain, the ladder truck is blocked at the People's Road intersection. The correspondent was anxious and sweating profusely, at least another 8 minutes. Chapter 134, Iron-blooded tough guy, no anesthesia for wound treatment. The sunset glow spilled through the car window onto Su-han, reflecting his ash-covered face, and making him look particularly exhausted. The car slowly entered Suwu's upscale community. And the medical staff, who had been waiting immediately, came forward. Hurry! Stretcher! The leading doctor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had a serious expression. As soon as Suwu stopped the car, Su-han pushed the car door open and waved his hand. No need for a stretcher, I can walk. He forced himself to stand up, but slightly frowned due to the pulling of the wound on his back. Black Panther immediately came close, supporting him with its body. Its amber eyes full of concern. Brother. Su Xianwan quickly helped him, tears welling up again. Don't be brave. Third Grandpa, you should listen to the doctor. Suwu also advised. Su-han shook his head, took a deep breath, and stepped toward the house. It's just a small injury, no need to make a fuss. The living room had been temporarily transformed into a makeshift medical room, with various equipment and medications neatly arranged. 2 nurses had already prepared disinfectant and gauze. And upon seeing Su-han enter, they immediately came forward to assist him. Mr. Su, please lie down. The doctor with gold-rimmed glasses pointed to the sofa covered with a sterile sheet. I am Dr. Lee, and I need to check your injuries first. Chapter 135, Trending. In the evening news of Yuju TV, the female anchor stood solemnly at the scene of a fire at a hot pot restaurant. Breaking news, at around 5 this afternoon. A severe gas leak occurred at the Shuxiang Pavilion hot pot restaurant in the Old City, causing a fire. Preliminary statistics show that 27 trapped individuals were rescued on site, including 9 seriously injured, with no deaths reported so far. The screen switched to a blurry mobile video of thick smoke rolling out of a third-floor window, where a tall figure was slowly carrying an unconscious victim out of the window using a metal plate. The camera shook, making it hard to see the face, but the outline of a military uniform could be vaguely discerned. The female anchor, in a serious tone according to eyewitnesses, during the fire. A young man in military uniform repeatedly rushed into the fire scene, rescuing at least 8 trapped individuals. He ultimately fell from the 3rd floor due to exhaustion, fortunately landing on a fire safety mat. The scene cut to an on-site interview, where a mother holding a child choked up while speaking into the microphone. If it weren't for that soldier, my child and I would have been trapped. He went in 3 times. His back was burned, yet he insisted on saving people. The smoke was too thick at the time, I couldn't escape with my child. That soldier came in, wrapped us in a wet towel, and guided us to the safe passage. She choked up, his back clothes were burned through, and he kept saying, "Don't be afraid, follow me." Chapter 136, Setting off for the middle school reunion. Su-han raised an eyebrow slightly, reached for his phone, and pressed the answer button. Hello. What the hell? Lao Su. You're still alive? On the other end of the line, the monkey's voice exploded, loud enough for Su Xianwan beside him to hear clearly. Su-han moved the phone a bit away and said helplessly, "What, do you really wish for my sacrifice?" "Nonsense." The monkey immediately changed his tune. "I'm just worried about you. The whole internet is looking for that unnamed military hero. And as soon as we saw that figure in the video, we knew it was you." Before Su-han could respond, a cacophony of noise came from the other end. Then, Da Zhong's rough voice cut in, "Lao Su. You're too amazing. Even on vacation, you can pull off a heroic deed. Rescuing 8 people from the fire, tearing metal plates with your bare hands, and then falling from the 3rd floor, why don't you just fly?" Su-han chuckled, "Falling down is not a glorious deed. Don't start." This time it was the voice of the lynx, teasingly, "Do you know how many people online want to have your babies now? The trending search for the unnamed military hero has exploded. The comment section is full of fangirls. Suhan, by the way, where's Xiaohei? Jumo's voice suddenly interjected, sounding concerned. I saw it rushing into the fire in the video. Is it okay? Chapter 137, Best Friend. And his damn first love too. In the evening, as the sun set, Suhan stood in front of the dressing mirror, adjusting the collar of his suit. The custom-made clothes fit his figure perfectly, accentuating his broad shoulders. The light grey shirt underneath was slightly open, revealing the scars at his collarbone. Great-grandpa is so handsome. The little one circled around him, her little face full of admiration. Su Xianwan helped smooth out the non-existent wrinkles on his clothes, muttering, "Why dress so nicely? It's not like you're going on a blind date." Suhan chuckled, "My old clothes are rather worn out. I can't just wear old clothes, right? It's impolite." He moved his shoulders a bit. The wound was still somewhat uncomfortable, but it no longer affected his normal movement. "Let's go." He picked up his phone, glanced at the time. It was almost 6. Su Wu had long been waiting in the yard, and Black Panther squatted at his feet. Seeing Suhan come out, it immediately wagged its tail excitedly. "Xiaohei wants to go too." Suhan raised an eyebrow. "It refuses to stay at home no matter what," Su Wu said helplessly, as soon as it heard we were going out. It blocked the car door and wouldn't let it close. Black Panther barked once, as if to prove its determination. Suhan rubbed its head. "All right. Let us go together, but you're not allowed to enter our private room, understood?" Chapter 138, The Little Thing Called First Love walking into the elevator. Suhan's thoughts drifted back to the depths of the original owner's memories with Zhao Xiaodao's endless narration. The girl named Lin Ruoxue was not a true first love, but rather an ambiguous crush from his youth. The original owner had average grades and an introverted personality. But he had inexplicable feelings for the girl sitting in the front row, with a high ponytail, who was an academic achiever. The clearest memory was from that winter in the 3rd year of junior high. On the way home from school, Lin Ruoxue was cornered by a few punks in an alley, and the original owner just happened to pass by. Although normally timid and afraid of trouble, at that moment, he didn't know where the courage came from, picked up a wooden stick by the roadside, and charged in. The result was, of course, a bruised face. But he successfully scared off the punks. At that time, the male protagonist somewhat hated himself for not practicing martial arts properly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. "Hey! What are you spacing out for?" Zhao Xiaodao elbowed Suhan. "You're not thinking about Lin Ruoxue, are you?" Suhan came back to his senses. Smiled faintly, just thinking how fast time flies. "Isn't that right?" Zhao Xiaodao counted with his fingers. "There are 43 people in our class, and 21 came today." The elevator rose slowly, and suddenly Zhao Xiaodao hooked Suhan's neck, mischievously smiling. "Lao Su, do you think this class reunion will be as dramatic as in the TV shows?" Chapter 139, Suhan, that firefighting hero can't be you, right? The private room fell silent for a second, then erupted into even louder chatter. "Suhan, it's really you. What the hell? Those muscles. Being in the army really makes a difference. It's been years, and you've changed so much." Classmates gathered around, chattering excitedly. And Suhan smiled and nodded in greeting. His gaze inadvertently swept to the corner, where a girl in a light blue dress was quietly watching him, Lin Ruoxue. She was even more graceful and refined than he remembered. Her high ponytail had turned into smooth, flowing hair, and the scholarly air between her brows and eyes had deepened. When she noticed Suhan looking over, she slightly pursed her lips and unconsciously twisted the hem of her dress. "Come on. Sit here." Zhao Xiaodao pulled Suhan's arm and mischievously pushed him towards Lin Ruoxue, as there was a vacant seat right there. Suhan stumbled. The wound on his back pulled painfully, but he remained expressionless, merely giving Zhao Xiaodao a helpless glare. "No need, Lin Ruoxue hurriedly shifted to the side. Her ears slightly reddening, it was a bit cramped here. What do you mean cramped? Zhao Xiaodao forcefully pressed Su Han into the chair. It's just old classmates meeting up. What's wrong with catching up? Su Han's knee accidentally brushed against Lin Ruoxue's skirt, and both of them instinctively recoiled as if shocked. Chapter 140. Su Han's heroic identity is exposed. Meanwhile, the internet was already in an uproar. Observant netizens connected Su Xianwan shouting brother at the fire scene with the image of Su Wu carrying Su Han away, coupled with some information from a previous parent-teacher meeting. They gradually locked in on the fact that Su Han was indeed the unnamed hero who saved people at the fire. Look! This girl was shouting brother at the fire scene. And she is the same girl whose parent I saw at the parent-teacher meeting today. Comparing the photos taken at her sister's meeting, it's obviously the same person. A netizen claiming to be an internet detective posted a lengthy article on the forum, meticulously listing various clues. He placed photos of Su Xianwan in different scenarios side by side, analyzing her hairstyle, clothing, and facial features in detail. He even used technical means to enlarge the photos, comparing a small mole at the corner of her eye, finding a similarity of over 90%. The article also mentioned that someone in Su Xianwan's school parent group revealed that Su Han was Su Xianwan's brother, and that he was in military uniform, which matched the image of the soldier who saved people at the fire perfectly. Subsequently, many screenshots from the parent group were leaked, showing parents from Su Xianwan's class discussing the fire incident, and confidently stating that the hero who fought the fire was indeed Su Xianwan's brother, Su Han. Chapter 141. Su Han is the firefighting hero. In the next room, Su Xianwan was anxiously pacing. The news notifications popping up on her phone screen were glaring like a death warrant. Big brother, we have to tell him. She clutched her phone, her knuckles turning white. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid the reporters will come. Su Wu frowned. It's hard for Grandpa to come back for a gathering. What should we do? Su Xianwan said anxiously, Big brother doesn't know yet. He can't get too excited because of his back injury. Little Dot was leaning on the windowsill, watching the crowd gathering below, tilting her head and asking, Are they here to send flowers to great-grandpa? Su Xianwan had no time to explain, and just kept staring at her phone. Should I send a message? He might not see the message. Su Wu shook his head. He seemed to be having a good time in his room earlier, probably chatting. And he paused. It would be rude to interrupt him in this setting with his classmates and teachers. But those reporters, I've already asked the restaurant manager to send more security to guard the stairway, Su Wu said solemnly. Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work out, I'll forcibly take him out through the emergency exit. You sent him a message to remind him not to come out recklessly. Chapter 142. Too lazy to explain. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Classmates exchanged glances. Memories from deep in their minds being awakened. In the winter of their third year, Su Han and Zhao Xiaodao wrapped themselves in the same military coat, blushing and saying they had a fever of 39 degrees, only to be found by Teacher Liu, who felt their palms were all sweaty before the sports meeting. Su Han accidentally fell into a flower bed, ripping a big hole in his pants, and Zhao Xiaodao chimed in saying he saw a wild dog chasing him, only to be caught by the principal outside the wall with their dropped game coins. Before the final exams, the two of them took 3 nights off for self-study, claiming they were going to the hospital to take care of a sick relative, and in the end, their parents caught them playing all night in an internet cafe. It seems that was the case. A boy wearing glasses adjusted his glasses and hesitantly said, Teacher Liu was so angry he made them clean the toilets for a month. Exactly. Another girl chimed in, they were the lying duo in our class back then. Zhao Xiaodao came up with the ideas, and Su Han played along, almost fooling the teachers every time. Lin Ruoxue frowned slightly, looking at Su Han with a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. Although she felt that Su Han didn't seem like someone who would lie about such things, Chen Hao's words indeed struck a chord with everyone's collective memory. Chapter 143. What? Suhan is a major. Teacher Wang adjusted his reading glasses and kindly said, young people who are willing to work hard and think are good. Back in your class. Although your math grades weren't top-notch, you were quick-witted and responsive. I knew you would definitely have a future. It's all thanks to the teacher's guidance, Chen Hao flattered. Especially the application problems you taught, they have helped me a lot now. Last time when negotiating with a supplier, involving cost calculation and profit sharing, I laid out the formulas clearly, and the other party couldn't fool around. As he spoke, he secretly observed Lin Ruoshue's reaction, seeing her listening intently. He became more enthusiastic and continued, also, I recently acquired a storefront in the east of the city and am preparing to open the 4th branch. The foot traffic there is high, and there are several universities nearby. I plan to target the student demographic with some discount activities. It should be popular. Oh? You're opening a 4th one? Teacher Liu was a bit surprised. Your speed is quite impressive. Can you manage the funds? No problem. Chen Hao patted his chest confidently. The profits from the previous stores are enough to support the new store's decoration and operation. Plus, I've brought in an investor, Mr. Zhong, a well-known real estate developer in our city. He is particularly optimistic about the fitness industry and wants to cooperate with me long-term to build the brand bigger and stronger. Chapter 144, Can't keep up the act anymore and starts posturing. Teacher, you can't be serious, right? The boy with glasses stammered, Major. Isn't that a school-level officer? Yes. Another classmate also looked shocked. My cousin has been in the army for 8 years and is only a captain now. Suhan has only been in the army for 10 months. How could he possibly be a major? Everyone's gaze focused on Suhan again, filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Zhao Xiaodao looked as if he had been hit by a spell, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He suddenly turned to Suhan. His eyes wide, Old Su, you really are a major. Last time you told me you were promoted, I thought you were joking. Damn. You actually became an officer. A major. He was so excited he was speechless, grabbing Suhan's arm, you're too inconsiderate. You kept such a big thing from me. Suhan helplessly patted his hand, it's just that I was lucky and achieved a bit of merit. Luck? You can become a major just by luck. Zhao Xiaodao rolled his eyes, do you think I've never watched military dramas? A major has to be a battalion-level officer. The atmosphere in the private room was completely heated, and the classmates began to discuss animatedly, Chapter 145, what? Suhan is really a firefighting hero. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze, and Teacher Liu quickly stood up to ease the tension. All right, today is our class reunion. And it's not easy for everyone to gather together, let's talk about something happy. Teacher Wang also adjusted his reading glasses, his tone gentle yet firm, yes, Xiao Chen. We know what kind of person Suhan is. He has never been a boastful child. Since he says he is a major, then he definitely is. Chen Hao's face turned pale and flushed, but out of respect for the teachers, he couldn't say much more, only snorted coldly and sat back down, muttering, anyway. I don't believe it. Zhao Xiaodao rolled his eyes at him and turned to pat Suhan on the shoulder, Lao Su, don't mind him. This guy is just jealous of you. Suhan smiled and didn't pay much attention. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Meanwhile, the first-floor lobby of the hotel was in chaos. Dozens of reporters with cameras surrounded the front desk, and the flashbulbs were going off continuously. Excuse me. Which private room is Mr. Suhan in? We are from Guangdong TV, and we want to interview the firefighting hero. How is Mr. Suhan's injury? Can you disclose anything? Chapter 146, The reporters have arrived. The waiter hurriedly took Suhan's words down to the first floor. And the private room temporarily fell into an eerie silence. Zhao Xiaodao was the first to break the silence, poking Suhan's arm, Lao Su. Are you really planning to go out like this? Those reporters are ruthless. What if they ask about your back injury or force you to perform some barehanded climbing? What will you do? Before Suhan could answer, Lin Ruoxue had already handed him a tissue and said softly, "Wipe your sweat first. Although you look calm, you're sweating at your temples." "Thank you." Su Xianwan nervously grabbed Suhan's sleeve, while the little one curiously peeked out towards the door. At this moment, the door opened again, but it wasn't reporters who came in, it was the restaurant manager, followed by 6 security guards. The manager was sweating and looked apologetic. "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry to interrupt your meal. There are too many reporters downstairs, and we are trying our best to maintain order, but I'm afraid." "It's all right. Just let them come normally." Before he finished speaking, Suhan's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Wang Yuanzhao. "Just a moment." Suhan nodded to the manager and answered the phone. "Captain Wang." Chapter 147, Facing the spotlight, the reporters surged in. And the flashlights instantly illuminated the private room, as if it were daytime, with sharp questions shooting at Suhan like a barrage of bullets. "Major Su, did you think about your own safety when you were rescuing people in the fire? It is said that you were seriously injured when you fell from the 3rd floor. How is your injury now? As the heir of the Su family, why did you choose to enlist? Does your family support your decision? Mr. Su, what were you thinking when you were rescuing people? Were you scared when you jumped from the 3rd floor? How is your injury? Can you show us your wound?" Questions came one after another, mixed with the sound of camera shutters and the noise of pushing and shoving, and the air in the private room instantly turned tense. Su Xianwan instinctively shielded Suhan, while the little one was held tightly in Su Wu's arms, frightened and clutching his clothes. "Everyone be quiet," Zhao Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Overpowering the noise, "What does it look like to be crammed in like this? Suhan is still injured." Suhan squinted slightly to adapt to the bright lights. Raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. "Everyone, please come one at a time. I understand your feelings, but there are other guests here. Let us keep it brief." Chapter 148, Achievements in Military Service. Suddenly, more than a dozen soldiers appeared at the entrance of the private room, standing tall like pines. Their uniforms crisp, and their epaulets shimmering with a steady metallic sheen under the lights. The leading figure, wearing 2 bars and 3 stars, was clearly a colonel officer. The soldiers behind him quickly dispersed, subtly forming a barrier at the entrance, neither disturbing the order inside the private room nor allowing the reporters to push forward. This sudden spectacle silenced the noisy private room instantly. Even the most difficult reporters subconsciously quieted down, their gazes all fixed on the entrance. The colonel officer strode in, his polished shoes making crisp sounds on the floor, and he walked straight to Suhan, saluting with a standard military salute, his voice resonating. "Major Su, the city's armed forces have been ordered to assist. I am Zhong Chiming, the director of the armed forces." Suhan returned the salute, raising his eyebrows slightly. "Director Zhong, thank you for making the trip. It's my duty." Zhong Chiming lowered his hand, his tone filled with obvious respect. "You are a hero of our military district. Ensuring your safety is our responsibility." As soon as he said this, the reporters erupted in excitement. The Armed Forces Director even personally came to visit, and referred to Suhan as a military district hero, which was enough to prove his identity and importance. Chapter 149, Tomorrow, the War Merit Plaque will be delivered home. Did I hear that right? 8 subject champions, plus the champion of the confrontation exercise. The boy with glasses pushed his glasses hard, his eyes behind the lenses wide as saucers. Not to mention. Another classmate quickly searched on his phone, his voice trembling. Nationwide, in nearly a decade of military competitions, the most anyone has ever achieved is 4 crowns. And that was 10 years ago by the King of Soldiers. 9 crowns mean that all the top experts in the military have been rubbed down to the ground. The reporters were even more like sharks smelling blood, instantly becoming excited. The sound of camera shutters was dense like exploding beans, and the flashes were almost blinding. Director Zhong, is this true? Are there official records of the 9 crowns? Is the confrontation exercise the legendary simulated combat red-blue confrontation? How did Major Su lead his team to victory? 9 champions. Does this mean Major Su is at the top level in almost all military subjects? Facing the torrent of questions, Zhong Chiming raised his hand to signal for quiet, and said loudly, "The military district has already issued an official notice. Comrade Suhan's 9 crown achievements are true. And each one has video records and referee signatures, definitely standing up to scrutiny." Chapter 150, Great-Grandfather, is this beautiful sister your first love? Zhong Chiming looked at the boiling scene in the private room, raised his hand to signal the reporters to quiet down, and said loudly, "Dear reporters. Regarding Comrade Suhan's deeds, we will introduce them here for today." He paused and continued, "Tomorrow we will go to the village where the Su family is located to officially deliver the military merit plaque and medals to the Su family. At that time, we welcome all reporters to come and cover the event, but please maintain order, and do not disturb the normal lives of the villagers. Additionally, regarding more of Comrade Suhan's deeds in the army, we will hold a special press conference after the merit delivery ceremony tomorrow, where we will provide detailed information." Upon hearing this, the reporters knew that there were still many questions, but they also understood that pressing for more today would not yield further results, and that there would be a grand merit delivery ceremony and press conference tomorrow, so they all nodded in understanding. "Thank you for the information, Director Zhong. We will definitely be there on time tomorrow. Major Su, see you tomorrow." The reporters chatted as they reluctantly left the private room. The room finally returned to calm. Suhan let out a sigh of relief, then pulled Zhong Chiming aside and said with a wry smile, "Minister Zhong, are these arrangements all from the military district?" Chapter 151, I Don't Like Women. Phut, Zhao Xiaodao sprayed the drink he had just sipped all over, wiped his mouth, and grinned at Suhan. "Old Su, not bad. You've hidden it deep enough. Even the little one knows." The bespectacled boy joined in the teasing. "I said Suhan looks at Ruozu differently. Turns out there's something going on. Back in school, Suhan always helped Ruozu out of tight spots. I thought they had something going on long ago. Come on. Spill it. When did it start?" The teasing voices of the classmates rose and fell, even Teacher Liu and Teacher Wang showed knowing smiles. Teacher Wang looked at Lin Ruozu's flushed face and joked, "This child Ruozu was close to Suhan in school. It seems fate was destined long ago." Teacher Liu nodded. "Suhan is steady, Ruozu is gentle. The 2 kids are indeed a good match." Suhan felt extremely embarrassed and helpless from the unexpected teasing. He glared at the little one, who was unafraid, instead making a face at him and sneaking a laugh in Su Wu's arms. "Stop the nonsense." Suhan cleared his throat, trying to explain that it was just normal contact between old classmates. Normal contact would also involve writing love letters. Zhao Xiaodao chuckled. "I've known you for over a decade. Why haven't you written me one?" Chapter 152, Trending First. Over 10,000 people coming to watch the honor ceremony. Before Suhan and the others returned home, the official Weibo account of the Guangdong Provincial Public Security Bureau released a lengthy announcement. Filled with respect for heroes, explanation of Comrade Suhan's acts of valor. Recently, the fire rescue incident at Lijing Hotpot restaurant has attracted widespread social attention. Upon verification, the hero, who successfully rescued 8 trapped civilians, is active duty soldier Comrade Suhan. Notably, this is not Comrade Suhan's first participation in a major rescue operation. Over a month ago, he was involved in the shocking Lin Group kidnapping case. He voluntarily went undercover into the abandoned factory where the kidnappers were hiding, defeating 13 armed criminals without support, successfully rescuing hostages, and preventing the escalation of a malicious incident. From his intelligence and bravery in the kidnapping case to his selfless dedication at the fire scene, Comrade Suhan has demonstrated the profound essence of a people's soldier through his actions. Our Bureau hereby extends the highest respect to Comrade Suhan and calls on the entire society to learn from his spirit of fearlessness and responsibility in the face of danger. Once this announcement was released, The comments section instantly exploded. I know about the Lin Group kidnapping case. I heard the kidnappers had guns and bombs. I didn't expect Suhan to handle it all by himself. His combat ability is terrifying. Chapter 153, The comrades of the Eagle Squad are coming too. Su Bowen's hands trembled slightly. He had lived over half his life. And although Su family village had been passed down for hundreds of years and the business was doing well, he had never seen such a grand occasion. Even when Su Lingxue got married, the Su family invited many people, but it was nowhere near this level of spectacle. Just thinking about the possibility of over 10,000 people flooding into the village tomorrow made his scalp tingle. Quick! Su Bowen suddenly stood up and announced to the whole clan. Everyone in the city, gather back. Those not in the city must return by tomorrow morning. Notify each household to clean their yards, move the firewood piles at the entrance, so that guests won't laugh at us. Also, we need to arrange for someone to maintain order. Notify Xiao Wu to bring back all the spare personnel from the security group. There must be someone guarding the village entrance and around the ancestral hall. We cannot let anything go wrong. By the way, wipe the old plaques of loyalty and bravery in the ancestral hall. The military district people are coming tomorrow, and we can't lose face. With a series of commands issued, the entire Su family village became busy in an instant. Every household had their lights on, and the villagers wore expressions of both tension and pride. Even their walking had a certain flair. Chapter 154, Wearing Major's Uniform. The pinnacle of uniform temptation. The night in the ancient city of Southwest was as dark as ink. And the bluestone road glimmered under the moonlight. Su Lingxue was putting the folded military uniform into the wardrobe when Zhu Haitao had just finished a video conference. Rubbing his forehead. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table rang, and the screen flashed with her father's name. Su Lingxue answered the phone, her tone light, "Dad. Why are you still up so late?" On the other end, Su Bowen's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. "Lingxue. You and Haitao must hurry back to Su family village tomorrow. Something big is happening at home." Something big? Su Lingxue's heart tightened. "Dad, did something happen at home?" "Something did happen, but it's a good thing." Su Bowen's voice rose a notch. "Tomorrow the military district is sending someone to present your grandpa with a military merit plaque. And Minister Zhong from the armed forces is personally leading the team. The whole Guangdong province is stirred up. As juniors, you must be present. Presenting a military merit plaque." Su Lingxue was stunned. Didn't he grandpa's first-class merit award come down earlier? The armed forces had already issued a notice, saying that due to the special nature of this merit, there wouldn't be a ceremony. She and Zhu Haitao already knew about Su Han's promotion to major, and were aware that he had won 9 championships in the military competition, earning a first-class merit. Chapter 155, Going Back to Hometown. Su Han helplessly took the military uniform. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll leave you at home." The little one was completely awake. Holding Su Wu's phone and watching a video of Su Han's highlights edited by netizens, reciting the bullet comments, "Great-grandpa is beating bad guys. Great-grandpa is flying high." The black panther yawned at the door. Upon hearing great-grandpa, it immediately wagged its tail and came over, rubbing its head against Su Han's pants. Half an hour later, a group of people drove out of the city. On the highway, traffic had indeed begun to build up, with many vehicles displaying handwritten signs pointing to Su family village. And even a van had red letters sprayed on it paying tribute to Major Su Han. This level of attention was even more exaggerated than that of a popular star. Su Wu looked at the increasing traffic in the rearview mirror with amazement. As the car left the highway and turned onto the rural road leading to Su family village, the speed slowed down significantly. Vehicles of all kinds were parked along both sides of the road, and the villagers had spontaneously organized a traffic control team, wearing matching red vests to direct traffic. With 2 kilometers still to the village entrance, a dense crowd could be seen from afar. Under the iconic stone archway of Su family village, red lanterns and banners welcoming the hero home were hung. And a camera for live streaming was even set up on top of the archway. Chapter 156, The Sioux family is full of warriors. In the open space in front of the ancestral hall, the sound of people was booming but orderly. Members of the Sioux clan were continuously returning from various places. In just one morning, the number of gathered clan members had exceeded 1,000. Among them were elderly people with white hair, children carrying backpacks, and young people in suits who had just rushed in from office buildings. What was astonishing was that regardless of age or gender, all these clan members stood with a distinctive poise, their backs straight, steps steady, and eyes bright. Even in the noisy crowd, their spirit was noticeably above the ordinary. Wang Yuanchao crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over the younger generation practicing in front of the ancestral hall, his brows slightly raised. The young people were dressed in uniform training outfits, performing a set of ancient martial arts. The moves were not flashy, but the punches were fierce. And the formations were strict, clearly indicating a solid foundation. What was even more impressive was that even the little girls in the team were throwing punches with strength and had a stable stance, not just for show. Su Bowen explained, "Today, many distinguished guests will be coming, so we have also prepared some performances. We might not have much to show, but this martial arts demonstration is worth watching." "Why would I lie to you?" the Bobcat chimed in. "The Sioux family members look friendly, but each one of them is a hidden master. Last time we sparred with the younger generation from the clan, we almost lost." This remark caused everyone to burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became even more lively. The little one tugged at Su Han's hand, pointing at the group of kids practicing martial arts, excitedly shouting, "Sisters! Look, they are practicing Sioux family boxing. I can do it too." Saying this, she let go of Su Han's hand and ran to an open space, mimicking the moves with great enthusiasm. Although her techniques were immature, her stance was impressive. And she cutely shouted "Ha! Hey!" with each punch, earning cheers from the crowd. The Black Panther also joined in, circling around the little one and occasionally pawing at the hem of her clothes, as if he was her training partner. Su Han watched this lively scene with a smile on his lips. As the sun rose higher, the sounds of Sioux family village became increasingly boisterous. The traffic at the village entrance had backed up for 2 kilometers, and the villagers were holding banners welcoming the heroes, their faces filled with pride. Su Bowen glanced at the sky, whispered a few words to the elders beside him, and then turned to Su Han. "Third uncle, it's about time." His tone was serious. "According to tradition, with such military achievements, we must first pay our respects to our ancestors in the ancestral hall. Did you remember?" The oldest elder stared at him, his gaze sharp like he was inspecting a new recruit. "I remember." Su Han took a deep breath, trying to recall his experience from the last wedding. It was simply about moving slowly, maintaining a serious expression, speaking less, and bowing more. Su Bowen lit 3 incense sticks and handed them to him. "Let's begin. The ancestors are waiting." Su Han took the incense and, following the elder's instructions, walked to the incense burner with both hands holding it. Amid the swirling smoke, he looked at the densely packed names on the family tree and suddenly recalled what Su Bowen had said, 400 years. Over 300 members of the Sioux family have served in the military, with more than 30 martyrs. Behind those names, there might have been young people like him who had sworn to protect their home and country in the ancestral hall, then rushed to the battlefield and never returned. In an instant, those tedious rituals seemed to take on a different meaning. He straightened his back, raised the incense, and deeply bowed to the family tree. Each action of offering incense, kneeling, and bowing was done with precision and solemnity. When he knelt on the mat and softly recited his achievements, his voice lost its usual indifference and gained a few more degrees of sincerity. "I, Su Han, descendant of the Sioux family, trained in the military. Broke the military district record, received third-class merit twice, rescued hostages, received second-class merit once, won first place in the martial arts competition, received first-class merit once. Rescued people from a fire, received first-class merit once again. The Eastern Flower Hall had been set up long ago. The 8 Immortals table was covered with a brand new red cloth, 2 pots of blooming orchids were placed in the corner. And the originally simple hall was surrounded by temporarily erected cameras and recording equipment, exuding a strange sense of collision between tradition and modernity. As soon as Suhan entered the flower hall, the flashlights instantly lit up. Reporters from 10 media outlets immediately surrounded him, their microphones almost reaching his mouth. There were television teams carrying cameras, paper media reporters with recording pens, and new media broadcasters holding smartphones to live stream, each one's face filled with anticipation. Major Su. Sorry to keep you waiting. The reporter from Guangdong TV was the first to speak, his tone respectful. Thank you for taking the time for this interview. We will strictly adhere to the agreement, 3 questions per outlet, and we won't exceed the time limit. Suhan sat down at the main seat. With Su Wu and Ju Mo standing behind him, the former was responsible for maintaining order, while the latter had been specially sent by Wang Yuanchao to listen and prevent the reporters from asking any confidential questions. Su Xianwan sat on a side chair holding the little one, and the two couldn't help but lean forward, like 2 curious little squirrels. Let's start. Suhan raised his hand to signal, his expression calm. Do you think this generational inheritance has an impact on you? A reporter pressed, for example. Do you feel constrained by the identity of your elders? Certainly. Suhan smiled. When I was young, I was always pulled by the elders to learn the rules. Saying that as an elder, I should set an example for the younger generation. Looking back now, those constraints were actually a form of protection, reminding me to remember who I am and where I come from, no matter how far I go. The interview proceeded in an orderly manner, with questions ranging from training routines to the Su family's martial arts traditions. Suhan responded appropriately, keeping military secrets intact while not coming off as dismissive. Until a reporter from an entertainment media suddenly asked, Major Su, there are many fans online who say that you look like walking uniform temptation in your military outfit. Will you wear your major's uniform for the merit ceremony this afternoon? The fans are very excited. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Other reporters frowned, feeling that such a question was somewhat inappropriate for a serious military achievement interview. However, Suhan was not angry. Instead, he raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly teasing. The military uniform is the skin of a soldier. It is not meant for temptation. At the moment when the 8 people knelt down in unison, the noise in front of the ancestral hall abruptly ceased. The sound of gongs and drums stopped, and the smoke from the firecrackers lingered in the air. All eyes focused on those 8 figures. There were elderly men with graying hair, mothers holding children, and middle-aged men leaning on crutches. The burn scars on their faces were particularly clear in the sunlight, but could not hide the gratitude in their eyes. Don't. Suhan quickly stepped forward, reaching out to help the oldest man. Get up, at your age, you shouldn't do this. But the old man stubbornly refused to rise, tears glistening in his cloudy eyes. If the benefactor doesn't agree to accept my bow, I won't get up. If you hadn't dragged my old bones out of the fire, I would have turned to ash long ago. The woman next to him, holding a child, also choked up. Major Su, my daughter was already unconscious at that time. It was you who risked such great flames to carry her out. We can never repay this kindness in our lifetime. The crowd around was moved by this scene, murmuring, isn't this the family that was rescued? It really makes one feel heartbroken. I heard that the fire had already reached the 3rd floor. Major Su went in 3 times before rescuing everyone. The midday sun scorched the bluestone road of Su family village, and the open space in front of the ancestral hall was crowded with people. The gratitude ceremony of the rescued had just concluded, and the air was still filled with the smell of firecracker smoke. Su Bowen stood on the steps of the ancestral hall, looking at the dense crowd before him, reporters who had come from afar, citizens who had come spontaneously, and relatives who had rushed back from various places, roughly estimating that there were no less than 10,000 people. He stroked his beard and turned to Su Wu beside him, saying, "Wooer, go turn on the village's loudspeaker." Su Wu was taken aback. "Dad. What are you going to do?" "What do you mean, what am I going to do?" Su Bowen glared. "So many people have come from far away. Are we going to let them wait on an empty stomach until the afternoon ceremony?" He patted his son's shoulder. "According to the old custom, let's start the banquet. The food has been prepared early. Just serve it." Su Wu's eyes lit up, and he immediately jogged off to make arrangements. Before long, Su Bowen's voice boomed through the loudspeaker at the village entrance. "Dear guests, dear friends. Thank you all for coming from afar to participate in my third uncle's commendation ceremony. It is now noon, and the Su family has prepared a modest feast. Please take your seats. Regardless of distance or kinship, all guests are welcome. Please enjoy your meal." Chapter 163, Lion Dance leads the way. The commendation ceremony begins. "Why hasn't great-grandpa come yet?" The little one whispered to Su Xianwan beside her. "My stomach is already singing." Su Xianwan rubbed her head. "Just hold on a bit longer, your great-grandpa is discussing serious matters with the clan elders." Just as she was speaking, the conversation at the entrance of the ancestral hall seemed to be coming to an end. Su Han turned and walked towards the seats, followed closely by the clan elders and Su Bowen. Once seated, Su Bowen shouted in a strong voice. Over 1,000 clan members moved in unison. Yet there was no chaos. The elders sat down first, while the younger ones helped pull out chairs. Children were arranged beside their elders, and everyone knew their place. The live broadcast captured this orderly scene, and the comments section erupted in astonishment. "My goodness, this discipline is much stronger than our company's annual meeting. Did you see that white-haired old lady? She bowed to Su Han before taking her seat. Now that's what we call inheritance. Modern people have thrown away all the old customs." After Su Han took his seat at the main table, the clan elders sat down in turn. Su Bowen stood beside the main table, looking around and saying loudly, "Today, my third uncle has earned military honors, and the entire clan shares in this glory. According to the old custom, the first toast is to our ancestors." Chapter 164, Old Su, you look so handsome in military uniform. Just at this solemn moment, a commotion suddenly erupted at the village entrance. A few breathless figures squeezed through the crowd. Leading the way was Su Han's close friend Zhao Xiaodao. "Old Su! Old Su!" Zhao Xiaodao shouted while catching his breath. "We are here." Behind him were several equally sweaty young people, Su Han's middle school classmates and teachers. Teacher Liu and Teacher Wang were being supported by two boys, their faces flushed, clearly having run quite a distance. "Xiaodao." Su Han turned in surprise. "Why did you all arrive so late?" "Don't mention it." Zhao Xiaodao wiped the sweat from his face, complaining indignantly. The whole road was blocked. "The road from the city to your village is only a dozen kilometers, but it was jammed like a parking lot. We ran the last 5 kilometers. He took a breath and added proudly, "But we made it just in time. For such an important occasion, how could we miss it?" Teacher Liu, holding his waist, gasped. "Su Han, I almost didn't make it on the road with this old body of mine." Teacher Wang adjusted his crooked reading glasses, looking at the grand scene before him, and sighed. This trip was worth it. Chapter 165, Awarding Ceremony, Honor Bestowed, shocking the entire audience. The sound of the salute had not yet faded, and a bright red military flag had already been unfurled in the center of the ancestral hall square. In the sunlight, the August 1st military emblem resembled a burning flame, casting a warm glow on everyone's faces. Major General Li Wanjian, of the Guangdong military region, stepped steadily to stand in front of the military flag. Behind him 4 honor guards held a plaque of military achievement, their shoulders straight. The golden characters on the rosewood plaque swayed gently in the breeze. The words for first class, second class, and third class achievements were solemn enough to take one's breath away. On the other side, 2 guards held a tray covered with red velvet, on which 5 medals lay quietly, the silver gear of the third-class achievement medal, the golden rice ear of the second-class achievement medal, and the prominent red star of the first-class achievement medal, reflecting dazzling light in the sun. "Everyone, please stand." Ma Chiming's voice pierced through the noise. And the square instantly fell silent. Even the children had their mouths covered by their parents, only daring to widen their eyes to look at the military flag. Suhan adjusted the collar of his major's uniform and stepped forward to the military flag. The sound of his military boots on the bluestone slabs was crisp. Each step felt like stepping on everyone's heartbeat. The live broadcast camera zoomed in, clearly capturing the 2 bars and 1 star on his insignia, creating a wonderful resonance with the eyes of the members of the Eagle Squadron behind him. Chapter 166, Fighter Jets Escort. A moment of glory for everyone. The roar sounded like rolling thunder as it passed over Sujia village, causing everyone to instinctively look up. 2 black dots rapidly darted through the clouds. The silver-grey bodies cutting through the airflow, the sunlight reflecting off the wings was blinding. As they drew closer, the bright red August 1st military emblem on the wings became clearer, the tail number 073 slightly trembling in the airflow. "It's the J-10. Zhu Haitao clenched his fists tightly, the collar of his captain's uniform being tugged out of shape. "It's the main fighter jet of our military's air assault brigade." Su Ling Xue beside him was puzzled, but she was startled by the tremor in her husband's voice. "Haitao, it's just a plane, why are you so excited?" "This isn't just any plane." Zhu Haitao's eyes were fixed on the sky, his throat bobbing heavily. "This is an active-duty J fighter. Under non-wartime conditions, they would never fly at low altitudes over residential areas, let alone to information." Just as he finished speaking, the fighter jets suddenly performed a thrilling barrel roll, the silver-grey bodies tracing perfect arcs in the air, the airflow from the wings causing the red flags in front of the ancestral hall to flutter. "Wow!" The phone in the monkey's hand fell to the ground with a crack, the screen shattered without him noticing. "Is this an aerial salute?" Chapter 167, Record it. Quick! Record it. This is a moment we can brag about for a lifetime. As the fighter jets flew over the ancestral hall, the clan members in front of the hall erupted in excitement. Young people raised their phones and pushed forward. Someone shouted, "The fighter jets are flying over us. They are heading towards the Su family." A few Su family youngsters, who had just rushed back, hugged each other, and one young man in a suit shouted at the camera, "Did you see that? That's our Su family's little ancestor. The fighter jets are here to escort him." The audience in the square went wild. The people in the front row stood on tiptoes to get closer, holding their phones higher than their heads. Some were pushed around, but clung tightly to their devices. A girl in a dress almost fell over from being jostled, grabbing the arm of a boy beside her and screaming, "It's flying so low. I can see the pilot's helmet." The boy had no time to respond, his eyes glued to the screen, his fingers tapping frantically. "Record it. Quick, record it. This is a moment we can brag about for a lifetime." In the back of the crowd, several journalists holding cameras knelt on the ground, their lenses fixed on the diving fighter jets, the machines shaking violently from the vibrations. A reporter from Guangdong TV shouted into the microphone, his voice cracking with excitement. "Dear viewers, the fighter jets are diving towards the Su family ancestral hall square. This is not a drill. This is the highest honor for Major Suhan. We can clearly see the August 1st Army emblem on the wings." Chapter 168, Colorful smoke paints the sky, the aerial display ignites the whole venue. "Wait! What is that?" A military fan holding binoculars suddenly screamed, his eyes behind the lenses wide open. "They are back." Everyone looked up in unison, and saw 2 black dots that had just disappeared into the clouds returning at an incredible speed, their silver-grey bodies cutting through the air, the smoke devices under the wings shimmering in the sunlight. "No way." The monkey grabbed Jumo beside him, his knuckles turning white. "They really came back." Jumo said nothing, just stared at the sky, the frequency of his throat moving faster and faster. As the captain of the Falcon team, He knew better than anyone else that the fighter formation's return was not a coincidence. It meant that a more shocking performance was about to begin. Wang Yuanchao's mouth couldn't hold back a grin anymore. He rubbed his brow and smiled at Su Han. Commander Zhao, that old fox, indeed left a backup plan. Before he finished speaking, two J-10s suddenly pulled up, drawing a vertical arc in the sky above Su family village. The smoke devices under the wings activated simultaneously. Red and blue smoke columns exploded in the azure sky, like suddenly blooming twin flowers. It's an aerial stunt performance. Zhu Haitao tugged at Su Lingshue's arm and jumped up in place. 2 buttons on his officer's uniform had been torn open. It's the ace performance team of the Air Assault Brigade. I saw their training during the drills. Chapter 169, Su family's martial arts. Fist winds shock the crowd. The roar of the fighter jets completely disappeared into the horizon. The red and blue smoke trails condensed into faint marks above Su family village. Like medals dropped from the sky. The cheers in the ancestral hall square gradually subsided, but carried a lingering excitement, with every face flushed with excitement. Even their breaths trembled slightly. Su Bowen walked to the broadcast platform, at the entrance of the ancestral hall, and cleared his throat. That slightly hoarse yet powerful voice resonated through the loudspeaker, instantly overpowering the remaining noise. Dear guests, dear friends and family. The fighter jet performance just now is the nation's acknowledgement of our Su family's sons, and a tribute to all the heroes who protect the home and the country. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed crowd in the square. His voice filled with undeniable pride. Our Su family has inherited the teachings of loyalty and bravery for hundreds of years, able to stabilize the world with words, and able to ride horses to set the universe right. Today, taking advantage of this joyous occasion, the younger generation of our Su family would like to present a demonstration of Su family boxing. Let everyone see our Su family's spirit. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The emotions that were just shocked by the fighter jets instantly found a new outlet. Chapter 170, Great-grandfather, did I do well? Next. Let everyone see the skills of the old bones. The old man's voice was loud as he bowed to everyone, then signaled 2 young disciples to step forward. The 2 carried a half-inch thick steel plate to the old man, still stained with rust, clearly not light. What are they going to do? The audience in the front row curiously stretched their necks. The old man took a deep breath, his dantian slightly bulging, then raised his hand. His right palm flatly pushed out, pressing against the center of the steel plate. He didn't use brute force, just gradually exerted strength with his palm, mumbling something, as if he was gathering energy. Suddenly, the old man shouted, "Open!" His right palm quickly retracted and struck out again. Slap! A crisp sound. The half-inch thick steel plate was actually bent. Wow! The square erupted with tsunami-like cheers. Even the members of the Falcon team couldn't help but stand up. Hard qigong. It's really hard qigong. The monkey excitedly tugged at Jumo's arm. I've seen brick breaking in the Marine Corps, but I've never seen anyone bend a steel plate. The old man, however, seemed not satisfied, shaking his head, and said to the 2 young disciples, "Get a piece of rebar." The disciples immediately brought over a steel bar as thick as a wrist. Chapter 171, The Ancestral Ceremony. 1,000 people bowing, shaking ancient and modern. Third grandfather, everything is ready. Su Wu walked to his side, his dark blue robe accentuating his tall posture. A small bronze medal tied to the belt at his waist. According to the rules, you are the highest in seniority in the clan and should stand at the front. Su Han nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of over 1,000 people who had lined up, dressed in blue, purple, and red according to their seniority. Like a neatly arranged terrace. The clan elders at the front leaned on dragon-headed canes, their purple robes hanging over the bluestone slabs, not a wrinkle in sight. The children in the back were held by adults, their light grey jackets swaying slightly in the wind, yet no one was noisy. This discipline is even more orderly than our squad's formation. Zhu Haitao tugged at Su Lingshue's sleeve, his tone full of amazement. Su Lingshue, dressed in a light blue skirt, was on tiptoe looking for her parents, and smiled. The Su family's ancestor worship is more important than New Year's. If anyone makes a mistake, they can be talked about by the clan elders until next year. At this moment, Su Bowen raised the bronze bell in his hand and gently shook it. The clear ringing sound penetrated the square. Over 1,000 people simultaneously turned towards the ancestral hall, stepping in unison towards the hall dedicated to the ancestral tablets of the Su family. Chapter 172. 3 days of feasting, inviting guests from all over the world. Commander Zhao has arrived. The solemn aftertaste of the ancestor worship ceremony had not yet dissipated, and as the clansmen had just tidied their robes, Su Bowen walked towards the broadcast platform again. He lightly shook the bronze bell in his hand, the crisp sound instantly silencing the noisy crowd. Everyone knew the clan leader had important matters to announce. The golden glow of the setting sun spilled onto Su Bowen's dark red brocade robe, the golden chelene pattern shimmering with warmth. He cleared his throat, his aging yet powerful voice resonating through the loudspeaker, reaching every corner of Su family village, even drifting to the congested traffic at the village entrance. Dear clansmen, dear friends from afar. His gaze swept over the densely packed crowd in the square. From Su family disciples to outside guests, from reporters carrying cameras to children tiptoeing to look, finally resting on the bright red military flag in front of the ancestral hall. His tone suddenly rising, today, our Su family has double happiness. One joy is that our family descendant Su Han has made military achievements and brought glory to the country. The second joy is that the military and civilians unite, sharing the glory. Warm applause erupted from the crowd, the members of the Falcon team clapping vigorously, their hands turning red. Su Bowen raised his hand to signal for silence and continued, just now, during the ancestor worship, the teachings of our ancestors still echo in our ears. Su family descendants should have a childlike heart and welcome guests from all over the world. Chapter 173. A cross-military district grand exercise involving 3 major military districts. The noise inside the ancestral hall was blocked out by the heavy wooden doors, and the air was filled with a faint blend of wine and sandalwood scents. Zhao Jiongwo walked to the 8 immortals table, casually pulled out a chair to sit down, his gaze falling on Su Han's slightly tipsy face, a familiar teasing smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What? Seeing this old man, did you sober up from your drunkenness? Su Han was about to stand at attention to reply, but was stopped by Zhao Jiongwo waving his hand. Sit and talk. There are no outsiders here, no need to follow military formalities. He pointed at Su Han behind him. I heard you showed off again. The fire even reached the 3rd floor, and you rushed in 3 times. Do you think your life is too long? With a tone of reproach, but eyes filled with undeniable concern, he stood up and walked behind Su Han, reaching out to lift his military shirt, but hesitating in mid-air, afraid to touch the wound. How's the injury on your back? What did the doctor say? Su Han touched his back with his hand and smiled. It's fine now. Just a bit itchy from the scab. I have a good foundation, so I'm recovering quickly. You still dare to bring it up? Zhao Jiongwo glared at him. I saw the video on the surveillance. When the beam collapsed, it was only 2 inches away from the back of your head. If something really happened, how would I explain it to the organization? Do you know that right now, you are the big treasure of our military district? Chapter 174. Participating in the selection of the 10 most inspiring figures in China. Let me give you a heads up. Zhao Jiongwo picked up a glass of cool tea, his fingertips rubbing along the rim. This selection is being closely watched by all major military districts in the army. Our Guangdong Military District, Southeast Military District, Southwest Military District, Beijing Military District, and Northwest Military District each have 1 recommendation slot, and in the end, only 1 can stand on the podium. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the remaining lanterns in the ancestral hall square. Do you think this is about personal honor? Wrong. This is a showcase for the military districts in front of the public, letting the people see what kind of soldiers and spirit we have in our troops. Li Wanjing added from the side, just like 4 years ago. When the Southeast Military District recommended that bomb disposal expert, who lost a leg while clearing mines at the border, but insisted on leading the soldiers to complete the mission. When he received the award, the whole country was discussing the dedication of soldiers, and during that time, recruitment numbers increased by 30%. This is the significance. Zhao Jiongwo took over, his tone serious. You, Su-han, have only been in the army for 5 months, yet you've created a myth of intuitive shooting. Won 9 championships in the military competition, single-handedly disrupted a kidnapping case, rescued people from a fire 3 times. And now you've even brought out the prototype of a female special operations team. Your resume is solid and impressive, but more importantly. Chapter 175. This selection event is more complex than international anti-terrorism missions. Don't worry, Li Wanjing smiled, public voting only accounts for 30 of the weight, more importantly. It's about the depth and impact of the deeds. Otherwise, wouldn't those old heroes who have quietly contributed be drowned out by the noise? Su-han nodded slightly. Realizing this principle. Step 3. Judge evaluation, January of the following year. The list of 50 candidates will be narrowed down to 20 through voting and preliminary evaluation. Then enter the judge evaluation stage. Li Wanjing explained, the judging panel is quite luxurious, with headquarters leaders, experts and scholars, moral models, and senior media personnel. Totaling over 30 people. They will review the authenticity of the candidates' deeds, their social impact, and may even send people to visit and verify. He gave an example. Like your training achievements in the army, the details of your rescues, the days of military training, and your daily training routines. The judges might contact your unit, the people you rescued, or even the villagers from Sujia village to understand the situation. This step tests hard power the most. It can't have any fakes. Jumo pondered, it's like the review and debriefing after we carry out a mission, every detail must withstand scrutiny. Exactly. Li Wanjing nodded in approval. So during this time, you should train and lead the team without trying too hard to perform. The judges want real heroes. Not models put on a show. Chapter 176. Without you, how could we have this prosperous era? The flowing banquet in Sujia village was still lively. With the lanterns in front of the ancestral hall shining brightly from sunset to sunrise, as if it was still daytime. However, the backyard of the old Su family residence exuded a tranquility that was completely different from the noise outside. Su-han lay on a wicker chair under the grape trellis, flipping through a yellowed manual of Su family boxing. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows on the pages. Occasionally, a breeze would blow, bringing with it faint laughter and the aroma of food from afar. Great-grandfather, Black Panther, has gone to steal ribs again. The little one rushed in, holding up her skirt, her braided pigtails bouncing high with her movements. Grandma Li said he's already stolen 3 times today. If this continues, the kitchen staff will have to lock him up. As soon as she finished speaking, Black Panther dashed out from the corner with a half-eaten rib in his mouth. Upon seeing Su-han, his tail immediately tucked between his legs, but he clutched the rib even tighter, letting out a pitiful whine as if trying to defend himself. Su-han put down the boxing manual, raised an eyebrow at him. Looks like the banquet at the ancestral hall is more fragrant than the dog food the little one gave you. Black Panther quickly dropped the rib on the ground and rubbed his head against Su-han's pant leg, his wet eyes full of flattery. Chapter 177. I'm going back to the army. A week flew by, and the flowing banquet in Sujia village had long concluded. But the banners in front of the ancestral hall remained bright red, fluttering in the wind, as if recounting the glory that had stirred the whole nation. Only the occasional vehicles passing by the village entrance hinted at the warmth left after the feast. In the courtyard of the Su family old residence, Su-han was practicing boxing against a wooden post. His movements were not fast, each punch carried a steady force, the wind from his punches whispering through the air. The wound on his back had already scabbed over, and although it still hurt slightly with large movements, it was a world apart from when he had just been injured. Third uncle, take a break. Suboan looked at the thin sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but advise. The doctor said you need to rest for a month before engaging in vigorous activities. You've only been injured for 10 days and you're already practicing boxing. Be careful not to reopen the wound. Suhan stood still, took the herbal medicine and drank it all in one go, the bitter taste spreading on his tongue. Don't worry, uncle. I know my limits. I'm just moving my muscles and bones so that I won't fall behind in training when I return to the army. Great-grandfather. Look at the new collar I made for Black Panther. The little one ran in, holding up a collar woven with red rope. The bow at the end bouncing with her movements. Isn't it pretty? I made it from the leftover ribbons from the ancestral hall. Chapter 178. Suhan returns to the army. The whole village sends him off. After dinner, Su Xianwan helped Suhan pack his luggage. She stuffed the embroidered charm with peace into the bottom of the backpack and added a few packs of osmanthus cake. This is moisture-proof. It will last for half a month. If you miss home in the army, just have a taste. She suddenly asked in a low voice, brother. Is it very difficult to be selected for the 10 most inspiring figures in China? Do you want me to help you search for some information online? Suhan rubbed her hair. It's not difficult. It's just like being selected as an outstanding student in school. Study hard, and when I come back, I'll bring you the award from the army as a template. Su Xianwan laughed and nodded vigorously. I will definitely rank first in the class. In the early morning, Sujia village was still enveloped in a deep blue dawn. The first crow of a rooster from the direction of the ancestral hall startled a few sparrows from the eaves. As Suhan stepped out of the threshold of the old residence with his camouflage backpack, his military boots splashed tiny droplets as they hit the dewy bluestone slabs. Third uncle, everything is ready. Ju Haitao followed behind, carrying a bulging canvas bag. With half of the sesame cake that Su Xianwan made last night peeking out of the top. Ling Xue said this cake is filling and will last until we get on the highway. Just as Suhan was about to say something, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure standing in the shadow of the old locust tree at the village entrance. Chapter 179. The popularity is comparable to that of a star. Suhan is chased by fans at the bus station. As the off-road vehicle drove away from Sujia village, the morning light had already spread over the end of the bluestone road. Su Wu held the steering wheel, glancing back at Suhan in the rearview mirror with a smile, joking, Third uncle, now that you're leaving, little one will probably sulk for several days. Last night, she secretly hid your military hat under her pillow, saying that this way you wouldn't be able to leave. Suhan was rubbing the bronze heart-protecting mirror in his arms and couldn't help but chuckle. That girl is full of clever ideas. Once I sort out the training plan for the troops, I'll go back to see her. In a while, CCTV is coming to shoot a video of me. So I'll be back anyway. Ju Haitao, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to interject, rubbing his military boots on the mat, his tone a bit hesitant. Third uncle, why don't we go back to our 356th Regiment's 7th Company for a couple of days? I'll have the kitchen prepare some ribs for you. Just like you said last time, less pepper and more vinegar. Half joking, half serious, his words reflected his respect. Although Suhan had been promoted to major, and theoretically had no direct subordination to Ju Haitao, who was a captain and company commander, Ju Haitao still felt that Suhan was that amazing recruit who had impressed everyone on the shooting range. Chapter 180, What a Henpecked Husband. Suhan was taken aback. He knew he had gained a lot of exposure recently, but he didn't expect it to be enough to occupy the train station billboards. Ju Haitao was also stunned, and after a while, he clicked his tongue. Third uncle, your popularity is even higher than those film stars. The last time I was at the airport with Ling Xue, the star's bodyguard was no more impressive than this. Don't talk nonsense. Suhan shot him a glare. Just as he was about to move forward when a social media reporter blocked his way. Major Su, hello. I'm a reporter from a social media outlet. The reporter thrust a live microphone toward him, the phone camera very close. The selection for the top 10 figures in China is about to start. Will you participate in this election? How do you think the public should understand the contributions of soldiers? The rapid-fire questions made Su-han frown. He took a half step back to avoid the microphone. That's not important. What matters is doing our job well. As for contributions, he pointed to the armed police soldiers not far away who were on duty at the train station, guarding everyone's safe travels. That's the most practical contribution. The reporter wanted to ask more, but Zhu Haitao half persuaded, half blocked him. Sorry, we need to catch a train, maybe we can do an interview next time. Chapter 181, The Base's Warm Welcome, a surprise for Captain Wang. The train was moving smoothly on the tracks, and the scenery outside transitioned from rolling fields to towering skyscrapers. The 2-hour journey passed quietly amidst small talk. And when the announcement indicated they were about to arrive at the station of the Eastern Guangdong Military District, Su-han was looking down at a photo sent by Su Xianwan on his phone. In the photo, the little girl was lying under the grape trellis of the old house, grooming the Black Panther. Next to her was a countdown calendar she drew for her great-grandfather's return, with crooked numbers and a simple drawing of a tank beside it. Third uncle, look at this girl, all her thoughts are on waiting for you to come back. Zhu Haitao leaned over to take a look and teased, when you return to the village next time, she'll definitely be able to perform the Su family fist's entry stance even better than last time. Su-han put away his phone, his fingers caressing the bronze heart-protecting mirror in his military uniform pocket, a smile at the corners of his mouth. Of course, she is my great-granddaughter. As they spoke, the train slowly entered the platform. The moment the doors opened, a gust of wind mixed with car exhaust and the fragrance of camphor trees rushed in. The sounds of the platform announcements, passengers' footsteps, and distant whistles intertwined, filling the air with the hustle and bustle of the city. Third uncle, let me help you with the bag. Zhu Haitao was the first to grab the canvas bag filled with medical supplies and pastries, and then tried to snatch the camouflage backpack on Su-han's back, but was stopped. Chapter 182, Look at this aura, he is born to be a commander. The monkey proudly lifted his chin. Not just that. Look ahead. Following his direction, Su-han saw a huge banner hanging above the base gate, with red background and yellow letters reading, Warm Welcome to Major Su-han, a first-class merit award recipient, returning to the team. Below the banner, Wang Yuanchao was dressed in a neat uniform, standing together with several lieutenant colonels and colonels from the staff, all with bright smiles on their faces. The off-road vehicle slowly stopped in front of the gate, just as Jumo turned off the engine. The monkey couldn't wait to jump out of the car and opened the back door. Chief Instructor, we arrived. Look at this setup, is it surprising enough? As Su-han pushed open the car door and stepped out, soldiers on both sides suddenly shouted in unison, Welcome back, Major Su. Their voices thundered like a clap of thunder, echoing in the sky above the base. A band immediately struck up a cheerful tune, red silk fluttered, drums thundered, and the atmosphere was so lively it was exhilarating. Wang Yuanchao strode forward, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. And behind him followed the brigade's political commissar and several staff leaders, each looking at Su-han with admiration and praise. Su-han, we've finally been waiting for you to come back. Wang Yuanchao grabbed Su-han's hand and shook it vigorously. How about it? Are you satisfied with this welcome ceremony? Chapter 183, The Helicopter Special Training, The Shock of the Female Soldiers. The wind at training ground number 3 carried the scent of grass and trees, swirling with the sporadic gunfire coming from the distant shooting range in the open area. Su-han stood in front of the command platform, at the center of the training ground, glancing over the neatly lined-up female Special Forces team. 7 team members carried tactical backpacks, their training uniforms soaked with morning sweat, yet they stood tall, the tension in their eyes gradually being replaced by anticipation. Chief Instructor, the auxiliary training personnel from the Eagle team have arrived. Jumo's voice came from the side. Suhan turned to see several members of the Eagle team performing their duties. Da Zhong was carrying a bundle of ropes toward the helicopter's rappelling ladder. His thick arms bulging with veins, Mountain Cat was squatting in front of a simulated parachute device adjusting the equipment, his fingers flying over the control panel. The monkey was holding a tablet, the screen filled with dense training parameters, with half a piece of Osmanthus cake still in his mouth. Be more spirited. Don't let the female soldiers see a joke. Jumo snapped, and the monkey immediately stuffed the pastry into his pocket, stood at attention. But couldn't he help but wink at Su Ching-cheng, recalling how he had been tripped by her during the last opposing drill, which was still the team's joke. Chapter 184, Out of Control. Falling from a height. Oh no. Is everyone clear? Suhan scanned the crowd. Clear. The 7 answered in unison, their voices filled with determination. Good. Suhan nodded at the Eagle team, familiarized them with the equipment. Remember, follow combat standards, don't go easy. Got it. The monkey was the first to respond. Raising his chin at the female soldiers, follow me. We'll start with the simplest anti-dizziness exercise. If anyone throws up in the training cabin, they'll have to copy the helicopter operation manual 100 times. Watching the female soldiers follow the Eagle team toward the training equipment. Jumo walked up to Suhan. Old Su, is this too rushed? Suhan looked at the helicopter performing a spiraling maneuver, his tone calm. Rushed? Commander Zhao only gave us less than a year. I don't want a vase that can march in formation on the training ground. I want soldiers who can survive in the rain of bullets. Suhan turned to look at him, a complex glint in her eyes. They are the female special forces. They will face 10 times more scrutiny than us. Only by demonstrating overwhelming strength can we silence everyone. The roar of the helicopter sounded again. This time carrying Da Zhong and a female soldier into the air, preparing for the first rapid descent demonstration. Chapter 185, The best way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, the sandy ground rapidly magnified in her view. And she could even see the sudden tension in Suhan's facial lines. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed. The backup safety rope, which had been tensed in secret, suddenly activated, like a steel giant python that had abruptly awakened, forcefully pulling the falling body. The immense pull caused Lin Yu's shoulder to feel a tearing pain. But the momentum of the fall was abruptly halted. She hung 3 meters above the ground, like a puppet dangling from a clothesline, her limbs weakly swaying. Put her down. Jumo shouted anxiously. Big Bear and Lynx immediately rushed over, fumbling to unfasten the safety rope's buckle. As soon as Lin Yu hit the ground, she collapsed onto the sandy ground, her tactical cap rolling aside, revealing her forehead drenched in cold sweat, her lips trembling and unable to speak. It's okay, it's okay. Li Zu hurriedly handed over a water bottle, but Lin Yu pushed it away, covering her mouth as she dry-heaved, her stomach churning. Cough, cough. She choked as she lifted her head, the strands of hair on her forehead stuck together with cold sweat, her eyes still reflecting the terror from her fall. The brief sensation of weightlessness just now felt like a dull knife repeatedly cutting at her taut nerves, and memories of falling from a tree as a child surged back. As if the old injuries at her broken bones were faintly aching. Chapter 186, Why has the chief instructor become so cold-blooded? The air seemed to freeze. Only the roar of the helicopter blades and the sound of the wind sweeping across the sandy ground remained in the training field. The female soldiers looked at Suhan. Their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Is this still the same chief instructor who patiently corrected their gun-holding postures during the first phase of training? Who smiled and shared battlefield anecdotes with them? Back then, Suhan was gentle like an older brother next door, handing them water bottles when they were exhausted. And smilingly saying try again when they made mistakes. But now, he seemed like a different person. His gaze was icy, his tone cruel, even carrying an almost inhuman iron-bloodedness. It was as if they were no longer team members needing guidance, but weapons that had to be forged immediately without any flaws. Li Zu quietly tugged at Lin Yu's shirt corner, her eyes full of worry. Su Qingcheng bit her lip, not speaking. But her gaze towards Lin Yu carried a hint of subtle encouragement. Lin Yu's eyes fell on the swaying rope, the cold sweat in her palms still hadn't dried. And the sensation of weightlessness from her earlier fall seemed to linger in her limbs. Withdraw. She recalled the determination she had when signing up for the Women's Special Forces. The reminders from her family over the phone, and Su Han's words that female Special Forces soldiers are not ornamental. Chapter 187, Dizziness and the Crucible of Willpower. The afternoon sun was as scorching as if it would melt the ground. The concrete of training ground number 3 was steaming with heat, even the wind carried a burning temperature. Su Han stood in front of the massive apparatus in the center of the training field, his fingertips gliding over the cold metal shell. This was a fixed large turntable. With a diameter of 5 meters, evenly distributed with 8 closed cabins, the walls of which were covered with sensors and safety locks. At this moment, the turntable was stationary. Yet it resembled a dormant steel beast, exuding a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Do you know what this thing is called? Su Han's voice spread through the heat waves, carrying a metallic tone. The 7 members of the Women's Special Forces stood in a row, sweat trickling down their cheeks, pooling at their chins and splattering on their scorching uniforms, instantly darkening a small patch. Lin Yu instinctively looked at the turntable. The shock from the rapid descent earlier still not fully dissipated, and now, looking at this rust-covered steel monster, her stomach began to tighten again. Report, Chief Instructor. Su Qingcheng stepped forward, her voice crisp. I heard it's called the turning of heaven and earth, even veteran hawks fear it. Fear? Su Han raised an eyebrow. Turning to pat the turntable's door, here, there's no room for fear. Chapter 188, Chief Instructor, I can't take it anymore. 3 days later. After the female soldiers had a certain foundation in their anti-dizziness training, Su Han brought them to the centrifuge in the building on the other side of the training ground. This device was even more menacing than the previous turntable, with a hemispherical cabin suspended on a metal frame, resembling a bomb ready to explode at any moment. The display screen nearby flashed the words 5G and 8G, indicating the gravitational acceleration that would soon be applied. This is the real tough battle, Su Han said. Patting the cold cabin, his voice echoing in the empty space, anti-dizziness training was just an appetizer. The overload force is the key to keeping you alert during aircraft dives. He pointed to the graph on the display screen. The training limit for conventional pilots is 9G, you don't need to reach this standard. But you must at least withstand 5G. Remember, it's not about enduring like a rock, it's about completing tactical command transmission, weapon disassembly and assembly, and even precise shooting under such conditions. If you have no concept of gravitational acceleration, let me put it this way, for example, roller coasters. The gravitational acceleration, overload, of roller coasters is an average of 3G. Chapter 189, Tough. The real test is still ahead, you have to make it work. Even if you can't, Su Han squatted in front of her, his tone devoid of any sympathy. Next year's exercises, or future special missions. You may have to parachute from thousands of meters in a transport plane. If you can't withstand even 25G, the impact when opening the parachute will fracture your cervical vertebrae. He took out a clean towel and handed it to Li Zu. Either roll up your bedding and go back to your original unit now, or treat this thing as your enemy, challenging it again and again until you win. Li Zu took the towel, her hand trembling as she wiped her face. She looked at the centrifuge that was still slightly spinning, then glanced at Su Qingcheng and Zhong Meng, who were gritting their teeth and enduring, and suddenly clenched her fists. I'll do it again. The spotlight fell on her dirt-streaked face, illuminating a pair of reddened yet determined eyes. The others watched in astonishment, with one monkey leaning close to Jumo's ear and murmuring, Captain, old Su is pushing these girls to their limits. Do you think they can handle it? Jumo gazed at the increasingly accelerating centrifuge, then looked at Su Han, who stood tall beside the device, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Anyone who can make it this far through old Su's hellish training modes is no coward. Chapter 190, Hardcore Demonstration. The chief instructor's hidden skills. The morning sun completely dispersed the fog, golden light filling training ground number 3, casting a cold, hard sheen on the armed helicopter's body. Suhan stood in front of the cockpit of the helicopter numbered 07, his fingertips gently sliding across the cold control stick. The instrument panel inside the cabin flickered with a ghostly blue light, densely packed buttons and knobs arranged like stars, making one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Today's lesson was basic piloting of the armed helicopter. He turned to face the lined-up female special forces, his voice echoing in the open field. You won't be flying on combat missions, but you must achieve 3 points: be able to start, perform an emergency landing, and operate the weapon system in an emergency. He pointed to the red button inside the cockpit. This is the emergency shutdown switch. In case of engine failure, you must press it within 3 seconds. Pointing to the side control stick, the cyclic pitch lever controls the ascent and descent, the lateral control stick manages the heading, and the pedals are responsible for the tail rotor. Su Qingcheng and others listened intently, quickly jotting down notes, occasionally frowning to ask questions, and Suhan patiently answered them. Chapter 191, The roar of the engine, the terrifying moment of hovering. The moment the cabin door clicked shut, the air pressure in the cockpit seemed to freeze. Big Bear sat in the co-pilot seat, his thick fingers gripping the seatbelt latch tightly, his knuckles turning white, as if he were about to crush the metal. He glanced at Suhan, his Adam's apple bobbing several times, but ultimately he didn't dare to challenge the certainty in the commander's eyes, which were harder than the granite of the Falcon base. Old Su, Commander, Big Bear's voice trembled as he hurriedly checked the instruments on the co-pilot's dashboard. The avionics system self-checked normally, the engine had warmed up, but the tail rotor damper had just been replaced yesterday, and its sensitivity was 30% higher than before. Be gentle when you push the pedals. Suhan didn't reply, only lightly tapped the start panel with his fingertip. Vroom. The low rumble of the engine suddenly came from the bottom of the fuselage, like the roar of a giant beast awakening from slumber, causing the cabin walls to tingle slightly. Immediately, the rotor blades above began to spin slowly, the airflow rushing in through the gap of the cabin door, causing the strands of hair on Suhan's forehead to flutter slightly. The training ground fell silent in an instant. Jumo clutched the cabin door, his fingers tightening suddenly, the joints pressing against the cold metal, causing him to grit his teeth in pain without realizing it. Chapter 192, Aerial Stunts, Jaw-dropping maneuvers at a height of 20 meters. The helicopter suddenly came to a halt. The fierce wind generated by the rotor blades formed an invisible barrier in mid-air, rustling the leaves on the ground. Suhan looked down through the window, clearly seeing the crowd below, like ants, the frantic stomping of Jumo, and the shocked faces of the female soldiers. He suddenly recalled the scene before his time travel, when he first piloted an armed helicopter on a mission. Back then, he was just like this, proving himself with a nearly reckless flight amid everyone's doubts. Big Bear, watch closely. Suhan's voice was full of amusement. Let me show them what a special forces vehicle is. As he spoke, he yanked the control stick sharply while simultaneously pushing down the left pedal. The helicopter, hovering 20 meters in the air, suddenly spun like a top, rotating rapidly around its rotor axis. 360-degree roll. Big Bear screamed from the co-pilot seat, gripping the armrest tightly. Commander, be careful. This helicopter's hydraulic system can't handle this. On the ground, Jumo sat down abruptly, completely losing his temper. He looked at the spinning shadow in the sky and suddenly felt that his previous worries were an insult to the title of King of Soldiers. Chapter 193. Simple. The collective breakdown of the Eagle team. He actually locked onto a target 300 meters away while side-slipping. Su Qingcheng covered her mouth, the shock in her eyes almost overflowing. She had seen in the training manual that the weapon system of an armed helicopter required a stable fuselage to lock on accurately, with a deviation of over 10 meters during a side slip. But Suhan seemed to treat the helicopter as an extension of his arm, hitting exactly where he aimed. Just then, the helicopter suddenly came to a halt, hovering 20 meters above the target. "Watch closely." Suhan's voice came through the cabin broadcast, clear to everyone's ears. Before his words had finished, a flash of fire suddenly erupted from the mounting rack beneath the helicopter. Whoosh! 2 training rounds with white smoke trails accurately hit the target 300 meters away. In the moment, the target collapsed with a boom. The helicopter abruptly ascended and executed a 360-degree aerial roll, the movements as smooth as flowing water. Boom! Before the dust from the fallen target had settled, the helicopter was already hovering steadily in the center of the training ground, just 5 meters above the ground. The airflow from the rotor blades scattered the dust, revealing Suhan's smiling face in the cabin. Chapter 194, Big Brother. Please be human. Seeing Jumo's excited expression, Suhan laughed instead. If a civil aviation helicopter were equipped, I could also shoot, ha ha. Jumo exclaimed, "You bastard." Jumo was increasingly frustrated. Grabbing the operation manual beside him and slapping it in front of Suhan, "Look at this. You say you learned from books. This book states on page 178 that the hydraulic assistance system must be activated 3 seconds before half roll, and you didn't activate it at all. You completed it purely by manual operation. This is a violation of operational procedures, do you know that? So what if it violates the procedures?" Suhan gently pushed the simulated control stick, and the virtual helicopter on the screen immediately took off. In real combat, survival maneuvers are the best procedures. He paused, looking at the two who were dumbfounded, and smiled innocently. "Besides, is this operation really that difficult? I feel it's fine, much simpler than disassembling a sniper rifle." "Fine?" Monkey exclaimed as if his tail had been stepped on, his voice suddenly rising. "Is that even a reasonable comparison? Last time, Instructor Zhong from the Airborne Brigade demonstrated this maneuver, and afterward he was so shaky he couldn't even hold a cup of water. And you, acting like it's no big deal, say it's simpler than disassembling a gun." Chapter 195, Strict Teaching. The Eagle team's auditing time. The lights in the simulated training cabin were as bright as day, casting a clear reflection on the simulated driving equipment. Suhan stood in the center of the equipment, holding a metal pointer, and tapped on the outermost simulated dashboard, producing a crisp sound. "Remember, the avionics system of an armed helicopter is not just for show." His voice was not loud, but carried an authoritative weight that pierced the heart. "What you saw in the demonstration of the half roll was the action. I want you to remember the parameters. The rotor speed must be 420 revolutions per minute. And the hydraulic system pressure must remain stable at 2,100 psi. A difference of 50 psi could mean the difference between life and death." Su Qingcheng sat in the simulator, her fingertips hovering over the cyclic pitch lever, beads of sweat forming at her temples. The virtual helicopter on the screen was in a hover state, but the fuselage shook violently like a candle in the wind, with the altimeter's numbers wildly jumping between 5 and 8 meters. "Steady." Suhan's pointer suddenly struck her simulator wall. The M1 breathing technique can be used not only in a centrifuge, you must also maintain rhythm while flying. Your current breathing rate is more chaotic than the engine speed. It's a miracle you can keep the fuselage steady. Chapter 196, CCTV is coming to film the troops. And they want me to be a military training instructor. On a morning a week later, the airstrip of the Falcon Special Forces was shrouded in mist. Suhan stood at the end of the runway, looking up at the grey sky. The morning breeze brushed across his resolute face, carrying the chill of early autumn. Behind him, 7 female soldiers stood in a neat line, all wearing parachute packs, their faces filled with tension and anticipation. Today's training subject was high-altitude parachuting. Suhan's voice cut through the morning fog. First phase, 3,000-meter conventional parachute jump. Second phase, 1,000-meter low-altitude rapid descent. The female soldiers instinctively swallowed. At a height of 3,000 meters, it was equivalent to stacking 10 Eiffel Towers on top of each other. While the 1,000-meter low-altitude rapid descent left less than 5 seconds to deploy the parachute, any hesitation could result in a fatal fall. Boarding in 3 minutes. Today's parachuting order is based on training results in reverse order, with the worst performers jumping first. This decision left the female soldiers exchanging glances. According to convention, the best performers should lead the way. The transport plane's door slowly opened, and the members of the Battle Eagle team were already waiting inside the cabin. Jumo saw Suhan walking over with the female soldiers and immediately approached him. "Old Su, the meteorological station says there are turbulence at high altitudes. Should we postpone the training?" Chapter 197, Returning Home, the Sensation of the Old Unit. The morning sunlight penetrated the thin mist, casting a patchy shadow on the landing pad of the Falcon Special Forces. Suhan stood beside the off-road vehicle, watching the members of the Battle Eagle team and the female Special Forces line up to bid farewell, a slight smile on his lips. "All right, everyone go back. I'll see you in a month." He waved his hand. Jumo stepped forward and saluted. "Don't worry, Chief Instructor, we will strictly follow your training plan." Monkey, standing aside, made a face. "Old Su, don't get dazzled by those female college students when you get to Guangdong University. Remember to leave us a few pretty classmates' contact information. Get lost." Suhan laughed and kicked him. "Focus on the training. If I come back and find them regressing, just wait and see how I deal with you." Su Qingcheng stood at the front of the female Special Forces, her eyes sparkling. "Chief Instructor, should I contact a few relatives from the Su family and clan at the school in advance to arrange everything for you?" Suhan shook his head helplessly. "Don't mess with those flashy things. I'm going to conduct military training, not to be a big shot." After bidding farewell to everyone, Suhan started the off-road vehicle and drove away from the Falcon base. In the rearview mirror, the figures of the Battle Eagle team and the female soldiers gradually shrank, eventually disappearing into the morning mist. Chapter 198, Returning to the Third Squad. The shock of the veterans, the noise of the welcome banquet gradually faded, and the afternoon sunlight filtered through the cafeteria windows, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Suhan put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhu Haitao beside him. "Let us go back to the 7th Company." Zhu Haitao immediately stood up straight, grinning. "Yes, Major Su. Let us go home." Home? These two words made Suhan feel a surge of emotions. He indeed came from another world. However, the 7th Company was the first unit he stayed in after crossing over. Anyone who has served knows that no matter what achievements you have in the future, or which impressive unit you serve in, retired veterans have the strongest feelings for the unit they joined when they enlisted. You could say the unit is a second home. Wang Taijun also stood up, patting Suhan on the shoulder. "Yes, home. The 356th Regiment is your home, and the 7th Company is even more so your home. No matter what your assignment is in the future, you are forever a soldier of our 356th Regiment." Suhan nodded seriously and saluted the group of regiment leaders. Zhu Haitao quickly picked up the backpack Suhan had left in the corner. "Let us go, I'll drive you back." The off-road vehicle drove out of the regiment's courtyard, heading along the familiar cement road towards the 7th Company's barracks. Chapter 199, What? The little guy is coming back to the troops again. Staying at the regiment for a few days to assist CCTV with some filming. Suhan smiled. Then went to Guangdong University for a month. Filming? What are they filming? Wang Hao asked curiously. Is it about how you turned things around in our 7th Company back then? Laughter erupted in the dormitory, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. As if Suhan had never left. Suhan leaned against the bed frame, listening to them reminiscing about past funny stories, the smile on his face growing wider. In the Falcon, he was the chief instructor, a soldier king who needed to maintain an aura of authority at all times. At the regiment, he was a meritorious figure. A hero admired by everyone. Only here, in the 3rd Squad, Could he shed all his halos and return to being the rookie Su-han that everyone both admired and found frustrating? At that moment, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open, and Ju Haitao walked in with a stack of training uniforms. Third Grandpa. This is the training uniform the regiment prepared for you. You need to wear this for the new recruit training shoot tomorrow. In the 3rd Squad dormitory, the afternoon sunlight slanted across the floor, illuminating tiny dust particles dancing in the beams. Ju Haitao placed the stack of training uniforms on Su-han's bed, and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Wang Hao's voice. Chapter 200, Late Night Extra Training. The whole company shocked. The night fell, and the camp of the 356th Regiment gradually quieted down. At 10 o'clock sharp, the lights out signal sounded on time, and the lights in the dormitories of each company gradually went out. The soldiers of the 3rd Squad of the 7th Company also climbed onto their beds, preparing to rest. Wang Hao yawned, rubbing his sore arms and muttering, "CCTV is coming to film tomorrow, we need to be well rested tonight." Zhao Xiaohu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Do you think NGE is so powerful now that he will deliberately go easy on us tomorrow? After all, we need to recreate the scene of the recruit company. Of course, Liu Yong said. Are you expecting a newly enlisted soldier to snipe a target a kilometer away? Just then, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open gently. In the light from the corridor, everyone saw Su-han had already changed into his combat uniform and was tying sandbags to his legs. Han Ji, what are you doing? Wang Hao rolled out of bed, wide-eyed. Su-han fastened the last sandbag, looked up and smiled. Training. Training. The entire 3rd Squad exclaimed in unison. Zhao Xiaohu jumped straight off the bed. No way. Han Ji, you're already the champion of the whole army competition, and you're still adding extra training. Su-han moved his wrists and said nonchalantly, I've been busy training troops recently and haven't systematically trained my physical fitness for a while. Now that I have time, I am making up for it. Chapter 201, Full Mobilization, welcoming the CCTV filming crew at 5 in the morning, before dawn. The camp of the 356th Regiment was silent, with only a few sentries patrolling. Su-han quietly rolled out of bed, moving so lightly that he didn't wake anyone in the dormitory. He quickly changed into his combat uniform, strapped on sandbags, and slung a tactical backpack filled with lead weights, making his total load exceed 75 kilograms. The turtle breathing technique had broken through to the 4th level, and today was just right to test his limits. He smiled slightly, excitement flickering in his eyes. The madness on the training ground began with a 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Su-han darted like a shadow, speeding past in the dim morning light. His steps were steady and swift, each one seemingly calculated, without any unnecessary movement. Too fast. The patrolling sentry rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But when he looked closely again, Su-han had already completed a lap around the 400-meter track, moving faster than lightly loaded soldiers sprinting. Is this still human? The sentry stared in disbelief and quickly used the intercom to call the duty officer. Report. Someone is conducting overload training on the training ground, and the speed is abnormal. Chapter 202, Filming begins. Unpleasant memories. At the edge of the 7th Company training ground, Su-han had just finished a set of obstacle training. Beads of sweat still on his forehead. Liu Yong handed him a bottle of water. Su-han, the regiment just called. The filming crew has arrived and will be here soon. Su-han took the water, twisted the cap, and took a sip. Got it. Tell everyone not to be nervous. Just train naturally, the more natural the better. Don't worry, the company commander has already emphasized it 3 times, he reassured them. Wang Hao leaned over, excitement in his eyes. Brother Han, when the camera is pointed at me later, should I salute? To look more spirited. If you dare to move recklessly, be careful, the company commander makes you run 10 kilometers. Su-han laughed and patted him on the back. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from a distance. Everyone looked up and saw Wang Taijun and the political commissar walking over with a group of strangers, some of whom were carrying black cameras, the lenses aimed this way. Here they come. Zhao Xiaohu nervously tugged at the hem of his training uniform. Brother Han, is my hairstyle okay? Before Su Han could answer, Wang Taijun had already walked up with Li Jun. Comrade Su Han, let me introduce you, Wang Taijun said, pointing to Li Jun. This is Director Li Jun from the CCTV filming crew, responsible for shooting your story. Chapter 203, Returning to the New Recruit Company. A chaotic filming scene. The morning sun after breakfast already had some warmth, casting long shadows of a group of people on the cement road of the 356th Regiment. Su Han followed the main group towards the barracks of the new recruit company, wearing a set of new recruit training uniforms without any rank insignia, which felt somewhat out of place on him, a real major. Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu flanked him, both looking spirited. Brother Han, do you think when the company commander calls you new recruit Su Han during the filming, you won't be able to hold back a laugh? Wang Hao asked in a low voice. Zhao Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Yeah. Just think about the company commander's serious face, and then look at you trying to act young. I get goosebumps. Su Han kicked each of them lightly. Keep talking nonsense. And I'll have company commander Zhu make you do 10 extra sets of obstacles so you know what being a new recruit feels like. The two immediately fell silent. But the smiles on their faces were hard to hide. Liu Yong, watching this scene, shook his head helplessly at these three, no matter how long it had been. They still acted so casually. Arriving at the entrance of the new recruit company barracks, the atmosphere suddenly turned serious. Over 30 soldiers in new recruit training uniforms had already lined up, standing tall with nervous and curious expressions. Chapter 204, Deliberate Mistakes, the company commander's personal vendetta at ease. Stand straight. Zhu Haitao's command echoed across the training ground, filled with undeniable authority. He stood at the front of the formation, his gaze intense as it swept over the more than 20 new recruits, finally stopping at Su Han, who was fourth in line. The camera lens quietly zoomed in, capturing the tension in his face, which was serious yet deliberately stiff, clearly still adapting to the role of a new recruit under the company commander. We will now begin formation training. Zhu Haitao's voice suddenly rose. First, march in step. Remember, when marching in step, your feet must be level, arms straight, and steps precise. If anyone makes a mistake, the whole class will do extra training with him. He paused and added, especially you, Su Han. Su Han understood that Zhu Haitao was looking for a chance to settle a score. He deliberately puffed out his chest, but his eyes nervously avoided Zhu Haitao's gaze. Looking tense. March in step. With the command, the formation began to move slowly. Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu put all their effort into it, marching meticulously. Even the angles of their arm swings were precise to the centimeter. After all, it was for the CCTV camera, and no one wanted to make a fool of themselves. Liu Yong, as the squad leader, set an example, walking steadily, like a true benchmark. Chapter 205, Live Fire Miss. An unexpected blunder just when the commotion from the formation training subsided. The smell of gunpowder in the training ground shifted to an even more intense form. Live fire shooting exercises were about to begin. 10 target positions were lined up in a row, and the chest targets in the distance glimmered faintly white under the sunlight. The veteran responsible for support was checking each rifle one by one, the gun bodies polished to a shine, the metal parts reflecting cold light. The new recruits, having just experienced the lesson in formation, held their breath, not daring to exhale. For them, this was a true first time. They were not just holding guns, but also their undeniable tension. 10 people in a group, each with 10 rounds. Zhu Haitao's voice wrapped in wind and sand hit everyone's ears. Remember the key points. Hold steady, aim accurately, fire decisively. 3 points in a line, the gap, the front sight, the bullseye. Make sure you see it clearly before pulling the trigger. His gaze swept over the formation and lingered on Su Han for a full 3 seconds. His tone carrying an indescribable meaning, especially for those who can't even march properly. You better pay attention when shooting. Otherwise, you won't even know where the bullets went. And you'll embarrass our company." Suhan secretly laughed, but on the surface, he still wore a look of uncertainty. Even when receiving the rifle, his fingers trembled slightly, almost losing grip. Chapter 206, Acting Failure. A half-fainting stroke of genius, but the camera was still rolling. Director Lee Jun watched with bright eyes from the monitor, quickly shouting into the intercom, "Don't stop. Keep filming. This scene is too real. The camaraderie among comrades is really coming through." Thus, an extremely absurd and funny scene unfolded on the training ground. Two new recruits ran quickly, using a backpack strap to pull along a panting dragger, stumbling along the track. Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu ran while pulling hard, shouting a 1-2 chant. Suhan was being dragged around, swaying back and forth, occasionally letting out a yelp, as if he might be pulled off the ground at any moment. "What are you two doing?" Zhu Haitao caught up on his bicycle, deliberately putting on a stern face. "Who told you to pull him? This is training, not playing house." Wang Hao, pulling the rope with all his might, shouted back, "Report. Company commander. We are in the same squad. We can't leave our comrade behind." Zhao Xiaohu chimed in, "Right. Brother Han is just not feeling well today. We're giving him a hand, he'll make it to the end." The two sang in harmony, their words filled with genuine emotion. Even Zhu Haitao was choked up by this camaraderie, unable to say anything. Chapter 207, This is not a script. It was like this back then. Suhan is really annoying. No exaggeration. Li Jun immediately said, "I've investigated, and real military training is this brutal. Many new recruits struggle with endurance during their first 5-kilometer run. Including this shot will let the audience more intuitively feel the hardships of soldiers." "All right," Suhan reluctantly nodded. "I'll give it a try." Soon, the camera was reset, aimed at Suhan, who had just crossed the finish line. Following Director Lee's instructions, Suhan first stumbled a few steps, then suddenly clutched his chest, his face turning pale as his eyes began to lose focus. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only let out a weak gasp. Then his body softened, and he fell straight back. "Brother Han." "Suhan." Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu reacted quickly, rushing over to support him, each grabbing an arm, their faces filled with panic. "Hurry! Company commander. Brother Han has fainted." Wang Hao shouted to Zhu Haitao, his voice cracking, acting even more intensely than when he was pulling the rope. Zhao Xiaohu also shouted, "What should we do, company commander? Should we call the medic?" Zhu Haitao walked over, feigning calmness as he checked Suhan's pulse, then frowned, "Don't panic. It should be due to exhaustion. Let's move him to the shade to rest." Chapter 208, The Little One has arrived. What does the army value? It's unity. It's teamwork. Zhu Haitao's voice echoed across the training field. If one person makes a mistake, the whole class suffers. If one class drags behind, the entire company loses face. He suddenly turned around and looked at Liu Yong at the front of the line, his tone becoming stern. "Liu Yong. Here." Liu Yong stepped forward, standing at attention with a serious expression. "As the squad leader of the 3rd Squad, you cannot escape responsibility when your soldier has a problem." Zhu Haitao's voice was devoid of emotion. "I command you to run 10 laps around the training field with a weighted pack. Return when you finish." "Yes." Liu Yong responded loudly without hesitation. The new recruits beside them were stunned. Was it really necessary to be so harsh just for cooperating with the filming? 10 laps of punishment running. Suhan suddenly raised his head, panic and guilt written all over his face. "Report, company commander. It's my fault. It's not the squad leader's issue. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. I'll run 20 laps. You?" Zhu Haitao sneered, "You can't even run 5 kilometers lightly. And you think you can handle 20 laps with a weighted pack?" Do you want to die on the training field and cause me trouble? He pointed at Liu Yong. This is the army's rule. The squad leader must be responsible for his soldiers. Liu Yong, carry out the order. Chapter 209, Generational Shock. The filming scene became stony. The little one's voice was like a stone cast into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves on the training field. The camera crew that was tidying up their equipment stopped moving. The veteran in charge of the scene forgot to wipe his sweat. And even the new recruits, who were just cooperating with the filming, turned their heads curiously to look over. What did this delicate little girl just call Major Su? Great-great-grandfather. Su-han stood up holding the little one, brushing the dust off her nose with his fingertip, his eyes filled with tenderness. What's wrong? You've gotten used to living with great-great-grandpa in the army, and after playing at home for more than a month, you want to come find great-great-grandpa. Yes. I miss the uncles in the army. Oh right. Little Black is here too. As soon as the little one finished speaking, a series of urgent barks came from the entrance of the training field, followed by a sleek black figure breaking through the crowd, racing towards them like a little cannonball. It was the Black Panther, wearing a red collar. Little Black. Su-han's eyes lit up as he instinctively opened his other arm. The Black Panther accurately leaped into his arms, its front paws resting on his shoulders, its wet tongue licking his cheek twice, emitting a loving whine from its throat. Its tail wagging like a spinning little motor. Chapter 210, What? A new recruit has run away. The whole regiment mobilized to catch the deserter. Weng Hao and Zhao Xiaohu wanted to cry, but had no tears. They could only show Su-han a grin that was uglier than crying. Tacitly acknowledging the ridiculous generational title. The little one nodded in satisfaction and ran back to Su-han, hugging his leg and acting cute. Great-great-grandpa, I was right, wasn't I? Yes, little one is the smartest. Su-han smiled and patted her head. The golden glow of the setting sun bathed the barracks of the 356th Regiment, casting a warm halo over the neat barracks. Su-han, holding the little one, walked slowly towards the direction of the 7th Company. The little one lay on his shoulder, her little arms tightly wrapped around his neck, chattering about interesting things at home, which family's chicken laid a double yolk egg. How many flowers bloomed on the old locust tree at the village entrance, speaking excitedly. The Black Panther followed closely like a diligent guardian, occasionally lifting its head to nuzzle Su-han's pants with its wet nose, emitting a satisfied whine from its throat. Its obsidian-like eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, yet with a sense of familiarity and closeness to the military environment. After all, this was where it had once shed blood. Chapter 211, Su-han chases the deserter with the Black Panther. The lights in the family quarters appeared particularly soft in the night. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded outside, sharp enough to make one's heart tighten. The alarm continued, followed by a flurry of calls and hurried footsteps in the camp. Su Lingxue walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain to look outside, and saw the 7th Company barracks brightly lit, soldiers lining up at an extremely fast pace. The formation under the moonlight resembled a silent dragon, exuding a tense atmosphere. What's going on? Her heart sank, and she instinctively glanced at the little one sleeping on the bed, fearing the alarm would wake her. Just then, the Black Panther lying by the bed suddenly perked up its ears, its once droopy tail stiffening, emitting a low whine from its throat. Its bright eyes, even in the dark, scanned the surroundings vigilantly, its nose twitching rapidly, as if capturing an unusual scent in the air. As a former military dog, the alarm sound was like a command engraved in its bones. Even though it was retired, even though it was currently in the comfortable family quarters, the soldier's instincts within it were instantly activated. The Black Panther stood up, turned around in place twice, then nudged Su Lingxue's pants with its head, glanced at the door, and its whines became urgent, as if urging her. Chapter 212, Found the Deserter. Follow me. Su-han called out in a low voice, his toes touching the ground, his figure darting out like a cheetah. His movements were swift and steady, navigating the rugged terrain as if walking on flat ground, unaffected by the darkness and obstacles. Damn! Han Ji's speed. Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes, and quickly took off after him. But after running just a few dozen meters, they realized they were too naive. The Black Panther's speed was astonishing, its four legs racing along the mountain road, almost leaving no trace, only the occasional low growls indicating its position. And Su Han followed closely behind, his body stretching out, his strides long, each landing precisely on the most stable ground, showing no signs of slowing down. No way, I can't catch up. Wang Hao gasped for air, leaning against a tree trunk. Han Ji, this isn't chasing a deserter, it's racing with the Black Panther. Zhao Xiaohu was also bent over, hands on his knees, his face turning red. Forget about Han Ji, we can hardly see the Black Panther's shadow. Let's stick to the original plan and search with the others in the squad. The surrounding soldiers also stopped, watching the direction where Su Han and the Black Panther had vanished, their faces filled with amazement. Chapter 213, You won't regret this. My dad won't let you go. Black Panther. Stop. Su Han reacted quickly, shouting sharply. The Black Panther's movement abruptly halted in mid-air, its mouth just a few centimeters away from Mo Hai's arm, heavy breaths blowing against Mo Hai's skin, exuding a strong sense of pressure. It turned to look at Su Han, emitting a whine of grievance from its throat, as if saying this kind of person deserved to be taught a lesson. But it obediently stepped back, still staring intently at Mo Hai, its low growl never ceasing. Mo Hai was terrified by the sudden scene. His previously arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace, his whole body trembling like a sieve, and even wet stains were seeping from his pants. He had just felt the killing intent in the Black Panther's eyes, a ferocity capable of instantly tearing apart its prey, which was nothing like a pet dog's cuteness. Your dog wants to bite me. Mo Hai's voice was trembling, no longer daring to struggle, only pure fear remained. Su Han ignored his words and coldly looked at him. Now you know fear. Why didn't you think about the consequences when you acted just now? He took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it on Mo Hai's face. Remember, this is the military, not your home playground. Your dad may be rich and powerful, and he might protect you for a while, but he can't protect you forever. Even if you manage to run home today, tomorrow the military will come to take you back. Chapter 214, Self-Harm Training. Director Lee, this acting is amazing. Commander Wang, sorry, we didn't mean to eavesdrop. Li Jun hurried over to explain, saying they had heard some commotion in the courtyard and came to check it out, not expecting. His gaze swept towards the confinement room, clearly understanding what had just happened. A cameraman instinctively reached for the camera, but was stopped by Li Jun. Don't film. Li Jun whispered to him, then turned to Commander Wang and Su Han, speaking sincerely, Commander Wang, Major Su, we understand the gravity of this situation. News of a deserter would have a terrible impact on the military. We absolutely won't film it, nor will we spread it outside. He paused and added, we are here to document heroic deeds, not to cause trouble. We do have this sense of discretion. Su Han stepped forward and nodded to Li Jun. Thank you for your understanding, Director Lee, sorry for disturbing your rest. The military will handle this matter, and it won't affect tomorrow's filming. Don't worry. Li Jun quickly waved his hand, you guys focus on handling the important matters. We just came to say hello, and we'll head back to the guest house soon. He glanced again at the Black Panther lying at Su Han's feet and smiled. I heard the soldiers outside say that this heroic dog made a great contribution. What a good dog, more reliable than some of our actors. Chapter 215, This guy, is he trying to kill himself? Su Han ignored his surprise and turned to the equipment room, personally, adding lead weights to the heavy load pack. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. The soldiers and crew members were dumbfounded, watching him steadily stuff the heavy lead weights into the pack until an old soldier in charge of equipment management couldn't help but remind him, Major Su. This is almost 60 kilograms. What are you trying to do? 60 kilograms. To put this in perspective, the standard weight for regular unit training is 15 kilograms. And even for special forces, the maximum rarely exceeds 30 kilograms. 60 kilograms is almost equivalent to the weight of an adult. Carrying such a heavy load while running is practically challenging the limits of human physiology. Just breaking through, Suhan said casually, as if he were discussing something utterly ordinary. He zipped up the heavy load pack and slung it on his back. The immense weight caused his body to sink slightly, and the concrete ground beneath him seemed to thud under the pressure. Li Jun's eyes widened, quickly shouting to the cameraman, "Hurry! Start the camera! Follow this! Film this!" The camera immediately started rolling, the lens locking firmly onto Suhan. Chapter 2:16, Training to the Point of Injury. Little Dudu is heartbroken. The morning sun was increasingly scorching, roasting the training ground of the 356th Regiment to a blistering heat. Suhan had just finished a weighted run, his body still drenched in sweat, when his gaze landed on a pull-up bar not far away. The rusty iron bar glinted coldly in the sunlight, seemingly silently challenging the limits. "Han Ji, you're back again." Wang Hao, holding a water bottle, looked at Suhan's back as he walked towards the pull-up bar, his throat feeling a bit dry. "You ran 10 laps with a 60-kilogram load. Is your stamina made of iron?" Zhao Xiaohu nodded along, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Yeah, Han Ji. If you keep training like this, your arms are going to be ruined." Suhan didn't turn back, just patted the heavy load pack on his back. The 60-kilogram lead weight still firmly secured, the heavy burden causing his shoulders to sag slightly. "The warm-up isn't over." His voice was a bit hoarse, but carried an undeniable firmness. Before his words fell, he had already reached the pull-up bar, slightly pushing off with his feet, and firmly grasped the cold iron bar with both hands. Taking a deep breath, Suhan suddenly exerted his arms, pulling his body up with a total weight of nearly 100 kilograms, his body weight plus the load. Chapter 2:17, A Filming Mishap, Wang Hao's Impromptu Performance. 2 days later, on the beach of the sea training ground, the CCTV filming crew was busy setting up equipment, the light-blocking panels casting large shadows in the sunlight. The camera lens was aimed at the shimmering sea surface, and everything was being prepared in a flurry. "Attention all units. Today we will be filming the armed swimming scenes, focusing on capturing the soldiers' cooperation and struggle in the water." Li Jun, holding a walkie-talkie, spoke loudly through the sea breeze to all positions. "Major Su, your shots will be filmed separately later. Let the main force enter the frame first to create atmosphere." "Understood," Suhan nodded, helping Wang Hao check the buckles on the life jackets. For safety during filming, an extra layer of invisible protective measures was added today. Wang Hao puffed out his chest and made a muscle pose for the nearby cameraman, grinning. "Director Li, don't worry, I guarantee I will show my best state. The last time Han Ji saved me didn't get filmed, this time I'll give you an upgraded version." The surrounding soldiers immediately burst into laughter. "You? An upgraded version? Don't let it be an upgraded version of a mishap." Zhao Xiaohu slapped him on the back. "Who do you look down on?" Wang Hao retorted. "I'm now an experimental actor, focusing on authenticity." Chapter 2:18, Filming Accidents Are Frequent. Wang Hao, I'm about to drown. On the beach of the sea training ground, the atmosphere was even more lively than before. After the soldiers from the 7th Company returned from warming up, Wang Hao finally caught his breath. Being pulled towards the sea by Zhao Xiaohu, his face filled with resistance. "Don't pull me. I'm really scared. That last dip almost made me drink the entire sea." "What are you afraid of?" Zhao Xiaohu patted his shoulder, laughing mischievously. "Director Li said that last dip doesn't count, we have to film it again. Your cramp scene is a highlight, we need to show the whole country how tough our soldiers train. I think you just want to see me make a fool of myself." Wang Hao glared at him, but was still pushed in front of Suhan. Li Jun rushed over with a walkie-talkie, looking apologetic as he spoke to Wang Hao. "Comrade Wang, we were unprepared earlier and wasted your time. Now the equipment is all set, shall we do another take? He pointed to a marker line not far away. Start from when you swim near that buoy and cramp up. Suhan will swim over to save you. Be natural. No need to exaggerate, authenticity is key. Authenticity, Wang Hao's mouth twitched, thinking to himself that the last dip was authentic enough, if it got any more real. He'd have to go to the medical room. Chapter 219, Military District Orders, the Despair of the Marine Corps. Sea King. Yes, he wiped his face, his eyes hollow. Soaking in the sea every day, drinking seawater until he was full. Wang didn't he finish his sentence before he started coughing again, which made the laughter around him even louder. Suhan squatted beside him and handed him a bottle of warm water. All right, stop being sarcastic. Drink some water and rinse your mouth. Wang Hao took the water and sipped it slowly, watching the filming crew in the distance packing their equipment, suddenly shivering. Han Ji, he whispered, we are not still going to shoot the obstacle course for crossing the sea, are we? Suhan couldn't help but laugh at his cowardly look. What do you think? Wang Hao let out a wail and directly collapsed on the beach. He felt that compared to filming, it was much easier to face off against the Marine Corps. Wait. Face off? Wang Hao suddenly sat up, excitedly asking Suhan. Han Ji, are we going to film the confrontation with the Marine Corps? Suhan nodded, it was indeed in the script. However, it wasn't he exactly filming. It should be a real-life confrontation again. The team leader should already be discussing this in the office of the Marine Corps commander. Hearing this, Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu immediately got excited. Chapter 220, Lin Hu is here. Delivering a token of love. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the beach training ground. The salty sea breeze mixed with the sound of waves gradually calmed the daytime noise of shooting. The tent area of the 7th Company lit up with sporadic lights, and most of the soldiers were organizing their equipment, occasionally discussing the upcoming confrontation match. After all, the opponent was the Marine Corps, and it was a public execution with cameras. No one could help but pay a little more attention. Suhan had just finished checking the weighted equipment and returned to the tent when he heard a familiar loud voice outside, teasingly saying, hey, 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 make way. Make way, looking for the most perverted guy here. Lin Hu. Suhan was startled. He lifted the curtain and walked out of the tent, and sure enough, he saw Lin Hu in training gear, carrying a camouflage bag and gesturing with the soldier standing guard at the door. This guy was even darker than last time. His build as solid as an iron tower, and when he smiled, his white teeth stood out particularly in the twilight. Captain Lin, you're so free. Suhan walked over and patted his arm. Lin Hu turned around, saw Suhan, and grinned, putting his arm around Suhan's shoulder and pulling him towards the seaside. Nearly making Suhan stumble. Ha ha ha, Lao Su, finally see you. Chapter 221, The Eagle Squad and the Women's Special Forces are here too. As night deepened, the tent area of the beach training ground lit up in patches. Suddenly, amidst the sound of waves crashing on the beach, a series of orderly footsteps broke the tranquility of the camp. Report. The Eagle Special Forces Eagle Squad is ordered to report to Major Su. Jumo's voice cut through the night, carrying a unique calmness. Suhan had just returned from the seaside, drying his wet pants, and looked up to see 7 figures standing at the tent entrance, the entire Eagle Squad. Jumo was wearing the Eagle's digital camouflage training uniform, and the Special Operations insignia on his shoulder was particularly eye-catching under the lights. Behind him, Monkey, Big Bear, Lynx, and others lined up, each carrying a bulging backpack. What are you doing here? Suhan raised an eyebrow, putting down his towel. Didn't I tell you to continue training the female soldiers? Training? That's out of the question. Monkey was the first to jump out, wearing his usual cheeky grin. Lao Su, this is a confrontation match that's going to be aired on CCTV. If our Eagle Squad doesn't come to support you, wouldn't it make us a laughingstock? Big Bear added in his deep voice. Captain Wang originally didn't approve the leave, but it was Deputy Commander Zhao who personally called, saying we should bring the female soldiers over to observe and learn. In short, we're here to back you up. Chapter 222, Innocent Words, everyone holding back laughter until they hurt inside. Su Ling Xue was instantly dumbfounded. And then her pretty face flushed bright red. Little one, what are you talking about? The little one pouted. I didn't say anything wrong, clearly. It was Auntie who carried me to the next room, and insisted I walked over in my sleep. Su Ling Xue, the air seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. The little one's voice was as clear as a wind chime, each word hitting the ears of the adults present, filled with the unique innocence of a child. Yet making everyone blush. Su Ling Xue felt her cheeks were hot enough to fry an egg, and wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She rushed over to cover the little one's mouth, but her hasty movement nearly tripped her, leaving her awkwardly standing in place, unsure where to put her hands. Her voice as soft as a mosquito, little one, don't say that. I'm not saying anything wrong, the little one blinked her big eyes. Completely unaware of the trouble she had caused, still earnestly defending herself, the night before last, Uncle said he wanted to quickly give me a little brother. And then I was carried out. But? The little one looked confused. Why did you have to carry me out to give me a cousin? Chapter 223, Eavesdropping Banter, Captain Zhu's Embarrassing Moment. The lights in the 7th Company's tent area cast mottled shadows on the sandy ground through the canvas seams. When Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu sneaked back into the 3rd-class tent, it was lively inside. 5 or 6 soldiers were gathered together, holding compressed biscuits. Chatting about the little one's shocking remarks from earlier. I'm telling you, the situation just now was even more thrilling than watching an armed swim go wrong. A new recruit gesticulated excitedly. Captain Zhu and his wife's faces were as red as the evening clouds. Who would have thought, after being married for so long, that the little one would expose such private conversations? Exactly. Another veteran chimed in. That innocent little one directly spilled all the private talk between the captain and his wife. I give this operation full marks. Luckily, they just held their wedding 2 months ago. If they hadn't, they might have wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. As soon as Wang Hao sat down, he was pushed. Haozi, you're sitting closest. What do you think the captain's expression would be if he found out? Wouldn't he want to spank the little one's bottom red? Not just that. Wang Hao exaggeratedly gestured. Our Hanji's face went dark. Captain Zhu probably wanted to spank the little one's bottom red in his heart. Chapter 224, The Confrontation Begins. On the other side, in Su Ling Xue's tent, Zhu Haitao had just lifted the curtain to enter, when he was hit in the face by a flying pillow. Zhu Haitao. How dare you come? Su Ling Xue sat on the edge of the bed, her cheeks still flushed, but her eyes carried a hint of annoyance. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been clinging to me every day, would the little one have said those things? We're married. Is it right for the whole company to laugh at us? Zhu Haitao caught the pillow. Walking over with a helpless expression, wasn't I just getting close to my own wife? Who knew that little girl had such sharp ears, she could hear even this? You still say? Su Ling Xue reached out and grabbed his ear, twisting it hard. Now the whole company knows you sneaked into my tent at night. Previously, you said to keep a distance in the army, and now it's all empty talk. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts. Zhu Haitao grimaced but didn't dare to resist. Only smiling. Don't be angry, dear, we are a legal couple, what's wrong with being close? They are laughing because they envy our good relationship. Pa! Who believes your nonsense? Su Ling Xue shot him a glance, but loosened her grip. Are they all laughing? And those soldiers from the 7th Company probably see us as a joke behind our backs. Getting married and still being mocked like this, I'm completely embarrassed. Chapter 225, The Marine Corps is once again ruthlessly beaten. Before the words fell, Su Hen had already appeared behind the Black Shark sniper. He didn't fire his gun, but threw a rope to entangle the other's gun barrel, pulling it hard. The sniper lost his balance and was knocked to the ground by Su Han. accidentally firing his laser gun at himself, smoke rising from his head. Immediately, Suhan seized the sniper's gun, lay down at the edge of the cliff, and continuously pulled the trigger at the Black Shark squad below. The blue light dots extinguished one by one, and the previously unstoppable offensive came to a halt. Beautiful. Wang Taijun slammed the table. This kid is simply a natural battlefield hunter. Long Zhan stared at the elusive red dot on the screen, suddenly smiling wryly. I understand now. Last year's loss was not unjust. How can this be something regular troops can contend with? By evening, the casualties of the 7th Company reached 120, exceeding 1/3. However, the 2 squadrons of the Marine Corps also suffered heavy losses, with the Black Shark squad left with only 60 men, and the White Shark squad less than 50. Suhan, with the remaining 5 men from the 3rd squad, acted like a sharp knife between the Black Shark squad and the command post. They blew up the Marine Corps temporary ammunition depot, exercise simulation, cutting off the supply line and putting the Black Shark squad, originally preparing for a full-scale assault, in a difficult position. Chapter 226. Filming is over. Preparing to head to Yuju University as an instructor. On site, a number of Marine Corps members sat helplessly to one side. Within a few months, they had been ruthlessly beaten by Suhan twice, leaving them feeling extremely frustrated. At that moment, Long Zhan's voice came through the radio. Tinged with a hint of helplessness, Black Shark, White Shark squad, all units withdraw from the exercise area. The Marine Corps soldiers felt like they had been pardoned and put down their weapons. Although they lost terribly, no one felt ashamed. Losing to such a monster is nothing to be embarrassed about. The sunset completely sank below the horizon, and the fatigue of dissipated gunpowder filled the beach of the training ground. The call to assemble for the Marine Corps pierced the twilight, and the remaining members of the Black Shark and White Shark squads trudged in formation, rubber daggers swaying at their waists, with dejection written across everyone's faces. Long Zhan stood at the front of the formation, his military boots heavily grinding through the sand, his gaze sweeping over everyone like a hawk. The anger in his voice nearly erupting. Look at you all. 280 people. 2 elite squadrons, reduced to just 110 by a reinforced battalion. And you let one person chase down your squad. You've embarrassed yourselves completely. Chapter 227. Instructor Team Assembly. Early the next morning, the troops returned to the 356th Regiment. Suhan also packed his luggage, preparing to head for the assembly. Brother Han, aren't we leaving tomorrow? Wang Hao asked. Suhan replied. The instructor team needs to assemble for unified training half a month in advance. I'm already half a month late. Taking advantage of the remaining day, I should go and communicate with them. At this moment, Liu Yong came over and handed Suhan a cloth bag. Suhan took the bag, weighed it, and smiled. Are you worried I'll go hungry in front of the college students? Not really, Liu Yong laughed. Mainly worried that you'll be surrounded by those female college students wanting autographs, leaving you no time to eat. Zhu Haitao walked over to Suhan, smiling. Third Grandpa. When you get to Yuju University, if any student is disobedient, just use that set from the training ground, and they'll definitely obey. Suhan laughed and scolded. They are students, not soldiers. If you train them like that, who would dare to join the army? Zhu Haitao pouted. Those who can't endure hardship are just wasting national resources by joining the army. All right, I won't chat with you anymore, I'm leaving. As the car started, Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu waved vigorously at Suhan. Brother Han, we'll wait for you to come back for extra training. Chapter 228. Arriving at Yuju University. Wow! Great Grandpa! Zhong Ming exclaimed, her eyes widening dramatically. That lineage is too intimidating. Have you met him in person? Is he really like the legends? Able to leap from rooftops and take on 10 opponents at once. I haven't seen him leap from rooftops, but his skills are indeed impressive. Su Xia recalled seeing Suhan from a distance at the last clan gathering. He looked very young yet extraordinarily composed. As for taking on 10 opponents, he probably could do even more. Oh my gosh. Lin Wei excitedly clapped her hands. Can you get in touch with him? I heard he's really popular now. His videos are all over the internet. If he could come to our school as a military training instructor, that would be so cool. Exactly. Chen Zhu chimed in. Su Xia, you should talk to your great-grandpa and ask him to come to Yuju University. Even if he just makes an appearance. I promise we wouldn't be afraid of any hardship in military training. Zhong Meng even clung to Su Xia's arm and pouted. Su Xia, please, just give it a try. Just think, if Su Hen comes as an instructor, our class would definitely be the envy of the whole school. We might even make the news. Looking at the eager expressions of her 3 roommates, Su Xia sighed helplessly. You guys can stop dreaming, he's now a major. When would he have time to come and be a college military training instructor? Chapter 229, The principal personally welcomes, the whole school is in an uproar. The military bus slowly drove into the campus of Yuju University, and the morning sun filtered through the camphor leaves, casting mottled shadows on the asphalt road. Unlike other universities, Yuju University's entrance not only had a welcome banner, but also a group of well-dressed individuals standing there. At the forefront was the principal, Zhong Chiming, followed by the vice principal in charge of student affairs, the head of the armed forces, and deans from various colleges, at least 20 people. A truly luxurious lineup. As the bus came to a stop, Li Wei was stunned, whispering to Su Han, "Isn't this a bit over the top? I've been here for 5 military trainings. And the most I've had is the school director coming to greet us. This is the first time the principal has personally come out." Su Han was also a bit surprised. As he opened the car door, he saw Zhong Chiming quickly approaching with a warm smile. "Thank you for your hard work, instructors. I am Zhong Chiming, the principal of Yuju University, and I welcome you all on behalf of the faculty and students." His gaze quickly landed on Su Han. His eyes lighting up as he extended his hand. "You must be Major Su Han, right? I've heard so much about you. I watched the live stream of you receiving the merit plaque in your hometown from start to finish." The mention of being an old fan left the surrounding instructors stunned. Chapter 230, The frenzy of the entire student body. Praying for Su Han to lead their class. Indeed. Classes with more girls often encounter more problems during military training, whether it's physical strength not keeping up, emotional fluctuations, or a greater resistance to strict training. Zhong Chiming lightly tapped Su Xia's name on the roster, pondering, it's all girls, which is indeed a challenge. But looking at it from another angle. Students from the Fine Arts Department are delicate in thought, perhaps they can better appreciate the details and the spirit of military training. However, he quickly changed his tone. Smiling, I actually think this could be a highlight. It will show everyone that our battle hero can not only charge on the battlefield, but can also handle female soldiers effectively. Since Su Xia is a member of the Su clan, according to seniority, she might even have to call Major Su Han an elder. With this connection, the class discipline should not be a problem. Moreover, students in the art department are good at observation and recording. Perhaps they can turn their military training life into artwork, which is also a form of promotion for our military training activities. This statement completely dispelled everyone's concerns. Zhong Chiming slammed the table. It's settled. Let Major Su Han lead the art department's class 302. Director Li, please mention Su Xia's situation to Major Su Han later, and see what he thinks. If he has no objections, send him the information for this class. Chapter 231, The Military Training Mobilization Meeting begins. Su Han takes the stage, causing a sensation. Su Xia sighed helplessly. I've said it's just a clan relationship, we hardly ever contact each other. Besides, places like the Falcon Special Forces are not where ordinary people like us can access. But he is your great-grandfather. Lin Wei exclaimed dramatically, according to seniority. He has to take care of you. When you see him later, just go up and acknowledge him as family. Maybe if he's happy. He cut our training load in half. Stop joking. Sushia's face instantly turned red. Military training is a serious matter. Besides, how could he possibly remember me? A distant junior. Chen Zhu adjusted her glasses and analyzed seriously. I don't think Major Suhan will lead a class alone. From what the seniors said, those who led them before were all non-commissioned officers and young lieutenants. A major like him would stand out too much. He'll probably just give a motivational speech, and then make an appearance to encourage everyone. What a pity. Zhong Meng's face fell. I even specially brought a sketchbook, hoping he would sign it for me. Don't be disheartened. Lin Wei patted her shoulder. Even if he doesn't lead our class, we'll definitely run into him during training breaks, right? You can have Sushia help stop him. Chapter 232, Assigning Instructors, Military Training officially begins. Zhong Chiming stood on the podium, watching the crowd below erupt with excitement at Suhan's appearance, his smile widening. When the cheers subsided slightly, he cleared his throat and picked up the microphone again. Students, I know what you're all most concerned about right now. Will Major Suhan personally lead the training? The crowd instantly fell silent, over 5,000 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Even the sound of breathing seemed to pause. In the formation of Art Department Class 302, Sushia's heartbeat inexplicably quickened, while Lin Wei and Zhong Meng tightly clutched their clothes, not daring to breathe. Zhong Chiming deliberately paused for 2 seconds before smilingly revealing the answer. I can responsibly tell everyone that Major Suhan will not only participate in military training, but will also personally lead a class to complete all training tasks. Wow! This statement was like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly creating waves. Is it true? Major Su is personally leading a class. My God! Which class is so lucky? It can't be ours, right? Pray. It has to be our class. I'd even be willing to stand at attention for 3 hours every day. The boys from the computer department excitedly punched each other's shoulders, while the students from the sports department stood on tiptoe to peek at the instructor team, and the girls from the business school clasped their hands together, chanting prayers. Chapter 233, The Focus of the Training Ground, the shock of calling him great-grandfather. After the military training mobilization meeting ended, each class, led by their instructors, orderly headed to their designated training grounds. Over 100 classes flowed like green streams from the central playground to all corners of the campus. The computer department's line marched in a slightly disorganized manner towards the eastern basketball court. The sports department students marched confidently toward the athletics field. And the formation of the business school could still hear the girls chattering. The art department's class 302, led by Suhan, was undoubtedly the most eye-catching of these streams. As soon as they exited the central playground, they were targeted by a group of uninvited guests. Sophomores, juniors, and seniors surrounded them like fans chasing stars, some holding up phones to film, some standing on tiptoes to peek into the line, and others simply following behind, discussing, look. That's the class led by Suhan. Almost all girls. Why is that? Our department has more boys, and it's more vigorous to train. Why isn't he leading us? What do you know? This is called contrast cuteness. A battle hero leading a group of art girls, just thinking about it is thrilling. A few bold boys even ran to the side of the line and shouted at Suhan, Instructor Su. Can we take a picture with you? We are also your fans. Chapter 234, You're a man, calling me a male god. Can't you not be disgusting? Sushia took a deep breath, knowing she couldn't avoid it. She stepped forward a little, nervously gripping the hem of her clothes, looking down. And in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, called out, Great-grandfather. Her voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into water, instantly quieting the noisy training ground. The girls were stunned, staring with their mouths agape at Sushia, then at Suhan, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief. Although they knew Sushia and Suhan were from the same clan and understood the seniority. Hearing the term great-grandfather come from a peer's mouth was still incredibly shocking. Suhan felt helpless, but maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly in response. However, don't call me that in the line from now on. My current identity is your instructor. Sushia breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. Okay, instructor. Just as Suhan finished speaking, a slightly coy voice suddenly rang out from the line. Instructor. Can I call you Sumail God? You are simply the most charming soldier I've ever seen. Chapter 235, The instructor is so handsome. After 10 minutes of standing at attention, the girls in art department class 302 had fine beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, and their originally straight backs were beginning to sway slightly. Although the autumn sun was not as scorching as in midsummer, it still had a bit of tenacity, making the skin feel tight. Moreover, the male side had a particularly fierce sun in December. Suhan began from the left side of the line, adjusting each girl's posture. He walked steadily, stopping in front of each student, carefully scanning their stance before extending his hand to correct them. Spread your feet a little wider, 60 degrees, not 30 degrees. He walked to the front line, bending slightly to adjust a girl's toe position. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against the girl's pant leg, causing her to freeze instantly. Her cheeks turning bright red, and she even slightly held her breath, her previously relaxed back instinctively straightening more. Keep your hands close to the seam of your pants. Don't leave any gaps. Next, Suhan walked in front of Zhong Meng. Zhong Meng's hands, which had been slightly clenched into fists, quickly relaxed upon hearing his voice. But because of her nervousness, she appeared somewhat stiff. Suhan extended his hand, his palm touching her hand's back, slowly straightening her fingers before gently pressing them against the seam of her pants. Chapter 236. Suhan on the verge of collapse. Suhan finished explaining the training rules one by one, his gaze sweeping over the group of students in front of him, whose postures had already become somewhat relaxed. Especially the few girls whose sweat beads were continuously sliding down their foreheads. He softened his tone a bit. Have you all memorized the rules? Yes. More than 30 students responded in unison, but there was an unmistakable hint of fatigue in their voices. Suhan nodded and glanced at his watch. Military posture training is paused. Everyone sit down. Swish. The students almost instinctively knelt down, their movements not particularly synchronized but infused with a sense of urgent relief. As soon as they landed, some couldn't help but rub their sore calves. And the cool breeze under the shade of the trees finally allowed their tense nerves to relax a bit. Suhan walked to the open space at the front of the line, slightly spreading his legs to shoulder width, hands clasped behind his back. Next, let's do a simple self-introduction. The first row will start from the left to the right. Stand up one by one, state your name, and share your expectations for military training or something you are good at. It doesn't have to be too long. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl on the far left of the line nervously stood up. She was a girl with a high ponytail, her cheeks still marked with a sunburn, and her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, re-reporting to the instructor. My name is Li Yu. I hope to lose weight during military training. And I also want to learn a few self-defense moves from you. Chapter 237, Pure-Hearted Male God Suhan. Lin Haoyu. Suhan could no longer hold back, his voice cooling a few degrees. Stop. This reprimand wasn't loud, but carried the unique authority of a soldier, instantly silencing the noisy training ground. Lin Haoyu was just talking about how clingy his pet was, saying that the last time he hugged it, it even licked his hand. When he got interrupted by this shout, and immediately closed his mouth, like a little sparrow being choked. He blinked his big watery eyes, looking at Suhan's stern face. His eyes instantly reddened, and he pouted in grievance. Instructor, I haven't finished speaking yet. His tearful appearance made the surrounding girls feel a bit reluctant to see him like this. Seeing Lin Haoyu's pitiful expression, Suhan took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. He knew the student meant no harm, just overly extroverted and too admiring of him, which caused him to lose his composure. You spoke well, but we have limited time. And there are other students who need to introduce themselves. Suhan's tone softened a bit, as there were still other classmates waiting to introduce themselves. I understand, instructor. Lin Haoyu saw Suhan's tone had eased and once again beamed with joy. Then I'll introduce myself to you alone during the break. Chapter 238, Central Mother releases promotional video. National voting fever, hero effect sweeps the country. At that moment, a sudden scream broke the lively atmosphere of the training ground. Ah! You guys, look at this. It's Instructor Su. The speaker was a boy from the class, Wang Peng, who was holding up his phone, excitedly pointing at the screen. The surrounding students immediately gathered around, and Suhan instinctively looked over as well. On Wang Peng's phone screen was a video playing. At the beginning of the video was CCTV's iconic blue intro, followed by a scene switching to the training ground of the 356th Regiment. Suhan was seen wearing a new recruit's training uniform, awkwardly marching in formation, with Zhu Haidao standing next to him, sternly reprimanding him, prominently displayed on the screen. The narrator's voice came through clearly. He was once at the bottom of the new recruit ranks, but with astonishing perseverance. He grew to become a famous Special Forces soldier in just 6 months. Within less than a year, he received third-class merit twice, second-class merit once, and first-class merit twice. Guarding the safety of the people with his blood and sweat, he is one of the candidates for the top 10 figures who moved China, Suhan. With the narration, the scenes quickly switched, Suhan hitting the bullseye in a Special Forces competition, rescuing hostages at a kidnapping scene, and carrying trapped individuals out of a hot pot restaurant amidst thick smoke. Chapter 239, Media Encirclement, Military Training Scene turns into a star-chasing scene, a girl excitedly said. I just posted the training photos of Instructor Su on the campus website. And it hasn't even been a minute before students from other classes came asking for my friend request. Some even said they want to bring us milk tea, just to catch a glimpse of Instructor Su. Look! The campus beauty and flowers from all departments have replied. Let's help ask if the instructor is single. Suhan, Instructor Su, do you have a girlfriend? Are you silly? Even if Instructor Su doesn't, we should say he does. We can't let others take advantage of him. Our class will keep him for ourselves. Suhan instinctively looked at the group of girls, suddenly feeling their gazes on him like a pack of wolves. If they really managed to get their way, he feared he would be left with nothing but bones. Suhan helplessly looked at the lively scene in front of him, feeling little joy in his heart. He had agreed to cooperate with CCTV for filming to live up to the Army's expectations, and to let more people understand the sacrifices of soldiers through the platform of moving China. But he never expected it would cause such a huge sensation, turning the campus military training into a focal point of attention across the internet. While pondering, his phone suddenly vibrated, and the caller ID showed it was Commander Zhao. Chapter 240, The Campus Beauty Brings Milk Tea. Suhan looked at the students' reactions in the line, then glanced at the reporters and the crowd unwilling to retreat. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stood in front of the students of Class 302, addressing the reporters in a serious tone. Dear reporters, thank you for your interest in military training. But this is a training ground, not an interview site. My current role is as a military training instructor, and my primary task is to lead the training of Class 302. If you wish to do a report, please contact the school's publicity department after the training is over and apply for an interview according to the procedure. Now, please leave the training ground and do not disrupt the students' normal training. Instructor Su, we only need a few minutes. We just have 3 questions. A female reporter stubbornly edged forward. Sorry, I don't have time. Suhan stood firm, turning his gaze toward the observing students. Everyone. Military training is an important course for freshmen. Please adhere to campus order, and do not gather and disturb. Thank you for your cooperation. But neither the reporters nor the onlooking students showed any intention of leaving. Just as Suhan was about to say something else, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and saw that it was Li Mai calling. Chapter 241, Is the Devil Training About to Begin? For the students. Lin Qingyu held the cup of carefully prepared milk tea with both hands, her eyes filled with obvious anticipation, and a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. She had always been confident in her appearance and charm, believing that few boys could resist such a gesture, especially since it was delivered personally by her, the recognized campus beauty. However, Suhan's expression did not waver at all upon her appearance and words. He glanced at the cup of milk tea, his gaze calmly returning to Lin Qingyue's face, his voice steady and clear, devoid of any emotion. "Thank you for your kindness, Lin Qingyu. However, the army has regulations that instructors cannot accept any gifts from students during military training, especially individually given items. Please take this cup of milk tea back." His refusal was straightforward and decisive, with not a hint of hesitation, as if he were merely stating a common disciplinary regulation. Lin Qingyue's smile instantly stiffened, and her fingers gripping the milk tea slightly tightened. She had indeed anticipated the possibility of rejection, but she never expected the other party to be so direct, leaving her no room for maneuver, with a reason that was merely an official rule. A trace of awkwardness and disappointment quickly flashed in her eyes, making her originally confident and composed demeanor seem somewhat flustered. Chapter 242, Hot Discussion Online. Steel Straight Man Instructor versus School Beauty at this moment. The video of Suhan rejecting the school beauty's offer of milk tea was also posted by students online. Initially, it was thought to be just a piece of campus gossip spreading in a small circle. However, within half an hour, the video burst onto the internet as if it had grown wings. The first to react was the campus forum of Guangdong University. Within 10 minutes of posting, replies surpassed 500, and the number of likes skyrocketed. "Wow! Is this the legendary Steel Straight Man? He can refuse Lin Qingyue's milk tea without batting an eye. Instructor Su is too tough. That line about military regulations is simply so cool. My goddess Qingyu must be heartbroken. She made the first move and got rejected so directly. If it were any other guy, they'd be over the moon. Am I the only one who noticed that Instructor Su didn't even change his gaze when he refused? That level of self-control is amazing. Some people stop being sour. Instructor Su is adhering to discipline, not lacking in romantic understanding. Didn't you see how serious he was when training? Previously, some people said that Instructor Su would develop feelings for the school beauty. But now it seems they thought too much. As the discussion heated up, the video was quickly shared across various platforms. Suhan, no school beauty before discipline, the most hardcore military training instructor, and other topics quickly climbed the trending list. Chapter 243, 15-minute life and death sprint, collective punishment. The military training begins. Suhan placed the folded quilt on the ground and scanned the students in front of him, who were all amazed. Suddenly, he raised his hand to check his watch. The hour hand was pointing at 2:10 p.m., with the sun blazing and the shadow of the banyan tree minimized. It was now 2:10 p.m. His voice suddenly turned colder, taking on an authoritative tone. "Everyone, run back to the dormitory and bring your own quilts. You must regroup at this training ground by 2:25 p.m. 1 second late will be treated as a violation." What? This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the students' earlier astonishment. 15 minutes. The round trip to the dormitory was at least 1,500 meters. Plus they had to go upstairs to get the quilt. There was simply no time. "Instructor, our dormitory is on the 5th floor. Running up and down will take at least 10 minutes. How can we have time to get the quilt?" "Exactly, Instructor Su. Can you extend it for a few minutes? 15 minutes is really too tight. We are still girls. Even we boys can't do it." Suhan, however, showed no sign of yielding. his sharp gaze scanning the crowd. As soldiers, the moment an order is given, there is no such thing as not enough time, only incompletion. Chapter 244, The Tofu Block Under the Scorching Sun, Suhan faints students. At 2:30 p.m., the sun hung in the sky like a red-hot branding iron. The eastern open space, where Class 302 of the art department was located, reflected a blinding white light from the ground, and even breathing felt hot. After just standing for a while, the back of Suhan's training uniform was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his skin. Suhan stood at the front of the line, his shadow reduced to a small mass beneath him. He bent down to pick up the demonstration tofu block and placed it on the stone table in the center of the open space, his fingertips lightly gliding over the sharply defined quilt surface. His voice carried through the heat waves to the students, "Pay attention. Folding the quilt is done in 3 steps: press, fold, pinch. The press must leave hard creases, the fold must create straight lines, and the pinch must define the corners. Now, open your quilts and follow my movements." The students hurriedly spread their quilts on the ground, and the quilt surface immediately felt slightly warm upon contact with the ground. Sushia crouched down, her fingers gently smoothing along the quilt's texture, trying to create clear fold lines by repeatedly folding and pressing the quilt. Lin Wei and Zhong Meng were not so calm. As soon as Lin Wei spread her quilt, sweat dripped from her forehead onto the quilt surface, creating a small wet mark. She anxiously wiped her face with her sleeve, only to smear sweat all over her face. Chapter 245, Faking Fainting to Avoid Training. Lin Haoyu suddenly collapsed onto the scorching ground with a thud, lying motionless on the wrinkled quilt. This sudden scene caused the training ground to erupt into chaos. "Haoyu, what happened to you?" the closest boy exclaimed as he reached out to help, while surrounding girls stood up, their faces filled with panic. "He must have suffered from heat stroke. The sun is too intense, and he has been squatting on the ground folding quilts. He must not be able to take it anymore." Zhong Meng's voice trembled with urgency as she reached for Lin Haoyu's arm. "Quick! Let's get him to the school infirmary." Yes. Hurry to the infirmary. It will be troublesome if we are late." Other girls echoed, and for a moment, the originally orderly line turned chaotic, with everyone's attention focused on the fallen Lin Haoyu. Not far away, instructors Wang Lei, Chen Siyuan, and others, who were guiding other classes, also heard the commotion. They looked up to see the chaotic scene in Class 302 and quickly ran over. "What happened? Why did a student faint?" Wang Lei shouted as he ran, his face full of anxiety. A student fainting on the first day of military training is no small matter. Chen Siyuan frowned as well, his gaze sweeping over the blazing sun in the eastern open space, thinking to himself, "Suhan is too harsh, under such a hot sun. Making students fold quilts here is bound to cause trouble." Chapter 246, Suhan's Perverse Punishment. Until the sun sets, no one is allowed to move. Suhan's voice was like ice, exploding in the scorching air. The students of Class 302 stood stiffly in place, sweat streaming down their cheeks, splashing onto the searing ground, instantly evaporating into a white mist. Everyone's gaze instinctively darted to Lin Haoyu at the end of the line, their eyes filled with repressed anger. If it weren't for him faking fainting to avoid training, how could everyone be dragged here to stand in this endless military posture? The sun is scorching, and the skin is almost cracking. Standing here until sunset might mean peeling off a layer of skin. This is ridiculous. Is faking fainting interesting? Not wanting to practice, but still dragging us all down. I was almost at the standard for folding the quilt just now, and now it's all in vain. Lin Haoyu has really gone too far this time. Although the surrounding murmurs were lowered, they pricked Lin Haoyu's heart like tiny needles. He covered his still aching lower back, burying his head lower, his cheeks burning from both the sun and embarrassment. He could clearly feel the resentment of his classmates, and knew how outrageous his mistake was this time. When Suhan exposed his fainting act earlier, he still held a glimmer of hope, thinking that at worst he would just be scolded. but now seeing everyone suffering punishment because of him. It felt like his heart was smashed by a heavy hammer, both sour and swollen. Chapter 247, Soo-han punishes on behalf of the students. The internet is boiling. Not far away, the crowd that was blocked outside the isolation zone by security had already erupted. My God! This is too exciting. I originally thought it was a punishment. But it turned into the whole class running together. Look at them, they are clearly exhausted, yet no one is stopping. I used to think Instructor Soo was too strict. But now I understand his intention. This is not just training, it's teaching them what it means to be a collective. The media reporters outside were even more excited. Their cameras tightly following the figures on the track, and the sound of shutters became increasingly frequent. One reporter from a local TV station, while holding up his camera, quickly said into his walkie-talkie, "Hurry. Prioritize sending this footage back. The title will be Special Edition of Military Training, From Avoidance to Shared Responsibility. Class 302 of the Guangdong University Fine Arts Department's Collective Redemption Run." This is definitely the hottest news today. These images and discussions were almost all recorded by the students present on their phones and casually posted on various social media platforms. In just 10 minutes, the collective run of Class 302 accompanying Soo-han and the military training lessons about more than just discipline skyrocketed from the tail end of trending topics to the top 20. Chapter 248, 15 minutes for 5 kilometers. The whole internet witnesses a human-powered engine. The heat waves on the rubber track continued to roll. But Soo-han's figure resembled a sword unsheathed. He didn't deliberately slow down, his arms swung naturally, and his strides were as even as a precise machine, making a slight thudding sound on the rubber ground beneath his feet. When he finished the first lap of the 400-meter track, the second hand on his watch had just crossed 1 minute and 15 seconds. In the second and third laps, his speed showed no signs of slowing. And even as his body warmed up, his stride frequency subtly increased. This speed is too fast, isn't it? Under the shade of the trees, Lin Wei, who had just caught her breath, widened her eyes, instinctively gripping the hem of her clothes. I usually take 1 minute and 40 seconds to run 400 meters. Instructor Soo finished it in just over a minute. Zhong Meng was also dumbfounded, her originally pale cheeks flushed with shock. It's not just fast. Look at how many laps he has run, his breathing hasn't even faltered. He doesn't even seem to be sweating much. The students all looked up, their gazes fixed on the green figure on the track. Soo-han's training uniform was indeed damp with sweat, but it wasn't soaked like theirs. And even the hair on his forehead was only slightly damp, not affecting his movements at all. Chapter 249, running nearly 40 kilometers. No wonder he is the super soldier of the 9-time champion. The wind on the rubber track seemed to change direction with Soo-han's speed. He had just completed his 26th lap, but his footsteps showed no signs of stopping, his figure darting towards the next lap like an arrow. Under the shade of the trees, the students of Class 302 were completely frozen. 64 laps. Zhong Meng's voice trembled as she instinctively counted on her fingers. 400 meters per lap, 64 laps is nearly 26 kilometers. Plus the 26 laps he ran earlier, that's almost a full marathon. Lin Wei's face was even paler than when she was running laps, looking at the tireless figure on the track. Her eyes instantly reddened. Why does he have to bear such a burden? He clearly did nothing wrong, we are the ones at fault. This is not an ordinary punishment. Sushia's voice was choked with emotion. The instructor wants us to remember that true responsibility is not just about bearing one's own mistakes, but about shouldering even heavier responsibilities than the mistakes themselves. Her words instantly silenced the surrounding students. Lin Haoyu suddenly squatted down, covering his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking violently. He finally understood that Soo-han was not only running laps for him, but also teaching him a life lesson on what it means to take responsibility. Chapter 250. How could someone who won 9 consecutive championships be a fraud? He stopped. Finally stopped. A junior student holding a phone for a live broadcast suddenly shouted, his voice full of disbelief. I counted from start to finish. First, he ran 26 laps for the students, then punished himself with another 64 laps. A total of 90 laps. 36 kilometers. That's almost a full marathon. My God. 36 kilometers. And he ran it in the scorching heat of 35 degrees. The students next to him widened their eyes in shock, instinctively touching their sunburned arms. I went to the cafeteria at noon, and after walking 500 meters, I felt like I was going to suffer from heat stroke. How could Instructor Sue run 36 kilometers? Is he even human? The commotion in the crowd spread rapidly. The glow of phone screens merging into a bright patch under the sunlight, while bullet screens and comments refreshed at a visible speed. Did I see it wrong? 90 laps. I was already shocked when the broadcaster said he ran 26 laps for the students, and then he had to add another 64 laps for himself. Is this the awareness of a soldier king? When others make mistakes, he not only bears it for them, but also doubles the punishment for himself. The media reporters went wild, squeezing in front of the barrier with their cameras, their lenses locked onto Suhan's figure. The sound of shutters clicking like a torrential downpour. Chapter 251, Suhan's military training documentary released. At this moment, Suhan had already calmed his rapid breathing. He accepted the electrolyte water handed to him by a teacher, not gulping it down but sipping it slowly, while gently wiping the sweat from his forehead and neck with a towel. He looked up at the students of Class 302 under the shade of the trees, sweeping his gaze across each face filled with guilt and awe. His voice, though a bit hoarse, remained steady. The 26 laps I ran were to bear the cost of your collective mistakes. The 64 laps I ran were a punishment for my failure to discipline you properly, not helping you understand the weight of the word collective sooner. He paused, his gaze landing on Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu, you just said you wanted to bear the punishment yourself. That intention is good, but responsibility is not just spoken. It is proven through action, through running with your feet. In the subsequent military training, I hope you can use every training session, every action, to show everyone that you are not someone who only knows how to avoid responsibility, but a member of Class 302, a man who can shoulder burdens. Lin Haoyu suddenly straightened his back, saluting Suhan with a military salute that was 100 times more standard than before, his voice choked yet firm, yes. Instructor Sue. I promise. From now on, I will not slack off or avoid responsibility in every training session. Chapter 252, CCTV releases. The shocking transformation of the Soldier King. The video then recreated scenes showcasing Suhan's embarrassing moments in the recruit company, marching in unison, shooting live rounds that hit others' targets, and needing his comrades to pull him along during a 5-kilometer cross-country run. Suhan vividly portrayed that clumsiness and struggle, while the real training footage and interviews with comrades added an incredible sense of authenticity. My God, was Instructor Sue really that bad before? Zhong Meng covered her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at her phone, then sneaked a glance at Suhan in the distance. The scene continued, focusing on the serious-faced class leader, Liu Yong, who was frustrated with Suhan, and the captain, Zhu Haitao, who scolded fiercely but quietly cared for him behind the scenes. When they saw the class leader being punished for Suhan's mistake, exhausted to the point of near collapse, yet still telling Suhan that once he entered Class 3, he was part of Class 3, when they saw Captain Zhu Haitao checking the beds at night, quietly tucking in Suhan's kicked-off blanket, the cafeteria fell silent. And many students' eyes started to well up. Lin Haoyu stared at the screen intently, finally understanding the weight of Suhan's words from the afternoon, as well as the source of the 64 laps of self-punishment. Chapter 253, Applying for Special Training. Redefining Military Training. The cafeteria gradually returned to calm in the evening. After the students dispersed, the air still lingered with the aroma of food and a hint of residual warmth. Just as Suhan put down his tray, He saw Li Wei standing under the shade of a tree at the cafeteria entrance, holding a training plan in his hand. His brow slightly furrowed as if he were deep in thought. He quickly walked over and saluted, Team Leader Li. Li Wei turned around, and seeing him, the seriousness on his face relaxed a bit. He smiled and patted Su-han's shoulder. After running so many laps, don't you want to rest a bit? I've rested enough. Su-han shook his head, his gaze landing on the plan in Li Wei's hand, his tone becoming serious. Director Li, I came to you to apply for something. Oh? What is it? Li Wei put away the plan and gestured for him to continue. The two sat down on a nearby empty bench. And Su-han slowly spoke. I want to apply to train class 302 next, not following the conventional military training outline set by the school and the army, but using my own method. As soon as he said this, the smile on Li Wei's face instantly disappeared, and his brow furrowed again. Your own method. Su-han, do you know how much consideration went into formulating the conventional outline? Chapter 254, Affirmation on the other end of the phone. Support from the Deputy Commander of the Military Region. Li Wei sat on the bench, the training plan in his hand slightly wrinkled from being pinched by his fingertips. Su-han's words, that this honor is far less than the pride of training a good soldier himself, felt like a stone thrown into his heart, creating ripples of thought. He looked at the young man in front of him, who was quite a bit younger, but always exuded military toughness. And suddenly recalled how he had been when he first led troops. Back then, he had also been determined to either not do it, or do it to the best of his ability. However, as tasks increased and concerns deepened, that sharpness had gradually worn away. You kid, Li Wei let out a bitter smile, shaking his head. His tone lost its previous opposition and gained a hint of helpless admiration. I can see it now, once you set your mind to something, not even 8 oxen can pull you back. He stood up and patted Su-han's shoulder. As for applying to the military region, you can contact them yourself. But let me say this up front, if Deputy Commander Zhao doesn't agree, I won't let you go off on your own. Also, Li Wei's tone shifted, his expression becoming serious. No matter what method you use to train, the safety of the students is always the top priority. If any student can't handle it physically, you must stop. Don't force it. Chapter 255, Night Training. How about a 3-kilometer warm-up first? When night completely enveloped Guangdong University, the floodlights on the training field lit up, their harsh white light cutting through the darkness and illuminating the playground. The students from various classes had just finished dinner and were heading to the designated assembly point. In the large conference room next to the instructors' lounge, over 100 instructors were seated neatly. Li Wei stood at the front with a folder, scanning the crowd. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly turned serious. Normally, this time of the meeting would just summarize the day's training situation and confirm the night training content. But everyone had a vague feeling that there would be different arrangements today. Let us briefly go over the situation from the day. Li Wei opened the folder, speaking steadily. All classes completed their training tasks according to the conventional outline, and the students overall cooperated well, with no serious violations or physical discomfort reported. However, several classes reported that some students had too many small movements while standing at attention, and this needs to be corrected to prevent laziness from setting in. He paused for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the paper, and changed the topic. I want to emphasize something regarding Instructor Su-han and the training arrangement for Class 302. Chapter 256, It's just a little tiring, others can endure. So can I. Su-han scanned the crowd and continued, the significance of military training has never just been about marching in formation or folding blankets. It is about pushing you out of your comfort zone, recognizing your shortcomings, and understanding that a healthy body is the foundation of everything. Therefore, the upcoming training will no longer follow the conventional rhythm. I will increase the emphasis on physical training, focusing on basic strength, endurance, explosive power, and coordination, to comprehensively improve your physical fitness. Wake up at 5:30 a.m. and practice basic strength for an hour during the day. In addition to necessary formation and internal affairs training, there will be additional 3-kilometer and 5-kilometer cross-country runs. At night, I might arrange tactical basics, such as crawling, low-profile evasion, combat training, strength training, etc. These will all be tougher and more exhausting than conventional military training. There might even be surprise training, such as emergency assembly in the middle of the night or outdoor training in the rain. With each word, the surprise on the students' faces grew. Emergency assembly in the middle of the night. Outdoor training in the rain. This is terrifying. Suhan noticed all of this, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Now, I'm giving you a choice. Chapter 257, The 3 Kilometers Under the Night Sky, The Shock and Awe of Onlookers. Now, everyone pick up the backpack rope, pair up, and tie it around your wrists. Suhan announced loudly. The students of Class 302 showed no hesitation, immediately bending down to grab the backpack ropes on the ground. Lin Haoyu was the first to walk over to Su Xia, clumsily yet earnestly tying one end of the rope around his wrist and handing the other end to her. Su Xia, if I can't run later, don't hold back, just pull me. I know you have good stamina, so please help me. I don't want to fall behind. Su Xia nodded, skillfully tying a secure knot. Okay. Don't worry, I won't let you fall behind. As long as you give it your all, I'll stick with you. Zhongming and Lin Wei fumbled to tie their ropes, Zhongming's fingers trembling from nervousness, and she had to retie the knot several times, as it kept coming undone. Lin Wei adjusted the knot for her while muttering, if I had known this afternoon, I wouldn't have complained about how tiring the training was with you. Now look. 3 kilometers at night, my legs are already weak. Who knew the instructor was serious? Zhongming stuck out her tongue, but still tightened her grip on the rope. Since they chose to stay, they couldn't be the first to drop the ball. Chapter 258, We actually finished running. 3 kilometers. On the other side of the playground, several classes were conducting night training in formation according to the conventional outline. Amid the originally synchronized footsteps, fragmented discussions began to mix in, as many students frequently glanced over at the eastern track, their arm-swinging motions unconsciously diminishing. Look at Class 302. They are really running 3 kilometers. Extra training at night, they are really pushing it. A girl quietly elbowed her classmate beside her, her eyes filled with surprise. Not just pushing it. I just heard someone say that they tied ropes around their wrists and can't fall behind. Instructor Su is really strict. A nearby boy frowned, but couldn't help glancing over at the eastern track again. His tone mixed with a complex feeling of relief for not having to endure this hardship, alongside a hint of barely perceptible envy. Instructor Wang, leading the team, noticed the dispersing focus of the group and suddenly raised his voice. What are you all looking at? Focus. Formation training emphasizes uniformity. What kind of appearance is it when your eyes are wandering? The roar made the students instantly retract their gazes and readjust their postures, but a few seconds later, the cheer from the east side caught their attention again. Instructor Wang followed the students' gazes to the east side and saw Lin Haoyu being pulled forward by Su Xia. The straps of their backpacks were taut, and Lin Haoyu's face was covered in sweat, yet he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Chapter 259, This instructor is too brutal. Suhan looked at the group of students in front of him who were forcing themselves to hold on, his gaze showing no signs of softness, but rather a hint of mockery. Just now, when you were running, you all shouted that you could persist and not give up. Now that you've finished running, you can't even stand up straight. 3 kilometers is just the basic training amount for new recruits in the army. You've run it once and ended up like this, yet you still have the nerve to say you want to be soldiers. In the documentary, did you see me running with a heavy load late at night, my hands bleeding while practicing on the horizontal bar? Did you think it was inspiring? Did you think you could be like me? It seems now that your so-called desire to try was just a momentary burst of passion. Every word was like a tiny needle, piercing into the students' hearts. They hung their heads, no one rebutting. The fatigue just now was real. But what Suhan said was also true. Compared to the training in the army, this 3 kilometers really isn't much. The crowd of onlookers also quieted down. Those who had just been applauding the students now held their breath, watching the scene on the training ground. Isn't instructor Su too strict? They've already run 3 kilometers, yet he won't let them rest. A sophomore girl muttered softly, her tone filled with confusion. Chapter 260, a student has passed out. Immediately after, Suhan walked along the line, distributing playing cards one by one. The red cards were inserted between the students' right hands and pants legs, while the blue cards were inserted into their left hands, with only a small portion of each card exposed, held in place solely by the strength of their middle fingers. When Zhongmeng received the playing card, her fingertips trembled slightly, filled with nervousness. As long as she relaxed even a little, the card would fall, and then. Now, everyone maintain a military posture. After distributing the last card, Suhan returned to the front of the line, his voice suddenly raised. Hands pressed tightly against the seams of his pants, middle finger against the edge of the card, forbidding the use of any other fingers for assistance. And definitely not allowing any secret adjustments to their posture. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the line with a hint of threat. I only ask that you stand for 10 minutes, as long as the playing cards do not fall. You will be dismissed immediately after 10 minutes, and today's training will end here. However, this change in tone caused all the students' hearts to leap into their throats. If anyone drops a card, whether intentionally or accidentally, the entire group will add an extra 5 minutes of training. Suhan's voice held no hint of jest. Remember, from the moment you put on this card, your every action no longer only represents yourself, your mistakes must be borne by the entire group. Chapter 261, Can't stand it, must train more. Someone has passed out. Finally, someone in the crowd of onlookers could not help but shout. The students of class 302 instantly panicked, all wanting to turn around to look. But as soon as they moved, they were stopped by Suhan's roar, stand still. Do not move. Suhan quickly walked to the side of the girl who had passed out, squatted down, quickly placed his fingers on her carotid artery, and felt her forehead. Her temperature was normal, her pulse weak. It was likely a fainting spell caused by excessive fatigue combined with low blood sugar. He showed no signs of panic. Took out his phone, and dialed the school clinic. On the East Training Ground, a student from class 302 has passed out. Send a medical team with glucose solution immediately. After hanging up, Suhan stood up, his gaze sweeping over the line again, his voice showing no signs of softening. The 14th card drop. Everyone will add 5 more minutes of training. The remaining time is 31 minutes. Instructor. She has passed out, how can you still add training? Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up, their voice filled with grievance and anger. Exactly, instructor, we have been standing for so long, can we have a break first? Another student echoed, their tone full of exhaustion. Suhan ignored these complaints, his sharp gaze fixed on the speaking student. Military training will not stop due to anyone's accident. Chapter 262, 8 have already passed out. On the other side of the playground, a dozen instructors were gathered together, their eyes fixed anxiously on the East Training Ground. 2 students have already passed out, why hasn't Suhan stopped the training? A young instructor couldn't help but say, if this continues, if something serious happens, none of us can take responsibility. Exactly. Another instructor agreed, these are all college students. Not veterans from the army, how can they train like this? Lee, you're the overall responsible person, you should go up and talk to Instructor Su. Tell him not to be so serious, just let it be. Everyone's eyes turned to Li Wei, hoping he could step in and stop the training. Li Wei, however, smiled bitterly and shook his head, pulling out his phone from his pocket. showing a text message to the instructor beside him. You all can see this and know that I have no authority to stop it. The instructors gathered around to take a look. The text was sent by the guard of Deputy Commander Zhao from the military district. And the content was simple. The military district has decided that during Su-Han's training of Class 302, he has full authority to adjust the training plan independently. And no one is allowed to interfere, ensuring that his training proceeds smoothly. The military district's order. One instructor's eyes widened in shock, his tone filled with disbelief. They really value Su-Han too much, right? They don't even allow us to interfere with the training. Chapter 263, A Storm is Coming. What trick is Instructor Su trying to pull? Today's training is over, relax and rest in place. As soon as the words fell, the remaining students seemed to have their last bit of strength drained away, almost collapsing to the ground at the same time. Some fell directly onto the grass. Gasping for breath, others leaned on their companions, tears uncontrollably streaming down their faces, not out of grievance, but because they were finally released after reaching the finish line. Sushia supported herself against the railing beside her, slowly straightening her body. She raised her hand to remove the playing card next to her pants seam. Her fingertips had long since stiffened and could not bend, so she let the card fall to the ground. Everyone will rest for 10 minutes. Once your bodies have recovered a bit, help the students who have passed out back to the dormitory. Su-Han's gaze fell on those students who had already regained consciousness. His tone softening a bit. The school nurse will stay to observe and ensure that every student who has passed out can return safely. He paused, looking at the scattered playing cards on the ground, and added, the remaining extra training time today. I will keep track of it and make it up in the subsequent training. Remember, the debts you owe will eventually need to be repaid. Although they knew they would have to make up for training later, the students had long since lost their previous resistance and could only weakly respond, yes, instructor. Chapter 264, Crazy. Instructor Su is crazy. Class 302 is crazy. Lin Wei yawned, her muscles protesting. Could it be that Instructor Su has forgotten? Or does he think that rainy days mean no training? She spoke words she herself didn't quite believe. Chen Zhu had already sat up, supporting herself on the edge of the bed, calmly analyzing, impossible. With Instructor Su's style, he would only add more training, he wouldn't cancel it. I guess he might already have arrangements, he just hasn't notified us yet. Sushia didn't speak, she quickly got up, enduring the soreness, and began to change into her camouflage uniform. A strong premonition told her that the moment of relaxation was over. On the boys' dormitory side, Lin Haoyu was also pushed awake by his roommate. Haoyu, have you checked the group chat? Other classes have all received notifications, but our class hasn't got anything. What does Instructor Su mean? Lin Haoyu looked at the rain outside, which showed no signs of letting up, and recalled Su-Han's words from last night about the debts that must be repaid sooner or later. His heart sank. Stop guessing, get up quickly, have breakfast, and be ready to assemble at any time. In the cafeteria, the students of Class 302 silently ate their breakfast. Unlike usual, almost everyone took an extra egg or drank an extra bowl of porridge today. The experience of fainting from low blood sugar last night was too profound, and they subconsciously began to stock up on energy for the high-intensity training that might come. Chapter 265, Training in the Rain. The parents of the students came to cause a scene. 6,000 words, 3 chapters combined. The torrential rain showed no signs of weakening, with large raindrops pounding on the cement ground of the training field, splashing up a mist. The strong wind whipped the rain, stinging everyone's faces. The students of Class 302 quickly lined up in front of Su-Han. The rain instantly soaked their camouflage short sleeves, clinging to their skin, cold to the bone. Their hair was wet and hanging over their foreheads, drops of water continuously sliding down their cheeks, blurring their vision. However, not a single person reached out to wipe their faces, and not a single person complained. They simply straightened their chests and looked intently at the figure in front of them, who had been drenched longer and stood more firmly than they did, waiting for his command. Suhan's gaze swept over each young, tense face like a hawk, with raindrops dripping down his chiseled jawline. His voice penetrated the sound of the pouring rain, clear and stern, devoid of any emotion. Very good, everyone is here. It seems no one chose to forget today's training. So, let us start settling accounts. Last night, you all owe a total of 31 minutes of extra training time. The students' hearts tightened. Sure enough, what was meant to come had arrived. But Suhan's voice suddenly rose above the sound of the wind and rain, considering the adverse weather's impact on you new recruits. I am giving you a discount. Chapter 266, Suhan, I'm still just a kid too, 3 chapters combined. Lin Haoyu's father had just finished speaking when Zhongmeng's father also came over excitedly. He pointed at the students, who were still holding their military stance, but were clearly distracted by the sudden situation. Look. The kids are exhausted. Yesterday we heard that 8 of them fainted during practice. And now you're doing this. Instructor Su, I know you're a soldier, and I know your heroic deeds. You have strict requirements, but they are still kids, students, not your soldiers. You can't impose your military standards on them. Their voices were loud, cutting through the sound of the rain, and not only could the students of Class 302 hear them clearly, but the crowd gathered in the distant teaching building also faintly caught the questioning content, triggering a greater uproar. See. The parents have come to cause a scene. I said this kind of training isn't right. Which parent doesn't care about their child? Now Instructor Su was in a difficult position. The parents had come to him. The students of Class 302 felt complicated emotions. They understood their parents' concern, but after the trials of last night and just now, a subtle sense of collective honor and trust in Suhan had begun to sprout. Chapter 267, Suhan. From now on, you are my only idol. The sound of rain continued, but the atmosphere on the training field had completely changed. The earlier tension of confrontation had disappeared, replaced by a calm and profound resonance. Lin Haoyu's father's lips moved a few times, but in the end, all his words turned into a long sigh filled with endless emotions. He slowly raised his hand, not to point, but gently patted his son Lin Haoyu's shoulder, a gesture containing too many indescribable emotions: apology, encouragement, and a heavy sense of entrustment. He turned to Suhan, no longer questioning, but slightly nodding, his eyes filled with complex respect, and then silently took a step back, holding onto his wife, who wanted to say something. Zhongmeng's father was the same. The excitement on his face had long faded, leaving only deep emotion. He glanced at his daughter, drenched but with a stubborn gaze, then looked at the young instructor, who bore the weight of the mountains yet was younger than his daughter. In the end, he simply nodded heavily. Everything was said without words. He wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders, softly comforting her, and the two turned to leave. The media's cameras keenly captured this silent transformation. In close-up shots, the tears shimmering in the parents' eyes, the slightly trembling corners of their mouths, and the change in their gazes from confrontation to understanding and then to support were more persuasive than any heated debate. Chapter 268, shouted out. Your momentum. Where is your momentum? Did a dog eat it? However, Suhan's next words immediately doused their fiery emotions with a bucket of cold water. No, an icy mixture. Look at your little accomplishments. Suhan's voice was laced with unabashed sarcasm, especially when it swept over the girls' team. What is the use of shining eyes? Military boxing is not a calisthenics routine. It's not for you to pose for photos to post on your social media. It's the foundation for defeating enemies. Something that can save your life in critical moments. With your current soft and weak state, I suspect a strong wind could blow you away. And you want to box? He scoffed. Don't let it be the case that before you can throw a punch, you twist your own ankle first. The excitement on the girls' faces instantly froze, replaced by a sense of indignation and a hint of embarrassment. Zhongmeng instinctively wanted to shrink her neck. but was glared at by Lin Wei beside her and quickly straightened her back again. Especially you, the 28 flowers. Su-Han singled them out, his tone severe. Don't think that just because I'm a man, I will lower my requirements for you. In the eyes of villains, will they show mercy just because you're a girl? In the face of disaster, will danger avoid you just because you sound nice? Chapter 269, A Bunch of Flower Stands. The rain had lessened, but the sky remained gloomy. The water on the training field reflected the lead grey clouds. And the air was filled with the scent of soil and grass, along with a barely perceptible tremor. The practice of the first 4 movements of military boxing came to an end, and Su-Han called a halt to the formation. His gaze, like a precise instrument, scanned over all the students again, especially the 28 girls. Although their momentum had been forced out during the previous practice, and their shouts carried a hint of fierceness. In his eyes, the problems were as obvious as lice on a bald head. Flower stands. Su-Han suddenly spat out those 3 words, piercing the slightly relaxed students' ears like ice picks. The movements are merely superficial, they lack spirit. Soft, light, rootless feet, weak hands. With you like this, if danger really occurs, don't even talk about defeating the enemy, even self-defense would become a problem. Su-Han's criticism was merciless, directly negating the little sense of achievement they had just gained. The slight spark of confidence that the girls had just ignited was instantly extinguished, and their faces involuntarily showed a mix of grievance and unwillingness. Su-Han didn't give them any time to process their emotions and directly pointed out the core issue. Your biggest problems are twofold. First, your lower body is weak and unstable like a rootless floating weed. Second, your core strength is lacking, making your punches and kicks feel like willow branches brushing against the face, completely without threat. Chapter 270, The Release of the Second Documentary. Is this even a human? In the astonished gazes of everyone, Su-Han placed 2 bottles of water on each of Sushia's wrists, a total weight of 2 kilograms firmly hanging on her. The heavy weight pulled down suddenly, catching Sushia off guard, and a huge pressure immediately surged through her arms and shoulders, causing her to stifle a groan and sway slightly before she barely steadied her stance. However, her arms could no longer be held up easily as they had been before, beginning to tremble slightly. Hold them parallel. Level with your shoulders. Su-Han said sternly, can't you handle this little weight? Did you forget the Su family's boxing training methods for cultivating energy and strength? Adjust your breathing, sink your energy to your dantian, and guide your strength with your intention. Sushia gritted her teeth, the veins on her forehead bulging. She felt her muscles screaming, but a fierce determination not to embarrass herself in front of her great-grandfather and all her classmates pushed her to endure. The other students looked at the clearly doubled weight of water on Sushia's wrists, and her expression, which was more pained than anyone else's yet still resolutely holding on. And they felt a sense of awe. The girls who originally thought they could barely bear the 2 bottles of water on their wrists suddenly felt that their burdens seemed a little lighter. And at the same time, they gained a new understanding of Su-Han's impartiality, even harsher to his own family. Chapter 271. So the instructor is this fierce during drills and competitions. The scene began with a vast island, and from the perspective of a drone. The red and blue lights intertwined, marking the previous joint exercise with the Marine Corps 2 squadrons. The camera zoomed in, switching to Su-Han's first-person perspective or follow shot. He moved stealthily among the rocks, his movements as swift as a cheetah, and his eyes under the camouflage net were terrifyingly calm. In an ambush moment, the short bursts from the silencer were incredibly precise, and the soldiers of the White Shark team fell one after another. In the command room, the grim face of Captain Long Zhan contrasted sharply with the proud smile of Commander Wang Taijun. My God, this speed! A student murmured. The Su-Han on screen moved with astonishing speed across the complex terrain, completely silent. Next, the scene switched to the Black Shark team after they descended from the aircraft, with snipers occupying the high ground and the 7th Company's defense line in crisis. Then, the camera captured a breathtaking moment. Suhan climbed nearly vertical cliffs with his bare hands. From the drone's aerial shot, his figure was small yet resolute. As if the points dug by the engineer's shovel were his extended claws. A collective gasp echoed in the cafeteria. Is this even a human? The instructor is too amazing. Chapter 272, Evening Social Entertainment Party. Over the next few days, the military training at Yuju University steadily progressed amidst sweat and perseverance. For Class 302, the daily extreme training had become the norm. Suhan's training regimen was strict and efficient. Every day ended with their bodies screaming in soreness. But a real transformation was quietly taking place. Their muscles became firmer, their breath longer, and their eyes lost some innocence, gaining resilience. They could feel their bodies breaking free from past fragility. A rough and primal strength was growing beneath their skin. As night fell, the daytime heat was dispersed by the evening breeze. The lights at the edge of the training ground lit up, reflecting the starry sky. According to tradition, every week, various departments began to organize evening social events to relax their tense nerves. In the distance, formations from other departments had already gathered in a circle. Laughter and cheer flowed like waves. Guitar performances, pop song relays, and comedic skits created a lively atmosphere. Soon, performances from some classes began to heat up. One class's male and female students danced a very close couple dance, their movements suggestive. Another class came up with a creative act where a sturdy male student acted as a pole. Surrounded by several girls in shorts and t-shirts dancing a hot and passionate dance, their bold moves eliciting continuous whistles and screams from the audience. Chapter 273, Suhan was enthusiastically invited by the students to perform. The venue fell completely silent, leaving only the powerful shouts and the wind created by the movements of Class 302 students. A few seconds later, like a sudden flood, thunderous applause erupted. Far more enthusiastic and enduring than any previous instance. Many students couldn't help but stand up, clapping vigorously, their faces filled with shock and admiration. Meanwhile, the online live stream room exploded at this moment. Wow! So cool! This is what military training should look like. Masculine. Passionate. Beautiful strength. I'm pumped with adrenaline. The contrast is too strong. What were those dances just now? A dimensionality reduction strike. This is a true talent showcase. Kneeling to Class 302. The King of Soldiers instructor is awesome. The soldiers he brings out are just different. Those classes that danced earlier, are you feeling embarrassed? Look at what true righteousness and strength are. I said military training shouldn't involve those flashy things. Support Class 302. This is the spirit the youth of China should have. I've turned from a hater to a fan. From now on, I'm a fan of Class 302. So uplifting. For those who said dancing was fine earlier, take another look now. Which better fits the military training atmosphere? Which better showcases the youth's demeanor? Chapter 274, It's Ignited. 10,000 people urgently request a practical demonstration. The uproar in the entire venue miraculously quieted down the moment he stood up, becoming so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on him, media cameras quickly zoomed in for a close-up of his stern face. The online live stream room was even more explosive with comments. He stood up. The King of Soldiers has stood up. It's coming, it's coming. Excited. Expectations are through the roof. What will the King of Soldiers perform? I'm guessing a hard qigong brick-breaking. It must be combat skills. He was so fierce in the documentary. The host reacted quickly, jogging forward to hand the microphone to Suhan, wearing a professional smile. But with curiosity in his eyes, Instructor Su, I believe you've seen everyone's eager anticipation. What wonderful performance do you have prepared for us? We are all very excited. Suhan took the microphone, his voice spread throughout the venue via the loudspeaker. Still steady but carrying a hint of sincere awkwardness. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. But I really don't have any entertainment programs to perform. All my skills are for practical combat and application. If I must perform, I have some unique skills from the army, but there are no corresponding facilities here. Chapter 275. What did I just see? This speed. This reaction. Not human. Suhan took off his jacket, revealing a fitted training t-shirt underneath, outlining his lean and explosive muscle lines. He walked slowly to the center of the venue, his posture relaxed like a pine tree. Just by casually standing there, a calm yet sharp aura naturally emanated from him, forming a stark contrast with the noisy surroundings. On the side of the sparring club, after a brief discussion, it was decided that Vice President Li Chong and two of the strongest members, Jiang He and Liu Qiong, would take the stage first. The three took a deep breath, trying to calm their racing hearts, and stood opposite Suhan in the starting position of sparring, their eyes fixed on him, not daring to be careless for a moment. Relax, Suhan spoke, his voice steady. You don't need to think about complex attacks, just simulate the most common types of strikes. For example, Jiang He. You attack my face with a straight punch from the front. You can go slowly, but your movements must be standard. Jiang He was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, concentrating and holding his breath, as he tentatively threw a right straight punch at Suhan's face. To an ordinary student, his movement seemed quite swift and powerful. However, in Suhan's eyes, the speed and trajectory of this punch were crystal clear. Chapter 276. Sparring Club Battle. 1v8 too amazing. But I haven't seen enough. Yeah. The military instructor didn't even exert himself. The demonstration is not satisfying. Let's have a real match. Yes. Let's have a real fight. Let us see what the military instructor can do at full strength. It was unclear who shouted for a real match first, but this call was immediately met with a thunderous response. The members of the sparring club, who had just been subdued by Suhan in an instant, felt a stronger flame igniting in their eyes after the initial shock and slight embarrassment. To truly spar with such a master, even if they were completely crushed, was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Vice President Li Chong rubbed his still slightly sore chest and looked at Suhan with burning eyes, gathering his courage to shout again, Instructor Su. We admire your skills, but we still want to try to truly experience what it's like to spar with you at full force. Even if it's just one round. Please guide us. Yes. Instructor Su, please teach us just one round. Let's have a real fight. From the audience, the students' voices rose higher and higher, and the media cameras zoomed in closer, capturing every subtle change in Suhan's expressions. Chapter 277. What the hell did I just see? Is this something humans can do? Is this the wave step? A student exclaimed, mouth agape, mumbling to himself. He's not fighting, he's playing chess. We are all pawns, shouted a sparring club member who had fallen and gotten back up, his face full of disbelief. In less than a minute, 4 or 5 of the 8 sparring club members had already gone down, and the remaining ones were gasping for breath, not even managing to touch the corner of Suhan's clothing, but instead injuring their own members several times. Suhan frowned slightly, seemingly feeling that the efficiency was still lacking. He suddenly changed his strategy, no longer fully evading but actively engaging. At the moment Jiang He threw a swinging punch, Suhan moved in instead of retreating, closing the distance sharply. Jiang He felt his wrist tighten, a tremendous force that he could not resist surged in, and he was swept away by Suhan using the momentum of his swinging punch. He spun like a top and flew out, colliding with 2 members who were attempting to encircle from the side. Immediately after, Suhan executed a swift low sweep. Not to sweep a person, but to knock up a sealed bottle of mineral water that had been left on the ground from the previous confrontation. The water bottle shot forward like a cannonball, heading straight for Li Chong, who was trying to adjust his position at the back. Li Chong instinctively reached out to block, and with a loud thud, the water bottle exploded, sending water splattering everywhere, the immense impact numbing his arm and forcing him to stumble back, falling onto the ground. Chapter 278. The first evaluation of military training begins. A week later, that is, half a month into military training. As dawn broke, the loud wake-up call shattered the tranquility of the Guangdong University campus. For all the freshmen participating in military training, today was a special day, the first comprehensive evaluation of military training. The evaluation covered 3 subjects: dormitory hygiene, team formations, and a 1,500-meter physical test. The top 10 classes would receive a coveted reward, participation in the upcoming shooting training and live-fire shooting a week later. Live-fire shooting, for the vast majority of students, was undoubtedly the most attractive and challenging part of military training, the highest honor, to test the results of their sweat over the past few days. The atmosphere across the campus changed from the early morning onward. In the dormitory building, students were busier than usual, especially during the tidying up phase. Blankets. Fold the corners of the blankets. They have to be neat. I've wiped the table 3 times, there shouldn't be any dust left, right? The toothbrush heads must all face the same direction. Details, details. The instructors from each class also entered the dormitory area early for final checks and guidance. And the air was filled with a tense yet expectant atmosphere. Chapter 279, Long-Distance Race, Art Class Crushes Physical Education Class. In the central training ground, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The 1,500-meter physical test was the last item of the comprehensive evaluation and the crucial battle determining the qualification for live-fire shooting. The rules were brutal and straightforward. The results were calculated based on the last student from each class to reach the finish line. In the stands, students from other classes who had either completed or were yet to take the test held their breath, and the media cameras focused on the starting line. The barrage of comments in the online live stream had already begun to heat up. The main event is here. 1,500 meters. Art class against physical education class. This matchup is interesting. Class 1 of the physical education department is basically full of athletes, right? Is there even a need to compete? They'll definitely be first. Class 302 is not weak either. Don't forget they were trained by the military king himself. The physical foundations are different, okay? Sports students practice this every day, while art students have only trained for how long? I bet on the physical education class. They will crush it. I'll bet a pack of spicy strips that Class 302 can barely make it into the top 3. At the starting line, the 3 teams were clearly defined. The students of Class 1 from the Physical Education Department were all tall and strong, wearing expressions of ease and confidence, even a bit lazy. As if victory was already in their hands. Chapter 280, What's wrong? Didn't we win? Why do they look unhappy? The deafening cheers still echoed over the training ground. And the media cameras were firmly locked on Class 302, the group of students who created a miracle, as an overwhelming amount of praise online nearly drowned them. The students of Class 302 supported each other, their chests heaving violently, sweat soaking their camouflage uniforms, but every face radiated uncontrollable excitement and pride. They did it. They crushed the athletic students with absolute superiority, winning everyone's admiration. They could almost imagine a hint of approval appearing on the instructor's face. However, when they turned their gaze to the edge of the track in search of that familiar figure, they found Suhan standing there, his expression stern. His gaze sharp as a knife, devoid of warmth. It was as if the stunning turnaround just now had nothing to do with him, even carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. The enthusiastic atmosphere seemed to be instantly doused with a bucket of cold water, rapidly cooling down. The students of Class 302 felt a tightness in their hearts. Their excitement quickly replaced by anxiety. They instinctively loosened the hands they were holding, trying to stand up straight, but their exhausted bodies trembled involuntarily. Chapter 281, Overall Evaluation First. The extra punitive 5 kilometers nearly drained their last bit of strength. Their legs felt like lead, their lungs burned with pain, and every breath pulled at their sore muscles. As they stumbled across the finish line, nearly collapsing, what awaited them was not a whistle for rest, but Suhan's cold command. Fighting stance. Pair up and review the connection between throat kicks and horse stance horizontal strikes. If the movements are deformed, practice another set. There was no comfort, no praise, and not even a minute to catch their breath. The students of Class 302 had dazed expressions, but at the moment they heard the command, their bodies reacted before their minds did. They gritted their teeth, suppressing the metallic taste in their throats, wobbling as they took their fighting stances, and searched for their partners. Sweat blurred their vision, their arms felt too heavy to lift, and their kicks were soft and deformed. Yet they persisted, again and again. Their hoarse shouts were intermittent, far less powerful than usual, but carried a touching stubbornness. Students from other classes who were resting watched this scene, their expressions shifting from initial sympathy to disbelief, and finally settling into deep respect. Chapter 282, Fire. Heartache for Class 302. For 3 seconds the large group dispersed amidst a mix of joy, envy, and fatigue, each taking a break. However, the top 10 classes in the overall evaluation were required to stay by Chief Instructor Li Wei. Although the students were physically exhausted, their eyes sparkled with anticipation, speculating on the reason for their retention. It must be related to shooting training. Maybe they will first talk about the theory. So exciting. At that moment, a military green truck slowly drove into the training ground and stopped steadily in front of the podium. The truck bed opened, and several fully armed, serious-looking soldiers jumped down, carefully lifting deep green long wooden boxes from the vehicle. The boxes were neatly placed on the ground and opened. Suddenly, rows of dark, glimmering rifles appeared before everyone. Wow! An uncontrollable gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. All the remaining students stared wide-eyed at the guns, their breathing quickening. The boys' faces showed excitement and longing, while the girls curiously widened their eyes. Don't be surprised, these are just replica guns, not real ones. Chapter 283, Intense Shooting Training, 3 chapters combined. Old Chen, Instructor Su is truly ruthless. Instructor Wang Lei clicked his tongue and whispered to Chen Siyuan beside him, that ground. When the sun gets intense, lying there to shoot will not be pleasant. And it's hard, testing elbows and knees. Chen Siyuan looked complexly toward the track. Sighed, do you think he just picked a bad place? He wants to simulate the harshest, most uncomfortable shooting environment, to train their composure, to ensure they can stabilize their aim under any circumstances. The reasoning is sound, another instructor interjected, shaking his head, but can these students endure it? They have just started handling guns. They will have to endure, Chen Siyuan said in a low tone, under Instructor Su. There is no such thing as not being able to endure. Have you forgotten how they looked after running 1,500 meters, then an extra 5 kilometers, and finally practicing fighting? This group of kids has their potential forced out of them. The instructors fell silent, merely watching. They all understood that Suhan's choice of that hard ground meant that Class 300 and her shooting training would directly enter hellish difficulty from the start. Chapter 284, Live Fire Shooting begins. Taking students back to the 356th Regiment's old unit for shooting. 3 chapters combined, time passed slowly in extreme torment. The air on the track seemed to solidify, with only the sizzling sound of the sun scorching the ground and the heavy, suppressed breaths of the students remaining. Snap! A very faint sound, but in the silence, it rang out like thunder. A golden, shiny shell fell from a girl's gun, bouncing a few times on the scorching concrete ground, producing a chilling sound. The girl's face instantly went pale as paper, her lips trembling. Her eyes filled with fear and self-blame. Chen Zhu. Shell dropped. Collective, 1-minute extension. Suhan's cold voice pierced the heavy air like an ice pick, shattering the psychological defenses the students had just built. Chen Zhu's eyes turned red, fighting back tears. The surrounding classmates cast glances, with no complaints. only a sense of despair that had finally begun, and a determination to push harder. However, the nightmare was just beginning. Once the first one happened, there would be a second, a third. Snap. Zhongmeng. 1 minute extension. Snap. Li Han. 1 minute extension. Like a line of dominoes falling, under the immense psychological pressure. Extreme fatigue, and the increasingly sharp pain in their elbows, the sound of dropped shells continued to ring out. Chapter 285, Returning to the Iron Camp. This is Instructor Su's unit. The military bus stopped steadily on the empty space of the northern shooting range. The doors opened, and a strong, unfamiliar smell of gunpowder rushed into the bus, carrying a metallic heat, and the starkness of gunpowder, sharply stimulating the senses of every student arriving at the shooting range. The distant sound was no longer the empty clicks of replica guns, but real, deafening, continuous explosions. Each gunshot felt like a heavy hammer striking the chest, making the heart tremble in response. My God, is this the sound of real guns? Some students instinctively shrank their necks, their faces showing a mix of excitement and a hint of primal fear. Look over there. A student pointed to the moving figures, and gunfire glimpsed beyond the dirt slope. Real soldiers were training. Compared to the other classes' students, who were looking around curiously and a bit timidly, the students of Class 302, led by Su-Han, silently and quickly got off the bus, lined up, and retrieved their gun boxes. Their movements still carried the discipline honed over the past week. But upon closer observation, one could see that their eyes, upon encountering this familiar yet strange training ground, were sharper than usual, their bodies slightly tense, as if naturally assimilated to the atmosphere, entering a kind of combat readiness. Chapter 286, Handling Real Guns. In the northern shooting range, on the vast open space, students from 10 classes lined up in order. Despite their efforts to remain quiet, the excitement and tension in the air were still palpable. The deafening gunfire from other ranges constantly reminded them of the stark difference from their campus training grounds. Chief Instructor Li Wei stood at the front of the line. Beside him were Regiment Commander Wang Taijun, Su-Han, and several other regiment officers and school leaders. The military and the television cameras cautiously captured the scene. Classmates. Li Wei's voice rang out through the portable loudspeaker, drowning out the background gunfire. We are about to begin the final preparations before live ammunition shooting. First, let's give the 356th Regiment a warm round of applause for providing us with this valuable opportunity and venue. Wow! The warm applause erupted instantly, and the students looked at Wang Taijun and others with gratitude and respect. Wang Taijun smiled and returned a military salute to the students. As the applause subsided, Li Wei's expression became extremely serious. Next, you will encounter a real military automatic rifle for the first time. It is no longer a simulation model from the training ground. It is a real weapon of war, with powerful lethality and recoil. Chapter 287, Live Ammunition Shooting begins. The whole internet is watching. All classes immediately stopped their movements and stood at attention with their guns in place. Li Wei walked to the center of the field and announced loudly, the familiarization time is over. Each class, prepare to enter the shooting positions in the order drawn. Classes that have not yet been called will continue to learn and train the aiming and shooting techniques in the original area. Immediately, the students from the class whose name was called felt their hearts leap into their throats. The real test was finally coming. The students of Computer Class 2, led by their instructor, nervously and excitedly walked toward the designated shooting positions. Wang Taijun scanned the entire scene, looking at the students who were both excited and unable to hide their nervousness, and after a moment's hesitation, picked up the walkie-talkie. Zhu Haitao of the 7th Company. Zhu Haitao, who was attentively monitoring the northern side at the eastern shooting range, suddenly jolted and immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie. Zhu Haitao of the 7th Company received. Commander, please speak. Bring your people over, pair them up, and assign them as safety officers and on-site assistants behind each student's shooting position. Ensure absolute safety and provide targeted guidance if necessary. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. Ju Haitao's voice was filled with an uncontainable excitement. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Ju Haitao turned abruptly to face the soldiers of the entire company, lowering his voice, but unable to hide his excitement. Chapter 288. Crazy? In just 1 week, how could such results be achieved? 3 chapters combined, as the students of Class 302 lined up in response. Marching toward the shooting line with a more synchronized, steady, and powerful pace than other classes, the soldiers of the 7th Company, who had been closely observing, finally saw them in full view. Upon seeing them, many soldiers were stunned and instinctively rubbed their eyes. They had been too focused on Su-han and the commander earlier to pay much attention. Now, upon closer observation, they discovered a shocking fact. The gender ratio of the 302 class led by Su-han was severely imbalanced. The 4 boys at the front of the line, including Lin Haoyu, were still somewhat noticeable, but behind them were a staggering 28 girls. 28 resplendent roses, dressed in matching camouflage uniforms. Wielding rifles that seemed somewhat disproportionate to their frames, their gazes focused and determined, marched steadily without a hint of stage fright, naturally forming a unique aura. What the hell? Wang Hao almost exclaimed, quickly lowering his voice and elbowing Zhao Xiaohu beside him. Tiger. Tiger. Look. Why are there all, mostly girls in Han Ji's class? Zhao Xiaohu's eyes widened in disbelief. It's true. I was just focused on looking at Han Ji and the commander, didn't he notice? 32 people, only 4 boys. What is going on? Chapter 289, Perverse Punishment. The entire scene and the whole internet were completely shocked. 3 chapters combined, the applause, like a tsunami, lasted a long time before gradually subsiding at Li Wei's signal. Everyone's gaze remained focused on the formation of Class 302, eagerly anticipating a scene of their joy, excitement, and celebration. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The 32 students of Class 302, including Sushia, who scored an astonishing 48 points, and Lin Haoyu, who scored 47, did not display the anticipated jubilation and excitement on their faces. There were no cheers, no jumps, not even clear smiles. They simply stood quietly in place, still maintaining good military posture, as if the shocking results just achieved had nothing to do with them. Only upon closer inspection could one notice their slightly heaving chests, and the suppressed excitement and pride flickering in their eyes. This unusual calm stood in stark contrast to the others around them, who had not yet recovered from their shock. Why aren't they excited at all? An average of 375 points. Aren't they happy about that? Are they too tired to react? No, look at their eyes, it seems like they are waiting for something. Whispers of confusion and doubt arose among the other classes. Chapter 290, Is this the strength of the Soldier King? I'm watching the live broadcast on my knees. 3 chapters combined, low crawl. The command sounded like thunder in the sky above the shooting range, sending a shock through everyone's hearts. The students of Class 302 showed no hesitation, instinctively dropping to the ground. The rough, gritty ground immediately scraped against their elbows and knees, producing a painful grinding sound. The sharp pain made many gasp involuntarily, their faces turning pale in an instant. The wounds from earlier training had not fully healed and were now mercilessly reopened. Bright red blood quickly seeping out, staining their camouflage uniforms. But not a single person stopped. Shame, self-reproach, and absolute obedience to Su-han's orders overwhelmed the physical pain. They gritted their teeth, the veins on their foreheads bulging, their faces mixed with sweat and dirt radiating determination, their eyes fixed ahead, as they crawled forward inch by inch. As they crawled, every detail of the past week echoed wildly in their minds. The scorching heat of the sun on the cement runway, the stinging pain of their elbows pressed against the rough ground, the terror of their hearts stopping when shells fell, the instructor's cold, cutting reprimands. The tension in their muscles to the limit when taking aim, the dryness in their eyes yet holding back the urge to blink while aiming. Chapter 291, Shooting completed. Wang Taijun begins to dig at Suhan's corner. 3 chapters combined, begin shooting. The command sounded like a starting gun, but did not immediately trigger a roar. The shooting area for Class 302 fell into a suffocating silence. 32 figures lay prone on the shooting line, their bodies and rifles seemingly frozen into sculptures. There was not a hint of unnecessary movement, nor was there any panic to fire. Only slight, almost imperceptible adjustments of breathing and absolute focus on locking onto the target ahead. The agony from the low crawl an hour earlier, with the tearing pain in their elbows and knees, did not serve as a distraction. Instead, it felt like branding marks, constantly reminding them why they were in pain and why they were fighting. Suhan's cold, precise reprimands, each word like a chisel, deeply engraved the technical points and lessons of failure into their bones. Through the lens, the audience can see their blood-stained elbows pressed tightly against the sandy ground, their knuckles turning white as they grip the gun's body with all their might, and the hawk-like gaze on their sweat-drenched profiles that has cast aside all distractions. Here they come. The second round has begun. They are so steady. They seem even calmer than in the first round. Their hands are still bleeding. It looks painful, but they seem completely unaware. Chapter 292, No Riding Allowed. Over 200 kilometers, walk back. 3 chapters combined. Wang Taijun, who had been talking non-stop, seemed to sense Suhan's silent disdain, and his old face turned slightly red. But he quickly regained his confidence. Such a good seedling. If he doesn't persuade them to join the army, wouldn't that be a loss for the country? A loss for his 356th Regiment. He cleared his throat twice, pretending not to see Suhan's gaze, and continued passionately, Students, the military camp is a great melting pot, capable of forging a successful career. I hope you will consider it seriously. I look forward to seeing your figures in the ranks of the 356th Regiment in the near future. He finally finished his recruitment advertisement and satisfactorily returned the loudspeaker to the bemused Li Wei. Li Wei took the loudspeaker and quickly returned to the main topic, all classes. Organize your equipment, gather to board the vehicle, and return to school. With the order given, the instructors from each class immediately began organizing their students to gather, check equipment, and prepare to leave the shooting range. Students from other classes, while packing up, couldn't help but frequently glance towards Class 302, their expressions complex. Everything that had happened today had impacted them greatly. Meanwhile, Class 302 remained standing still. Suhan finally turned around, facing his soldiers. Chapter 293, I can't take it anymore. This is no longer training, this is abuse. 3 chapters combined, my God, a young medic instinctively gasped. The horrifying scene before him was unbearable. Almost everyone's soles were covered with dense blood blisters, large and small, stacked on top of each other. Many blisters had already burst, exposing fresh, red flesh stuck to their socks, and the secondary pain from peeling them off made the students' bodies spasm uncontrollably. Be gentle, it hurts. A boy finally couldn't help but cry out in pain when the medic touched his knee wound with a cotton swab soaked in disinfectant iodine. His voice tinged with tears and extreme weakness. This cry seemed to trigger a switch, and several other students on the brink of collapse also began to stifle sobs and groans. A night of forced marching had already drained their physical strength and pain tolerance to the limit. At this moment, the slightest relaxation and treatment brought forth a torrent of pain that almost shattered their nerves. Although the live camera was far away, the long focus lens still captured this heart-wrenching close-up. The internet exploded, with countless viewers feeling their hearts ache. Oh my God! Those wounds are terrifying. Chapter 294, 3 days later, final live-fire shooting, 456 points. The entire internet is shocked, 3 chapters combined, the sky once again dimmed. with the chill and dampness of dawn spreading across the wilderness. On the grass, the students of Class 302 were still curled up in their cold dreams, unconsciously absorbing the brief and precious rest. Their faces appeared increasingly haggard in the faint morning light, yet also bore a hardness forged through suffering. Suhan still stood like a sculpture a dozen meters away, his whites of the eyes filled with bloodshot veins, yet his posture remained upright, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. He had not slept all night. The personnel in the supply and ambulance vehicles had also hardly closed their eyes, watching this scene through the car windows with mixed feelings. The debate online about the blanket incident continued to ferment, but the senior instructor's lengthy article had evidently led many to begin to understand Suhan's nearly brutal training philosophy. When the clock pointed to 5:30 in the morning, Suhan raised his wrist to check the time. He did not use a whistle or shout loudly. He simply walked to the edge of the students' resting area and spoke in a calm yet audible tone, "All personnel, 5 minutes to organize, prepare to depart." His voice flowed like cold stream water through the quiet morning, instantly waking the lightly sleeping students. Chapter 295, Military Training Graduation Assessment. Class 302 stuns the audience. 3 chapters combined, Suhan looked at his soldiers, at the tears crisscrossing their faces, and at the 32 salutes standing like javelins. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of his eternally frozen face. It may not even be called a smile. And it was so brief that it could be mistaken for an illusion. But at that moment, the ice deep in his eyes seemed to melt for an instant, flashing a trace of undetectable, extremely faint satisfaction. He raised his hand and returned a salute. The motion was clean and neat, just like his usual style. Silent, yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. At this moment, no words were needed. All the sweat, blood, tears, pain, struggle, persistence, and glory coalesced in this silent salute. The venue quieted down again, as everyone was deeply shocked by this silent scene, their hearts swelling with unspeakable emotions. I cried too, they deserve it. They truly deserve it. This salute is the best response to the Soldier King. Salute to the Soldier King. Salute to Class 302. Time flowed like sand slipping through fingers, quietly passing amidst the resounding slogans and the crisp sounds of sweat hitting the training ground. Chapter 296, Military Training Ends. A bittersweet farewell, 3 chapters combined, 7,000 words. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the large main stadium of Uju University in a warm golden hue. As the noise and applause gradually faded away, the month-long military training officially came to an end with the successful completion of the parade assessment. Students and teachers in the stands began to exit in an orderly manner, many still immersed in the shock brought by Class 302. Excitedly discussing and searching for the legendary formation and the even more legendary instructor. However, when they turned their gaze to the track and the lawn, they were surprised to find that all the instructors, who had just been lined up neatly, had vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Huh? Where are the instructors? Yeah, they were just here. How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? I still wanted to take a picture with our instructor. Class 302's instructor Sue was also nowhere to be seen. The students looked at each other, their faces filled with astonishment and disappointment. A sense of loss began to spread among the stands. Did this nearly month-long journey, intertwined with sweat and tears, not even warrant a proper farewell? Meanwhile, in a secluded supply passage behind the stadium, over 100 instructors had quickly gathered. Chapter 297, Farewell. Surrounded by students who sent love letters and flowers. Summary of 3 chapters. Suhan's words struck each student in Class 302 like the final blow of a heavy hammer, hitting the softest yet most resilient part of their hearts. You all are really great. Amazing. I am very proud to have brought out this class. Keep it up. Young ones. The future is waiting for you. Goodbye. After saying these final words, the warm smile on Suhan's face faded, and without a trace of hesitation or nostalgia, he turned sharply. That fleeting warmth vanished, and he returned to the cold, sharp image of a soldier. His tall figure, as upright as a pine tree, moved without any lingering, heading towards the instructor assembly point. The silhouette in camouflage training gear stretched long in the sunset, as if carrying all the harshness, sweat, and ultimately unreserved recognition of the month, gradually moving away. He left without looking back. All the students in Class 302 remained at attention, frozen in place. Tears flowed down their dark cheeks like a flood, silently cascading down. But not one of them made a sound of sobbing, they just bit their lips tightly, allowing their bodies to tremble slightly from the effort to suppress their emotions. The instructor's last words, especially the phrase "I am very proud to have brought out this class," stirred up a tremendous wave in their hearts. Chapter 298, Back to the Falcon Special Forces. Teased by everyone. Summary of 3 chapters. The military truck slowly stopped at a temporary military training instructor assembly base in a heavily guarded area on the outskirts. The laughter and teasing from inside the truck had long since subsided, replaced by a calmness after completing the task and a hint of sorrow at the impending farewell. Li Wei was the first to jump out of the car, straightening his uniform, his expression returning to the seriousness of a leader. All present. Assemble. The instructors quickly filed out, standing in line beside the truck. Their movements were brisk and their expressions solemn, as if the jokes and envy from just moments ago were not theirs. This is the military, able to switch states swiftly. Suhan carefully packed the sweet burdens of flowers and love letters into a large camouflage duffel bag that he didn't know where he found, holding it in his hand as he returned to the line. The bag was bulging, contrasting sharply with the other instructors' light packs, drawing a few amused glances. But they quickly reined it in. Li Wei stood at the front of the line, scanning the faces of the students who had been tanned and spirited after a month of exposure to the elements, and said solemnly, "Comrades, the military training mission for the students of Guangdong University's XXXX class has been successfully completed. On behalf of the troops, I thank you all for your hard work and outstanding performance over the past month." Chapter 299, These are not female soldiers, but a group of wild people. Summary of 3 chapters. The truck did not head towards the regular training track, but directly to a concealed helicopter landing pad deep within the base. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to show a hint of dawn, the faint light outlining the massive silhouettes of 3 armed helicopters with slowly rotating rotors. The loud roar vibrated the eardrums, and the wind whipped up the sand and stones on the ground, stinging their faces. "Get off! Board the helicopter!" Suhan jumped out of the truck, his voice still clear amidst the roar, reaching every female soldier's ears. Jumo, Monkey, Big Bear, Lynx, and the other 7 members of the Eagle Squad were already fully armed, waiting by one of the helicopters. Their expressions were equally serious, lacking the usual teasing, replaced by a hint of sympathy and tension. "Hurry! Move quickly!" Jumo urged loudly, helping the female soldiers climb the swaying helicopter ladder. The cabin was cramped, filled with a strong smell of fuel and metal. The female soldiers squeezed against the cold cabin walls, heavy backpacks pressing on their legs, and seatbelts constricting their breathing. The helicopter shook violently, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Suhan was the last to board, the cabin door slammed shut with a clang, cutting off most of the light and sound from the outside, leaving only the deafening roar of the engine. Chapter 300, The Large Joint Military Exercise Across Military Regions begins. Summary of 3 chapters. The dense rainforest resembled a gigantic green maze, with every leaf potentially concealing deadly danger. The female soldiers dispersed, each struggling to survive in despair while rapidly growing in adversity. Zhongmeng chose to advance along the edge of a murky stream, hoping to determine her location by the water's flow and also find a water source more easily. However, she underestimated the dangers of the rainforest stream. Just as she bent down to scoop water with a large leaf, a huge wave surged from beneath the water. A more than 3-meter-long caiman, like a prehistoric beast clad in heavy armor, opened its massive jaws and lunged at her with lightning speed. The foul smell hit her face, and the knife-like white teeth glimmered ominously in the dim light. Ah! Zhong Meng's soul left her body, and her survival instincts kicked in, making her fall backward awkwardly to the ground. The crocodile's giant mouth grazed her combat boots, snapping shut with a painful crunch, splattering mud all over her face. Missing its target, the caiman's thick tail swept over like a steel whip, creating a howling wind. Zhong Meng had no time to get up and could only roll continuously, narrowly avoiding the attack. The tail swept across the ground where she had just been, breaking a cluster of bushes in half. Chapter 301, Desert Wolf, Wild Wolf. And Divine Sword Special Forces jointly deal with Su-Han. The tense atmosphere at the Falcon base was like a tightly drawn bowstring. With only a few hours left before the exercise began, all participating units had entered the final preparation stage. Su-Han had just completed the final pre-battle inspection for the Nightingale Women's Special Forces when a command directly from the Blue Army's highest command center came through his communicator, ordering him to report to the command center immediately. A camouflage-painted off-road vehicle took him away from the noisy base, heading towards the tightly disguised Blue Army Forward Command Center located on the edge of the exercise area. It was heavily guarded, with intertwined radio signals. And on a massive electronics end table, the troop deployments of the Red and Blue Armies were clearly visible, with a tense atmosphere of impending battle filling the air. Guided by the operations staff, Su-Han passed through layer upon layer of sentry posts and entered the Corps Command Room located in an underground bunker. Major General Zhao Jiongwo, Deputy Commander of the Guangdong Military Region and the highest commander of the Blue Army for this exercise, was facing away from the door, gazing at the vast battlefield on the electronic sand table. Several senior staff members were quietly discussing nearby. Report. Falcon Special Forces, Su-Han reporting as ordered. Su-Han stood at attention and saluted, his voice echoing in the somewhat empty command room. Zhao Jiongwo turned around at the sound, a hint of fatigue on his face, but his eyes remained sharp as an eagle. Chapter 302, Lin Hu is back. First, ensure that the Nightingale successfully infiltrates as planned, firing the first shot to disrupt the Red Army's deployment. This is itself a strategic move that forces the opponent to react. Su-Han approached the sand table, pointing at several key points with his finger. Secondly, the main force of the Falcon will not hold a fixed position, but will break into smaller units, standing by for action across a wide area. Once the Red Army's Special Operations Group moves out, their movement trajectories and tactical intentions will be exposed. At that time, we will respond to their moves as they come. If they divide their forces, we will concentrate our superior troops and defeat them one by one. If they stick together, we will use the terrain to maneuver, harass their flanks, cut off their supplies, and seize any weaknesses to strike decisively. Most importantly, we will leverage our advantage of being more familiar with the local environment and the effectiveness of the Nightingale Special Force. Their presence will act like a nail, firmly restraining some of the Red Army's attention. After hearing this, Zhao Jiongwo pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. What a great idea to respond to their moves. Not sticking to a fixed plan, but flexibly responding according to the actual battlefield situation. It seems you, the king of soldiers, not only have excellent marksmanship, but also outstanding tactical acumen. Chapter 303, this time, we must take Su-Han down. Su-Han looked at the dagger in his hand, referred to by Lin Hu as a token of love, and felt speechless. It felt like wearing a wedding ring. Su-Han tossed the dagger back to him and said, "All right, hurry up and take your team to familiarize yourselves with the hydrological data and possible enemy deployment in the designated operational area. The command center's intelligence data has already been shared to the terminal." Understood. Lin Hu grinned, turned, and waved to the Dragon Shark team members. Brothers, time to work. Let the Hawk's sitting ducks see what professionalism looks like. The Dragon Shark team members let out a low roar and quickly sprang into action. displaying the fierce aura that belongs to naval special forces. Su-han watched Lin Hu's departing figure, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. With this lively character around, the tense atmosphere before the battle had eased considerably. He collected his thoughts and directed his gaze deep into the hawk base. The Nightingale team should have completed their final preparations and was on standby. Only a few hours remained until the exercise began. At the same time, on the other end of the vast exercise area, at the Red Army's forward command base, the atmosphere here was completely different from the teasing camaraderie at the Blue Army base. It was filled with a more direct and intense fighting spirit. Chapter 304, The Fight Begins. Chapter 4, Long Leopard integrated opinions from all sides and quickly made deployments. All right. The preliminary plan is as follows. Sandstorm Team Leader. You lead the Desert Wolf Squad, using your speed and infiltration capabilities to primarily attack the Blue Army's logistics supply center No. 3 located on the west side of the exercise area. One-Eyed Team Leader. You take the Wild Wolf Brothers and advance deep into the Blue Army's territory to find their frontline, command post or communication relay station, implementing harassment and sabotage. I will lead the SWORD team as a mobile force while utilizing our technical advantages to monitor the movements of the Blue Army Special Forces comprehensively, particularly the main force of the Hawks and potential infiltration routes of the female Special Forces. All teams maintain close communication. Once we detect Su-han or the main force of the Hawks, immediately call for support to encircle them. Remember, our principle is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Use absolute superior strength to break the backbone of the Blue Army's special operations. Understood. The three teams roared in unison, their voices merging into a powerful momentum. Sandstorm licked his cracked lips, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Su-han, let's see where you can run this time. I am going to take back my vengeance for the sand-eating in the desert, with interest. One-Eyed squinted, like an old wolf preparing to hunt hawks. This time, we will pluck all their feathers. Chapter 305, Betting Everything, the Nightingale is unleashed. Deep within the Hawk base, in a brightly lit closed briefing room. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. On the electronics end table, the Red Army's fierce offensive arrows burned like red-hot branding irons, constantly scorching the Blue Army's defensive system. A full-scale battle had erupted in the air, on the ground, and at sea. Su-han stood before the sand table, his posture straight as a pine tree. Behind him were 7 members of the Nightingale Female Special Forces, led by Su Ching-cheng. They were fully armed, their faces smeared with heavy jungle camouflage paint, revealing only pairs of sharp, hawk-like eyes. Jumo, Lin Hu, and other core members of the Hawks and Dragon Sharks stood solemnly nearby, their expressions serious. The exercise had already begun for 1 hour and 7 minutes. Su-han's voice broke the silence, cold and devoid of any emotion, as he pointed to a red dot marked on the Blue Army's deep territory on the sand table, the Red Army's 7th Forward Electronic Warfare Center. This was a key electromagnetic barrier covering the flank of the Red Army's main assault cluster, and an important node in their command chain. Paralyzing it would temporarily blind and deafen the Red Army's offensive spearhead, creating a valuable window for our main force's counterattack. His gaze swept across each female soldier's face. Your mission is to use the night and complex terrain to infiltrate the outskirts of this center within the next 4 hours. At 5 in the morning, when the Red Army's guard is relatively relaxed, launch a surprise attack to completely paralyze their core equipment. Chapter 306, Damn it. Has Su-han finally lost his patience? The night was as thick as ink, impenetrable. Away from the clamor of the main battlefield, the deep regions of the Red Army appeared particularly quiet, but beneath this silence lay countless sentries, patrols, and advanced reconnaissance equipment. Su Ching-cheng led the Nightingale team, moving silently through the mountains and valleys like 7 drops of water merging into the sea. They strictly followed the infiltration route set by Su-han, avoiding main roads and choosing paths with complex terrain and dense vegetation. Each person's movements were as light as a raccoon, landing silently. Even on ground covered with dead branches and leaves, they could minimize sound through special steps. As the team leader, Su Qingcheng bore the heaviest pressure. She had to not only determine the direction, but also constantly receive limited, filtered intelligence from the Blue Army Command through individual terminals. Remaining alert to possible Red Army patrols and sensors. Captain, 300 meters ahead, infrared sensor array, Li Zhu, responsible for technical reconnaissance. Reported quietly after discovering an anomaly using a mini thermal imager. Detour to the left side of the depression, be cautious of the mud. Su Qingcheng ordered without hesitation. 2 hours later, they had safely crossed the first line of defense. Chapter 307, they will become the sharpening stone for the Nightingale. One-eyed squinted, it's possible. This is a soft spot, and the defensive forces here are relatively conventional, so their prevention against special infiltration may not be thorough. Sandstorm was somewhat impatient, Dragon Leader. Who cares if it's a feint? We just split into 3 routes, right? I'll take my team to deal with the Hawks, the Butcher will handle the Dragon Sharks. And you send another team to reinforce the defense of the Electronic Warfare Center, or set up a reverse ambush. Long Leopard shook his head. Dividing forces is a major taboo in military strategy. Suhan likely wants us to split our forces and then defeat us one by one. The more realistic the feint by the Hawks and Dragon Sharks, the more important their real intention is. He took a deep breath and made a decisive decision. Sandstorm, one-eyed. You will follow the original plan, each leading your own forces to counter the Hawks and Dragon Sharks, but remember, focus on driving and restraining. Do not engage deeply alone to avoid falling for a tiger's diversion. At the same time, keep communication open and be ready to support at any time. Yes? Sandstorm and One-Eyed acknowledged the order. Although they felt Long Leopard was being overly cautious, they still executed the command. What about the Electronic Warfare Center? Zhao Wujing asked. Long Leopard's eyes gleamed with insight as he made a crucial decision. We cannot remain on the defensive. Iron Hand. Chapter 308, The Surprising Effect of the Female Soldiers. The outer area of the Red Army's 7th Forward Electronic Warfare Center, in the last 200 meters of open ground. This area has been meticulously cleared, offering excellent visibility. With dense vibration sensors and infrared sensing wires laid out beneath the ground and in the grass. Several 5-person Red Army patrol teams, accompanied by military dogs, are patrolling along fixed routes in a crisscross manner. The beams of searchlights regularly sweep across every corner. The defenses are tight, almost flawless. Behind the dense bushes at the edge of the open area, Su Qingcheng calmly observes everything through her low-light night vision goggles. Her mind races, calculating the gaps between patrols, the blind spots of the searchlights, and the possible coverage of the sensors. Traditional infiltration methods carry a high risk here. Any lapse could lead to failure. Captain, we can't force our way in. Triggering the sensors will ruin everything, Technical Reconnaissance Officer Li Zhu reports quietly, her terminal displaying a dense network of simulated sensors. Su Qingcheng responds, but her gaze shifts to an artificial drainage ditch on the side of the open area, filled with fallen leaves and dry branches, emitting a faint smell of humus. The ditch is not deep enough to fully conceal a person, but its winding path leads directly towards the flank of the Electronic Warfare Center's camp. Chapter 309, Su Qingcheng vs. Iron Hand. What? A female special operations team. Nightingale. Long Leopard nearly spat this out through clenched teeth, his fist crashing heavily against the edge of the sand table. Su-Han. How dare you use a group of girls to strike at my vital points? He instantly understood Su-Han's scheme. This was not just a tactical surprise attack, but a blatant provocation and humiliation aimed at him, the Red Army's Blade Special Operations Group, and even the dignity of all male special forces in the Red Army. A newly established female special operations team managed to infiltrate and paralyze a critical node right under the noses of their 3 elite special forces. If this news got out, The blade would become a laughingstock of the entire army. The shame mixed with anger at being mocked caused Long Leopard's facial muscles to twitch violently. He spoke into the communicator, his voice as cold as the Siberian wind, Iron Hand. I don't care what methods you use. Get those 7 little sparrows out. Not one left. Eliminate them. Now. Immediately. The guard force at the electronic center is under your command. I want them to pay for this operation. Yes. I will ensure the mission is completed. Iron Hand felt the overwhelming anger of Long Leopard, and his heart tightened, immediately taking the order. Chapter 3:10, Damn it. You crazy woman. The disdain in Iron Hand's heart had long vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness, even a hint of disbelief. The skills of this female soldier, her clever angles, agile steps, and precise timing, were clearly indicative of some extremely sophisticated traditional martial arts. Damn it, what kind of monsters has Suhan trained? Iron Hand growled, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce, the wind from his punches howling, his legs striking like whips, pushing the martial arts of the general to its extreme. He attempted to suppress Su Qingcheng with absolute strength and speed. Su Qingcheng gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She knew very well that in terms of strength and resistance to blows, she was no match for Iron Hand. A direct confrontation would lead to a dead end. The only thing she could rely on was the essence of the Su family's martial arts, using softness to overcome hardness, avoiding the real while striking at the void. Along with a fierce determination to risk everything. Facing Iron Hand's powerful side kick, Su Qingcheng did not completely evade, but instead slightly turned her body. Using her shoulder blade to absorb part of the force while her right hand, like lightning, accurately jabbed towards the knee pit of Iron Hand's supporting leg. Bang! Ooh! Both let out a muffled grunt. Su Qingcheng stumbled back a few steps, her left shoulder aching. And the sensor under her exercise uniform was probably already lit up with a yellow light indicating injury. Chapter 3:11, Suhan is ready to strike. The colorful smoke paralyzing the Red Army's 7th Forward Electronic Warfare Center was like a loud slap. Not only striking Iron Hand's face, but also hitting the entire Red Army Blade Special Operations Group and the Red Army Command Center hard through invisible waves. A great humiliation. The news instantly relayed back to the Temporary Special Operations Command of the Blue Army Front like an electric current. Despite the brilliant achievements, the atmosphere in the command center was even more serious. Everyone understood that the Red Army would not let this go easily, and a more frantic counterattack was imminent. The temporary command center was set up in a camouflaged field tent, with an electronic sand table displaying the battlefield situation in real time. Suhan stood in front of the sand table, his brow slightly furrowed as he listened to the reports from the communications staff. Report. The Nightingale team has completed their mission, but Su Qingcheng and 3 others sacrificed, only Zhong Meng, Lin Yu, and Li Zhu successfully broke out, and are retreating along an alternate route. Report. The pressure against the Red Army Special Forces engaging with Captain Jumo has suddenly decreased. The opposing side seems to show signs of disengagement. Report. The Long Shark team reports that the resistance encountered during their waterway harassment operation has significantly decreased. Report. The Blue Army Command reports that the Red Army's left flank experienced brief chaos due to electromagnetic barrier breaches, but is currently adjusting. They remind us to be vigilant against enemy special forces retaliatory assaults. Chapter 3:12, Suhan implements a decapitation strike on Long Leopard. The night is the best stage for special forces, and also the most brutal filter. The elite Falcon team, led by Jumo, is acting strictly according to Suhan's directives. They have shifted from high-intensity assaults to a more refined and deceptive performance. Monkey. Under that crooked neck tree on the left, drop half a compressed biscuit wrapper, cover it lightly with dirt, but don't make it too obvious. Jumo ordered in a low voice through the individual communicator. Understood. The team member nicknamed Monkey moved swiftly, silently completing the arrangement. Big Bear, you're heavy. Walk back and forth in that soft mud area, make your footprints clear, but the direction should be jumbled to create a temporary impression of hesitation, Jumo instructed. All right. The burly big bear complied, leaving a series of seemingly chaotic footprints. Lynx, your task is to remove our real retreat traces, especially those leading in other directions. Only keep those pointing deep into the B7 area. Leave it to me. The lynx, skilled in tracking and counter-tracking, meticulously dealt with the traces left by the team. Jumo personally checked for any inadvertent marks left by the team members. Chapter 3:13, 5 times the enemy's strength. The advantage is mine. At the entrance of the valley. The vegetation is exceptionally dense, appearing as a natural barrier, yet revealing signs of human trimming. 2 extremely thin tripwires almost blend into the night, spanning across the path that must be taken. Stop. Suhan raised his hand, and the team instantly froze, as if they had merged with the environment like rocks. He signaled to the observer beside him, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye understood. Cautiously retrieving a miniature detector from his tactical vest and holding his breath, as he operated it for a moment. Signaling to Suhan with hand signs, 2 o'clock direction at the entrance, bushes, infrared sensor. 9 o'clock direction, tree trunk, vibration sensor. The tripwire is connected to a simulated alarm device. Suhan nodded slightly. Long Leopard's defenses were indeed tight. Even the temporary command center was equipped with multiple layers of technical vigilance. Charging in recklessly will inevitably alert the snake. His gaze swept across the area and eventually landed on a steep rock face above the entrance. There were almost no footholds there. But it happened to be a blind spot for the sensors, and due to its steepness, it psychologically made people relax their vigilance. Climbing, go over from above. Lynx. Take the lead, ensure the ropes are secure. The others follow, move lightly, land steadily. Suhan decisively ordered. Chapter 3:14, The Soldier King in a Deadlock. Solo Decapitation, Chapter 4, Long Leopard personally handled the gun, firing bullets that hit Suhan's cover with a series of thuds. Although Zhao Wuji was injured, he still played the role of the tactical brain, shouting loudly, "They are outnumbered. Flank from both sides. Don't charge head-on." Red Army soldiers attempted to outflank from both wings, but were firmly held back by the precise firepower of the Hound and Eagle Eye. Grey Fox and Groundhog successfully installed explosives in the communication tent. A muffled sound erupted, and thick smoke rose from the tent, temporarily cutting off the Red Army Command's communication with the outside world. However, the disparity in manpower was still a hard injury. The Red Army, relying on their numbers, adopted a wheel tactic, continually exhausting Suhan's team's ammunition and stamina. An Eagle team member was hit by a bullet from the flank while relocating and had to exit the fight as his helmet emitted red smoke. "Captain, this won't do. We are about to be surrounded," Lynx shouted while changing magazines. Suhan's eyes were cold, and his brain was racing. A strong attack was no longer possible. A change of strategy was necessary. His gaze locked onto the somewhat chaotic Red Army logistics depot not far away, where there were some oil barrels and miscellaneous items. Lynx. Cover with smoke bombs. The rest, follow me. Let's give them a little surprise. Chapter 3:15, I lost, first update. Long Leopard looked at the fallen soldiers and smoking equipment beside him, his face turning ashen. Only 3 members of the Divine Sword team he brought remained, along with Zhao Wuji and the 7 or 8 surviving members of the guard squad. Although they still had the numerical advantage, their morale had already been severely impacted. Suhan. You are already a turtle in a jar. Surrender. Long Leopard attempted psychological warfare. Suhan leaned against a nearly burnt-out oil barrel, breathing heavily, sweat soaking his combat suit. He quickly checked his ammunition. Only 1 rifle magazine, and a few bullets for his pistol remained. Surrender. Those 2 words had never existed in his dictionary. He took a deep breath. Suppressing the surging blood, and calculated rapidly in his mind. Long Leopard's position, the distribution of remaining enemies. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a smoke bomb that had fallen next to a deceased Red Army soldier a few meters away. An extremely bold, even reckless idea formed in his mind. He suddenly leaned forward, executing a precise shot that killed a Red Army soldier attempting to sneak up from the side. And his body shot out like an arrow, rolling on the ground to pick up the smoke bomb. Stop him! Long Leopard realized Su-han was making a last-ditch effort. Chapter 3:16, Both Armies Shocked. Second update. Su-han stood firm, breathing slightly, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire scene. At this moment, although he was alone, his clothes stained with dust and sweat, and his shoulder ached faintly from taking a punch from Long Leopard. His tall figure and unmatched imposing aura made him seem like an insurmountable peak, suppressing the entire valley. The remaining Red Army soldiers, including Zhao Wuji, were completely intimidated. No one dared to move. Long Leopard felt the lingering cold sensation at his neck and the palpable killing intent radiating from Su-han, his throat constricting painfully. He fully understood that he had lost without a doubt. This Su-han not only had a cunning strategy, but his individual combat power had also reached a superhuman level. In fact, he was even stronger than during the grand competition. We lost. Long Leopard's voice was hoarse and filled with complete submission. The Blade command. All personnel withdraw from the exercise. He knew that continuing the fight was meaningless. No one could take down Su-han under these circumstances. Only then did Su-han slowly release his control over Long Leopard, taking a step back to pick up his rifle from the ground, checking it skillfully. Chapter 3:17, The Great Battle of Both Sides. Third update. Blue Army Underground Command Center. When Major General Zhao Zhongwo received the battle report, he was analyzing the main battlefield situation with his staff. When he heard that Su-han had single-handedly completed the decapitation, after all his team members had sacrificed themselves and had taken down the Red Army Special Operations Command, he was momentarily stunned before slamming the table hard. Good. Well done. Zhao Zhongwo's face was beaming with unabashed admiration and excitement. This kid. Always able to come up with something new. Solo decapitation of Long Leopard, taking down the Blade command. This has stirred up a hornet's nest. He waved his hand and ordered the operations staff, immediately report the battle situation to the entire army. Promote it vigorously. Boost morale. At the same time, order all main combat units to take advantage of the Red Army's chaotic command system and temporarily ineffective special forces to launch a full-line counterattack. Completely crush the spirit of these Red Army troops. Yes. With Zhao Zhongwo's orders, the morale of the Blue Army soared. The troops on the main battlefield surged like a tiger descending the mountain, launching a fierce counterattack against the Red Army, which had fallen into chaos due to the loss of special cover and some command functions. The balance of the exercise began to slowly tilt toward the Blue Army thanks to Su-han's decisive blow. Chapter 3:18, The Great Battle of Both Sides. Fourth update. The Red Army Blade command being taken down was just the first step. Su-han's voice drew everyone's attention back. Long Leopard was eliminated, but Sandstorm, One-Eyed, and their elite subordinates were still present. These people were seasoned veterans who would never sit idly by. The Red Army's conventional command system would temporarily take over, but that would also take time. He pointed out several key positions on the sand table. We must utilize this time window to expand our achievements. The Red Army has lost special cover, and their frontline airports, logistics hubs, communication relay stations, and artillery positions are relatively weak in defense at this moment. Jumo. Here. You lead the 2nd and 3rd Eagle teams, target the Red Army's number 3 frontline airport. Infiltrate and focus on destroying their fuel depots and runways to delay their air support capabilities. Yes. Lin Hu. I'm here. Your Dragon Shark Squadron's mission remains unchanged. Continue to intensify the harassment of the Red Army's coastal supply lines and docks, but be on high alert. I suspect that the remnants of the Blade might not accept defeat, and could launch a retaliatory counterattack. Your water-based base might be one of their targets. Don't worry. I can't wait for them to come. Just right to avenge the Nightingale sisters. Lin Hu rubbed his fists in anticipation. Chapter 3:19. Both armies suffer heavy losses. The darkness before dawn was the thickest. The fierce clashes on the exercise field gradually approached a brief calm, after reaching a boiling point. After a night of high-intensity mutual harassment and counteraction. Both the Red and Blue Army Special Forces had paid a considerable price. Inside the Blue Army's frontline Special Temporary Command Center, the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed as before. Although they had achieved the brilliant feat of decapitating Long Leopard, the subsequent exchanges had not favored the Eagles and Dragon Sharks too much. The communications officer is reporting the latest casualty statistics to Su-Han. Report to Team Leader Su. The preliminary statistics are as follows: Falcon Special Team, First Squad, all members sacrificed except for you. Mountain Cat, Grey Fox, Prairie Dog, Hound, Eagle Eye, etc. Suffered casualties during the decapitation operation. Second Squad, 3 members killed, 1 severely wounded, lost combat capability. Third Squad, 2 members killed, 1 lightly wounded. Fourth Squad, encountered strong resistance while attacking the Red Army's Logistics Center No. 7, 4 members killed, only the captain, and 1 member successfully evacuated. Fifth Squad, mission to sabotage the artillery radar station completed, but during evacuation, they were intercepted by the Red Army patrol, 2 members killed. Chapter 3:20, the decapitation operation begins. Su-Han acts alone. 2 chapters combined. Dawn arrived as expected, and as Su-Han anticipated, after the brutal mutual exhaustion of last night. The special forces of both the Red and Blue sides are like ferocious beasts that have gone through bloody battles, each licking their wounds and entering a short period of rest. In the depths of the Red Army, near a temporary assembly point in the D6 area, Sandstorm leans against a tree, his once fierce demeanor replaced by heavy fatigue, with deep-set eyes and cracked lips. The members of his Desert Wolf team are either sitting or lying down, mostly injured, with equipment scattered all over the ground, and morale noticeably low. The loss of core members like Sandscorpion and Gravel hit this team particularly hard. The One-Eyed situation is slightly better, but his sinister face cannot hide his weariness. His Wild Wolf team also suffered significant losses, and the exit of his deputy butcher has left him without his most capable assistant. The remnants of the Divine Sword, temporarily led by a seasoned officer, are even more silent. Without the command of Dragon Leopard and Zhao Wuji, they seem to have lost their soul. Although individual qualities remain top-notch, their overall coordination and aggressiveness have diminished significantly. The liaison officer sent by the Red Army High Command brought new orders. Sandstorm is to temporarily take over as the frontline commander of the Blade Cluster, with the One-Eyed as his deputy, and they must stabilize the front line, cooperate with regular troops in defense, and await further instructions. Chapter 3:21, Su-Han wreaks havoc at the Red Army headquarters. 3 chapters combined. The terrain in the depths of the Red Army is far more complex than at the front line. Dense jungles, rolling hills, and interwoven rivers form a natural barrier. Although this is not the front line, the density of patrols and the coverage of monitoring equipment is by no means low, showing the Red Army's emphasis on rear security. Su-Han blended in as if he were part of the land. He abandoned all potentially noisy equipment, relying only on a compass, a mental map, and his extraordinary environmental perception to advance. The first obstacle he encountered was a 5-man Red Army patrol. Su-Han spotted the sentry's figure dozens of meters in advance. He silently adhered to the back of a steep dirt slope like a gecko. Breathing slowed to a minimum, and even his heartbeat seemed to slow down. The patrol passed overhead, chatting and laughing, completely unaware of the deadly enemy lurking just below them. After crossing the patrol line, there was an open area of shrubs. Visibility was good here, but it was also easy to expose oneself. Suhan chose not to rush through. Instead, he used the shadows of the bushes, adopting a low crawling position, moving inch by inch. Sharp stones pressed against his chest, and insects buzzed around his ears. Chapter 322, Decapitation Successful. 3 chapters, 7,000 words combined, check. Investigate thoroughly. The cause of the diarrhea. The whereabouts of the attackers. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must flush out this rat. Commander Chen roared. Commander. The priority is to ensure your safety and the continuity of command. The Chief of Staff suppressed his discomfort. Calmly analyzing the situation, this place has already been exposed and is in a semi-paralyzed state. If the Blue Army can infiltrate once, they can infiltrate again. I recommend that the command center immediately relocate to the reserve command post. Commander Chen's sharp gaze swept over the chaotic camp. Looking at the soldiers with pained expressions and staggering steps, then glancing at the still smoking equipment, before finally nodding heavily. Agreed to relocate. Orders, 1. The guard company must immediately organize a defense perimeter to ensure the safety of the relocation route. 2. The operations staff must carry core data and communication terminals and relocate with the command center. 3. The remaining personnel, under the command of the Deputy Chief of Staff, will continue to maintain basic order in the camp, treat the wounded, investigate the attackers, and attempt to restore some communication functions. Actions must be swift. Depart in 10 minutes. The orders were quickly issued. The entire command center spun into high gear like a whipped top, but this time with a sense of urgency and disorder. Chapter 323, One person encircles a group. The Grim Reaper in the jungle. The dense jungle instantly swallowed Suhan's figure, also devouring the furious gazes of the pursuers. Sunlight was fragmented by the overlapping canopies, casting mottled patches of light on the forest floor. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth and decaying plants, with occasional calls from unknown birds, adding to the stillness and lurking danger deep within the jungle. The Red Army pursuers who charged into the jungle numbered about an enhanced squad, led by that guard company commander. They spread out in a skirmish line, moving cautiously and professionally, their gun muzzles sweeping through every suspicious corner. However, compared to this subtropical jungle, which they were not very familiar with, the enemy who had just infiltrated was more like the true king of this place. Suhan did not simply flee. He understood clearly that in the face of the enemy's aerial advantage and absolute numerical superiority, mere escape would only exhaust his stamina and lead to being surrounded. He had to counterattack, to inflict pain on them, making them pay a price for every step they took forward, thereby slowing their pursuit speed and creating more maneuvering space for himself. He was like a light leaf, silently disappearing behind the aerial roots of a giant banyan tree. Chapter 324, The entire army is shocked. Golden smoke slowly dissipated over the rocky beach, like a huge exclamation mark, imprinting itself in the hearts of every Red Army officer and soldier, and shaking the exercise directorate and all those paying attention to the battlefield through the battlefield monitoring system. Commander Chen Hongjun, the highest commander of the Red Army, was killed. The shock brought by this result was devastating. After a brief silence, the communication channel erupted in uncontrollable uproar and shouts. Commander! Chief! Damn it! The Blue Army is too arrogant. Especially those guard troops and command center members who witnessed Commander Chen's decapitation had bloodshot eyes, filled with shame and anger, almost disregarding exercise rules and rushing to tear apart that kneeling figure. However, that figure, after delivering this stunning blow, showed no hesitation, like a cheetah breaking free from shackles, disappearing into the dense jungle before the Red Army soldiers could react, leaving only a despairing silhouette and a scene of devastation. Chase! Chase after him! Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I want him dead. A red-eyed guard battalion commander roared, ready to lead his men into the jungle. Stop! Chapter 325, One man is an army. Suhan has been eliminated. 3 chapters combined, inside the Red Army's preparation command post. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like one could wring water from it. The Chief of Staff stared at the flashing red dot on the electronic sand table that represented the area where Suhan had last disappeared, his brow furrowed. Sandstorm and One-Eyed had already returned from the front lines, standing at attention nearby, both still carrying the smoky scent of days of fierce battle. But their expressions were equally grave. Confirm he is still in the jungle area from B7 to C8. The Chief of Staff asked in a hoarse voice, revealing a night without sleep. Confirmed. One-Eyed stepped forward, his one eye shining with calm analytical light. We have tracked his footprints, the remnants of the simple traps he set. And the occasional faint heat signals we captured. He moves quickly, his route is erratic, but he has not strayed far from this area. He's circling us. Or rather, he's hunting us, Sandstorm added in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of fear he was reluctant to admit. The search teams we sent in have already lost 4 groups, all killed, and we haven't even touched the hem of his clothes. The helicopter was also shot down by him. At the mention of the helicopter, several staff members in the command post couldn't help but twitch their faces. Chapter 326, The exercise is over. The Blue Army wins. The judgment from the director's office came through the receivers worn by each of them. Cold and mechanical, Blue Army Special Forces Suhan, confirmed killed in action, exiting exercise. Red Army Special Forces Sandstorm, confirmed killed in action, exiting exercise. The voice was particularly clear in the silent jungle. He. Sandstorm suddenly let out a low, hoarse laugh, filled with self-mockery and helplessness. 50 against 1. And you still took him down like this, Suhan, you really are a monster. One-Eyed took a deep breath, forcing himself to recover from the immense shock. He stepped forward, slowly raised his right hand towards Suhan's direction, and gave a perfectly standard military salute. The 4 surviving Red Army Special Forces soldiers were momentarily stunned. Then, as if driven by some unseen force, they all raised their hands to pay their highest respects to the fallen opponent. Regardless of stance, a strong person deserves respect. And the strength, will, and tactics displayed by Suhan today far exceeded the realm of the strong. Inside the Red Army's preparation command post. When the communication channel finally brought the news that target Suhan had been confirmed killed, there was no expected cheer, but rather an eerie silence. Chapter 327, Suhan once again awarded the second-class merit. On the base square, thousands of Blue Army soldiers, already lined up and waiting, focused their attention on the transport vehicle that was slowly coming to a stop, on the Suhan who was about to get out. Salute. With the resounding command from the duty officer, all soldiers, regardless of rank, raised their right hands in unison, paying the highest tribute to this hero who created miracles. Their gazes held fervor, admiration, gratitude, and a sense of pride in sharing the glory. General Zhao Jiongwo stood at the front of the line, watching the young man who, despite his tattered clothes and weary face, still stood tall. His eyes were filled with appreciation and admiration. He stepped forward, and after Suhan stood at attention and saluted, he patted his shoulder heavily. Good boy. Well done. You didn't disgrace our Guangdong military region. Zhao Jiongwo's voice was loud, filled with uncontrollable excitement. I announce that the Cross-Military Region Joint Military Exercise Summary and Commendation meeting is now starting. Without much rest, the glory of victory needed to be crowned immediately. Under the gaze of thousands, Zhao Jiongwo personally read out the commendation order, awarded to the Guangdong Military Region Falcon Special Forces, collective second-class merit. Chapter 328, Suhan, what? You want me to go to college? Zhao Jiongwo's words caught Suhan slightly off guard. Go to the National Defense Science and Technology University for further studies. He looked at Zhao Jiongwo, his eyes filled with questioning. Given his current display of combat ability and tactical thinking, it seemed unnecessary for him to return to military school to learn basic theories. Zhao Jiongwo seemed to see through his thoughts, leaning back against the chair. Fingers crossed on the table, his tone becoming deep and serious. "Su-han, I know what you are thinking. You believe that with your current skills, the battlefield is your classroom, and the enemy is your teacher. The textbook knowledge from military school is outdated and even burdensome for you, right?" Su-han neither confirmed nor denied it, simply looking calmly at Zhao Jiongwo, waiting for his next words. "If you were just a super soldier, a pure fighting machine, I might agree with your point of view. However, Su-han, what you just proposed to me is what? It is the concept of a strategically sharpening unit." Zhao Jiongwo's voice rose a few notches. "This is no longer just a tactical issue, it involves military construction, training system reform, and even future combat thinking. What is needed here is strategic vision, a solid foundation of military theory, and the ability to elevate practical experience and integrate it into a macro system." Chapter 329, The Falcon Members' Disappointment. Inside the makeshift command post of the Falcon unit, the atmosphere was relaxed after a battle victory, yet mixed with an indescribable sense of anxiety. Captain Wang Yuanchao paced back and forth in the not-so-spacious command vehicle, his hands behind his back. The metal floor beneath his feet emitted a slight creaking sound. His usually commanding face was now furrowed in concern. His gaze occasionally darted to the dirt road leading to the temporary command post of the military district. Jumo leaned by the communication station, unconsciously fiddling with a pencil. His eyes were vacant, clearly lost in thought. The usually lively monkey now sat quietly on an ammunition box, cradling his chin in his hands, sighing. "I say, boss, could you stop pacing? It's making me dizzy." Monkey finally couldn't hold back, mumbling, "Old Su has been gone for almost 2 hours. What does Deputy Commander Zhao want with him? The exercise is over. The merits have been awarded, it can't be to criticize him, right?" Wang Yuanchao stopped pacing and shot Monkey a glare. "Criticize? Su-han's contributions this time are worthy of being awarded a marquis in ancient times. Deputy Commander Zhao would be praising him. Then why has he been gone so long?" Jumo took over the conversation, his voice steady, but the concern in his eyes was hard to hide. "I guess it's about old Su's assignment issue." Chapter 330, The First Women's Special Operations Team in Huaxia is established. The base of the Falcon Special Forces was located in a secluded valley surrounded by mountains and water. When the convoy rolled into the base with clouds of dust, a different kind of warm atmosphere greeted them. There was no urgent call for assembly, no hurried figures. All the soldiers who remained, along with those who had retreated early with Wang Yuanchao, spontaneously lined up on either side of the road. They wore neat combat uniforms, their faces showing the fatigue of having survived battles, but more so an uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. The car came to a stop. Wang Yuanchao, Jumo, and the monkey were the first to jump out. Following them was Su-han. When Su-han appeared in his battle uniform, still marked with smoke and signs of damage, the entire base seemed to explode like a barrel of oil ignited by a spark, erupting into deafening cheers. "Captain Su! Hero! Falcon! Victory!" The sound surged like a tide, echoing in the valley and startling the birds in the forest. The team members clapped vigorously, their eyes fervently fixed on the young man who had created miracles. They may not have witnessed Su-han's valiant exploits behind enemy lines, cutting through foes and seizing flags, but through intermittent battle reports and the final decisions from the command, everyone understood that this hard-won victory was largely due to this excessively young major standing before them. Chapter 331, Farewell to the Falcon. Departing for National Defense University. Wang Yuanchao looked at the excited female soldiers below, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. He continued to announce, "I award all members of the Nightingale Women's Special Operations Team with individual third-class merits. This is to recognize their outstanding performance in this exercise." Another wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. At the same time, Wang Yuanchao turned his gaze to Su-han beside him, his voice filled with emotion. "Here, we must especially thank one person. It is he who, under pressure and with almost harsh standards, selected and trained the nightingale into this sharp blade. It is also he who, during the exercise, turned the tide and created unprecedented achievements, securing victory for our falcon and our blue army. He is our pride. Comrade Su-han. The Military District Party Committee decided, after deliberation, to seek approval from higher authorities to award Comrade Su-han with individual second-class merit. Let us give our warmest applause to our hero of the falcon and the creator of the nightingale. Salute. With Wang Yuanchao's command, everyone on and off the stage, including Wang Yuanchao himself, Zhu Mo, the monkey, and over 300 falcon team members on the playground, raised their right arms in unison to salute Su-han with the highest military honor. Chapter 332, the Special Transfer Student of National Defense University at this moment. Lin, who emerged from somewhere, still looking lazy, and hooked his arm around Su-han's neck. He had specially taken 2 days off to come to the Falcon to see Su-han off. Look at this scene, it's like a wedding send-off. I say, old Su. When you get to the university and see all those beautiful girls, don't get dazzled and forget about us rough old men. He winked at Su-han and whispered. I heard that National Defense University is right in the university town, with beauties everywhere. But remember, your token of love is still in your hands. As he spoke, he glanced at the dagger on Su-han's backpack. Su-han pushed him away irritably. Get lost, you have no serious thoughts in your head. Lin, who laughed heartily and stepped aside. Finally, it was the 7 female soldiers of the Nightingale. They lined up in front of Su-han, and the captain stepped forward. Her eyes slightly red, but her expression resolutely firm. She represented all the Nightingale members and saluted Su-han with the most standard military salute, Chief Instructor. Thank you for your guidance. Without you, there would be no Nightingale. The 6 female soldiers behind her shouted in unison, Thank you, Chief Instructor. Their voices were crisp, yet carried a steely determination. Chapter 333, the Political Department Director personally welcomes Su-han. 2 personal first-class merits, 2 personal second-class merits, and 2 personal third-class merits. Along with 2 collective second-class merits and 2 collective third-class merits, those brief lines in the merit column felt like heavy hammers, striking hard at Liu Hai's heart. 2 first-class merits. What does that mean? In peacetime, each first-class merit represents unimaginable dedication and sacrifice, even trials of life and death. A 19-year-old young man has actually received 2. He suddenly recalled the name that had caused a huge sensation in the military system and online recently. The young hero, who created a legend in the military competition, achieved extraordinary feats, was escorted by fighter jets, received plaques from thousands, and was followed by CCTV during the campaign to honor touching figures in China. The name seemed to be Su-han. He quickly looked at the resume below, immediately confirming his guess. Is it him? That's Su-han. Liu Hai's voice trembled slightly as he suddenly raised his head, his gaze intensely fixed on Lin Weiman. Lin Weiman looked at his shocked, bewildered, and then extremely excited expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 334, Transfer Student. No, he is here to be the teaching material. Comrade Su-han. Liu Hai immediately led the group to welcome him, a warm yet solemn smile on his face. Su-han also saw the group of soldiers clearly there to greet him. His gaze fell on Liu Hai. He stopped, stood at attention, and saluted with a standard military salute. Hello, Commander. The action was clean and crisp, carrying the distinctive sound of a soldier. Liu Hai immediately returned the salute, silently praising him. The young officers behind him almost instinctively raised their hands in salute at the same time, their eyes filled with respect. Liu Hai stepped forward, extending his hand, his tone even more enthusiastic than before. Welcome, welcome. Comrade Su-han, you've had a hard journey. I am Liu Hai, the director of the Political Department Office at National Defense University. We have long heard of your great name, and the school even organized a study about your deeds. Hello, Director Liu. Hello, comrades. Suhan shook hands with Liu Hai. His palm was warm and strong, with the calluses formed from long-term gun handling. Thank you for coming to greet me personally, I really appreciate it. Those are all past achievements and not worth mentioning. If your achievements aren't worth mentioning, then we all should feel ashamed. Liu Hai shook Suhan's hand vigorously, his tone sincere. Chapter 335, Becoming a Star at National Defense University. Soon, the formalities were completed. Suhan's luggage was sent to dormitory 306. The dormitory was a standard 4-person room, with beds on top and desks below, kept clean and tidy. At this time, it was empty, as the other 3 roommates were probably still in class or studying. The management of the advanced classes was relatively loose, but the course schedule was tight. Liu Hai finally explained, later, the notification of your advanced studies will be sent to your squad leader. This year, there are 3 sessions for advanced studies. And you are the last session of the year. Each session has about 30 people, and the duration is generally around a year. Therefore, everyone will be arranged to study together in one squad. This is your student ID, course schedule, and some study materials. Liu Hai handed a stack of items to Suhan. If you have any difficulties, feel free to contact me or the cadre in your team. Thank you, Director Liu. Suhan accepted the items and expressed his gratitude seriously. Take a good rest. Liu Hai reminded him a few more times before leaving with his group. After seeing off Director Liu, Suhan looked around this new environment, where he would be living for a while, and began to organize his bed and belongings. Just as Suhan was tidying up his luggage and had finished most of it, the dormitory door was pushed open, and 3 students in training uniforms walked in. Chatting and laughing. Chapter 336. First experience at the military academy, and fanatical fans. Hello, hello. Comrade Suhan. I am Zhong Zhao from Class 3. My name is Li Ming. I've long admired your name. It's really you. I've seen your reports. You're amazing. Everyone started speaking, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Just then, a loud and somewhat authoritative voice came from the back of the crowd. What are you all doing here? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for tomorrow's lessons? Upon hearing this voice, the students scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, quickly creating a path. 2 officers walked over briskly. The one in front was tall and strong. With a stern face, wearing the rank of major, exuding a commanding presence, this was squadron leader Zhao Cheng. The one behind him wore glasses, was slightly older, and had a more gentle demeanor. He was instructor Wen Lei. Zhao Cheng's gaze was sharp as he first scanned the quickly dispersing students, who were still observing from a distance, then landed on Suhan, who was standing at the entrance of dormitory 306. His eyes instantly became keen, filled with scrutiny, and a hint of undeniable curiosity and admiration. He and Wen Lei had just received a phone call from Director Liu of the political department, learning that the renowned Suhan had been assigned to their squadron. And moreover, he had been transferred into Class 3. Chapter 337, Surrounded by defense students wanting photos. Suhan stood at attention and saluted. Hello, class leader. I am Suhan. Oh no. Please don't call me class leader. The young officer flustered in his response, his face flushed with excitement. I've seen your reports. You're incredible. I never expected you to come to our school. Wait a moment, I'll get you the best set of textbooks, guaranteed with no creases. The young officer was overly enthusiastic. Quickly checking items, not only were the textbooks brand new, but he also stuffed several extra notebooks and pens, and even selected high-quality daily necessities. Comrade Su. Here's your class schedule. I've tucked it in the first page of the textbook. This is your training uniform. If the size is wrong, feel free to change it anytime. The basin, towel, and toothbrush are all here. Looking at the pile of items, Suhan couldn't help but laugh. Thank you. That's enough. It's what we should do. The young officer rubbed his hands, looking full of respect. Comrade Su, can I take a picture with you? Just one. Suhan glanced at Li Jin, who smiled and nodded, indicating that this was allowed during break time. Sure. Suhan readily agreed. The young officer was overjoyed. Quickly took out his phone, and asked Li Jin for help to take a photo with Suhan, repeatedly saying, "Great. Now I can brag to those guys for half a year." Chapter 338, Studying Day and Night. Not long after Suhan returned, other training comrades came to visit. This left Suhan feeling helpless. After sending off the last wave of enthusiastic visitors from the neighboring dormitory, Dormitory 306 finally regained a brief tranquility. Li Jin, Wang Dao, and Liu Bin all exhaled deeply, looking at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "Wow, I've never seen our squadron this lively in my life," Wang Dao remarked while sorting out the chairs that had been pushed askew. "Suhan, your popularity is really unmatched." Liu Bin adjusted his glasses and rationally analyzed, "It's understandable. Suhan's experiences and achievements have unparalleled appeal for young officers and defense students who yearn for a military career and aspire to make contributions. He is like a walking, legendary military textbook." Suhan, who was organizing the textbooks he had just received at his desk, smiled helplessly. "Please don't tease me, everyone. I'm just an ordinary student now, and my primary task is to study." He picked up the thick book Fundamentals of Military Strategy and casually flipped through it. Li Jin looked at the time and reminded, "Suhan, don't rush to read. The school has strict schedules, lights out at 10 o'clock sharp. Hurry up and wash up, we have morning exercises at 6. Chapter 339, Morning Exercises at the Military Academy around 2 in the morning. Suhan finally closed the last textbook, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. Although he was physically strong, prolonged intense mental activity had still brought some fatigue. However, his eyes were exceptionally bright. This night of immersive study had given him a preliminary understanding of the macro framework of military strategy, and made him realize that many of his previous ideas indeed had limitations. "The road ahead is still long," he murmured to himself, tidying up the books, turning off the desk lamp, and quietly leaving the study room. Back in Dormitory 306. He tried to make no noise, quickly washed up, and lay down on the bed. Almost as soon as his head hit the pillow, his strong physical adjustment ability allowed him to quickly enter deep sleep, conserving energy for the morning exercises a few hours later. The dormitory remained quiet. At 5:50 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The sharp and familiar wake-up call shattered the tranquility of the National Defense University campus and accurately reached every student dormitory. Almost at the moment the call sounded, Suhan opened his eyes. His gaze was clear, with no trace of sleepiness. He swiftly turned over and sat up, starting to put on his training uniform. Liu Bin, who was on the lower bunk opposite, also got up upon hearing the sound, saw that Suhan was almost fully dressed, and couldn't help but pause. Instinctively checking his watch, "Suhan, what time did you come back last night?" Chapter 340, Suhan, my English level is quite average. After the morning exercises, the students returned to the dormitory, slightly sweaty, and the next task was to tidy up their living space. For Suhan and Li Jin, who had come up from the grassroots units, tidying up was a basic skill ingrained in them. The blankets were folded into sharp, neat tofu blocks. The sheets were smooth with no wrinkles, and items were arranged in an orderly fashion. Everything was done silently and efficiently. Dormitory 306 soon returned to a tidy and uniform state, meeting standards that were impeccable. "Let us go eat. The cafeteria stops serving at 7:20. Li Jin looked at the time and said. The four of them tidied up their uniforms, 2 lined up, 3 walked in formation, silently and quickly heading towards the student cafeteria. This is a military academy regulation, in the main thoroughfare of the campus and in teaching areas, cafeterias, and other public spaces. Military demeanor must be maintained, no slouching, arm linking, or noisy conversations are allowed. The cafeteria already had many students, a mix of defense students and those in training. But the order was well maintained. Everyone consciously queued for food and tried not to make loud noises while eating. Conversations were kept to a minimum and at low volumes. The entire cafeteria was filled with a serious and disciplined atmosphere. Suhan got porridge, steamed buns, eggs, and a few side dishes. Then followed Li Jun and the others to find an empty table to sit down. Chapter 341, Speaking Test and Public Execution, by roommates. Instructor Sun briefly explained Suhan's translation as a model before putting it down, his gaze sweeping across the visibly tense students below. Translation ability is fundamental, but language is ultimately meant for communication and expression. Instructor Sun adjusted his glasses, his tone firm. Especially for you future officers who may participate in international joint military exercises, military exchanges, or foreign missions, oral expression ability is crucial. As soon as she finished speaking, a gasp of cold air echoed from the audience. Li Jun, Wang Dao, and Liu Bin instinctively shrank their necks, wishing they could hide under their desks. Next, we will conduct an on-the-spot oral test. Instructor Sun picked up the roster, ignoring the suddenly bleak atmosphere below. I will ask questions randomly. The questions may involve daily military life, basic tactical scenarios, or simple expression of opinions. There's no need for lengthy speeches, but clarity of expression and accuracy of words are required. She paused and added, "This is a preliminary assessment, and will not count towards your usual grades. But it will give me an intuitive understanding of everyone's foundation to adjust future teaching. So, relax and do your best." Chapter 342, Comrade Suhan. You were amazing just now. After a few seconds, Instructor Sun was the first to react. Her face breaking into the brightest and most genuine smile she had shown since becoming an instructor, her eyes filled with appreciation and surprise. She even lightly applauded, "Fantastic. Your expression was perfect. Not only is your pronunciation and fluency outstanding, but the perspective and depth of your answers are also impressive. You clearly grasped the essence of modern special operations." Instructor Sun's affirmation was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up huge waves. "Wow." Wang Dao couldn't help but curse, his voice lowered but filled with shock. "Is this what you call average? I can't believe it." Li Jun rubbed his ears vigorously, murmuring, "Am I hearing things? Did he really just speak English? Why does it sound clearer than listening to a report in Chinese?" Liu Bin pushed his glasses that were sliding down his nose, took a deep breath, and said with a wry smile, "I now completely believe that what he said about self-studying is true. He probably has memorized the Eagle Source Field Manual and NATO Tactical Communication Standards." The surrounding students also came back to their senses from the shock. Whispers rising like a tide. Chapter 343, Strategics and Table, Initial Brilliance. Look, that's Suhan. He really stood out in English class. His spoken English was like a broadcaster. So impressive, no wonder he's a top soldier, skilled in both literature and martial arts. Hearing the discussions around them, Li Jun, Wang Dao, and Liu Bin also felt a sense of pride, unconsciously straightening their backs. Crossing the corridor connecting the two teaching buildings, Wang Dao looked at the Strategic Command Simulation Center building not far ahead. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he patted Suhan on the back. Shaking off his earlier frustration and regaining his bold tone, "Ha ha, we've made it past the English hurdle. The next class is Introduction to Campaign Command, and that's our strong suit. Suhan, I'm not bragging, but when it comes to practical combat experience, tactical simulations, and sand table exercises, we who have crawled out of the field troops aren't afraid of anyone." Li Jun also regained his confidence, smiling, "That's right. Talking about fighting on paper is always shallow. The ability to fight must come from real combat and countless simulations. Suhan, your personal military quality is unquestionable. But commanding and planning at the campaign level involves multi-force coordination, logistical support, and battlefield situation analysis. This is quite deep. You'll see the skills of the older brothers in class later." Chapter 344, Wow, Suhan, how did you come up with that? The four of them from dormitory 306 naturally sat together. Li Jun, being the highest ranking, spoke first in a steady tone. The terrain is advantageous for us. But we have a clear disadvantage in numbers. The Blue Army is a heavy armored division, with better mobility and firepower than us. We can't just fight head-on. We must fully utilize the terrain and preset positions. Wang Dao pointed at several key high points and road intersections on the sand table. These places must be held. Especially heights 3 and 5, which overlook the entire valley area, and are the Blue Army's only path. Liu Bin adjusted his glasses and added, "We can't only consider frontal defense. The Blue Army is likely to use its mobility to flank us. We must keep at least one battalion in reserve, ready to plug any gaps. Additionally, air defense and artillery preparation must be sufficient. The Blue Army's air superiority and artillery preparation will definitely be very fierce." The three of them indeed analyzed the situation astutely, quickly grasping the key points of defensive operations. Showing a methodical understanding of terrain utilization, troop allocation, and enemy assessment. As they discussed, they couldn't help but glance at Su-han, their eyes carrying a hint of testing and showcasing. Chapter 345, Breaking the Deadlock, stunning everyone. Li Jun, Wang Dao, and Liu Bin were also quietly discussing below. Wang Dao frowned. This old professor is quite tricky. All the conventional routes have been blocked. Li Jun pondered. Time is tight. And it's indeed a challenge with the frontal assault blocked and risks on the flanks. Liu Bin analyzed. The key is to be unconventional, or to find the Red Army's fatal weakness. The three felt it was tough, and for a moment couldn't think of any good solutions. They couldn't help but look at Su-han, wanting to hear his opinion. At this moment, Professor Chen's gaze just happened to sweep over dormitory 306, noticing the few people engaged in low conversation, and saw that the exceptionally young student did not appear too confused. He pointed directly. That new student, Su-han, right? Why don't you give it a try? Suddenly, all eyes were once again focused on Su-han. The shock from the English class had not yet fully dissipated, and everyone wanted to see if he could also bring surprises in command simulation. Su-han stood up, calmly looking at the sand table, and after a moment of thought, he spoke. Report, Professor. If I were the Blue Army's Vanguard Battalion commander, and the frontal assault was blocked under time pressure, I would not insist on immediately capturing the solid strongpoint of height 3. Chapter 346, Truly Average. You think too highly of me, Su-han explained. There are three main purposes for seizing this high ground. First, to gain a local terrain advantage and establish a temporary defensive support point, which is certainly better than passively taking hits in the low-lying valley. Second, by concentrating armored forces at one point, I can form a localized iron fist, threatening the Red Army's reserve troops that are infiltrating from the flank and disrupting their offensive deployment. Third, the high ground has a relatively open line of sight, making it easier for me to adjust remaining artillery to provide final fire coverage on the areas surrounding the high ground, especially where the enemy might be gathering. Thirdly, I would simultaneously order all non-combat vehicles, logistics units, and accompanying infantry to use the folds of the valley terrain and smoke cover to quickly converge towards the armored forces attacking the high ground, or find nearby cover to disperse and conceal, minimizing casualties. Fourthly, I would immediately report the urgent situation of my unit to the brigade command through all available communication means. Not merely requesting assistance, but clearly informing them that my unit will hold XX high ground at all costs. Requesting the brigade's main force to either accelerate the frontal breakthrough at any cost to support us, or immediately adjust the overall plan. And I would suggest that the brigade's long-range artillery or tactical missiles, if possible, conduct retaliatory strikes on the Red Army's deep command posts or logistical nodes to tie down their forces. Chapter 347, Becoming a Disciple of a Master in Academia. 3 chapters in 1, please come in. Li Jun responded. The door was pushed open, and a young lieutenant dressed in student military uniform, wearing glasses, and looking quite refined stood at the door, holding what appeared to be a heavy cardboard box. His shoulder insignia indicated he was a graduate student. And his demeanor was respectful. "Hello, everyone. I apologize for the interruption." The young lieutenant scanned the dormitory and finally settled his gaze on Suhan, speaking politely. "May I ask, who is Comrade Suhan?" The dormitory fell silent instantly. Legion and the others looked at Suhan in surprise. Suhan stood up and said, "I am. May I ask who you are?" The young lieutenant immediately smiled, stepped forward, and carefully placed the cardboard box he was holding on Suhan's desk. "Hello, Comrade Suhan. I am Yang Fan, Professor Chen Guohua's assistant. Professor Chen specifically instructed me after class to deliver these study materials he organized for you." "For me?" Suhan was somewhat surprised. "Yes," Assistant Yang pointed to the box, his tone envious. Inside are copies of Professor Chen's core notes and manuscripts on strategy and operational command accumulated over many years of teaching, as well as some internal reference books and case analysis collections that he carefully selected as very important. Chapter 348, The School Anniversary Gala is coming. Is Suhan going to perform? 3 chapters, 7,000 words combined. Now, our task is to preliminarily judge through this data. First, the main gathering areas of the Blue Army and possible attack directions. Second, the approximate location range of their command post. Third, the weakest links in their logistics system. Professor Zhong raised the question and then began to explain the basic principles of data analysis, commonly used algorithms, and models. He explained it in an easily understandable way. From data cleaning, feature extraction, to correlation analysis, and pattern recognition, citing many professional terms and mathematical tools. Most of the defense students listened attentively, occasionally jotting down notes. However, for field officers like Li Jin and Wang Dao, who relied more on practical experience and intuitive judgment, these contents seemed somewhat obscure. Wang Dao scratched his head, whispering, "My goodness, with Fourier transforms and cluster analysis, this feels more hypnotic than English." Li Jin frowned as well. "That's all well and good in theory. But when you're on the battlefield, who has time for such complex calculations?" Liu Bin was able to keep up with the thought process, but was also working hard to digest those mathematical models. After Professor Zhong finished the theory, he began to demonstrate practical operations. Chapter 349, School Anniversary Tasks and Mandatory Performances. No talent. Zhao Cheng's eyes widened. "Comrade Suhan, you're not an ordinary student now. You're the famous military king of the entire army, one of the iconic figures of our school. With such a big event as the School Anniversary Gala, if you don't go up to show your face and demonstrate the versatility and spirit of our new era soldiers, let alone my disagreement, will the entire faculty and students agree? Will those netizens who pay attention to you agree?" The instructor, Wen Lei, added with a smile, "Suhan, this is a political task and also a great opportunity to showcase the style of our advanced training team. Don't feel pressured, just treat it as a way to relax. I believe, with your abilities, this small task will surely be no problem." The other students in the audience were also trying to suppress their laughter, watching Suhan's rare embarrassment with great interest. It's not often that something can make this all-powerful military king feel troubled. Looking at the expressions of the squad leader, an instructor that seemed to say, "If you don't go, who will?" and feeling the eyes of his comrades around him watching the show, Suhan knew he couldn't refuse this. He sighed helplessly, straightened his chest, and raised his head. "Yes. I guarantee to complete the task." "Good. That's the attitude we want." Zhao Cheng nodded in satisfaction. "You can decide the form and content of the program yourself. If you need any support, just let the team know." Dismissed. Chapter 350, What Song Is As You Wish. As time passed, the atmosphere of the school anniversary grew stronger. Colorful flags and slogans were hung around the campus, and rehearsals in various departments were in full swing. There were all kinds of programs including choir, dance, instrumental performances, and dramas. The choir of the advanced training team, led by Liu Bin, was rehearsing vigorously, with great momentum. Suhan's solo performance, however, remained shrouded in a layer of mystery. Curious defense students tried various connections to find out what song Suhan was going to sing. And some even speculated that he might be composing an original piece. But all attempts to pry for information ultimately came up empty. Suhan's lips were sealed as tightly as his military skills, flawless and unassailable. Occasionally, in the quiet of the night, Suhan would stand alone at the window of the activity room, gazing at the tranquil campus outside and the distant city lights, gently humming the melody that resonated in his heart. His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a sense of timelessness and sincerity, with his gaze becoming distant and profound. In that song, there was the grandeur of iron horses and swords, the heroism stained with blood on the battlefield, the steadfastness of faith as solid as a mountain, and a deep love for this land and its people. Each time he hummed, it felt like a dialogue with his ancestors, a cleansing of the soul. Chapter 351. The gala begins amidst the focus of everyone as the school anniversary gala approached. Discussions about Suhan's solo performance of As You Wish continued to heat up. The mysterious song title, the military king identity, and the simple stage requirements intertwined to pique the interest of countless people. In dormitory 306, Wang Dao looked at the heated discussions online and said to Suhan, "Brother, you are now the focus of everyone's attention. My heart feels like it's carrying 25 rabbits scratching at me. Can't you be a little kind and reveal just a tiny bit?" Suhan looked at the gradually brightening lights outside the window, his gaze distant, and softly replied, "Soon, when that day comes, you will naturally hear it. I hope this song can truly resonate with everyone." His tone carried a rare seriousness that made Wang Dao and the others pause for a moment, then quiet down. They vaguely sensed that the song Suhan was about to sing, As You Wish, might not just be an ordinary song. Days flew by in a flurry of intense study, training, and growing anticipation for the school anniversary gala. Finally, the day of the XX anniversary of the National University of Defense Technology arrived. The entire campus was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Chapter 352, A Song As You Wish. Shakes the heart. Backstage, Suhan was already prepared. He changed into a clean summer uniform, without excessive embellishment, standing straight like a pine tree. He declined the makeup artist's suggestion, and only requested a glass of water to soothe his throat. A student leader ran over, nervously saying to Suhan, "Senior Suhan, your program is next, please head to the entrance to prepare." Suhan nodded, took a deep breath, and walked steadily toward the entrance leading to the brilliant stage. The previous program, an exciting martial arts performance, ended amidst thunderous applause. The host returned to the stage. The female host spoke with an expectant tone. "Thank you for the martial arts performance that brought us the enjoyment of strength and beauty. Now, the next program is surely something many students, comrades, and netizens have been eagerly waiting for." The male host chimed in, "Yes, next, let us welcome our school's pride, the renowned military king of the entire army, and a candidate for the Moving China Award, Comrade Suhan from the advanced training team, with the warmest applause. Bring us a male solo performance." The two hosts exchanged a smile and simultaneously raised their voices, clearly announcing the song title that touched the hearts of countless people. Chapter 353, Is This Prosperous World As You Wished? Suhan's performance became increasingly invested, his voice carrying a power that pierced the soul. Especially the few words "this prosperous world" were sung with utmost sincerity, as if he were using all his strength to send this prayer to the heavens. The images on the screen also changed, transitioning from black and white to the colorful scenes of today's bustling city, the beautiful countryside with curling smoke from kitchens, children running carefree in schoolyards, and the magnificent sight of warplanes soaring during the National Day Parade. The echoes of history intertwined with the splendor of reality, creating a strong contrast and shock. Unable to hold back, is this prosperous world as you wished? Yes, as you wished. It must be as you wished. We will definitely move forward bravely. Thank you, ancestors. Thank you, Suhan. I am your wish, and also the dream of this land. Through the river of time, your smile lingers forever in my heart. Suhan's singing gradually softened, becoming more gentle, like the whispers of the night breeze, filled with endless nostalgia and comfort. His gaze looked far away, as if engaging in a final dialogue with those invisible presences. The images on the screen also froze into a tranquil painting, with the 5-star red flag waving in the morning breeze, and below it, a peaceful city filled with hopeful people. Chapter 354, The Storm After the Gala. As the director expected, the emotional impact brought by As You Wish was too powerful. So much so that the several excellent performances that followed, whether it was the energetic modern dance, or the humorous skit, although they also received applause, still felt somewhat lacking. The audience seemed to still be immersed in the grand and profound emotional world created by As You Wish, needing time to digest and calm down. Sigh. If I had known, I should have placed Suhan's performance at the end as the finale, the director lamented while patting his forehead. Yet his eyes were filled with excitement and satisfaction. After all, having a performance achieve such a phenomenal effect is already a tremendous success for the entire gala. On site, in the area of the advanced training team, Wang Dao rubbed his slightly sore eyes vigorously and said to Li Jun in a deep voice, "Old Li, I have to admit it. Completely admit it. This kid Suhan always manages to create unexpected big waves. I thought he would just sing a military song at best. But who knew he brought out a nuclear bomb? My heart is still feeling blocked, yet warm." Li Jun nodded in deep agreement, his gaze still fixed on the now empty stage, and said solemnly, "This song, well chosen and even better sung. He is not performing. He is telling a story with his voice, paying tribute with emotion. We soldiers may feel it even deeper." Chapter 355, Invitation to the International Military School Forum, 3 chapters combined. The excitement from the school anniversary gala gradually subsided in the regular campus life. But Suhan's reputation at the National Defense University reached an unprecedented height. He was still that focused student, training hard, but now wherever he went, he garnered not just curiosity and admiration, but more heartfelt respect. That afternoon, after the introduction to Battle Command class ended, Professor Chen Guohua packed up his lesson plans and did not leave immediately as usual. Instead, he scanned the classroom and finally focused on Suhan, who was organizing his notes. "Suhan, stay for a moment." The remaining students in the classroom all heard this sentence, their gaze involuntarily focusing on him, filled with curiosity. Li Jun, Wang Dao, and Liu Bin exchanged glances and tacitly left first. Suhan stood up and walked to the podium. Professor Chen Guohua wore a rare gentle smile, gesturing for Suhan to follow him. And the two walked out of the classroom, to a quiet corner by the window in the hallway. "I watched the gala online." Professor Chen opened the conversation directly, his tone filled with approval. "That song As You Wish was very good. It's not about the technique, but the intention and emotion, which really touches the heart. I didn't expect you to have such insight in the arts." Chapter 356, Arriving in Eagle Source, Facing Mockery, 3 chapters combined. Li Mingho, Wang Jing and others frowned slightly, but their good upbringing kept them silent, their gazes becoming sharper. Zhao Meng's fists clenched slightly, then quickly relaxed. Suhan's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard those harsh comments, but his gaze was like the most precise radar, lightly sweeping over the few students from the pickled cabbage country and Europe, instantly imprinting their appearances and characteristics in his mind. Colonel Qin Feng did not pause, seemingly ignoring the discussions behind him, and simply said to Major Johnson, "It seems this forum will be quite lively." Major Johnson had no expression, neither stopping nor commenting, simply stating in a businesslike manner, "It is normal for there to be healthy competition among students from different countries. Please follow me. The rest area has prepared coffee and snacks." This almost tacit approval made those students from the pickled cabbage country even more proud, and their gazes towards the Huaxia delegation became increasingly provocative. Wang Jing couldn't help but whisper to Su-han in Chinese, even before it starts, they have this attitude, truly. Su-han's gaze remained fixed ahead, his voice low and steady, barking dogs do not block the road. True strength is not proven with words at the airport. Chapter 357, Restaurant Turmoil. Arm wrestling bet. Su-han slowly stood up, his movements unhurried, as if he was merely going to get another serving. His tall figure stood out under the soft lighting of the restaurant, instantly becoming the focus of the entire room. All whispers ceased, and countless gazes turned to him. Filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and the unreserved provocation and anticipation from the pickled cabbage country and European students. On the Huaxia delegation side, Colonel Qin Feng's gaze remained steady. Not speaking to stop the situation, merely observing quietly. Li Mingho, Wang Jing, and others slightly tensed their bodies, ready to respond to any potential escalation of conflict. Su-han did not walk towards the table of the pickled cabbage country, but instead headed straight for a sturdy wooden table in the center of the restaurant. He stopped, calmly scanning the lieutenant from the pickled cabbage country, who had spoken disrespectfully, then glanced at the flickering-eyed Williams from the European delegation. Finally, he spoke in clear and fluent English. His voice not loud but enough for everyone in the restaurant to hear. The clash of words is like the mist over the Hudson River, blown away by the wind. Soldiers must ultimately rely on strength to speak. He paused, pointing to the wooden table in front of him. Chapter 358, Absolute Power. Shocking the audience, the European giant, who had been glanced at by Su-han, changed his expression. He had just witnessed how the seemingly weak Su-han defeated the lieutenant from the pickled cabbage country with an overwhelming posture. This completely overturned his understanding. His name was Hans, from a certain European military power, known for his incredible strength at the Royal Military Academy, a regular in the strongman competitions held there. He originally looked down on Su-han, but now that disdain has turned into suspicion and seriousness. Hans, go. Let him know what real power is. Williams urged from the side, believing that after easily defeating the lieutenant from the kimchi country, Su-han would not have the strength to contend against a powerhouse like Hans. Hans took a deep breath, knowing that if he hesitated now, the European delegation would lose all face. He strode to the table, his heavy footsteps showcasing his outstanding physical condition. He was significantly more robust than Su-han, and when he sat down, his arms were nearly as thick as Su-han's thighs. You are strong, but I will not lose to you, Hans said in heavily accented English, his gaze sharpening as he put away all disdain and regarded Su-han as an equal opponent. The two shook hands again. Chapter 359, One person pressures two countries. Dominance unmatched. Journalist Yang Fan was so excited that his fingers trembled slightly, but he still maintained his professionalism and whispered, "Quick, shoot from multiple angles. This is an important moment." Zhong Lei immediately adjusted the camera position, and Liu Qian's pen flew across the paper, quickly recording the time and key dialogues. So arrogant. Some students from other countries exclaimed, thinking Su-han was simply crazy. 2 against 1. There's no way to win. The angles of force and support points are in absolute disadvantage. Those who understood quickly analyzed that Su-han was humiliating himself. On the side of the kimchi country and the European delegation, after a brief shock, a wave of extreme humiliation and anger surged. Su-han clearly did not take them seriously, believing they did not even have the qualifications to let him fight alone. The few people from Huaxia were obviously not expecting Su-han to say this and were immediately anxious, wanting to go up and advise him. But were stopped by a glance from Qin Feng. Trust Su-han. If he dares to propose it, he must have confidence. Don't forget his combat power. Upon hearing this, the 6 people couldn't help but feel a stir in their hearts. They had not personally witnessed how strong Su-han's combat power was. But his title as a 9-time champion was not something to be taken lightly. Even so, they still felt very worried. Chapter 360, Video Explosion, Domestic Turmoil. The coordinator of West Point, Larson, stood still for a long time without moving. He kept replaying Suhan's calm and unwavering gaze and the overwhelming display of power in his mind. He originally thought his evaluation of Suhan was high enough. But now it seemed he might have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Human weapon, he repeated the term softly, feeling it was incredibly fitting. Major Johnson took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. He glanced at the dazed students from the kimchi country and Europe. Then looked at the other countries' students around, who were excitedly discussing. He knew that what happened tonight would quickly spread throughout the entire forum. He waved his hand, signaling the West Point staff to maintain order, then said to Larson in a low voice, "Increase monitoring, especially on Suhan." His presence could completely change the direction of this exchange. "Understood, Major," Larson nodded solemnly. At the same time, Yang Fan, a reporter from the Central Media reporting team, suppressed his excitement and quickly said to Zhong Lei and Liu Qian, "Hurry. Find a safe internet environment, and do a preliminary edit of the footage we just shot. Especially the complete process of Suhan single-handedly crushing his opponents, adding simple subtitles, and send it back to the country immediately." Chapter 361, Undercurrents and Open Schemes, Forum Opening. Across the ocean, inside the Sayre Hotel at West Point, Suhan was unaware of the storm his actions the previous night had stirred up back home. As usual, he woke up promptly at 6 in the morning, carrying out his routine internal energy training and practicing the Su family's hard qigong. The display of power last night was merely a mobilization of some qi and muscle strength, and did not harm his fundamentals. After a night's rest, he was back to peak condition. When he finished washing up and stepped out of the room, with his roommate Li Mingho, to head to the dining hall for breakfast, he could clearly feel the change in the gazes around him compared to yesterday. They were no longer curious, scrutinizing, or subtly disdainful, but had turned into deep apprehension, respect, and even a hint of uncontainable fear. Whether it was the hotel staff or students from other countries, when making eye contact with him, they would subconsciously look away or nod slightly, their attitudes much more respectful. "Suhan, you are now a true celebrity at West Point," Li Mingho said with a low laugh, pride evident in his tone. "That move last night completely stunned everyone. I just heard a few students from the Japanese Defense University discussing you, calling you the god of strength." Chapter 362, The competition begins. Huaxia vs. Eagle Source. After the break, the forum entered the next session, an exchange meeting on the educational systems of military academies from various countries. Each delegation would send representatives to the stage to introduce their military academy's educational characteristics, training models, and talent cultivation philosophies. The representative sent by the Huaxia delegation was Li Mingho. His prepared PPT was detailed and logically clear, covering various aspects such as ideological and political construction, scientific and cultural education, military basic training, and professional skill development. He comprehensively introduced the educational system of the National University of Defense Technology and the Huaxia military academies, highlighting the philosophy of nurturing both virtue and talent, prioritizing morality, and the educational direction aimed at the battlefield, the troops, and the future. His speech was smooth and confident, and he answered questions methodically, fully showcasing the solid theoretical foundation and broad international perspective of Huaxia Military Academy students, earning him considerable applause from the audience. Suhan listened attentively from below, gaining a more systematic understanding of his alma mater's training system. At the same time, he keenly noticed that during Li Mingho's speech and QA session, the glances from the kimchi country, Europe, and the Japanese delegation were filled with scrutiny and competitive intent. It seemed that yesterday's little incident was just the beginning. Chapter 363, Eagle Source Lost. But can't afford to lose. 3 chapters combined, comrades, Colonel Qin Feng said solemnly, making the final mobilization. The opponent is strong, and the environment is unfavorable. But this is exactly the time to demonstrate our strength. Remember, we are a whole. Leveraging our professional advantages and responding calmly. He looked at Suhan, You have rich experience in defensive operations and quick decision-making. Play a significant role in the simulations. Understood. Suhan nodded seriously, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Assigned to the blue team, he felt not pressure, but a hint of excitement. Finding opportunities in adversity is the essence of command art. Both teams entered the designated simulation compartment, which was semi-closed to ensure the confidentiality of discussions. But the external situation could be observed through a large screen. On the West Point side, Larson, as the team leader, quickly assigned tasks. Hands. You are responsible for commanding the frontal armored assault group. Williams, electronic countermeasures and communication interference are up to you. Carl. You are responsible for flanking maneuvers and special operations infiltration. Everyone, this is our chance for redemption. On a real command platform. Let those Huaxia people see what modern combined operations are. Chapter 364, Suhan's Mockery. Let you all come together. All eyes were focused on him. Another match. Unsatisfied with the loss, wanting to regain face. Many students from various countries wore amused expressions. As the host and a traditional strong school, West Point's open request for a rematch seemed somewhat unable to accept defeat. Students from South Korea, Japan, and several European countries immediately echoed, "That's right. One simulation doesn't prove anything." The terrain and initial deployment indeed favored the Blue Army. Captain Larson is right. Real command ability should be tested on both offense and defense. We support another match. This is a fair exchange. They couldn't wait for West Point and China to compete again, regardless of who won or lost. It would drain the other side's energy and possibly reveal more tactical characteristics. The camera of the central media immediately focused on this side. And reporter Yang Fan's sharp gaze knew this was another diplomatic and momentum clash. Colonel Qin Feng frowned slightly, just about to speak. But the West Point instructor, who hosted the simulation, stepped forward first. Cadet Larson, everyone, the instructor's tone was serious and fair. The simulation rules of the International Military Academy Forum have long been clarified. The first round of matchups is determined by drawing lots. And the red and blue roles are the same. There are no rules for a rematch. The purpose of the exchange is mutual learning and complementing each other's strengths. Not getting entangled in a win or loss. Please adhere to the forum's discipline. Chapter 365, Bold Words Shock the World, Domestic Uproar. Let's do it again. Suhan's earth-shattering words echoed like thunder in the Washington Hall of West Point Military Academy, the aftershocks leaving everyone dizzy and trembling. All together. 7 from China against a coalition of students from the U.S., South Korea, Japan, and several European countries. To recreate the great feat of pushing back the United Nations forces to the 38th parallel on the battlefield of resisting the American invasion and aiding Korea. Crazy. Everyone thought Suhan was insane. This was no longer confidence, but arrogance to the extreme. It was a profound contempt for all present opponents and the countries behind them. Built on absolute strength and psychological advantage. The hall fell into a dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. Larson, the South Korean lieutenant, Matsumoto from Japan, and Williams from Europe all stood frozen in place, their expressions a mix of extreme anger, humiliation, disbelief, and a fear that involuntarily arose from deep historical memories. The resistance against American invasion and aid to Korea was a scar etched in the military textbooks of many countries. It was a classic battle case used by many West Point instructors to warn students not to engage lightly with the Chinese army on the ground. Chapter 366, One Country Against 5. Fight. Suhan's resounding challenge echoed like thunder in the hall, leaving behind a dead silence and awkwardness. Larson, the South Korean lieutenant, Matsumoto, Williams, and others turned pale, their lips moved as if an invisible force had choked their throats, unable to make any sound. Agree? To fight against more with less. Even if they won, it wouldn't be glorious, especially since Suhan's earlier display of command ability had chilled them to the bone. If 7 against 7 had resulted in a miserable defeat, could the coalition win? But if they did not agree, wouldn't that confirm their cowardice? Making them looked down upon by Su-han and everyone present, as well as the billions watching online. This dilemma left them at a loss. Su-han waited a few seconds, seeing no one respond. The mocking curve at the corner of his mouth became more pronounced. He shook his head gently, his tone carrying a kind of almost pitying disdain. It seems I overestimated your courage. Or perhaps the inherent fear of facing our Chinese soldiers has not dissipated with the passage of time. Do you even lack the courage to unite and accept the challenge? If so, his gaze swept over everyone like an emperor surveying his failed subjects. Then please put away your inability to accept defeat and behave like proper spectators. Watching how true strong men shine on this stage. Chapter 367, The Calm Before the Storm. Attention from inside and outside. The atmosphere on the Chinese delegation's side, however, was completely different. Back in the temporary lounge, Colonel Qin Feng closed the door, his gaze sweeping over the 7 young faces before finally landing on Su-han. Su-han, the pressure is on us. In this brigade-level simulation, we are up against a coalition of students from 5 countries. Although there are issues with their coordination, their talent pool and perspectives are broader. How confident are you? Without waiting for Su-han to answer, Zhao Meng jumped in. Colonel Qin, I believe in Su-han. No matter how many countries are in the coalition, we'll smash them. Wang Jing also nodded firmly. Our coordination and tacit understanding can't be matched by their temporary assembly. Li Mingho adjusted his glasses. From a technical perspective, brigade-level simulations test macro coordination and logistical support more. Su-han's overall view and ability to grasp key points are exactly what we need. Facing the trusting gazes of his teammates, Su-han calmly spoke, strategically disdain the enemy. Tactically respect the enemy. Their coalition seems strong, but in reality, the command chain is longer, decision-making is bulkier, and contradictions are more numerous. This is our greatest opportunity. 1 hour is enough. His calmness and confidence inspired everyone. They didn't discuss much further, but immediately began quietly reviewing brigade-level combat unit materials, familiarizing themselves with command procedures and conserving their energy. Chapter 368, Begin. A low murmur arose on sight. Both sides were heavy divisions, with equal troop strength. But the red side had a slight equipment advantage. The blue side was on the defensive, occupying the terrain, but their equipment performance was slightly inferior, which balanced things out well. It seemed the organizing committee wanted to put some pressure on the Chinese side regarding equipment, testing their defensive capabilities. On the coalition command side, seeing the configurations, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Larsen's face even regained some color as he whispered, everyone, did you see that? We have the equipment advantage. Although we are the attacking side, as long as we leverage our firepower advantage and proceed steadily, we can definitely break through their defenses. The South Korean lieutenant excitedly said, exactly. Let the Chinese see the strength of our coalition. Matsumoto also slightly nodded, the equipment advantage does exist. But Su-han will definitely not adopt a conventional defensive approach. Williams, looking at the electronic warfare capabilities prominent in the blue side's configuration, reminded, be careful of their electromagnetic suppression and information warfare. On the Chinese delegation side, Li Mingho quickly analyzed, the enemy is superior, we are inferior, the enemy moves. We stay still. Although our equipment is slightly inferior, we occupy the terrain. We must leverage our information advantage and the characteristics of the terrain to control the situation. Chapter 369, One Man Against 5 Nations. Victory. In the conference room of the National Defense Science and Technology University, the old expert suddenly slapped his thigh, good. Surprise attack to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. Set ambush with the main force to deplete the enemy's strength. This kid has grasped the essence of military strategy. Zhao Zhongwe laughed heartily, see? I told you this kid has talent. The defense plays like an attack. Professor Chen also showed a pleased smile, very decisive in the struggle for information dominance and initiative. In the coalition's compartment, Larsen was sweating profusely, realizing he had fallen into a passive position. Su-Han did not play by the rules at all, instead of competing with him in direct defense. He constantly harassed his rear, using his familiarity with the terrain and information advantage to find weaknesses. Larsen tried to stabilize his position, ordering his troops to attack along the predetermined route, but the Blue Army slipped away like loaches, quickly disengaging after each encounter, and then creating threats from another direction. In less than 6 hours of simulation, the seemingly powerful Red Army's offensive had already been cut to pieces by the Blue Army's invisible command knife, leaving them vulnerable on multiple fronts. Meanwhile, Su-Han sat in the Blue Army's compartment, his gaze as calm as ice. His fingers lightly tapped the console, like a skilled chess player making silent moves that had already stirred the entire situation. Chapter 370, the most exciting skill competition. 3 chapters combined, the silence lasted a full 5 seconds. Then, the observation area erupted in warm applause and gasps of amazement. Regardless of their nationality, most of the soldiers present were captivated by this brilliant defensive display. It was incredible. A textbook-level counterattack. The command team from Huaxia, especially that Su-Han, was simply a genius. The coalition's defeat was not unjust. Their command was completely led by the nose. The online live stream room was in a frenzy. We won. We really won. Defense against attack. We won despite being at a disadvantage in equipment. Although I can't understand what they are saying. It seems like the result is really a win for us. Su-Han is amazing. The Huaxia delegation is amazing. 7 against 5 coalition. A glorious comeback. Tears. This defense was fiercer than the attack. This level of command can crush military academy students from around the world. In the conference room of the National Defense Science and Technology University, Zhao Zhongwo suddenly stood up, slamming the table hard, causing the teacups to rattle. Good. Well done. Ha ha ha. I knew it. The old command expert was so excited that tears streamed down his face. The younger generation is formidable. The younger generation is formidable. Our Huaxia military has successes. Professor Chen let out a long sigh of relief, his face showing an incredibly comforting and proud smile. Chapter 371, Heart, Gunplay. It's our old trade. The Defenders West Point cadets were clearly well prepared. Bang! Bang! The crisp sound of laser simulation guns rang out from a second-floor window of a small 2-story building, attempting to suppress the advance of the Huaxia team. On the left side, second floor, window 2. Su-Han's voice came coolly through the headset. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Meng's machine gun roared to provide fire coverage, suppressing the enemy's ability to show their heads. Wang Jing suddenly exclaimed, detecting strong interference signals attempting to invade our communication frequency. Activate backup protocol, counteract. Li Mingho immediately ordered. Wang Jing's fingers flew over the equipment, quickly reporting, interference has been blocked, communication is smooth. The Huaxia team's advance seemed obstructed, but in reality, they were progressing steadily, step by step. Su-Han's infiltration played a crucial role. He always discovered the enemy's fire points first and even used precise shooting to take out 2 hidden sniper positions. The observers from various countries were watching with rapt attention. The Huaxia team's offensive rhythm was excellent, completely unaffected by interference. That Su-Han, his battlefield perception ability was terrifying. The Eagle's ambush was almost completely seen through by him. Chapter 372, Extreme Shooting, Astonishing. Su-Han calmly stepped forward, checking his weapon as he walked towards the starting point. His build was not as robust as Zhao Meng's, but his movements revealed a coordination and strength reminiscent of a cheetah. Su-Han was on the field. How was his physical ability? He hadn't showcased it much before. Shooting would definitely not be a problem, But could he still be so accurate after just finishing extreme cross-country? The onlookers whispered among themselves. The cadets from the coalition, especially Larson and others, were closely watching Suhan, hoping to see signs of his decline in performance. The starter pistol fired. Suhan moved. His start speed was astonishing, like an arrow released from a bow. His steps were steady and powerful during the weighted sprint. And when he cleared obstacles, his movements were smooth as if rehearsed 1,000 times, a wonderful combination of strength and beauty. His speed was noticeably faster than all previous competitors. So fast, someone in the observation area couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to Zhao Meng's powerful charge, Suhan's running was more like an art, full of fluid beauty and explosive power. When he cleared the high wall, he didn't need to slow down. With one hand supporting himself, his body glided over as if weightless. When crawling through the low-stakes net, his movements were close to the ground, like a swimming snake. Yet his speed was more than twice that of others. Chapter 373, First in the Gap. Again, first in the gap. Who else? The members of the Huaxia delegation wore proud smiles, and Zhao Meng even gave Suhan a punch on the shoulder. Incredible. No wonder he's a 9-time champion. Li Mingho adjusted his glasses and smiled. It seems that some people wanted to limit you through physical exhaustion, but their plan has completely failed. Suhan smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the disheartened opponents across from him, and he softly said, "In the face of absolute strength, any tricks outside the game are just jokes." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of many nearby, including those from the coalition countries. Upon hearing this, Larson and others trembled, their faces flushed, as if they had been slapped hard. The shockwave from the extreme shooting had yet to settle, but the atmosphere in the training ground had quietly changed. If the previous simulations and tactical assaults were a clash of iron and fire, testing destruction and conquest, then the upcoming group battlefield rescue and casualty transfer would be the light of humanity and responsibility forged in the smoke of war. This subject simulated a complex situation where a team provided emergency treatment to severely injured personnel under enemy fire threats and safely transported them. It required team members to possess skilled battlefield first aid abilities and maintain a calm mind, selfless cooperation, and efficient tactical maneuvering under high-pressure environments. Chapter 374, Obstacle Racing. A one-man park hour show. The aftershocks of extreme shooting had not yet faded, and it seemed that the air above the training ground still echoed with those 6 precisely timed gunshots and the perfect judgment of the target reporting device. Suhan's name had become synonymous with invincibility, deeply engraved in the hearts of every observer. The skills demonstration proceeded as planned, with the next item being the individual speed challenge in comprehensive tactical obstacles. Unlike the group project, this event purely tested individual ability. The rules were simple and direct. 3 cadets formed a group, starting simultaneously on 3 adjacent, identical obstacle courses, completing all obstacles independently, with the time taken to cross the finish line determining the winner. It was like a 100-meter sprint, except the course was filled with challenges. The draw results placed Suhan with a physical standout from a Nordic military academy and a self-defense force cadet from Japan known for agility in the same group. This grouping immediately sparked everyone's interest. Hansen from the Nordic countries is known for his incredible strength and endurance. Sato from Japan has agile movements and exceptional obstacle crossing skills. And what about Suhan? His physical fitness and coordination just now were simply monstrous. When these 3 come together, there will be a good show to watch. Chapter 375, Free Challenge. The truth revealed after the dust settled on the comprehensive tactical obstacle individual speed competition. Suhan's superhuman performance felt like an invisible mountain, suffocating all his opponents. In the following traditional events, such as light weapon precision shooting in various postures and group cooperation in obstacle crossing, the Chinese delegation maintained a very high standard, consistently ranking at the top. But everyone knew in their hearts that with Suhan's towering presence, other achievements seemed somewhat dim. The trainees from the coalition countries wore expressions of unwillingness and resentment that almost solidified into substance. They had faced a crushing defeat in simulations, their tactical assaults were overwhelmed. And their physical shooting was completely annihilated. Even their hopes for the obstacle speed competition turned into a solo performance by Su-han. The consecutive setbacks gradually twisted their mindset under repression. When all the scheduled events concluded, Major Johnson, the host instructor, announced the start of the free exchange segment according to the procedure, and the atmosphere on the training ground instantly became subtle and tense. The free exchange segment aimed to promote deeper, more personalized skill exchanges among trainees from different countries. Major Johnson's voice echoed through the speakers, allowing trainees from any country to informally challenge others, with no project restrictions, but requiring mutual consent and ensuring safety. This segment's results would not count towards the overall forum score, purely a friendly exchange. Chapter 376, Fist Dominates West Point, National Art of War, Part 1, U4. Come at me together. Su-han's shocking words fell like a thunderclap, plunging the entire training ground into dead silence. One person, challenging 4 fighters from different countries. And under unrestricted rules. Madness. Everyone thought Su-han must be crazy. He had just accepted a challenge from Buck alone, which was already shocking enough. And now he was actively asking to take on 4. This was no longer confidence. It was sheer madness. It was a complete disdain for the coalition countries' fighting systems. The named Buck, another fighting master from the U.S., codenamed Cheetah, a lieutenant from Korea, Taekwondo black belt, and Matsumoto from Japan, expert in judo and kendo, were momentarily stunned, then their faces swiftly filled with rage at the extreme humiliation. Arrogance. Too arrogant. The lieutenant from Korea trembled with anger, pointing at Su-han. Who do you think you are? How dare you underestimate us? Matsumoto's eyes were as cold as a snake's. He slowly removed his gloves and said coldly, Su-han, you will pay for your arrogance. Buck let out a deep growl like an enraged bear. You will regret this. I swear you will regret this. Chapter 377, Fist Dominates West Point, National Art of War, Part 2. Su-han stood alone, his tone calm yet carrying an invisible pressure. Like a cold wave sweeping over the remaining lieutenant from Korea and Matsumoto, making them feel as if they were in an ice cave. Watching Buck and Cheetah, who were down on the ground and unable to get up, the arrogance they had before was replaced by fear. The fighting skills they prided themselves on seemed like child's play in front of Su-han's unpredictable Chinese martial arts, easily crushed. The lieutenant from Korea turned pale, his lips trembling, instinctively taking a half step back. He had practiced Taekwondo for over a decade and considered his leg techniques sharp, but just now, Su-han's effortless maneuver had completely overturned his understanding. Matsumoto's eyes flickered violently. He had honed judo and kendo, focusing on using softness to overcome hardness and seizing opportunities. But what Su-han had just displayed was a skill far beyond mere softness, an absolute control that surpassed mere opportunity. He felt all his techniques and predictions had become a joke in front of Su-han. What's wrong? Not daring anymore. Su-han raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery reappearing. Weren't you just boasting loudly? Is this what you call top-tier fighting skills? Not even having the courage to strike. Chapter 378, The Fury of the Sniper, 1,000 meters away, Part 1, Su-han turned around, his steps steady, preparing to return to his team. His tall figure appeared to everyone like an insurmountable peak, filled with the composure and dignity of a victor. The trainees from the coalition countries looked at his back, their faces burning with humiliation, unwillingness, anger, and fear, all sorts of emotions intertwined, yet no one dared to make a sound. Su-han used his absolute strength to crush all their pride and prejudice into dust. However, just when everyone thought this storm would end with Su-han's absolute victory, a somewhat sharp voice, carrying the last bit of unwillingness and a hint of cunning, suddenly rang out from the coalition side, "Wait." Everyone turned to see a tall, slender trainee with a sharp gaze like a hawk step forward. He was from an old European military power, known for his superb sniping skills, named Eric. Eric fixed his gaze on Su-Han's back and shouted, "Su-Han, we have witnessed your fighting and command abilities. But modern warfare is also a contest of technology. A competition of equipment." He shifted his tone, clearly provoking, "Do you dare to compete with me in the purest form of sniping? Just use the standard sniper rifles of our respective countries." Chapter 379, The Fury of the Sniper. 1,000 meters away, Part 2, Su-Han's voice rang out like the clash of metal, resounding across the training ground. The sniper ignores distance. This domineering declaration shocked everyone and caused the smug expression on Eric's face to freeze, replaced by a hint of uncertainty. He couldn't understand why this Chinese soldier was so confident. Could he really hit a moving target 1,000 meters away with a gun that had an effective range of only 800 meters? HMPH, bluffing. Eric forced himself to stay calm and quickly retrieved his country's high-precision sniper rifle, which had an effective range far exceeding 1,000 meters, an excellent performance. Back home, billions of people were closely watching this competition through live broadcasts, their hearts tightening again. In the conference room of the National Defense University, Zhao Zhongwo suddenly stood up. Staring intently at the screen, "It's the 85 sniper. This kid wants to use the 85 sniper to hit a 1,000-meter moving target." A weapons expert beside him quickly added, "Old Chief, the 85 sniper is a copy of the SVD, originally designed as a designated marksman rifle, with an effective range indeed around 800 meters. Beyond this distance, the bullet speed drops significantly, and it is greatly affected by external factors, making accuracy very difficult to guarantee. 1,000 meters, especially a moving target, is too hard." Chapter 380, Returning Home. Su-Han successfully selected as one of the top 10 influential figures in China. 3 chapters combined, Su-Han's astonishing 1,000-meter rapid-fire full ring shattered the last shred of luck and psychological defenses of the coalition trainees. The training ground fell into dead silence for a long time, only to be broken by some unable to contain gasps of astonishment. No one questioned it anymore. Because facts speak louder than words. That 85 sniper rifle, which they considered to be underperforming, seemed to have been given a soul in Su-Han's hands. Breaking the shackles of physics. Eric stood there in a daze, his face pale, eyes hollow, repeatedly muttering impossible. His proud sniping skills appeared so pale and ridiculous in the face of Su-Han's miraculous performance. This was not just a gap in technique, but a chasm in realm. Larsen, Matsumoto, and the lieutenant from the pickled vegetable country had lost even the courage to meet Su-Han's gaze. The combat was crushed in a 1 versus 4 scenario. And the sniping was turned around under the advantage of equipment. All their pride and reliance were smashed by Su-Han in the most direct and domineering way. The camera of the central bank recorded this historic moment, capturing the completely dimmed eyes of the Allied students and the uncontrollable pride of the Chinese delegation. Chapter 381, Heading to the Capital for Honors, a nation's attention. Beijing, the heart of China, is welcoming heroes from all over the country with its unique solemnity and prosperity. Su-Han's flight is flying steadily at an altitude of 10,000 meters. He sits by the window, looking through the porthole, overlooking the gradually clearer city outline below. With crisscrossing streets and towering buildings, outlining the magnificent aura of this city where ancient and modern blend. Although he is traveling low-key in plain clothes, his upright posture and sharp gaze, honed through countless trials, still cannot completely hide his military essence. Soon, a fellow passenger recognized him. A middle-aged man sitting on the other side of the aisle looked at Su-Han for a moment, and then a look of surprise and disbelief appeared on his face. He tentatively asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, are you Comrade Su-Han? The soldier king who brought glory to the country at the Military Academy Exchange Conference?" Su-Han turned his head, saw the sincere respect in the other person's eyes, nodded slightly, and showed a gentle smile. "Hello, I am Su-Han." This brief confirmation was like throwing a stone into a calm water surface. The surrounding passengers turned their gazes, whispers arose, filled with curiosity, admiration, and excitement. Chapter 382, Hall of Glory, Gathering of Touching Figures in China. The leader wore a warm smile, shaking hands and chatting kindly with every touching figure present. When he reached Su Han, his gaze lingered for a moment on Su Han's young and resolute face and his straight military uniform, revealing undisguised appreciation and approval in his eyes. He shook Su Han's hand firmly, his voice loud and powerful. "Comrade Su Han, hello. Your performance at the International Military Academy Exchange Forum was outstanding. You showcased national prestige and elevated our military might. The headquarters leaders have seen the relevant reports and praised you. You flatter me, it's my duty as a Chinese soldier." Su Han straightened his chest and replied in a strong and resonant voice. The leader nodded in satisfaction, lightly patted Su Han's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Very good. Remain humble and maintain your essence. Not only are your military skills solid, but what's rare is your sincere patriotism. It's good that you declined the invitation from West Point. It reflects our Chinese soldiers' loyalty and integrity." He paused slightly. Lowering his voice with anticipation, "The organization has decided to send you to West Point for a short-term exchange, which is an important task. I hope you can seize this opportunity, study diligently, observe deeply, learn from others, and contribute even greater strength to our country's national defense and military modernization in the future." Chapter 383, Moment of Glory, A Nation on Screen. The ceremony begins. Beijing, Central Television's #1 studio. Tonight, the stars and tears intertwine, applause and heartfelt voices resonate. The annual awards ceremony for the top 10 touching figures in China is about to unfold, transmitting this heavy emotion to every corner of the land through live broadcast signals. In the backstage rest area, the atmosphere is solemn yet slightly tense. Su Han, dressed in military attire, appears impeccably neat, with no wrinkles. And the major's insignia on his shoulder reflects a steady light under the lights. He sits quietly in the designated area, his posture as upright as a pine tree, forming a stark contrast with several civilian heroes also waiting for awards, yet oddly harmonious. The firefighter hero gently touches an old medal on his chest. The elderly couple who planted trees hold hands tightly, their wrinkled faces radiating simple and happy smiles, silently encouraging each other. "Comrade Su Han, it's about to start. Please be ready." A staff member hurriedly approached, whispering a reminder, his eyes filled with sincere respect. Su Han nodded slightly, took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions surging within, leaving only the unique determination and calm of a soldier. Chapter 384, The ceremony begins. Guests start to enter. The first to enter the venue are representatives from various sectors, past touching figures in China, and invited guests. They wear formal attire or ethnic costumes, walking leisurely, their faces carrying solemnity and reverence. Each guest's entrance is met with a flurry of camera clicks and flashing lights from the media area. There are no raucous screams, only respectful gazes and low murmurs. The atmosphere feels like participating in a sacred ceremony. Look! It's the old expert who protected the cave relics for 50 years. That is the family of the fallen firefighter paying tribute. The live broadcast room's bullet comments began to roll. "The lineup is too strong, all are people we admire. Walking this red carpet carries more weight than any film festival." Suddenly feeling so excited, it feels like watching a feast of spirit. In the backstage rest area, the atmosphere is equally solemn yet slightly tense. Su Han, dressed in military attire, appears impeccably neat, with no wrinkles. And the major's insignia on his shoulder reflects a steady light under the lights. He sits quietly in the designated area, his posture as upright as a pine tree, forming a stark contrast with several civilian heroes also waiting for awards, yet oddly harmonious. Chapter 385, Su Han takes the stage. The third to come up is the doctor on horseback, Wu Dengyun, who has been working in the border Gobi Desert for 50 years. In the VCR, he rides his old horse, carrying a medical box, trudging through the vast Gobi Desert, his figure appearing small yet incredibly determined against the wind and sand. When the camera shows the joyful eyes of the herders in remote pastures seeing him. The kind of life watch that transcends geography and ethnicity moves the audience in front of the screen. National Defense Science and Technology University Study Room. Legion said emotionally, 50 years is almost a lifetime. He has written the heart of a healer in the harshest land. Wang Dao also subdued his excitement, murmuring, this must take tremendous perseverance and love. Online live broadcast room, the heart of a healer. He has practiced his oath throughout his life. Looking at the desolate Gobi, you can tell how great he is. Tribute to Dr. Wu. Wishing you health and longevity. Each person's appearance is accompanied by a deeply moving VCR, a heartfelt award speech, and spontaneous, warm applause from the audience. Their story, like a trickle of water, converges into a river of emotions, washing over everyone's soul. Chapter 386, Supreme Honor, Silent Military Salute. In front of the Su family village ancestral hall, a thunderous cheer, and the sound of gongs erupted. Elder Su Bowen abruptly stood up, his beard trembling, repeatedly saying, Good. Good? My Su family's Chilean child. Glorious for our ancestors. Su Wu, filled with excitement, swung his fist fiercely. Su Nguyen jumped up and tears welled up in her eyes. The little one was infected by the atmosphere, shouting loudly, her small hands clapping red. Club of the 7th Company, 356th Regiment, it was completely boiling. Han Ji. It's Han Ji. So handsome. Zhao Xiaohu jumped up from his seat, shouting hoarsely. Wang Hao and the other veterans of the 3rd class excitedly patted each other on the shoulders, as if it were they who took the stage. Zhu Haitao stared intently at the screen, his chest heaving, although he tried to maintain the authority of a company commander. The slightly reddened eye circles and tightly clenched fists betrayed the excitement and pride within him. Falcon Special Forces meeting room, there were strange cries and whistles. Old Su. Awesome. Voice breaking, the chief instructor is mighty. Jumo slammed his thigh hard. The monkey rubbed his hands with excitement. Big Bear grinned widely, clapping hard. Su Qingcheng from the Women's Special Operations team screamed even louder, while Li Zhu, Lin Yu, and others could hardly hide their excitement, clapping their hands vigorously. Chapter 387, the ceremony ends. Depart. Head to West Point Military Academy as an instructor. 3 chapters combined, Li Wen's eyes were slightly moist. She adjusted her breathing and continued to ask, we remember that at West Point Military Academy, you rejected their generous invitation. At that time, you said, my roots are in Huaxia. We also know that you are about to go to West Point in another identity. What are your expectations for the future? Su Han's gaze sharpened, like a sword drawn from its sheath. The challenges in the future will be more and more complex. As soldiers, we must constantly learn and surpass ourselves. Understanding the opponent is for better protection. We yearn for peace, but we are not afraid of any challenges. My comrades and I are always ready to give everything to defend national interests and national dignity. Giving everything, these 4 words weigh heavily. Thunderous applause erupted once again at the scene. This applause was understanding, support, and immense trust. Next, the most solemn award ceremony began. The music became incredibly grand and sacred. An energetic old general, dressed in military uniform and wearing a general's star, slowly walked onto the stage under the guidance of the ceremonial personnel. He was one of the important leaders of the Central Military Commission, having represented the military on numerous significant occasions, with great prestige. Chapter 388, First Time on Stage. Undercurrents flowing, 3 chapters combined, the topic of Su Han's first lecture was, on the application of asymmetric tactics and psychological games of light infantry squads in modern battlefield environments. This topic seems basic, but it directly addresses one of the core issues of modern warfare, when technological equipment is not advantageous. How to make up the gap through tactics and wisdom, even achieving victory from weakness. This is precisely the tricky problem that Eagle Source and its allies have encountered in conflicts in certain areas in recent years. And it is the tactic they are eager to crack and prevent. Once the topic was announced, it caused quite a stir among the tactical command students. Asymmetric tactics. Psychological games. Is he hinting at something? The topic of light infantry squads seems a bit outdated, right? Now everyone is talking about combined battalions and multi-domain warfare. Don't forget who he is. How did he use special operations teams and electronic warfare to turn us upside down in simulations and actual battles? This is definitely his area of expertise. It seems that Larson and the others are preparing to attend the lecture, which probably won't be too calm. Larson, Williams, and others sneered at the topic. Sure enough, it's still their guerrilla warfare thinking. Larson disdainfully said, "Perfect. Let's see what new tricks this guerrilla warfare master can come up with." Chapter 389, Contest. A crushing victory. 3 chapters combined, Chapter 389, Contest. A crushing victory. 3 chapters combined. In the early morning, thin mist enveloped the complex terrain of the West Point Tactical Training Base like a light veil. In the Red Army Command Center, Larson wore headphones, and in front of him was a huge electronic sand table, clearly marking the advancing routes of their troops and preset reconnaissance nodes. All units execute according to Plan A. The armored vanguard quickly advanced along valleys number 1 and number 3, occupying heights L1 and L3, and establishing observation posts. The drone squad took off for carpet reconnaissance of areas A and B. The infantry squad boarded infantry fighting vehicles, providing cover along the flanks, while staying alert for small enemy infiltrations. Orders were issued, and the steel torrent of the Red Army began to move. The roar of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles shattered the tranquility of the valley, kicking up clouds of dust. Drones soared into the sky like a swarm, transmitting real-time images back to the command center. Larson watched the blue arrows representing their side steadily advance on the sand table, a confident smile appearing on his lips. "Suhan, let us see where you can hide." However, as seconds ticked by, the anticipated resistance from the Blue Army did not appear. Chapter 390, The Little One is kidnapped to northern Myanmar. Big Brother Su Wu is severely injured. 3 chapters combined. His analysis was objective, calm, and logically tight, with each decision having its tactical consideration behind it. The West Point students in the audience were enthralled yet embarrassed. They realized the huge gap between their tactical literacy and thinking level compared to this young Huaxia instructor. Thus, in modern warfare, while equipment and technology are indeed important, what ultimately decides victory or defeat is always the person using them and the brains commanding them. Suhan concluded the review with a summary, nodding slightly to the audience. "My sharing is complete, thank you all." After a brief silence, the classroom erupted into thunderous applause. This applause transcended nationality and stance, representing the purest respect for exceptional military talent and profound theoretical foundation. Major Johnson stepped forward, looking at Suhan with a complex expression. Ultimately solemnly extending his hand, "Major Suhan, I must admit, this was an extremely impressive tactical teaching. You have shown us another possibility and height of tactical thinking. West Point has greatly benefited." Mutual learning. In the days that followed, Suhan's lectures or case analyses twice a week were well prepared and concise, always combining the latest international battle cases and Eastern and Western military theories, offering unique and profound insights. Chapter 391, Suhan sets off to northern Myanmar to rescue the little one. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Zhongwo indeed did not raise any suspicions, but instead laughed heartily. "Good boy. I knew you weren't idle. All right, it's good to have this kind of determination. Those old guys at West Point do have some tricks up their sleeves. If you can get more out of them, then do it. No rush to come back. Make sure to get things done solidly. Thank you for your understanding and support, Chief." Suhan replied in a deep voice, but his heart was filled with icy determination. He knew he was stepping onto a path that violated military discipline, and once the incident occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. But for the little one, for his older brother, he had no choice. All right, let us do it this way. Be careful outside, even though you're at school, don't be careless. Zhao Jianwo reminded him a few more times before hanging up the phone. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Suhan slowly put down the satellite phone. And his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide, with no hesitation or wavering left, only a determination as cold as ancient ice. He spoke again to the administrative officer responsible for seeing him off in the front row. Please confirm again. I need the fastest flight to Southeast Asia that does not require a visa, any country, any transfer is fine. The destination is the Golden Triangle area. Chapter 392, Buying Equipment. Entering northern Myanmar. The plane landed at the international airport of a bordering city in a neighboring country, where the air was humid and sticky, mixed with the distinct smell of decaying tropical plants and car exhaust. Suhan followed the crowd down the gangway, his sharp eyes quickly scanning the arrival hall through the lenses of his sunglasses. The positions of the cameras, the distribution of security personnel, possible surveillance blind spots. All details formed instantly in his mind. He didn't check in any luggage, only carrying a black travel bag with him. Avoiding the main passage, he headed straight for the airport's chain convenience store and digital shop. First, he bought a dark grey baseball cap with the brim pulled low. Then he picked out several ordinary coloured t-shirts and jackets for frequent changes. A pair of black-framed reading glasses to slightly alter his facial contours. A prepaid disposable mobile phone and several anonymous SIM cards from different carriers. Finally, in an electronics store, he purchased a second-hand laptop with mid-range specifications that couldn't be traced back and a large-capacity external hard drive. Carrying simple shopping bags, he exited the airport, avoiding any recorded taxis or ride-hailing services. Instead, he walked for about 10 minutes, turned into a relatively secluded street, and flagged down an old, slightly worn-out taxi. Chapter 393, Rescue Older Brother Suwu. 3 chapters combined. In the shadows at the warehouse door stood a thin, vigilant local man. Suhan quietly spoke the first half of the code phrase, and the other party silently replied with the second half. After confirming identities, the man handed over a heavy military canvas bag that smelled of machine oil, then quickly disappeared into the darkness, the entire process taking no more than 10 seconds. Suhan took the canvas bag back to the car, but didn't open it to check immediately. He started the car and drove away from the factory area, stopping at an uninhabited riverside clearing. Using the faint light from the car's reading lamp, he quickly and professionally inspected the gear inside the bag. The handgun was well maintained. The ammunition was complete, the dagger was sharp, and the other equipment was as described. He tucked the handgun into his lower back, covering it with the hem of his jacket, strapped the tactical dagger to the inside of his calf, and placed the medical kit and tools into his backpack, while the other equipment was properly hidden in the concealed compartments and toolbox under the pickup seat. Now, it was time to enter northern Myanmar. There was absolutely no possibility of using the official port. He was using a false identity, and once an entry record was left, he would be extremely passive in the future. He needed to take the small paths controlled by snakeheads, smugglers, and local armed groups, through the secret passages in the dense border forests. Chapter 394, Find Older Brother Suwu. Killing rampantly. 3 chapters combined. The back door of the casino connected to a dimly lit alley piled high with garbage, the air thick with the smell of urine and decay. This was in stark contrast to the glamour of the front. Sang Kun, embracing a woman, was arrogantly counting the cash in his hands, with 2 henchmen clearing the way ahead. Just as they reached the darkest part of the alley, an unexpected change occurred. The henchman at the front suddenly felt a tightness around his neck, an irresistible force pulling him violently into the shadows beside him. And before he could even make a sound, he lost consciousness. The other henchman sensed something was wrong and was about to turn back when a cold hand covered his mouth and nose. Simultaneously a sharp pain pierced his side. And he too collapsed weakly. All this happened in the blink of an eye, with almost no noise. Sang-kun was still immersed in the joy of winning until he noticed the absence of the henchman ahead, and only then did he alertly stop. Long. Thin monkey. He called out nervously, releasing the woman he was holding. The woman also sensed danger, screamed in fright, and tried to run. However, a shadow like a ghost blocked her path, and all she saw were cold eyes like chilling stars, causing her legs to weaken, collapsing to the ground, trembling in fear. Too scared to make another sound. Chapter 395. He is not human at all. He is a devil. Enemy attack. An armed man barely managed to let out half a cry of alarm before Suhan's tactical dagger sliced through his throat like a venomous snake. Land. Roll, rise. The movements were seamless. Before the others could react, Suhan had already swept through like a whirlwind. Crack! A knife hand struck one person's neck, shattering the cervical vertebrae. Thud! The dagger accurately pierced another's heart. Bang! A powerful side kick sent the third person flying against a tree. The sound of bones cracking clearly audible. Fast. Ruthless. Accurate. Each of Suhan's strikes targeted vital points, with not a single unnecessary movement. He was like an efficient killing machine, bringing a storm of bloodshed among the crowd. The remaining few finally reacted, terrified, raising their guns. But Suhan's figure moved like a ghost, always changing positions before they could aim. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, fired by Suhan. The last 2 armed men trying to create distance to shoot fell backward with bullets in their foreheads. The entire process took no more than 15 seconds. 7 or 8 well-equipped blood python elites couldn't even organize effective resistance before turning into a field of gradually cooling corpses. Chapter 396. This is not an ordinary kidnapping. Poison Tooth had his back turned to the kneeling viper, his chest slightly heaving with anger. The morning light streaming in from the window elongated his slender figure, casting it on the cold floor like a venomous snake waiting to strike. Losing 15 brothers, having the fat meat snatched away, and allowing the enemy to kill freely on their turf before leaving, Poison Tooth's voice was low and slow, each word piercing Viper's heart like ice picks. Viper, you've followed me for so many years, you should know that failure must be washed away with blood. Viper lowered his head even further, cold sweat dripping from his brow, trembling voice saying, "Boss, I accept the punishment. But that person is really too terrifying. His skills are not like those of ordinary soldiers or bodyguards, but more like a devil crawling out of hell." Devil? Poison Tooth slowly turned around, his sinister gaze landing on Viper with a hint of sarcasm. Even if he is a devil, once in northern Myanmar, he must coil like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. Have you found out about that person's background? And what about the rescued Suwu? What exactly is his background? An informant in charge of intelligence quickly stepped forward and respectfully reported, Chapter 397, the little one's heart is being targeted. Third uncle. What's wrong? Is there a problem with that clinic? Su Ling Shue asked worriedly on the other end of the phone. Suhan took a deep breath. Suppressing the surging killing intent in his heart, Ling Shue, you must not mention this to anyone else, including family. Take care of yourself. And leave the matter of the little one to me. After hanging up the phone, Suhan looked at Suwu, who had a confused and anxious expression, and briefly explained his speculation. After listening, Suwu's eyes were bloodshot, and he slammed his fist down on the bed, causing pain in his injury without realizing it. These beasts. They are actually after the little one's organs. After the extreme anger came a bone-chilling coldness, and an unprecedented sense of urgency. If the other party's goal was organ transplantation, then every second the little one was imprisoned increased her life-threatening danger. Big brother, you stay here and recuperate. Suhan stood up, his gaze sharp like a drawn sword. Revealing an overwhelming killing intent, I already know their purpose. Next, I will quickly find their clues. In the West Point Military Academy Tactical Department office. Major Johnson hung up the phone, frowning slightly. Chapter 398. Confirming the location where the little one is being held. Big brother, wait for me to return. Suhan glanced at the still sleeping Suwoo and whispered, then like a ghost, he dashed out of the wooden house, disappearing into the hazy morning mist and the mountains. He did not take the main road, but quickly traversed through the forest and abandoned fields, heading straight for the Blood Python Manor. In his mind, he recalled the latest intelligence sent by the SWORD team before his departure. The manor's security had increased, especially near the main building, with at least 4 fixed fire points and continuous patrols. The structural diagram of the main building indicated a possible ventilation opening that led to an underground passage, located near a pile of debris at the back of the main building against the mountain wall. This was his best, and possibly only, opportunity to infiltrate. Meanwhile, inside the main building of Blood Python Manor, Poison Tooth sat in the main seat of the hall with a sullen expression, his fingers impatiently tapping on the armrest. The medical team on the general's side had urged him twice, and he said to the Viper and Vulture below, the longer we wait, the more dreams we have. We must deliver the goods immediately. Viper, is the escort arranged? Viper quickly stepped forward. Boss, everything is arranged. 2 modified armed pickup trucks, 8 of the most elite brothers, led by Vulture himself. The route is also planned. We will take the concealed mountain road to the west. Chapter 399, Great-Grandfather. Where are you? Come save the little one. Poison Tooth's face changed between green and white. As a local tyrant, he had never suffered such humiliation. But looking into Suhan's emotionless eyes, and at the 4 bodies on the ground that were still twitching slightly, the desire to survive ultimately overwhelmed everything. He knelt down with a thud. Where has the little one been taken? The specific location? Suhan asked straightforwardly, his tone devoid of any waves, as if asking about an inconsequential matter. Poison Tooth's eyes flickered. He still wanted to play tricks. I don't know what you're talking about, little one. Crack! Before he finished speaking, Suhan's right foot kicked out like lightning, accurately striking the side of his left knee. The sound of bone cracking was clear. Ah! Poison Tooth let out a pig-like scream, clutching his instantly twisted and deformed left leg, rolling on the ground in agony. The pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Suhan looked at him expressionlessly, as if watching a struggling ant. My patience is limited. The address? In a secret medical station of the general in the Kashin state, near the Sanggu River. Chapter 400, Kill. Rescue the little one. At the cliff edge above the mine entrance, Suhan blended into the shadows of the rocks, motionless. The conversations of patrolling soldiers, the hum of searchlight engines, and even the sounds of insects in the jungle across the river clearly reached his ears. His brain operated like a high-speed computer, processing this information and constructing a dynamic model of the guards below. Time slowly passed, and the night grew deeper. The soldier at the post who had been taken out was temporarily undiscovered, buying him precious time. Based on observations, the guards at the mine entrance conducted informal cross patrols approximately every half hour, and he had also grasped the scanning patterns of the searchlights. Now's the time. Just as the beam of the searchlight swept across the edge of the cliff, about to move towards the other side of the river valley, Suhan moved. He slipped down the cliff edge like a leaf blown by the wind, quietly landing behind a protruding rock above the mine entrance, making no sound during the entire process. He pressed against the cold rock wall, less than 20 meters away from the 2 heavy machine guns and the sentries at the entrance. He could even smell the smoke and sweat coming from the sentries. The first target was the sentry behind the left side heavy machine gun position. Chapter 401, The God of Death Descends. Find the little one. Inside the main shaft, the air seemed to solidify. The smell of disinfectant mixed with a faint scent of blood wafting from behind created a nauseating omen. Suhan leaned against the cold, damp rock wall, breathing slightly heavily. The wound on his shoulder burned painfully, and the sustained high-intensity combat had drained a lot of his strength, but his gaze remained sharp as an eagle. Perceiving the deliberately suppressed breathing sounds coming from the 2 side passages ahead. 4. No, at least 6. The breaths were steady, carrying a taste of iron and blood. Not comparable to the miscellaneous fish outside. These were Wusuwan's true personal guards, the last line of defense. He gently lowered his empty M16 rifle. It would be cumbersome in the upcoming close-quarters combat. His hands reached to his sides, his right hand firmly grasping the cold tactical dagger, while his left hand held the combat knife. With both knives in hand, a familiar, chilling sensation spread along his arms, slightly dispelling the fatigue in his body. Without hesitation, without probing, Suhan moved. He did not retreat to find cover, but charged toward the left side passage like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. His speed exploded to the extreme in an instant, almost leaving an afterimage in the dim light. Chapter 402, successfully rescued the little one. Surrounded by a frenzied attack. The bright, blinding shadowless lamp focused on the stainless steel operating table in the center. On the table was the small, frail figure he had been worried about day and night, her limbs bound by straps, a small anesthesia mask covering her mouth and nose. She seemed to have lost consciousness. Lying still. A masked doctor holding a scalpel stood at the front of the table, the blade already aimed at her small chest. Beside him, an assistant and an armed soldier were frozen in place, shocked by the sudden explosion and the breaking door. Were they just a step too late? The knife was already raised. Stop! A roar that seemed to come from the depths of the soul, heart-wrenching and desperate, erupted from Suhan's throat. The despair, anger, and overwhelming killing intent contained in that voice instantly froze the air in the entire operating room. The lead surgeon, Dr. A, was so frightened by this roar, akin to that of an ancient ferocious beast, that he dropped the scalpel in his hand with a clatter onto the metal tray. He turned around in terror, only to see a pair of bloodshot, crimson eyes, like those of a hellish demon. Suhan did not pause for a moment. As he roared, the AK-74U in his hand had already unleashed the flames of vengeance. Chapter 403, Dancing with the Tiger. This tiger has become a spirit. 3 chapters combined. He struggled to stand up, picked up the iron pickaxe again, and walked toward the end of the tunnel. This time, his digging target was the crevice through which faint air flow and light seeped. Perhaps behind it was another abandoned mine tunnel, or maybe a gap leading to the surface. This was their only hope. Little one, you stay put. Great-grandpa will see if he can dig a way out. Suhan's voice was hoarse from weakness. The little one nodded obediently, hugging her knees in the corner. Her big eyes fixed on Suhan's back as he swung the pickaxe. In her young heart, Great-grandpa's figure seemed so tall, as if he could hold up the entire sky. No matter how desperate the situation, as long as Great-grandpa was there, there would always be hope. Clang! The sound of the pickaxe striking the rock echoed in the silent tunnel, heavy and clear. Each strike drained the last bit of Suhan's strength, sending tingles through his hands, and the wound on his arm burst open, blood soaking his tattered sleeves and flowing down the pickaxe handle. But he seemed to feel no pain, mechanically and persistently swinging the tool, aiming straight for the crack above that let in faint light. The little one curled up in the corner, watching Great-grandpa fight desperately against the backdrop of the tangible dust beams coming from the crevice. Chapter 404, A Life-and-Death Struggle. Suhan's counterattack. 3 chapters combined, the cold river water soaked through his clothes. The biting chill invigorating Suhan's spirit, but also taking away the little warmth he had left. He held the little one tightly, drifting downstream for nearly 100 meters under the cover of the rushing water, before quietly coming ashore, at a river bend, where the bushes were dense and the water flow was relatively calm. His wet clothes clung tightly to his body, heavy and cold. The little one shivered in his arms, her lips turning purple, her little face pale without a trace of color. "Cold, great-grandpa, so cold," she stammered, her voice weak. Suhan's heart ached as he tightened his embrace around her, quickly scanning the surroundings. Here, the vegetation was relatively dense, temporarily avoiding direct sight from the helicopter. But the suffocating roar of the helicopter's propellers still hovered above the river valley like a persistent pest. "Hold on, little one. Great-grandpa will start a fire soon." Suhan placed her behind a rock sheltered from the wind and quickly gathered some dry twigs and fallen leaves. He took out the lighter he had scavenged from the doctor, flicked it a few times, and a weak flame sprang to life, quickly igniting the dry leaves, creating a small bonfire that flickered in the darkness before dawn. Chapter 405. One man takes down 3 armed helicopters. 3 chapters combined, bastard. The mountain monkey gritted his teeth, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. "You think you can use me as a target? Not so easy." He suddenly pushed the joystick, and the helicopter let out a massive roar, no longer attempting low-altitude searches, but quickly climbing in altitude. While the 23mm Gatling gun at the front began to spin wildly in preparation. "Taste this," the mountain monkey roared as he aimed the cannon at the approximate area where Suhan was below and pressed the fire button. Boom, 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 boom. Like the dull beating of war drums, the 23mm cannon unleashed a terrifying stream of fire, spewing thousands of rounds per minute over a range of several meters. The powerful explosive rounds fell like a torrential rain, covering hundreds of square meters around Suhan. The ground was torn apart, rocks shattered, and vegetation turned to powder in an instant. Any living being directly hit would be torn to shreds in an instant. This was a true metal storm, a devastating firepower coverage. Suhan had already deduced the enemy's intent the moment the opponent began to climb and the cannon was warming up. Without any hesitation, he pushed his speed to the limit, darting like a lightning bolt across the riverbank, weaving erratically between rocks and fallen trees. Chapter 406. Suhan surrounded. Life and death in an instant. 3 chapters combined, Wildman Gorge. This was a section of river where the water suddenly narrowed, flowing rapidly, with sheer cliffs on both sides. The river crashed against the rocks here, creating a thunderous roar and splashing water mist everywhere. Abao led 11 elite team members, all clad in jungle camouflage and smeared with face paint, lurking like ghosts in a dense bamboo forest above the gorge. They were equipped with suppressed assault rifles, sniper rifles, and ample ammunition and medical supplies, their eyes sharp and movements professional, clearly well-trained experts. Abao was a sturdy, dark-skinned young man with eyes as sharp as a hawk. He was anxiously observing movements upstream through binoculars. The dying words of Wu Ji Su Wu about his concerns, and the uncertain fate of third grandpa, Suhan, and the little miss, filled him with urgency. "Brother Leopard, there's movement," a team member responsible for flank watch whispered, pointing toward the outer edge of the bamboo forest. Abao immediately adjusted the binoculars and saw several makeshift motorized wooden boats pulling to shore at the edge of the jungle downstream, with dozens of fully armed soldiers quickly disembarking and beginning to search upstream. Chapter 407. No matter who you are, you must die. 3 chapters combined, the remaining dozen or so enemies, holding their guns, approached like hyenas closing in on a wounded beast, gradually tightening their encirclement. Their eyes were mixed with fear, greed, and a hint of unbelievable madness. The warm bodies of their fallen comrades and the blood-red river constantly reminded them of the terror of the man before them. But the general's high bounty and ruthless orders drove them forward like a whip. Suhan lay in a shallow pit, the cold river water soaking his burning body, bringing waves of piercing chill. He could clearly hear his heavy, labored breathing, each breath pulling at his lungs and ribs with excruciating pain. His left arm was completely numb, and the impact injury on his back made him feel as if his spine was about to shatter. His vision began to blur, and besides the roaring river, He could hear the heavy, slow beating of his own heart. He tilted his head slightly, trying to use his still-focused right eye to scan the approaching enemies. The closest one was less than 10 meters away, the dark barrel and grim face gradually coming into focus in his wavering vision. Is it over? No. Just as the first enemy was about to step on the edge of the shallow pit, a look of ecstasy on his face. Suhan's seemingly limp right hand shot out like a venomous snake that had been lying in wait. Chapter 408. Suhan heavily injured and unconscious. 3 chapters combined. The progress through the jungle was exceptionally difficult, with dense vegetation, twisted tree roots, slippery moss, and elusive poisonous insects and snakes all presenting obstacles they needed to overcome. Sweat soaked their camouflage uniforms, and the bites of mosquitoes were irritating, but no one complained. Everyone remained tense and moved forward silently. In his unconscious state, Suhan seemed to be enveloped in an endless darkness and chaos. Fragments of various images flashed through his mind, from the gunfire of his past life to the warmth of family in this life, the dependent gaze of the little one, and the fierce faces of enemies, all intertwining. Intense pain surged like a tide against the barriers of his consciousness, but an indomitable will, like a lighthouse in the dark, continually guided him, preventing him from sinking completely. He could feel his body moving, vaguely hear a bow and the team members speaking in hushed tones, and sense their careful protection. This gave him a glimmer of reassurance and warmth even amidst endless pain and darkness. By evening, the team found a relatively safe clearing in the forest and decided to spend the night there. They did not dare to light a fire, and could only rely on individual rations and a small amount of edible wild fruits they had gathered to replenish their strength. Chapter 409. The little one safely returns home. 3 chapters combined. The interior of the town was even more chaotic than it appeared from the outside. The dirty streets were permeated with the smell of cheap alcohol and marijuana, and the occasional sounds of drunken men and women's laughter could be heard. People of various skin colors and different attire moved through the area, their eyes filled with vigilance and a hint of barely perceptible greed. Mountain eagle and poison snake avoided crowded places, using their superb stealth skills to quickly locate the clinic described by Old Cat. The clinic was small and looked quite run down. But the door was tightly shut, and there were no lights inside. The two did not approach recklessly, but instead observed their surroundings carefully. Soon, they noticed something unusual. In a small tavern diagonally opposite the clinic, 2 men dressed in local, armed attire appeared to be drinking, but their eyes occasionally darted toward the direction of the clinic. They have been spotted. Mountain Eagle whispered. It seems that after Old Cat and the others evacuated, this place has been under surveillance. Poison Snake's expression turned cold. We can't enter through the front door. The 2 circled to the back of the clinic and discovered a narrow alley piled with debris. Poison Snake, agile as a gecko, climbed up the wall and confirmed that the backyard was unoccupied before signaling to Mountain Eagle. Mountain Eagle understood, took out tools from his small bag, and silently pried open the latch of the back window. Chapter 410. Suhan's revenge begins. 3 chapters combined. Suhan had a blank expression, only carefully feeling the slight itch from the healing wound on his left arm. Afraid? Not nearly enough. What he wanted was Wushuan's life and the complete destruction of his entire evil empire. Dr. Li, can you get more detailed intelligence? For example, Wushuan's main strongholds in the town or nearby, troop deployments, and the places he frequently visits. Also, when is that shadow mercenary expected to arrive? How many people are there? Dr. Li hesitated for a moment, looking into Suhan's unfathomable eyes, and finally nodded. I'll do my best. The owner of the Black Scorpion Bar in town, BACHA, has his ear to the ground, but he only recognizes money and fists. Perhaps we can open a breach through him. As for the Shadow's movements, they are very mysterious, and I will keep an eye out. Money is not a problem. Suhan took out a few small gold bars from the equipment bag left by Mountain Eagle, and the others and pushed them in front of Dr. Li, safety first. Dr. Li took the gold bars, nodded, said no more, packed up his medical kit, and hurriedly left. Suhan leaned against the bedboard, closed his eyes. And his brain began to race. He could not passively wait, he had to take the initiative. BACHA from the Black Scorpion bar might be a point of entry. Chapter 4:11, Is that man human or a ghost? 3 chapters combined, Suhan held his breath, amplifying his hearing to the maximum. The wind carried the distant town's sporadic noise, the near sound of insects chirping, but inside the rubber factory, there was no sound at all. Either the Shadows people hadn't arrived yet, or they were already here and had concealed themselves extremely professionally. Suhan leaned toward the latter. BACHA's intel indicated they would arrive tomorrow afternoon, but this could be a smokescreen, or they might have arrived early. He patiently waited, like the most patient hunter. Time passed second by second, and the moonlight slowly moved. Suddenly, near a collapsed wall gap on the right side of the factory, Suhan's peripheral vision caught a glimmer of weak reflection. It was the faint refraction of optical equipment treated with a matte finish, which still couldn't completely avoid weak refraction at a specific angle. There's a sentry. And he is an experienced expert, who knows how to use shadows and camouflage. Suhan's heart sank, and he immediately lowered his body, concealing his presence to the lowest. The enemy's position was tricky, with a wide field of view, allowing them to monitor the wall gap, while also covering the factory's flank. He slowly shifted his gaze, starting to reverse engineer other possible lurking sentry positions based on this dark lookout. Chapter 4:12, Beasts. They all deserve to die. 3 chapters combined, the hidden door closed behind him, cutting off the noise from the car explosion outside, but it presented Suhan with an even more brutal and suffocating scene without reservation. Below the staircase was an underground space of about 50 to 60 square meters, dimly lit, with unstable electricity flickering, casting distorted and swaying shadows. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant, blood, excrement, and a mixture of despair and fear, enough to make any newcomer feel nauseous. The most shocking sight was several cages in the center of the space, separated by thick iron bars. This was not a prison. It was a microcosm of hell on earth. In the first cage, 7 or 8 children were curled up, the oldest barely 10 years old, and the youngest looking only 5 or 6. They were all in tattered clothes, emaciated, with dirt and scars covering their exposed skin. One boy had his left arm missing below the elbow, with a dirty cloth bandage soaked in pus and blood covering the stump. He gazed vacantly at the iron bars, as if his soul had long been drawn away. Another little girl had a hideous scar on her face, running from her forehead through her eye and extending to the corner of her mouth, marring what could have been a delicate appearance. Chapter 4:13, Useless. All useless. 3 chapters combined, he did not retreat, instead, he lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, crashing into the nearby mercenary on the right. This sudden move was completely beyond reason. The mercenary instinctively turned his gun, but it was too late. Suhan's speed left only an afterimage. As he collided with the enemy, his right hand struck like a snake, precisely gripping the opponent's wrist holding the gun and twisting it hard. Crack! The crisp sound of a broken wrist bone echoed. Ah! The mercenary let out a piercing scream, as his rifle slipped from his grasp. Suhan's left elbow struck his temple like a heavy hammer, causing the man's eyes to bulge, as he instantly lost consciousness. At that moment, the camel's gun was already aimed at Suhan's back. At such a close distance, it was impossible to miss. Die! A cruel smile appeared on the camel's face as he pulled the trigger. In a split second, Suhan seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He grabbed the body of the unconscious mercenary in his arms and violently tossed it backward, using it as a meat shield to protect himself. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Most of the bullets fired by the camel struck his own comrade. Chapter 4:14, Killing the Enemy's Lair. 3 chapters combined. Will Big Brother and Sister die? Yaya lifted her tear-filled little face, looking through the small window between the driver's cabin and the rear compartment at Suhan's blood-stained back, her voice trembling as she asked. Suhan glanced at Yaya in the rearview mirror, his voice hoarse yet comforting. No. Big brother won't let her die. Nor will he let any of you get into trouble again. His words seemed to carry a kind of magic, momentarily calming the unrest and crying in the rear compartment. This blood-soaked man, like a god of war, had become their only spiritual support at that moment. Suhan's brain raced as he recalled the map of northern Myanmar and the information provided by Dr. Lee. He could not return to Grey Rat Town. It had become a den of danger. He had to find a sufficiently hidden place that would not attract the attention of Wusuwan's forces in the short term. His gaze fell on a distant area of rolling hills, densely covered with vegetation. That area was known as the extension of Wild Man Mountain, with complex terrain and miasma. Apart from a few indigenous people and fugitives who lived by hunting and gathering, it was almost deserted. More importantly, Dr. Lee had mentioned that he had once entered the edge of that area with a herbal medicine team, when he was young and knew of a few abandoned temporary shelters built by early hunters. Chapter 4:15, Decapitation. 3 chapters combined. Time passed slowly and dangerously as he stealthily moved. During the day, he used the shadows of trees and the dense canopy to avoid potential aerial reconnaissance. At night, he relied on the faint moonlight and his extraordinary night vision to move swiftly like a ghost. Based on the fragments of information he had received from Dr. Lee and Su Wu, as well as his judgment of Wusuwan's sphere of influence, Wusuwan's lair was likely near a small town called Mingla. It was not only the location of his command center, but also had a secret small airport, an arsenal, and the base of his most core guards. One could say that Mingla was the heart of Wusuwan. As he moved closer to the core area, the density and frequency of patrols increased significantly. Suhan had to be more cautious, sometimes, to avoid a patrol or a lookout. He had to lie in ambush for several hours, waiting for the best moment. During one such ambush, he saw a patrol of about 10 soldiers walking by, cursing. They were dressed in uniform jungle camouflage, equipped far better than the ragtag army in Grey Rat Town. They were clearly Wusuwan's elite. Damn it! Wandering in this ghostly forest every day, not even a ghost in sight. Chapter 4:16, Kill the whole family. Not a single one left. This sentence seemed to inject a sense of relief into Wusuwan. He closed his eyes, as if resigning himself, and murmured, "All right." However, the moment he finished speaking, Suhan moved. He did not pull the trigger but instead, like a ghost, swiftly closed the distance, his left hand darting out like lightning. Fingers hooked precisely around Wusuwan's neck. Crack! The sound of his neck bone breaking was exceptionally clear and jarring amidst the chaotic background noise. Wusuwan's eyes widened in shock, his last gaze filled with disbelief, seemingly not expecting that Suhan would end his life in this manner. Then, his head tilted, and all vitality was instantly extinguished. His fat body slumped in the chair, completely silent. The notorious warlord Wusuwan, who had dominated northern Myanmar for many years, was thus killed. Almost simultaneously, a loud crash resounded as the solid wooden door of the office was finally burst open by the guards. 8 fully armed, murderous elite guards rushed in. General, when they saw Wusuwan slumped in the chair, evidently dead, and Suhan standing beside the corpse with a cold gaze sweeping over them, everyone froze on the spot as if paralyzed, their faces filled with extreme shock and fear. Chapter 4:17, Returning to the Country. 3 chapters combined. The morning mist was like icy gauze, wrapping around every corner of the border valley, the biting cold penetrating to the bone. 3 dugout canoes struggled to move forward like exhausted fallen leaves in the rushing river. Suhan stood at the bow of the first boat, drenched, the wound stinging painfully from the cold water, but he stood tall, his sharp gaze piercing through the mist, searching for any signs of danger. He could clearly feel Yaya's small body trembling against his back. Her cold little hand seemed to dig into his flesh at his waist. "Big brother is cold." Yaya's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, filled with uncontrollable fear. "Just hold on a little longer, Yaya, we are almost home. When we get home, there will be warm blankets and hot food." Suhan did not turn around. He freed one hand holding the gun to cover Yaya's icy little hand. We are close to our border checkpoint. After half an hour, Suhan said. This sentence acted like a stimulant, causing all the huddled survivors on the boat to lift their heads, a flicker of light reigniting in their numb eyes. Home. That word, which had haunted them through countless dark nights, now felt within reach. Chapter 4:18, The Little One has arrived. Suhan returns to the military district to face punishment. 3 chapters combined, the immense psychological pressure and substantial killing intent completely drowned Lin Qiong. His face turned as pale as paper, a foul odor emanating from his pants. And he collapsed on the ground, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word, only left with boundless fear. He had no doubt that the man before him would definitely follow through on his words. The police had also investigated Lin Qiong thoroughly. He was hot-tempered and extremely biased towards sons over daughters. After Yaya's mother gave birth to her, she was continuously despised for being a girl, and after the divorce, Yaya lived with her mother. Lin Qiong had hardly visited Yaya again after that. Suhan no longer cast a glance at him, as if he were nothing but a pile of repugnant garbage. He turned around and took Yaya, who was scared but was now tightly gripping his clothes, from the terrified nurse, gently patting her back. Yaya, don't be afraid, Big Brother is here. From today on, Big Brother's home is your home. No one will bully you again, and no one will sell you off. Yaya buried her tear-streaked little face in Suhan's solid chest, vigorously nodding, as if trying to bury all her fear and grievances in this safest harbor. Chapter 4:19, Suhan is stripped of his military rank and sent back to his original unit. 3 chapters combined, in the Guangdong Military District, Command Headquarters building. The atmosphere in the corridor was so oppressive it felt like it could squeeze out water. The passing staff officers and clerks hurried their steps, instinctively lightening their footsteps and holding their breath, as they passed the deputy commander's office, fearing to disturb the raging Tyrannosaurus inside. The office door was tightly shut. But even through the thick wooden door, the thunderous roar from within was still clearly audible, shaking the door frame slightly. You still have the face to come back. Huh? Why didn't you die out there? Why didn't you just become a warlord in northern Myanmar? Inside the office, Major General Zhao Jiongwo's face was flushed, his chest heaving violently as he pointed at Suhan, who stood upright in front of the desk, wrapped in bandages, his fingers trembling. On the ground lay a shattered enamel tea mug, tea and leaves splattered everywhere, even hitting Suhan's dusty combat boots. Suhan stood at attention, his gaze fixed forward, his face devoid of expression, but his originally sharp eyes were slightly lowered, revealing a hint of guilt. Speak. Are you mute? Zhao Jiongwo slammed the table suddenly, producing a loud bang, as if he wanted to smash the sturdy desk. Weren't you quite capable in northern Myanmar? Single-handedly took down 3 armed helicopters, raided their stronghold, and killed Wusuowan. Where did your bravado go then? Why have you turned into a mute now? Chapter 4:20, Suhan is renamed Sutaidan. Teased by a group of old friends. 3 chapters combined, Wang Taijun thought for a moment and said, however, the name Suhan is too eye-catching, let's change it. Otherwise, the other new recruits won't be able to train. Long Zhan nodded slightly, that makes sense. What should we change it to? Wang Taijun stroked his chin, and suddenly his eyes lit up. How about Sutaidan? Long Zhan clapped his hands and laughed, good name. Ju Haitao returned to the squad and saw Lin Hu. Team leader Lin. Ju Haitao saluted. Lin Hu was now a lieutenant colonel, the deputy commander of the Amphibious Reconnaissance Battalion, having been promoted a rank. Lin Hu excitedly approached, is it confirmed? That old kid is really coming to our amphibious battalion for retraining. Ju Haitao rolled his eyes, deputy team leader Lin, can you not gloat so much? My great-grandfather was on brotherly terms with you. Are you really going to kick him when he's down? Lin Hu suddenly straightened up, adopting an elder's demeanor. You know I'm brothers with old Su, right? Since we are brothers, I'm of the same generation as him. You could say I'm of your grandfather's generation. Is that how you talk to your elders? Chapter 421, Hello, Comrade Sutaidan Sutaidan. These 3 words thundered like a clap of thunder, echoing across the empty training ground. Ju Haitao shouted with precision and rhythm, especially emphasizing the 2 words Taidan, fearing others wouldn't hear clearly. Phut! Ha 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 ha! The originally solemn formation instantly fell apart. Whether they were new recruits still unassigned to squads, or those already standing behind the squad leader. Even a few old soldiers couldn't hold back their laughter. The name was simply too impactful, combined with the serious setting, it was a kind of dark humor. What are you laughing at? Shut up! Although Lin, who was also laughing hard, he still shouted with a stern face, be serious. This is the military. Laughter gradually subsided. But everyone's gaze was focused on the figure that hadn't stepped forward yet. Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu also clearly saw Su Han's face. And the whole person was struck like lightning, stunned on the spot. I'll be damned. It really is Han Ji. I can't be dreaming, right? Yes? I must be dreaming. Zhao Xiaohu slapped Wang Hao's face. Chapter 422, Squad Leader, are you suffering from Parkinson's? After checking around and confiscating a large basin of contraband, Wang Hao felt it was inappropriate to stay here any longer. The feeling of being stared at by a big shot was too torturous. All right. Since everything is cleaned up, let's tidy up our quarters. First, make the beds, and fold the blankets into tofu blocks. If you can't fold them, Su Taidan, you teach everyone. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he pulled Zhao Xiaohu aside. Deputy Squad Leader, let us step out for a moment and report to the company headquarters. Saying that, the 2 rushed out of the dormitory like they were fleeing, forgetting to close the door. Inside the dormitory, the new recruits exchanged glances. Hey! Don't you think the squad leader's gaze towards Taidan Ji was a bit unusual? Wang Xiaoshui stroked his chin and analyzed. It seems like he's a bit afraid of him. Afraid of what? It must be because Taidan Ji looks strong. Afraid he might be a troublemaker, another recruit said. And one more thing, Taidan Ji really looks like that national idol Su Han. Could that be part of the reason? Who knows? Su Han ignored the discussions around him. Silently picked up the blanket, and skillfully spread it on the bed, his fingers flying around. In less than 2 minutes, a neatly folded, angular, mirror-like tofu block appeared on the bed. Chapter 423, Lin Hu's special attention inside the dormitory. The new recruits were enthusiastically tidying up their quarters. Under Su Han's guidance, the quality of the blankets in the entire 3rd squad was noticeably higher than that of other squads. Su Han was sitting on a small stool, helping Wang Xiaoshui next to him organize the wardrobe. His movements were fluid, each piece of clothing folded sharply and arranged neatly, as if measured with a ruler. Just then, a steady sound of footsteps came from the doorway. Following that, a figure blocked the light at the entrance. Oh, all busy, huh? A magnetic yet slightly teasing voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, and immediately stood straight. Instructor good. The person who came was Lin Hu. He held a teaching stick, hands behind his back, swaggering in with his signature bow-legged walk. His gaze swept around the dormitory before finally landing precisely on Su Han. Su Han stood straight, not glancing sideways, as if he didn't see the uncontrollable smile on Lin Hu's face. Lin Hu walked in front of Su Han, not speaking immediately but circling around him twice, lightly tapping the teaching stick in his palm, making a popping sound. Chapter 424, Squad Leader, are you suffering from Parkinson's? On the winter coast of eastern Guangdong, the cold wind was no longer a gentle caress, but had turned into a whip laced with salt. The biting sea breeze howled through the barbed wire of the new recruit training ground, producing a strange wailing sound as if mocking this group of rookies. The sky was overcast, hanging low. But the oppressive weather was nowhere near as heavy as the gloom in the hearts of squad leader Wang Hao and deputy squad leader Zhao Xiaohu at that moment. Attention! Target position, prepare for push-ups. Wang Hao stood at the front of the line, tightly gripping a black stopwatch. He struggled to straighten his back, trying to make himself look like the legendary devil instructor. His once handsome face was now tense, with his brows furrowed into a shape. However, if someone had brought a magnifying glass closer, they would have noticed that the thumb pressing the stopwatch was shaking violently at a frequency of 5 times per second. It wasn't because of the cold, but rather a fear stemming from the depths of his soul. Lying in front of him was not just a new recruit named Sutai Dan, that was his old comrade, a myth in the army. And the great-grandfather he had once revered, Su Han. Making such a killing god do push-ups at his feet felt like an ant trying to whip a T-Rex. The ant had to pretend to be impressive while constantly guarding against whether the T-Rex would sneeze and crush it. Chapter 425, a large reunion and confession scene in the corner. Finally, when he reached the 300th push-up, Su Han suddenly paused at the highest point. He supported himself with one hand, his body in a side position, still as steady as a mountain. The right hand that was freed casually patted the dust off his left sleeve. Then, he lifted his head, looking at the sweaty, pale-faced Wang Hao, whose legs were shaking, and revealed a signature honest smile, loudly exclaiming, "Report, class leader. I see you've sweated a lot, and your face doesn't look too good. Is it too tiring to call out commands? How about I take over for a while, and you lie down for a bit?" This sentence detonated like an atomic bomb in the silent playground. Clang! The stopwatch that Wang Hao had been gripping tightly finally couldn't bear the pressure, slipped from his fingers, and shattered on the cement ground. The air instantly froze. All the new recruits looked at Su Han in horror. Is this Iron Egg crazy? Does he dare to openly challenge the class leader? And even suggest the class leader take a break? Wang Hao looked at Su Han's innocent smile and felt his head spinning. He seemed to see Lin Hu waving at him with a pig-killing knife. And he also seemed to see Su Han, after regaining his rank, hanging him up for a beating. Chapter 426, Han Ji. That's my real grandpa. Watching the two of them, who looked like they were about to cry and hang themselves, a mix of humor and sincerity, Su Han finally couldn't hold back. Phut! He laughed out loud and reached for the cigarette that Wang Hao had been holding, which made his hand sore. Seeing this, Wang Hao felt as if he had received a great pardon, and hurriedly pulled out a lighter, lighting it with a snap, cupping the flame with both hands, as if igniting a nuclear bomb that might explode at any moment. Su Han took a deep breath, exhaling a faint smoke ring. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze turned playful. "All right, stop the act. I know it was those two bastards' idea." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu instantly slumped to the ground, letting out a long breath, as if they had just returned from the gates of hell. However, Su Han's tone shifted, and a sly glint flashed in his eyes. This, however, instantly made their hearts leap to their throats. Su Han reached out and gave Wang Hao's shoulder 2 heavy pats. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds. Wang Hao felt half of his body go numb, grinning through clenched teeth. "Han Ji, your strength is really great, heh, so healthy." Chapter 427, Sutai Dan, haven't you eaten? Shouted out. Under the night sky at the seaside training ground. The sea breeze carried a salty taste, howling through the dormitory corridors. In the water room, the dim yellow light illuminated Su Han's face. He looked at the reflection in the mirror of a recruit with a buzz cut, wearing a military training uniform with no insignia, and touched the stubble on his chin. A playful smile creeping up his lips. Su Taidan, what a name, that old bastard Wang Taijun really thought of it. Su Han tightened the lid of his water bottle, turned around, and his sharp gaze swept to the second-floor window of the company office not far away. Although it was pitch black there, with the curtains tightly drawn, Su Han could clearly feel 2 gazes fixed intently on him. It was the instinct of a hunter. A kind of aura that only top experts could sense. On the second floor, behind the curtains of the company office. Lin Hu put down the military binoculars in his hand and turned to his side, where Zhu Haitao was holding a teacup and giggling. Lin Hu spoke with a hint of regret. Hey, Lao Zhu, did you notice? Just now, Haozi and Xiaohu, those two cowards, must have knelt down in the corner for this pervert. Zhu Haitao blew at the tea leaves floating on the surface, chuckling, no kidding. Who is that? That's the great-grandfather. Haozi and Xiaohu have only trained under him for 2 or 3 months, but the psychological shadow is engraved in their bones. Do you expect them to stay tough all the time? Just now, being able to shout those 2 yells on the playground was already considered an extraordinary performance. Chapter 428. The malicious humor of 2 old foxes and the poor Su Taidan in the distance, in the observation room on the top floor of the administrative building. 2 figures stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, both holding high-powered military binoculars, taking in everything that had just happened on the playground. The burly figure on the left, like an iron tower, was Wang Taijun, the captain of the Marine Corps. The elegant one on the right, with a hint of murderous intent, was political commissar Long Zan. Ha ha ha. Wang Taijun put down the binoculars, laughing so hard he almost cried. Old Long, did you see Lin Hu's expression? That just now must have nearly burst his eardrums. This Suhan, or rather, Su Taidan, is truly a talent. Even our glass shook a bit. Long Zan couldn't help but chuckle, his lips rising wildly. This kid is putting Lin Hu in his place. On the surface, he's obeying orders, but in reality, he's telling Lin Hu, don't mess with me. If you push me too far, even a shout from me will be unbearable for you. That's called overwhelming strength. Wang Taijun wiped away the tears from laughing. Lin Hu wants to suppress him with rules, he counters with absolute physical prowess. This silent confrontation is more interesting than a real fight. Long Zan looked at the gradually dispersing group in the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of appreciation, but speaking of which, Suhan's temperament has indeed been tempered. If it were 2 years ago, being targeted like this, he would have either thrown in the towel, or directly fought back. Now he can actually endure and play along with them, that's growth. Chapter 429, Cafeteria Turmoil, Do we have to monitor every chew? Early in the morning. The first rays of sunlight just pierced through the mist over the sea. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The loud slogans once again awakened the sleeping camp. After a 5-kilometer cross-country run, during morning exercises, the new recruits were already starving, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the cafeteria building not far away. 4 new recruits. The happiest moment of the day was none other than mealtime. However, in the Marine Corps, eating was also a battle. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the entire company assembled. Zhu Haitao stood on the steps, holding a belt with a stern expression. Lin Hu strolled among the ranks, his gaze like that of a predator selecting prey. Let me reiterate the cafeteria discipline. Yesterday, seeing it was your first day in the army and having meals together, I relaxed a bit with you. But now, it's the second day, and everything must follow military rules. Zhu Haitao shouted loudly. First, when entering the cafeteria, maintain silence. No whispering. No noise of any kind. Second, eat quickly. We are a combat unit, not here to enjoy gourmet food. Eating is just refueling. You must finish within 5 minutes. Third, no leftovers. Anyone who dares to waste even a grain of rice will have to lick the scraps from the waste bucket clean. Chapter 430. This sandbag quality is poor, but the instructor is tough. The morning sun cast long shadows on the training ground, and the sea breeze still carried that unique salty dampness. However, this group of new recruits had no time to appreciate the scenery, as they were facing the compulsory military boxing class for new recruits. Ha! Kill! Ha! Kill! The shouts were deafening. Over 80 new recruits were vigorously practicing the first set of military boxing. Suhan stood in the ranks, his movements so standard they seemed like they had just been pulled from a textbook. Each movement, from the bow step punch to the throat strike and horse stance horizontal punch, was precise, with strength contained yet exuding a natural masterful demeanor. However, in the eyes of the nitpicker Lin Hu, that was the biggest flaw. Lin Hu, hands behind his back, walked over to Su Han like a landowner patrolling his territory, frowning in disdain. "Stop!" Lin Hu shouted, pointing the teaching stick at Su Han's nose. "Su Tai-dan. Are you boxing? Huh? Are you doing square dancing?" Su Han maintained his horse stance, steady as a rock, and loudly replied, "Report, instructor. I am doing the standard movements taught by the squad leader." Chapter 431, Beat Up Lin Hu. The sea breeze howled, and the atmosphere on the training ground instantly tightened to the extreme. All eyes were focused on the two people in the center of the field. Lin Hu's pupils suddenly contracted. Just a moment ago, that seemingly loose and goofy Su Tai-dan seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. It felt like a house cat basking in the sun had suddenly become a ferocious tiger. Fast. Too fast. Lin Hu didn't even see how Su Han started. He only felt a flash before a fierce gust of wind rushed toward him. Not good. Lin Hu, being a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier, had a quick instinctual reaction. He instinctively took a step back, crossing his hands to protect his head in an attempt to block Su Han's sudden strike. However, Su Han's punch did not head toward his head. At the moment of contact, Su Han's arm strangely sank, transforming his fist into a palm. Like a snake emerging from its hole, directly striking Lin Hu's abdomen. This change of move flowed seamlessly, lacking any smoke and fire, yet precisely exploiting the gap in Lin Hu's defense. Bang! A muffled sound. Lin Hu felt as if his abdomen had been hit by a speeding truck. A tremendous force instantly penetrating through his abdominal defenses, directly impacting his internal organs. Chapter 432, Third Grandpa. Now that you've hit Lin Hu, you can't hit me anymore. Listening to the praises, Lin Hu lying on the ground felt as if his chest was pierced by countless knives. He struggled to move his fingers, every bone in his body protesting, every muscle howling in agony. Especially his ribs and abdomen, burning with pain, not broken but definitely bruised. This bastard Su Han was really ruthless. He specifically aimed for the meaty areas, leaving no external injuries, but causing excruciating pain. At this moment, Su Han approached with a concerned expression, extending his hand. "Instructor, are you all right? The ground is cold, get up quickly. Did I go too hard just now? Oh? I told you I'm clumsy, I forget my strength when I get excited. You have a big heart, don't hold it against me." Looking at Su Han's sincere face just inches away, Lin Hu really wanted to bite him. But he couldn't. Because he didn't even have the strength to bite right now. Moreover, there were dozens of eyes around watching. Lin Hu took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Grabbing Su Han's hand, using it to help himself stand up. As soon as he stood straight, his legs went weak, and he nearly knelt down again. Fortunately, Su Han was quick to support him, casually pressing on the pain point under his armpit. Chapter 433, The Old Fox's Panic. Will the next to get beaten be us? Marine Corps, the command center of the battalion headquarters. A huge electronic screen was repeatedly playing a video filmed with a mobile phone. The image slightly shaky, but with high clarity. The protagonist of the video was Lin Hu, being thrown around like a rag doll on the training ground. Along with Su Tai-dan, who was apologizing while delivering deadly strikes. The video was secretly filmed and sent by Zhu Haitao. Initially intended as an internal joke to share with the two leaders, along with a report of the situation where the enforcer was unexpectedly beaten. However, the atmosphere in the battalion office was not as joyous as expected. Hiss! Watching Lin Hu being slammed into the sandpit by Su Han with a move that didn't even look standard, even catching a close-up of Lin Hu's pained, contorted facial expression when he hit the ground, Wang Taijun couldn't help but gasp, instinctively rubbing his lower back. That fall looked painful. Wang Taijun smacked his lips and turned to look at Long Zhan, who was sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. Old Long, did you see? That last throw by the kid used hidden strength. It looked like he was just too strong and couldn't he control it, but in reality, he added a shock force at the moment of landing. Lin Hu is definitely injured internally. Chapter 434. I beg you, transfer him away. Hearing this rule, the new recruits around all gasped. This is too perverse. In this high temperature, people already trembled involuntarily due to dehydration and fatigue. And they still have to clamp 5 playing cards. Especially the one between the knees, which requires the thigh muscles to stay tense. The one under the chin makes swallowing saliva extremely difficult. This is not training, it's clearly torture. Zhao Xiaohu held the playing cards, his hands trembling. He looked at Su Han, eyes full of apology. Brother Han, I'm sorry, debts have their owners. If you want revenge, find team leader Lin. Su Han, however, remained expressionless and even smiled slightly at Lin Hu. Report, instructor. I like this rule. It's just like when my family's donkey wears a blindfold while grinding. There's a principle. Lin Hu was choked up and coldly snorted. Stop the nonsense. Place the cards. The 5 playing cards were quickly set in place. Su Han stood stiffly in place like he had been sealed. Lin Hu looked at this scene with satisfaction. But he didn't plan to let it go just like that. Because he knew that Su Han had extremely strong body control. Relying solely on this might not be enough to defeat him. To completely regain his face, he had to throw himself into it.